The Enchantress of Medicine with the Heaven-Defying Child and the Black Belly Father Chapter 3801 to Chapter 3970. All the cultivators on the Cultivation continent had fallen into a desperate situation with no way out. Until a few decades ago, Xianxia appeared out of nowhere. He once said that heaven and earth would be a prison, trapping them in this world. Then, he would poke a hole in the sky. Of course, at that time, no one would take such nonsense to heart. Until Xianxia became the summoner that dominated the entire Cultivation continent. He could summon an army of ferocious beasts and destroy a dynasty overnight. He could even summon the true body of the ancient divine beast, Baize. As Baize roared, heaven and earth shook, and even the sky seemed to crack. At that time everyone had a thought. If there was someone in the world who could poke a hole in the sky, if there was someone who could find a way out for the trapped cultivators on the Cultivation continent, it would be Xianxia. But how could it be easy to fight against heaven? Even if he succeeded, what kind of price would Xianxia have to pay? Xianxia was not stupid. What right did he have to sacrifice his own life to pave a smooth path for others? However, this thought changed after his only son, Xianxia, was born. Xianxia was talented himself. But his son's talent was not inferior to his. Xianxia was not only a genius summoner, but also a puppet master who had awakened the mirror realm. In a short 30 years, he had stepped into the threshold of the tribulation stage. Ordinary cultivators of the same level were no match for him. If the heavenly ladder had not broken, he might have been able to transcend the tribulation and ascend in a few years. Xianxia could tolerate dying of old age on the Cultivation continent. But how could he accept that his precious son was also trapped in this world to death? Therefore, a new rumor spread in the Cultivation continent. Xianxia wanted to use his flesh and Baize's beast soul as a sacrifice to create a stepping stone to the Cultivation continent. A floating island that floated under the Cultivation continent, outside the control of the heavenly Tao. On this island there was not only spiritual power, but also celestial power from the Cultivation continent. All the cultivators who were trapped on the Cultivation continent would have a chance to ascend to the immortal realm once they boarded the floating island. In order to board the floating island, one had to obtain Xianxia's permission. When he offered his sacrifice, he would be sent up together with Xianxia. One could imagine how crazy the entire cultivation world would be when such news came out. All the cultivators were fighting for the right to study with the crown prince. If the soft approach didn't work, then the hard approach would work. If force doesn't work, then use connections. As long as they could get Xianxia to leave a spot for them, they would do anything. Under the moonlight, Yinu stared unblinkingly at the young man in front of him, his fists clenched unconsciously. He didn't care about the secret that could make all the cultivators on the continent go crazy. He only knew that the young man in front of him was sad. I can understand martial uncles, cousin brothers, and cousin brothers' desire to break through and ascend, to break free from this world. But they never thought that all of this would be exchanged for my father's life. Xianxia tightened his grip on the silver halberd hanging on his waist. His eyes revealed a deep sadness. I don't want to ascend to become an immortal at all, I just want my father to be alive. But everyone tells me that my thinking is wrong, that I'm selfish, that I've let down my father's ardent expectations of me. Little Yi, did I really do something wrong? The corner of Yinu's lips curled up, revealing a disdainful sneer. Their words sound nice, but in fact, they are a group of selfish and shameless people. If they say this again next time, just tell them that you don't need anyone to accompany you. Even if your father really makes a floating island, it's enough for you to ascend alone. At that time, you'll see what kind of faces they'll have. Pfft. Before Xianxia could react, the 4 people sitting at the side could not help but laugh out loud. Young Master Ye's words are crude, but the truth is not. The Lan family and the Xiao family are really greedy. Young Master, you can tell Master and Madam what you are thinking. They love you so much, as long as you say it nicely, they will definitely understand. Yes. Don't leave without saying goodbye again. You don't know how sad Madam is, there are a few more white hairs on her head. Xianxia's eyes were slightly red, and he lowered his head in shame. I know. I will set off for home tomorrow. After that, he looked up at Yinu and said, Little Yi, come back with me, I want to introduce you to my father and mother. Yi moved his lips, wanting to refuse. What was his identity? Lowly, dirty, and unbearable. How could he go to a place like the Lan family? However, when he met Lan Chushi's gaze, he swallowed his words of refusal and nodded slightly. He thought that as long as he could stay with the young man, no matter how unbearable it was, no matter how torturous it was, he would definitely be able to persevere. Lan Chushi did not want to use his father's life to exchange for his own bright future. However, fate seemed to have set a fixed trajectory, and the parting of life and death was not up to anyone's control. Lan Xiaoxia suddenly contracted a strange disease, and he tried all kinds of methods but could not cure it. He was originally convinced by his son, and he no longer wanted to sacrifice himself to fight for a chance for his son to ascend. However, his own life was at stake now. His beloved wife was only a mortal, and after he died, even if he used elixirs to nourish her, she would not live long. At that time, how could he be willing to leave his son to die alone on this continent? In the end, Lan Xiaoxia still initiated the sacrifice. Myriad heavenly divergent beasts return, mountains and rivers appear in the void. I, Lan Xiaoxia, am willing to offer my insignificant body as a sacrifice to the heavens. My soul will be in the river of forgetfulness and I will have no regrets in this life. Just to give my son a stairway to heaven. 7 days later, you can step on my corpse and board the floating island to begin your brand new path of cultivation. I only ask of you one thing. You must protect my son, Chushi. Don't let anyone bully him. Otherwise, even if my soul falls into the river of forgetfulness and becomes a malicious spirit, I will definitely come back to claim your lives. Countless bolts of lightning fell from the sky, smashing onto Lan Xiaoxia's frail and old body. The huge divine beast, Baze, let out a furious roar behind him. Its figure gradually faded and merged with Lan Chushi. Father! Lan Chushi let out a shrill cry and wanted to rush over to stop him, but he was held tightly by the person behind him. The deep voice rang in his ears again and again. Chushi, Chushi, don't go over there. It was the night slave who held him back. Spring passed and autumn came. Several winters and summers passed in the blink of an eye. The frail young man in drunk life and dreaming death back then had grown into a handsome young man with unparalleled beauty. Over the past few years, Yinu's cultivation level had improved by leaps and bounds. He was already a leaving body stage cultivator. However, compared to Lan Chushi's cultivation level, he was still far from it. Under Lan Chushi's struggle, his body was soon covered with injuries. However, he seemed to be unaware of it. Blood flowed from his forehead and arms, but he did not loosen his grip on the young man. He kept repeating, Chushi, you can't go over. The sky gradually darkened. The dense lightning illuminated Lan Chushi's tear-stained face. He finally accepted the reality that his father would never come back. His mother, when she knew his father's determination, chose to live and die with her beloved husband. Overnight, he, Lan Chushi, became an orphan without a father or mother. Around him, the people who were watching the heavenly lightning strike his father's body. Their faces were filled with sadness, reluctance, and guilt. However, they were mostly agitated and elated. That was because they finally had the chance to ascend and become immortals again. Lan Chushi's heart turned cold as he looked at the expressions of these people. However, when he met Yinu's concerned gaze, he could not help but feel a surge of warmth and sorrow. He grabbed Yinu's hand, his tears falling uncontrollably. Little Yi, from now on, I have no father and no mother, you still have me. The pair of grown, slender, and powerful hands held him tightly, his eyes focused and persistent. Chushi, in life or in death, I will be by your side. My life has changed because of you. Henceforth, you are my sky, my life, and my faith, which I have staked everything on. No one can take me away from you. Even if I die, 7 days later. Are you kidding me? The quota to the floating island is so precious. Who does that wretched Yinu think he is? How can he be qualified to go with us? Cousin, have you been deceived by this brat? I can tell that he approached you with ulterior motives from the start. That's right. Our Lan clan and the Shao clan had so many people, but we couldn't even get a spot. This kid is an outsider, and he hasn't even reached the tribulation passing stage, but he can go to the floating island with us. Why? Oh, By the way, Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang are just slaves. It's fine to bring one, but wouldn't it be too much to bring all four? In my opinion, my Luo family has put in a lot of effort for this sacrifice. We were the ones who found all the precious spirit herbs. Shouldn't my Luo family take up more of the quota? Bah. The heaven-piercing halberd was refined by our Xiang clan for Senior Lan. Naturally, our Xiang clan is the only one who can get more spots. My Wei family has been by Master's side ever since he was insignificant. Master has always valued us the most. In terms of relationship and contribution, how can you compare to my Wei family? Lan Chushi looked coldly at these people who were quarreling. His eyes were filled with mockery. His ice-cold fingers gently stroked the silver halberd at his waist, and he suddenly shouted, "All of you, shut up. I don't care how many people you bring and how many slots you want. I must bring Xiaoyi, Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. What does it have to do with me whether you agree or not?" The people who were quarreling paused, and their faces immediately turned ugly. A Lan clan elder was about to teach him a lesson with a sullen face. "Chushi, this is how you talk to your elders." Before he could finish his sentence, Lan Chushi sneered, "Xiaoyi, Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang, if one of them is left behind, then the floating island will no longer exist. I'm a man of my words. As for the rest, do as you see fit." After saying that, Lan Chushi flicked his sleeves and left before anyone could react. As he walked along the corridor, he looked up at the sky far away. It was all red there, and there were tiny thunderbolts falling from time to time. It was as if a hole had been poked in the sky. According to Lan Xiao's prediction before he died, the hole would disappear in another 3 days. The space barrier was closed again. The floating island was completely stabilized. By then, he could use the small heavenly halberd at his waist to go to the floating island. However, the small heavenly halberd could not carry many people. That was why those people were fighting so hard for a spot. Lan Chushi closed his eyes. 3 days later, he would leave this land. As for his father, he had completely left him. Suddenly, a warm cloak was draped over him. Lan Chushi turned around and met Yinu's deep and focused gaze. A faint smile appeared on his face. Yinu said softly, "I heard the quarrel inside. Chushi, you don't have to quarrel with them because of me. I'm not qualified to." Before he could finish his sentence, he was pressed down by a hand. Lan Chushi looked at him coldly, and he seemed to be a little angry. "Xiaoyi, I thought you knew." Yinu felt the hand on his lips. His mind was in a mess, and he even lost the ability to think. Lan Chushi's voice was slightly hoarse. "I don't have a father anymore. In this world, only you and Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang are the most important family to me." Yinu automatically filtered out the words Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. Once he thought that he was the most important person to Chushi, he could not control his wildly beating heart. Lan Chushi retracted his hand and looked at him with a focused and deep gaze. He said word by word, "Chushi's life is shared with you. Xiaoyi, believe me. I'll definitely bring you to the floating island." Yinu clenched and loosened his fists tightly. After a while, he found his voice again. "I believe you. In this world, I don't believe in ghosts, gods, or Buddha. I only believe in you, Lan Chushi." Furthermore, he had lied just now. Even if Lan Chushi was not prepared to bring him to the floating island, he would definitely follow. No matter what method he had to use, even if he had to beg, crawl, or kneel, he had to stay by Lan Chushi's side. Luo Yu swallowed the last piece of cake. She stared at the man in front of her, waiting for him to continue. However, after waiting for a long time, Yi Chengfeng did not speak again. And then? Luo Yu could not help but ask, did Lan Chushi bring Night Slave to the floating island? Yi Chengfeng withdrew his line of sight from the painting. His long eyelashes drooped down slightly, covering the divine light in his eyes. "You really want to know?" Luo Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Isn't that obvious? Who would want to listen to a story that's only half done?" Yi Chengfeng looked up at him and said slowly, "Listening to a story or meeting the first prince, if you have to choose one, what would you choose?" Luo Yu jumped up from her chair. You're willing to let me see eldest senior brother? Nonsense, was there even a need to choose? Of course, I'll choose eldest senior brother. Yi Qingfeng's face turned slightly gloomy, but he did not speak. Luo Yu frowned and said, "Hey, you asked the question just now. Are you going to go back on your words now that I've chosen you? Aren't you ashamed to go back on your words as a state preceptor?" Yi Qingfeng gave him a sidelong glance. As if saying, "Do you think I'm embarrassed?" Luo Yu wanted to burst into tears. He almost forgot that this guy was a black-bellied and shameless pervert like his third senior brother. Yi Qingfeng suddenly turned around and lightly knocked on the wall. The next moment, he heard a cracking sound from under his feet. Then, in the middle of the room, below the table, there was a slanted staircase that extended downwards. Yi Qingfeng gently pushed the rosewood table away, then took a candle from the outer room and walked into the tunnel. "Why aren't you following me?" "Ah?" Yi Qingfeng raised his eyebrows. "Don't you want to see your eldest senior brother? I'll bring you to see him." Luo Yu quickly came back to his senses. He didn't have time to think about Yi Qingfeng's purpose and hurriedly followed him. The corridor that extended downwards was very long. Moreover, the surroundings were pitch black and silent. Only the candle in Yi Qingfeng's hand emitted a dim yellow light. Luo Yu regretted for the 100th time that he didn't take the illumination crystal on the table. This perverted grand tutor was really something. Since it was all for illumination, why didn't he take the shiny illumination crystal? Instead, he took this pitiful candle with a small flame. Was he going to act out a midnight thriller in this corridor? Luo Yu made a face at the back of the figure in front of him, then made a gesture of cutting off his head with a sword. Who knew that Yi Qingfeng suddenly turned around as if he had eyes on the back of his head? Under the dim light, one could see that there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. "What are you doing?" Luo Yu awkwardly retracted his hand and laughed dryly. "Nothing, just chasing away flies." "I say, how long is this corridor? Can't you walk faster?" Yi Qingfeng didn't expose her. There wasn't even a fly here. He just turned around and continued to walk forward, but his pace was a little faster. Luo Yu hurriedly followed. Thinking that he would be able to see eldest senior brother soon, he couldn't help but feel excited. "Little Highness, do you hate me?" Just as he was deep in thought, he suddenly heard Yi Qingfeng's slightly low and hoarse voice. Luo Yu was stunned. It took her a while to realize what he was asking her. He slightly frowned, then calmed himself down and said slowly, "In this world, the most important thing to me is the Xiaoyao sect. My master is called Shi Qing, formerly known as Yuan Qing. He raised me for more than 10 years and treated me like his own son, but he died at the hands of Phantom Thorn." Yi Qingfeng was stunned. He turned around and asked, "Who's Phantom Sting?" Luo Yu was confused by his question. Then, he was seething with anger. "Didn't you send Phantom Thorn to kill me and eldest senior brother? Now you're asking me who I am?" Only then did Yi Qingfeng reveal an expression of realization. With an indifferent expression, he said, "Unimportant small fries, I usually don't pay much attention to them." Luo Yu only felt a ball of anger rushing to her brain. It made him almost unable to restrain the killing intent in his heart. An unimportant lackey, with just a simple order from Yi Qingfeng, took away the life of his most respected master. But in the end, he still restrained himself. Because he knew that he was no match for Yi Qingfeng. And eldest senior brother's life was still in the hands of this person. For the rest of the journey, the two of them didn't speak anymore. The surrounding was frighteningly quiet. Until, the scene in front of them suddenly opened up. It was an elegantly decorated stone room. In the middle of the stone room, a young man was sitting by the window, staring blankly at the ice soul sword in his hand. "Eldest senior brother." Luo Yu's voice suddenly rose by an octave, and she leapt towards Yunruhan excitedly. "Xiaoqi?" Seeing Luo Yu standing in front of her, Yunruhan was surprised. "Why are you here?" Her gaze landed on Yi Qingfeng. Yunruhan's expression changed. She quickly shielded Luo Yu behind her and stared coldly at the terrifying man in front of her. "Yi Qingfeng, what do you want?" There was no emotion in Yi Qingfeng's eyes as he looked at the two coldly. "His Highness said he wanted to see you, so I brought him here." "What? Is your Highness not satisfied?" Yunruhan frowned, but the vigilance in her eyes didn't fade. the ice soul sword in her hand emitted a faint cold light. Yi Qingfeng's gaze landed on Luo Yu as he said calmly, Phantom Thorn was under my orders, but I didn't tell him to kill them all. Then, before the two could react, his figure suddenly disappeared. What did he mean? Luo Yu was confused. Your Highness, you don't know. A low, hoarse voice suddenly came from beside her. Luo Yu subconsciously turned to look. Seeing a face uglier than a ghost, she was almost scared to death. Yiaxuan? When did you get here? Yiaxuan smiled slightly and treated Luo Yu respectfully. This subordinate was ordered by the Imperial Advisor to look after your Highness. If I'm not here, where else could I be? Pausing for a moment, he pulled out a mocking smile and said, back then, the Xiao family was slaughtered. Of course, it was Imperial Teacher who pushed it, but Blue Glory sect also felt that the Xiao family and the Wei family were too powerful. They were wary of them and wanted to use this chance to uproot them. Because of this, when the Xiao family fell, everyone in the imperial court and in the empire came to understand the imperial advisor's intentions and hit them when they were down. But in reality, the imperial advisor wasn't interested in counting how many people there were in the Xiao and Wei families. He even forgot what Shi Yuanqing looked like, let alone killing them all. When Yiaxuan said this, he smiled slightly. This subordinate is not saying this to defend the imperial tutor, but everything in the world must have a cause and effect. I hope that Little Highness can understand that there are many things that the imperial tutor has no choice but to do. After saying that, his figure also disappeared on the spot. But Yun Ruhan and Luo Yu both knew that he was nearby, watching over them. Unless their strength surpasses Yi Qingfeng's, or Mu Yan uses the Avicii Pagoda to exchange for it, they might not be able to leave this place for the time being. Ridiculous. When Yiaxuan disappeared completely, Luo Yu wrinkled her nose. Why is he telling me this? Yun Ruhan frowned at Luo Yu, deep in thought. Xiaoqi might not know, but he suddenly realized that what Yiaxuan said was not wrong. Yi Qingfeng indeed didn't want to chase after him and Xiaoqi that badly. Otherwise, with his methods, it was impossible for his master to hide him and Xiaoqi on the Cultivation continent for more than 10 years. The reason why Phantom Sting and the others chased after them was because they were afraid that they would be executed if they didn't do their job well. Because the Long Clan Empire State Preceptor Yi Qingfeng's ruthlessness was known by everyone. There was also Wei Guan and the rest. If Yi Qingfeng really wanted to kill them all, he had 100 ways to torture them right under his eyes, instead of throwing them into the rocky hill, which would give them a slim chance of survival. But so what? The hatred between them and Yi Qingfeng can't be eliminated by saying I didn't kill him to the last one. And Yi Qingfeng and Yiaxuan's attitude towards Xiaoqi is also very strange. Big brother, big brother. What's wrong with you? Yun Ruhan recovered from Luo Yu's nervous call. Big brother, did they torture you? Are you hurt? Seeing the worry and concern in the young man's eyes, Yun Ruhan's eyebrows softened. I'm fine, don't worry, Xiaoqi. After a pause, he slightly lowered his eyebrows and said, tell me what happened between you and Yi Qingfeng from the beginning to the end. Luo Yu hurriedly sat up straight and recounted everything that had happened since she had woken up. At this moment, Mu Yan, who was far away in Liberty City, finally woke up from the struggle for ownership of the contract with the Avicii Tower. When Di Mingju left, he left a small world dedicated to cultivation on the floating island. Xiaobao has been cultivating and consolidating his cultivation in the small world during this time. And Mu Yan and the people of the Xiaoyao sect don't want him to get involved in danger. So everything that happened during this time, including the power of resentment sealed in the Yin Yang twin hearts, Luo Yunxia's change of fate, and the battle between the four people and the Xiaoyao sect. Xiaobao doesn't know anything. But when Yi Qingfeng came, there was still a fluctuation in the small world. That was the impact of an enormous energy impact on the additional space that had been opened up. Just like the space of Mu Yan's Tian Mo Qin. Of course, her body can enter the space. But if the opponent is too strong, hiding in the space can't save her from danger. On the contrary, because of the collision of energy, she will fall into a dead end, and even lose the last chance to resist. Di Mingju has many small worlds. Some are huge and stable, and some are fragile and small. If it's those stable small worlds, Yi Qingfeng naturally can't affect them with his little cultivation. But the small worlds that can stay on the floating island are only small and inconspicuous, and can avoid the prying of the way of heaven. So, almost at the moment when Yi Qingfeng arrives at Liberty City, Xiaobao opens his eyes for meditation. Buzz buzz buzz, the evil warding sword gently vibrates and jumps into his hand. The fat rabbit also raises its head and looks at its little master, eager to try. Bad guys are coming. Xiaobao gripped the Bixia sword tightly and picked up the fat rabbit. With a sullen face, he said, "We have to go out and help mother and martial uncles as soon as possible." Bixia, yes, yes. I haven't fought for a long time, my bones are about to rust. Oh, no, I don't have any bones now, it's my sword that's about to rust. Young master, let's go and *CK them up. The fat rabbit wagged its tail and made a rumbling sound, indicating that it was doing the same. Just as Xiaobao was about to leave the small world, suddenly, a red light flashed in front of his eyes. Then, his small body was wrapped up by something, and he was unable to move. Xiaobao took a closer look and discovered that he was actually tied up by a piece of red silk. Moreover, the aura of this red silk was somewhat familiar. Seeing that little master was being attacked, the fat rabbit and Bixia sword immediately entered level 1 alert. The Bixia sword flew into the air, emitting a dazzling cold light as it shielded Xiaobao. The fat rabbit's eyes flickered with a red light, and its body instantly became huge. It let out a beast-like roar. In front of the man, the beast, and the sword, a tall figure in snow-white clothes slowly appeared. His icy blue eyes were filled with a hint of mockery as he looked at the struggling Xiaobao. When the fat rabbit and Bixia saw him, they became even more violent. Xiaobao's eyes brightened and he couldn't help but call out, "Uncle Wei Ran." Li Wei Ran's face darkened. His smug smile, which seemed to have the pearl of wisdom in his hands, could no longer be maintained. He pursed his lips slightly, his eyes deep as he slowly walked in front of Xiaobao. "Little guy, who is your uncle?" Xiaobao raised his head to meet someone's dark eyes. There wasn't a trace of fear in his eyes. With a taut face, he said in all seriousness, "Daddy's younger brother is Xiaobao's uncle." So it could be deduced that whoever was Di Mingju's little brother was Xiaobao's uncle. Li Wei Ran almost choked on a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth as he looked at Xiaobao, his whole body emitting a cold murderous aura. Bixia and the fat rabbit nervously rushed over to protect Xiaobao. Xiaobao was tied up by the red silk, but he didn't panic at all. Instead, he comforted his sword and spirit pet. "Bixia, bunny, you don't have to worry. Third uncle said that Uncle Wei Ran put a heart-piercing life-extending curse on me. If he hurts me, he'll be the one in pain. Uncle Wei Ran is a smart person, why would he do such a stupid thing?" Li Wei Ran sneered, "Little guy, if I wanted to kill you, can the heart-piercing life-extending curse stop me?" Xiaobao looked up at him, two pairs of almost identical eyes looking at each other. The baby asked in a crisp childish voice, "Then Uncle Wei Ran, do you want to kill Xiaobao?" Li Wei Ran, he really is very. He really hates Di Mingju's little brat. Li Wei Ran waved his hand with a cold face. The red silk that was originally tied to Xiaobao disappeared without a trace. Xiaobao moved his little arms and legs that were a little painful, his eyes full of hope as he looked at Li Wei Ran. "Uncle Wei Ran, I'm going to help my mother now. Can you wait for me here?" Li Wei Ran was frowning. He couldn't be more disgusted with this small world filled with Di Mingju's aura. When he heard Xiaobao's words, he sneered and suddenly reached out to grab Xiaobao by the collar, who was about to leave the small world. He was lifted into the air like a chicken. Roar roar roar. The fat rabbit yelled and scurried forward. "Let go of the little master," the Bixia sword was the calmest. He said in an unperturbed tone, "Don't worry, stupid rabbit. That guy may be a psycho, but I can tell that he doesn't mean master or boss June." He was the type of person who was upright in his words, commonly known as the tsundere. With regards to tsundere's actions, you should just take his words in reverse. Hearing Bixia's words, the fat rabbit really calmed down. Xiaobao seemed to be deep in thought. Tsundere, he felt that Uncle Bixia's description of Uncle Wei Ran was spot on. Luckily, Li Wei Ran couldn't hear Bixia's words. Otherwise, he would have strangled the little kid in his arms. Xiaobao raised his head and looked at Li Wei Ran. Uncle Weiran, let me go. There are powerful enemies coming, I have to go out and help my mother. Li Weiran's lips curled into a smile. You? Are you sure you're not holding us back? Xiaobao's little face turned red and he was about to retort. His vision blurred, and when he came back to his senses, he found that he was no longer in his father's small world. He was at the top of Six Stars Tower. Mother! Seeing Mu Yan sitting cross-legged not far away, Xiaobao shouted and was about to rush over. Li Weiran didn't stop him. He just stood at the side with a smirk, sizing up the surrounding array and Luo Yunxiao who was in the middle of it. He couldn't help but slowly retract the sneer on his face. Li Weiran's face revealed a look of disbelief and doubt. He took a step forward, wanting to get closer to Luo Yunxiao to get a better look. Qi Wen, who was at the side, immediately rushed out and glared at him. Her entire body was filled with vigilance. But it couldn't help but say, "Young man, you're really handsome. Red lips, white teeth, a face like jade, it makes people want to take a whiff. Although you're still lacking compared to my master, I'm about to be charmed by your beauty." Li Weiran retracted his gaze, his cold eyes landing on this demon beast that wasn't afraid of death. His lips slowly curled into a cold smile. Qi Wen's scales immediately stood on end, and she took a few steps back. "You, what are you doing? Let me tell you, I, Qi Wen, am a descendant of a dragon. My master is very powerful, if you dare to act rashly, you're dead." Master save me. Mei Yan save me. Baby Bayer save me. Xiaobao stopped when he was about to rush to Mu Yan's side. Because he saw Mu Yan's pale face, the bloodstains on her body, and the sweat that flowed down her forehead like water. Mother is having a hard time, and it should be a crucial moment right now. If he rushed over, it was very likely that he would disturb Mother, and even cause her to go berserk. Xiaobao stopped where he was, his heart burning with anxiety. But Qi Wen was still making noise in his ear. His little face couldn't help but sink. "Qi Wen, shut up. Don't disturb Mother and Grandmaster." Then he looked at Li Weiran. "Uncle Weiran, you're already so old, don't lower yourself to the level of Grandmaster's little spiritual pet, it's too childish." The smile on Li Weiran's face deepened, and he said sinisterly, "Little guy, do you really think that I won't make a move on you?" At this time, Mu Yan suddenly let out a pained groan. Then she spat out a mouthful of blood. A dazzling white light emitted from her body, as if it was going to completely swallow her up. "Mother!" Xiaobao cried out and was about to rush over. However, Li Weiran grabbed his collar and threw him to the side. He quickly arrives behind Mayan, his hands supporting her temples. A black and red flame emerged from his palm and intertwined with the white light. Xiaobao stared fixedly at the side. His two little hands were tightly clenched into fists, and his palms were covered in cold sweat. The entire Six Stars Pagoda fell silent. Even Qi Wen obediently stayed at the side, not daring to move. Time passed slowly. Outside, Yi Qingfeng kicked up a storm, even taking Yun Ruhan and Luo Yu with him. But little Bao, who was in the pagoda, couldn't care less. He didn't notice anything. Because right now, Mayan is in a life-and-death situation. He didn't know what had happened to his mother and martial granduncle. But just by looking at the sweat on Li Weiran's forehead, one could tell that this matter was extremely dangerous. Xiaobao's entire mind is focused on Mu Yan. He was afraid that his mother and martial granduncle would be in danger. He was also afraid that Uncle Weiran would be hurt in order to save his mother. Boom, the entire Six Stars Pagoda shook violently. Immediately after, Mu Yan suddenly opened his eyes and moved his body that was almost frozen stiff. The originally dried-up Dantian slowly surges again. Mu Yan detects the Avicii Tower in the space and lets out a long sigh of relief. She really didn't expect it. They are both demon god tools, but it was so easy for her to subdue the chaotic tower. Moreover, the Avicii Tower clearly has Qi Huang's help, and it consumed a lot of its energy to seal the Yin-Yang twin hearts. In the end, when the contract was finally concluded and the master-slave relationship was decided, she almost failed miserably. She also didn't expect that the demon god tool, the Avicii Tower, would have its own consciousness. Although it is not a tool spirit, it is extremely sinister and cunning. Under Qi Huang's suppression, the fake will of the Avicii Tower has already been subdued. However, when the master-slave contract was finally concluded, it suddenly rebelled and wanted to seize the position of the main body of the contract. In other words, once such a contract is concluded successfully, Mu Yan will instead become a servant of a demon god tool. From being unable to control at the beginning, her body will be involuntarily ordered around. In the end, her soul will even be swallowed by a demon god tool, and she will be forced to become a tool spirit. Qi Huang is also burning with anxiety when he realizes the conspiracy of the Avicii Tower in the space. However, once the contract is formed, he can only come out of the space of the Tian Mo Qin if he wants to intervene. And his existence cannot be exposed in front of others. This makes Qi Huang seethe with anger in the space, so much that he can't help but expose his tracks. Fortunately, at the critical moment, another strange but extremely useful energy was injected, suppressing the restless Avicii Tower, allowing Mu Yan to regain the initiative. The contract is concluded successfully, and Mu Yan breathes a sigh of relief. Qi Huang also sits down on the grass. He glances at Li Weiran outside the space. This time, he doesn't even say pretty boy. Niang Qin. Xiaobao throws himself into Mu Yan's arms. When he raises his head, his eyes can be seen to be red. Niang Qin, what are you doing? Why didn't you call Xiaobao? Is Xiaobao that useless? The child, who never likes to cry and wouldn't act like a spoiled child, shows such an aggrieved and sad expression. It makes Mu Yan's heart ache. She held Xiaobao's face, kissed his forehead, and said softly, of course not. Xiaobao is so amazing, how could he be useless? It's just that your martial granduncle is injured, and we want to help him. Xiaobao, you're in secluded cultivation, so we didn't call you. Xiaobao pursed his lips as he looked at Luo Yunxiao and asked softly, is martial granduncle all right now? Mayan's gaze also falls on Luo Yunxiao. The young man was sitting cross-legged, surrounded by a faint glow. The yin-yang twin hearts had already disappeared. He didn't know if it had fused with Luo Yunxiao's body. When she was fighting with the Avicii Tower for the ownership, she also vaguely heard Qi Wen's words. Little Uncle Master was attempting to defy the heavens and change his fate. If he succeeded, he would be reborn. If he failed, he might be consigned to eternal damnation. Mu Yan took a deep breath, then looked at Xiaobao and nodded. A faint smile appeared on her face. It will be fine, it will definitely be fine. Little Ant Master deserved the best ending. Defy the heavens and change my fate? Heh. I didn't expect there to be such a naive person in the world, who really believes that fate can be changed. The slightly mocking voice pulled Mayan back from her thoughts. Qi Wen was furious. Pretty boy, even if you're good-looking, you're not allowed to talk nonsense. My master has prepared for so many years, how could he not succeed? The mockery on Li Weiran's face deepened, but he didn't have time to speak. Mu Yan interrupted him, thank you for just now. Li Weiran immediately retracted his attention from Luo Yunxiao. He looked at Mu Yan with a burning gaze, and his lips curled into a faint smile. So, Mu Yan, are you going to repay me with your body? Mu Yan ignored his words and asked in confusion, Di Mingju said you went to investigate the truth, why did you suddenly return to the floating island? Is there something wrong? Li Weiran's face darkened, who said I went to investigate the truth? What I saw and heard is the truth. Mu Yan calmly interrupts him, so, what's the matter with you coming back? Suddenly, she thought of something, looked at Xiaobao, and came to a sudden realization. Oh, I remember now. A few days ago, Xiaobao was impatient and greedy, so he opened the high-level test in the small world and got injured. Because of the heart-piercing life-extending curse, you felt that Xiaobao was in danger, so you came to take a look. Li Weiran's face stiffened, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say a word. His face was so dark that it could drip water. Mu Yan held back her laughter and said gently, Xiaobao is lucky to have an uncle like you to protect him. Xiaobao walked to Li Weiran's side, grabbed his clothes, and looked up at him, Uncle Weiran, so you care about Xiaobao this much? Li Weiran's red lips moved, and he spat out a word, scram. Xiaobao, however, was not annoyed at all. Instead, he nodded seriously and said, I understand. Uncle Weiran is exactly what Bai Xia said about being at Sundara. You say get lost, but what you really mean is, I care about you very much. Pfft, Mu Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Li Weiran was about to go crazy and kill people. She coughed and was about to speak, but there was a sudden noise outside. The Avicii Pagoda can't fall into Yi Qingfeng's hands. The Avicii Pagoda can't fall into Yi Qingfeng's hands, so what you're saying is that Xiao Yaosek's senior brother and junior brother deserve to die. Mu Yan's face changed. Xiao Bao, stay here and watch over Marshal Granduncle. Mother will go out and take a look. A hint of hesitation appeared on Xiao Bao's face, but he still nodded in the end. The water spat out by Yi Qingfeng's water qilin had already receded. But Liberty City was still in a mess. Many houses were destroyed by the flood. There were also some people whose belongings had been washed out by the flood and were scattered all over the ground. Even a large part of the Heaven's End cliff had collapsed. It buried more than half of the training grounds in the city. None of the 100,000 free unfettered army soldiers died, but many of them were injured by Yi Qingfeng and the water qilin's pressure, and were currently receiving treatment. The entire Liberty City was in chaos, and everyone was in a state of panic. However, at this moment, most people didn't have the time to repair their own homes, or recall Yi Qingfeng's terrifying strength with palpitations. The devastated square was filled with people. Some of them were residents of Liberty City. However, there were also some who wore the uniforms of other sections. From time to time came the sound of argument and noise from inside. We've said that as long as General Wei is in Liberty City, you will inevitably become a thorn in Yi Qingfeng's side, but you didn't listen. Now you've finally suffered, haven't you? Alas, City Lord Jun is still too young. If you had agreed to join our demon-slaying alliance from the beginning, when Yi Qingfeng and his lackeys came to us today, our 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects would have been on the same side as Liberty City, and you wouldn't have ended up like this. Hee. Some people are very arrogant. At the beginning, we came to them out of goodwill, hoping to cooperate with Liberty City. We even offered the position of the leader of the Fiend-Slaying Alliance to them. We didn't expect that someone would bite the hand that fed on our kindness and drive us out directly. Hee. At the moment, many old acquaintances of Liberty City were standing in the square. Yi Shuasong, the leader of the Luoyun Alliance. Xiang Yunzhou, the leader of the Sacred Heaven Alliance. Qi Menghui, the leader of the Clear Sky Sect. And Lechi, the leader of the Spirit Gathering City. Beitang Zhan, the leader of the Beitang family. There were also a few famous people who had never been to Liberty City for medical treatment before. For example, Lu Qianyuan, the leader of the Life League. For example, Yu Haizhu, the leader of the Snow Treading Palace. Qi Menghui and his companions had been refused at the door of Liberty City and left in exasperation. After they returned, the elite disciples and elders of their sects died of illnesses, which caused them heavy losses. In the following period, more patients appeared in their sects one after another. They had disguised those patients as rogue cultivators and sent them to Liberty City secretly. They tried to deceive the disciples of their sects so that they could be treated, but they would not have to lower their heads and lose face. Unexpectedly, they were soon seen through by the people of Liberty City and thrown out. As the reputation of the Enchantress of Medicine Jun Mayan grew. As more and more people came to Liberty City for medical treatment, many powerless rogue cultivators got elixirs or talismans that could relieve their pain. However, only a few major sects and clans were completely abandoned by Liberty City and had no way of entering. During this period, the people of the major sects and families like the Clear Sky sect had been ridiculed and mocked a lot. The disciples of the sects and families could barely raise their heads outside. They were also deeply afraid that they would get the same terminal illness but have no way to ask for help. For a moment, the entire sects and families were in a state of panic. Qi Menghui and his companions were used to being high and mighty. Now that they were threatened in such a way, and their dignity was trampled on, how could they not be angry and hateful? Now, they heard that Yi Qingfeng had attacked Liberty City and caused heavy losses. Those people were gloating and excited. So, they rushed over as soon as they got the news. Of course, some people were sincerely worried. For example, the Alliance Master of Luoyun Alliance, Yi Shuasong, and the Alliance Master of Sacred Heaven Alliance, Xiang Yunzhou. But when Yi Shuasong and the others heard that the Avicii Pagoda was in Jun Mayan's hands, and that they wanted to use the Avicii Pagoda to exchange with Yi Qingfeng, their faces changed greatly, and they repeatedly stopped them. To Ling Yuma and the rest, what was a tower, without a doubt, the safety of eldest senior brother and youngest junior brother was much more important. Yi Shuasong forbade them from using the Avicii pagoda to exchange for Yunwerhan and Luoyu's safety. How could Ling Yuma and the others tolerate this? The two sides immediately started arguing. As for the content of the dispute, it also deviated from the direction of the Clear Sky sect people's resentment. Bei Tangzhan put on a hypocritical expression as he looked at Liberty City, which had mostly collapsed. He sighed and said, "All right, let's stop talking. After this battle, I'm sure the juniors of Liberty City should have realized that dealing with Yi Qingfeng is definitely not something that can be accomplished by these inexperienced brats. Patriarch Beitang is right." Yi Shuasong's face was slightly pale. He stroked his beard and sighed. "Instead of scolding each other, why don't we sit down and discuss how to deal with Yi Qingfeng?" Then, he looked at Ling Yuma and the others and said gently, "I know you're worried about the safety of young Master Yun and young Master Lan, but I've heard that they're descendants of the Lan Empire's royal family. Even if Yi Qingfeng has the guts, he won't do anything to them. We just need to make a long-term plan and work together to kill Yi Qingfeng and save the floating island. By then, young Master Yun and the others will be safe." Yi Shuasong's words made the clan leaders and elders nod. Alliance mastery is wise. Our top priority now is to kill the evil, get rid of the Emperor's side, and return peace to the floating island. We can deal with other grievances later. Yi Shuasong coughed lightly to attract everyone's attention. Then, he let out a long sigh. Killing Yi Qingfeng is easier said than done. His current cultivation has far surpassed everyone on this floating island. Even if the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects work together, we might have a chance to win, but we'll definitely suffer heavy casualties. Unless what? Yi Shuasong raised his head with a deep look in his eyes. He said slowly, "The ancestors of the Luoyun Alliance, the Sacred Heaven Alliance, and the Life Alliance are still alive and well. Their cultivation has reached half of the Golden Body realm, and they are only one step away from ascending. The 3 ancestors haven't left because they predicted that the floating island would face today's calamity. They can't leave their descendants and the thousands of living beings on the floating island alone." Hearing Yi Shuasong's words, everyone present, including Wei Mian, showed a shocked expression. "Alliance Master Yi, are you talking about the 3 legendary figures who used to follow Beast God Lan Xiaoxia?" Yi Shuasong nodded. "Yes. Oh my god. The 3 ancestors have lived for tens of thousands of years? They're still on the floating island?" Xiang Yinzhou also nodded. "I've heard my grandfather mention that there's an ancestor of the Xiang clan who has been cultivating in seclusion to protect the Sacred Heaven Alliance. But I've never seen him." Lu Qianyuan, the leader of the Life League, also confirmed Yi Shuasong's words. "The existence of our ancestor is a secret in the Life League. However, we, the leaders of the Life League, are informed the moment we become the successors." Hearing this, Bei Tangzhan and the others were extremely excited. "With the help of the 3 ancestors, do we still need to worry about not being able to get rid of the evil? So what if he was Yi Qingfeng? Don't tell me he can withstand the combined attacks of the 3 ancestors?" Yi Shuasong frowned and shook his head. "That's not the case. The 3 ancestors were strong, but Yi Qingfeng was not easy to deal with either. In fact, my ancestor speculates that this person may have lived for more than 10,000 years and has cultivated some demonic arts. If he obtains the heaven-piercing halberd, even if the 3 ancestors joined forces, they would still not be a match for him." "What? How could this be? State Preceptor, where did Yi Qingfeng come from? How can he be so powerful?" Everyone in the square was horrified as they discussed among themselves. Yi Qingfeng had suddenly appeared in recent decades. No one knew where he came from, and no one knew what his background was. His surname was Yi, but he seemed to have nothing to do with the Yi clan of the 6 great clans. Even the Yi clan's clan master and ancestor were in his hands. Most people on the floating island only knew that the state preceptor of the Lan clan, Yi Qingfeng, was ruthless, decisive, and could cover the sky with one hand. Most of the people on the floating island only knew that Yi Qingfeng, the imperial advisor of the Lan family, was ruthless and decisive. But they knew nothing about his background. Bei Tangzhan gnashed his teeth and said, "What imperial advisor? What Yi Qingfeng? I've heard my father say that he's just a lowly, halfway through his words, he realized something and stopped abruptly. Enlechi, the head of the Yin family, quickly followed up, Alliance Master Yi, even the three ancestors together may not be able to defeat Yi Qingfeng. Then, does our evil-killing alliance still have a chance to win? Yes. Yi Shuasong nodded solemnly, then looked at Ling Yuma and the others with shining eyes. 10,000 years ago, the three ancestors were good friends who fought side by side. They were fellow disciples of the same sect. They once practiced a set of cultivation method called the 8 trigrams demon-slaying seal. As long as they use this cultivation method at the same time, the strength of the three ancestors will increase by several times in an instant. At that time, no matter how powerful Yi Qingfeng's demonic attack is, so what? He will still die under the hands of the ancestors. However, in order to activate the 8 trigrams demon-slaying seal, we need a very important magic treasure as a primer. Chumoli couldn't help but smile and said slowly, if I'm not wrong, this magic treasure should be the Avicii Pagoda, right? Yes. Yi Shuasong's expression was a little excited, his hands unconsciously clenched tightly, and his voice also raised an octave. With the Avicii Pagoda as a guide, and the three ancestors working together to display the 8 trigram devil-slaying seal, we can kill the evil Yi Qingfeng with the smallest price, and save all the creatures on the floating island. Chumoli smiled and said, Alliance Master Yi, are you so sure that we have the Avicii Pagoda? Or, I should ask in a different way. Yi Qingfeng came and went in less than a quarter of an hour. Alliance Master Yi and everyone here already knew. They even knew that Yi Qingfeng wanted us to use the Avicii Pagoda to exchange for people. But when we fought with Yi Aishan and the other three for several hours, no one received the news and came to help. He raised his eyes slightly, looked at Yi Shuasong, then glanced at the leaders of the big sects and families, and said with a smile, Alliance Master Yi, do you think this is strange? Yi Shuasong's face stiffened and his expression became extremely awkward. Qi Menghui and the others were also looking around. Even Xiang Yunzhou's face was completely red, his expression ashamed. He wanted to say something, but couldn't. Gufaping of the Micro-Moon Pavilion, on the other hand, seemed to have been enlightened. He suddenly shouted, I got it. Those sons of B***Chis have been spying on Liberty City since a long time ago. When Yi Qingfeng's subordinates came down, they didn't have the guts to come out. After they left, they wanted to get a share of the spoils. TSK, TSK, TSK. Sinister, truly too sinister. That's why I hate dealing with sanctimonious hypocrites like you the most. His words were so loud that half of the people in Liberty City could hear it clearly. For a moment, the faces of Yi Shuasong and the others alternated between green and white, and they were so gloomy that it could drip water. Unfortunately, he could not refute it. In the end, it was Beitang Zhan who snapped, is there any meaning in pursuing this matter now? Isn't the most important thing to hand over the Avicii Pagoda to the three ancestors and let them kill Yi Qingfeng? That's right. The floating island is on the brink of life and death. Could it be that Liberty City still wants to fuss over such a trivial matter? Do you really have to wait until Yi Qingfeng slaughters the entire city before you know what fear is? What about City Lord June? Is the Avicii Tower in her hands? Hand it over to Alliance Mastery as soon as possible. Ling Yuxing sneered and said, if Yi Qingfeng hears the news of handing over the Avicii Tower to you, have you thought about what he will do to our eldest senior brother and junior brother? Enlechi said, in the face of the survival of the floating island and thousands of creatures, personal gains and losses and life and death can only be put aside. Yes. After handing over the Avicii Tower to Yi Qingfeng, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Who can stop his atrocities? How can we avenge General Wei's death? What's more, you and your junior brother may not die. Ling Yuma suddenly raised the red lotus soul-stealing saber in her hand and slashed forward. With a crashing sound, the earth cracked and flames surged. She looked at everyone present sarcastically and sneered, I don't want to say get lost twice. As soon as she said that, not to mention Qi Menghui and Beitang Zhan, even Yi Shuasong and Lu Qianyuan, the leader of the Life Alliance, looked extremely gloomy. Xiang Yunzhou's face flashed with worry. He hurriedly and carefully pulled Ling Yuma's sleeve, Miss Yuma, now that Liberty City has suffered heavy losses, it's really not suitable to be enemies with too many people. Be careful with your words, be careful with your words. Ling Yuma glared at him, but before she could say be careful with my words, Ling Yuxing had already followed her words and sneered, there's nothing to be careful with. There's no need to say such high-sounding nonsense. Do you want to take advantage of the situation or add insult to injury? Just say it. Ishuasong was so angry that his beard was crooked. But he still took a deep breath and said slowly, we don't mean to add insult to injury. To deal with evil, we should help each other. We don't even want to occupy the Avicii Tower, we just want to borrow it. Before he could finish his words, Ling Yuma had already mercilessly interrupted him, I won't lend it to you. Ishuasong's chest suddenly heaved up and down, and the anger on his face could no longer be concealed. Beitangzhan directly took out his magic treasure and said sternly, it's just a small town. Do you really think you're something? Today, you have to hand over the Avicii Pagoda whether you want to or not. Swish swish swish, Beitangzhan's words were like a signal. For a moment, all the people from the various sects took out their weapons. The 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects on the floating island had deep foundations to begin with. This time, those who came were the patriarchs, sect leaders, and elders of the various clans and sections. The cultivation of these people could be imagined. Any one of them could destroy a small town or a small sect with a wave of their hand. At this moment, they bared their fangs at Liberty City. Wei Mian, Butcher, and the rest all revealed looks of panic. The most powerful cultivators of the Xiaoyao sect were either injured or had left. Even if they had an army of 100,000, how could they resist the joint attack of the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects? Beitangzhan, are you going to hand over the Avicii Tower or not? Qi Menghui, if you continue to be stubborn, don't blame us for hitting you when you are down. Boom. Before the 2 of them could finish their threats, a sudden rumble exploded in everyone's ears. Then, a behemoth descended from the sky. Ah! Sand and dust were flying, and the earth was shaking. Shrill screams resounded in the square. But everyone was dumbfounded. What happened just now? Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad, please collect. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad. The ones who screamed seemed to be Beitangzhan, the head of the Beitang family, and Qi Menghui, the head of the Clear Sky sect. But both of them were experts at the peak of the sea-splitting realm. How could it let out such a shrill cry, like a pig being slaughtered? The dust slowly dispersed, and the crowd finally saw the scene in front of them. On the square of Liberty City, there was a glittering and translucent tower, which seemed to be carved out of ice for thousands of years. The tower was not big, and it looked beautiful and fragile, as if it would melt in the sun and break at the slightest touch. But they did not approach the tower. Just by looking at it from a distance, they felt that their blood and bones seemed to be frozen. And the screams of Beitangzhan and Qi Menghui came from under the tower. Ishuasong's eyes suddenly widened, and his chest heaved violently. He was even angrier than when he was provoked by Ling Yuma. He murmured, Avicii Tower. This is the Avicii Tower that is cold to the bone and responsible for destruction. He unconsciously took a step forward, as if he wanted to get closer to see the beautiful tower. But as soon as he took a step, he felt a bone-piercing coldness penetrate his body, making him shiver unconsciously. And the tower in front of everyone quickly disappeared. No, it did not disappear. Instead, it became the size of a palm and flew to the front of a beautiful girl. Then it gently shook as if to please her, and disappeared into her palm. Ishuasong's fiery eyes followed the Avicii Tower. It was not until the Avicii Tower disappeared that he saw the appearance of the person who took it. His eyes flashed, and he put on a smile on his face. He stepped forward and said, Lord Jun, it turns out that you are well. That's great. Mu Yan did not even look at him. Instead, she walked slowly to Beitangzhan and Qi Menghui, and said with a faint smile, I heard that you want the Avicii Tower? Beitangzhan and Qi Menghui were lying on the ground at this time, looking very embarrassed. 20 or 50,000. There were many frostbites on their bodies. Some places were still covered with thick ice. Some places were frozen, but even their flesh had melted, revealing their white bones. They looked very embarrassed. Hearing Mu Yan's voice, both of them raised their heads, their eyes revealing deep anger and hatred. Only then did he realize what this woman had said. Avicii Tower, the one who attacked them was the Avicii Pagoda. What kind of treasure was that? Two sea-splitting realm experts like them didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. Mu Yan opened her palm and the crystal clear Avicii pagoda once again appeared in her palm, floating in the air. Her lips curled up and she looked down at the two of them. Do you want the Avicii tower? How about I give it to you now? Beitang Zhan and Qi Minghui's eyes shone with greed and excitement. Mayan casually tosses it, and the tower, which seems to be carved out of ice crystals, flies in front of the two people. Just as the two of them were about to reach out to receive it, the tower suddenly expanded. Aha! Shrill screams rang out again. By the time the Avicii pagoda returned to Mu Yan's hands, Qi Minghui and Beitang Zhan's throats were already sore from shouting. The two people's appearances were simply too horrible to look at. The people of the Clear Sky sect and the Beitang family seemed to wake up from a dream at this time, and they hurriedly rushed to rescue their patriarch and sect master in panic. It was reasonable to say that the two of them were high-level sea-splitting realm cultivators, so this bit of physical pain was nothing in their eyes. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father, please collect. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father, please collect. They only needed to take a little elixir to recover quickly. But the two had just taken the elixir with the help of their subordinates. Their wounds healed, but they immediately froze again. It made them experience the pain of their flesh and blood being melted again. However, the most terrible thing was not these external injuries. It was the kind of cold that invaded their bones. Even the spiritual power in their bodies seemed to be frozen. For a moment, they even felt that they would be immersed in this endless coldness and pain forever. Yi Shuasong and Lu Qianyuan walked forward with sullen faces, pressed their backs, and injected spiritual power into them. After a while, most of the cold in Beitang Zhan and Qi Minghui's bodies was dispelled, and they regained their consciousness. Yi Shuasong looked at Mayan with a sullen face. Lord Jun, what are you doing? Mayan's eyes were cold, and she looked at him with a faint smile. Didn't you clamor for the Avicii tower? What, I gave it to Master Beitang and Master Qi, but you're still not satisfied? Yi Shuasong's face was flushed because of his rage. It took him a long time to calm down, and he said coldly, Lord Jun, we came to Liberty City with good intentions, to deal with the evil Yi Qingfeng. Your attitude of keeping people 1,000 miles away is too much. Aren't you afraid that Yi Qingfeng will come back with his lackeys, and Liberty City won't be able to resist them, and eventually blood will flow like a river? Lu Qianyuan also took a step forward and said, I'm Lu Qianyuan, the leader of the Life Alliance. I've long heard of the name, Alluring Enchantress. Today, we came uninvited. I hope Lord Jun won't take offense. His eyes turned to the Avicii tower in Mayan's hand. He coughed lightly and continued, to tell you the truth, this Avicii tower was originally a sacred object jointly kept by our three alliances, but it was accidentally lost 10,000 years ago. I don't know where Lord Jun got the Avicii tower. Since it has fallen into Lord Jun's hands, we have no intention of recovering it. But quick eye ahem. That evil Yi Qingfeng intends to destroy the entire floating island and let the thousands of creatures on the island die without a burial place. This is an indisputable fact. Now that the floating island's survival is at stake, we will borrow the Avicii pagoda from City Lord Jun. I believe City Lord Jun will not refuse, right? Of course, we will definitely compensate City Lord Jun after we successfully slay the evil devil. His words sounded righteous on the surface, but they were not. However, he was implying that Mu Yan had stolen the treasures of the three alliances. Ling Yuma angrily picked up her red lotus soul-stealing blade again. Mu Yan held her down, sneered, and threw the Avicii pagoda on the ground. Since Alliance Master Lu said that the Avicii pagoda once belonged to your three alliances, it must not be difficult for you to control it, right? I'll leave it here, and I'll also leave my words here. If you have the ability to borrow the Avicii pagoda, feel free to do so. After saying that, she did not look at them again and quickly pulled Ling Yuma and the others to the side. Just by using his divine sense, he could tell how badly injured the people of the Xiaoyao sect were. Qingjiu, Ling Yuma and Ling Yuxing were already like arrows at the end of their flight. The spiritual energy in his body was almost depleted, and his body was riddled with wounds. But the most serious one was Chumoli. At this time, he looked to be talking and smiling, as if there was nothing different from usual. But only Mu Yan knew how seriously his body had been eroded and destroyed at this moment. Mu Yan did not have the time to ask what had happened before. Why did third senior brother use such a powerful curse, or where big senior brother and Xiaoqi were? She could only quickly take out the Tian Mo Qin to treat them. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father, please collect. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father. Wei Mian glanced at Yi Shuasong and the others surrounding the Avicii pagoda, and promptly ordered the Xiaoyao army to enter the city and surround Mu Yan, not allowing anyone to approach. Time went by. The sound of the zither echoing in the whole Xiaoyao city finally stopped. Mu Yan lets out a long sigh and wipes the sweat from her forehead. What happened just now? Yi Chingfeng was here? Are big brother and Xiaoqi all right? Ling Yuma told him everything that had happened. Mu Yan frowned slightly and turned her eyes to the Avicii pagoda. If we give the Avicii pagoda to Yi Chingfeng, will he really let big brother and Xiaoqi come back? Chu Moli bent his fingers and gently tapped on the wheelchair, saying slowly, Yi Chingfeng doesn't seem to have much killing intent towards big brother and Xiaoqi. Especially when Xiaoqi summoned the mythological beast Bai Zhe. Chu Moli always felt that the change in Yi Chingfeng's expression at that moment was very intriguing. It was very interesting, seeing the smile on her third brother's face. Mu Yan couldn't help but twitch her mouth. However, she firmly believed in Chu Moli's judgment. In that case, let's exchange the Avicii pagoda. Fourth sister and fifth brother will accompany me. Ling Yuma and Ling Yuxing nodded together. Mu Yan stood up and looked at the people surrounding the Avicii pagoda, with a bit of ridicule in her eyes. An hour passed. These famous leaders of the 3 major alliances, the heads of the 6 major families, and the heads of the 8 major sects tried their best against a small pagoda. Hundreds of treasures were taken out, but they couldn't move the Avicii pagoda at all. On the contrary, several people were frostbitten by the Avicii pagoda. Mu Yan said in a clear voice, "Have you seen enough?" Hearing her voice, Yi Shuasong and the others suddenly turned back. Everyone's face was extremely unsightly. Mu Yan waved her hand, and the motionless Avicii pagoda immediately soared into the air and flew into Mu Yan's palm. The palm-sized pagoda was crystal clear, emitting a sparkling light. It was magnificent. Moreover, it didn't emit the slightest chill. It was extremely well-behaved. So the faces of Yi Shuasong and the others darkened. Mu Yan chuckles, "You said that the Avicii pagoda belongs to the 3 alliances and wanted to borrow it from me. But now you can't take it away, so you can't blame me, right?" Yi Shuasong's face alternated between green and white. "Governor Jun, you actually made the Avicii pagoda recognize you as its master. You're really capable and resourceful." Mu Yan was too lazy to pay attention to him. She glanced at everyone present. "So, can you please get the hell out of Liberty City? Of course, if you don't want to scram." The Avicii pagoda in her palm suddenly enlarged and floated in the air, emitting a bone-chilling coldness. "If you're not willing to scram, then I'll have to personally send you out." Almost as soon as the Avicii pagoda became bigger, the people from the various sects all retreated, revealing expressions of fear. After the initial shock, he was completely enraged. Every one of them was a high-grade cultivator who had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, and was a lofty sect master. But today, he was wantonly humiliated in a small place like Liberty City. Now, he was about to be chased out by a little girl. How could they tolerate this? With a ferocious expression, Bei Tangzhan gnashed his teeth and said, "Just a mere Liberty City and a few bitches. I don't believe it. Today, we'll gather all the members of the Beitang family and slaughter this damn place." Wei Mian roared angrily, "You want to massacre the entire city? Do you think our Liberty City will be afraid? Xiaoyao army, listen up." "Yes. Orders. Orders." The shouts of 100,000 people reverberated in the valley, shaking the mountains and rivers. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Calm down, everyone. Please listen to me." At this moment, Yi Shuasong had regained his courtesy. He bowed to Mu Yan deeply and said, "City Master Jun, we were reckless and offended you just now. I am willing to apologize to Liberty City on behalf of all the leaders of the Fiend-Slaying Alliance." His voice was deep and thick, filled with sincere apologies. It was as if nothing had happened. But I ask City Lord June to believe that our evil slaying alliance's intentions are all good. We want to kill the evil Yi Chingfeng and return peace to the floating island. Besides, the seventh young master of Liberty City was the little prince of the Lan Empire, which meant that there was a blood feud between him and Yi Chingfeng. In that case, Yi Chingfeng is our common enemy. General Wei, what do you say? Wei Mian's expression changed slightly, involuntarily withdrawing the spiritual sense that was controlling the 100,000-strong army. Yi Shuasong is very satisfied with their reactions. He slowly exhales, and his expression towards Mayan becomes even more humble. The Avicii Tower is Lord June's treasure. We naturally don't have the qualifications to encroach on it. However, to kill Yi Chingfeng, the Avicii Pagoda was indispensable. Today, I, Yi Shuasong, on behalf of the Demon Slaying Alliance, hope that City Lord June can join the Demon Slaying Alliance and assume the position of Alliance Master. Beitang Zhan shouted, Alliance Master Yi. There's no need to say anything more. I've already made up my mind. For the sake of exterminating the demons, for the sake of the people of the world, no matter what price I have to pay, it's all worth it. Yi Shuasong is filled with a strong sense of righteousness. His eyes don't even blink as he looks straight at Mayan. City Lord June, what do you think? Mu Yan slightly narrowed her eyes and looked at Yi Shuasong for a long time. Then she lightly said, I want to use the Avicii Tower to exchange for the safety of my fellow apprentices. Are you kidding me? How can you give the Avicii Pagoda to Yi Chingfeng? Are you crazy? Yi Shuasong raised his hand, signaling for everyone to quiet down. City Lord June, I understand that you are worried about the safety of your fellow disciples. But the Avicii Pagoda must not be handed over to Yi Chingfeng. Otherwise, not only the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 great sects, but also your Liberty City will definitely not be able to survive. If City Lord June is willing to believe this old man, I have a way that can guarantee the safety of your senior and junior brothers. At the same time, it can also kill Yi Chingfeng, making him absolutely, never have a chance to rise again. Floating Island, Lan Empire Imperial Palace. The sun couldn't be seen in the dungeon, so it was impossible to know what night it was. Luo Yu and Yun Ruhan were locked inside. Every day, delicious food and drinks were sent in. He had not been tortured or interrogated, nor had he been insulted or slighted. But it was really too boring. Luo Yu felt that she was so bored that she was going to rot. Eldest senior brother, what do you think Yi Chingfeng wants to do? He has a grudge against the Lan family empire, and he wants to destroy the entire floating island. But what good does that do him? Yun Ruhan shook her head. Back when he was still Lan Luohan, he had interacted with State Preceptor Yi Chingfeng. But he didn't understand what this person was thinking at all. He only knew that Yi Chingfeng suddenly appeared beside his father, Lan Yaozong, one day. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father, please collect. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father, please collect. Lan Yaozong trusted this person very much, to the point of being obedient. And Yi Chingfeng himself was also very powerful. Whether it was his cultivation, strength, or resourcefulness, he was not comparable to ordinary people. In just a few years, this person already had power over the entire court. Under one person and above tens of thousands. By right, such a person should eventually become a powerful minister, or even replace the emperor. But what about Yi Chingfeng? He directly turned the Lan family empire's imperial palace, which had been glorious for tens of thousands of years, into a graveyard-like ghost city. He even wanted to take out the heaven-reaching halberd that supported the floating island. This was tantamount to wanting the entire floating island to collapse, to let tens of thousands of lives die without a burial place. What good would this do him? Luo Yu suddenly murmured, could it be for revenge? Revenge? Seeing Yun Ruhan look over in surprise, Luo Yu laughed dryly. Nothing, I was bored, so I guessed. The main characters of Yi Chingfeng's story were Yi Nu and Lan Chushi. Lan Chushi was obviously the founder of the floating island, Lan Xiao's son. But they had been on the floating island for so long, heard many legends about Lan Xiaoza, and saw many cultivators worshipping the beast god. But they had never heard of Lan Chushi. The floating island was clearly specially built by Lan Xiaoza, who sacrificed his life for his son Lan Chushi. But the floating island still existed, but Lan Chushi seemed to have disappeared from this world. No one remembered him, no one mentioned him. Then what about Yi Nu? Where did Yi Nu, who regarded Lan Chushi as his faith and only family, go? Dancing audiobook both surname Ji. Yi Nu couldn't be related to Yi Chingfeng, right? And his vague and chaotic dream, Luo Yu was lost in thought when suddenly Yi Xuan's voice came from the front. Greetings, Imperial Tutor. Luo Yu and Yun Ruhan suddenly stood up and entered a state of alert. A tall figure slowly appeared in the pitch-black, seemingly endless underground tunnel. The moment she saw Yi Chingfeng, Luo Yu's heart jumped slightly. Because compared to a few days ago, Yi Chingfeng's face seemed paler. And because she suddenly felt that the feeling Yi Chingfeng gave her now was very similar to that of the youth called Yi Nu in the painting. The figures in the painting were clearly abstract, and their faces could not be seen clearly. However, Luo Yu felt as if their figures were overlapping. Yi Xuan said, "Both of you, follow us out." Go out for what? Luo Yu was still in a daze and asked subconsciously. Yi Xuan seemed to smile. The city master of Liberty City has brought the Avicii Pagoda to exchange for you. It is now in the Blue Emperor City. Or is it because your highness is too comfortable here and you don't want to leave? Sixth senior sister is awake. Luo Yu and Yun Ruhan looked at each other happily. Then, he looked at Yi Chingfeng suspiciously. Are you really going to let me and eldest senior brother go so easily? Yi Chingfeng's line of sight never fell on him. Instead, he seemed to be absent-mindedly looking at the candle at the side. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's question, he turned to look at Zhang Xian and asked warmly, "What's wrong? Is your highness really unwilling to leave? Do you plan to accompany me here for the rest of your life?" Luo Yu immediately exploded. Who wants to accompany you for the rest of their lives in this godforsaken place? Is that so? I don't want to either. Yi Chingfeng smiled, turned around, and said, "Then, your highnesses, please follow me. The Enchantress alluring doctor, heaven-defying baby two-faced dad, please collect, 1, alluring doctor, heaven-defying baby two-faced dad Is the passage leading to this place?" Walking out of the dungeon and looking at the blue sky and white clouds in front of him, Luo Yu frowned and muttered with a puzzled face. They had clearly gone down from the studio before, but he didn't voice out his doubts. It was obvious that with Yi Chingfeng's ability, it was as easy as flipping his hand if he wanted to set up a deceptive formation and switch positions. Luo Yu just followed Yun Ruhan closely. He knew that his eldest senior brother's injury hadn't healed. His devil body was also seriously injured. In this dangerous place, he must protect his eldest senior brother and not let anyone hurt him. National Master, are you really going to the Blue Emperor's camp in person? Yi Aixin, Yi Adi, and Yi Huang also came to Yi Chingfeng's side. Yi Aixin was looking at Yi Chingfeng with a worried face. That place is the most suitable for setting a trap. If the people of Liberty City have any tricks, it's just exchanging hostages. Why don't the 4 of us go? That's right. National Master, just wait here. We will definitely bring back the Avicii Tower. Yi Chingfeng shook his head and said indifferently, no need. Everything goes according to the plan. National Master. Yi Chingfeng looked at them coldly, do you want to disobey? In an instant, the pressure and killing intent emitted by the originally thin and weak person made Yi Aixin and the other 3 tremble. We dare not. Blue Emperor City, Blue Emperor's camp. On the huge square, 2 flying shuttles landed almost at the same time. 6th senior sister. 4th senior sister. 5th senior brother. The moment Luo Yu saw the 3 of them, he shouted excitedly and wanted to rush over. But before he could take 2 steps, he was grabbed by the collar and dragged back. Luo Yu turned his head and saw Yi Chingfeng's expressionless face. 123 book watching need. A cold voice rang in his ears, Your Highness, please respect us. We are exchanging hostages now. Ahem. Luo Yu coughed awkwardly and stood back obediently. When Yi Chingfeng couldn't see her, he couldn't help but bare his teeth at him. Since he was captured and brought to the Lan Empire's palace, he hadn't been imprisoned or restrained in any real sense. Instead, he listened to Yi Chingfeng tell a story that had no beginning or end, but had a lingering effect. During this period, the fruits and pastries never stopped. As a result, the fact that he had become a prisoner did not feel real at all. That's why he got carried away when he saw Mayan and the others just now. On the other side, Mu Yan looked pensive when she saw the scene. It seemed like third senior brother's guess was right. Yi Qingfeng did not have any killing intent towards eldest senior brother and Xiaoqi. Moreover, Yi Qingfeng's attitude towards Xiaoqi was really thought-provoking. Not to mention malice, there was even a hint of connivance. Mu Yan couldn't help curling up the corners of her lips. His heart, which had been on tenterhooks, was now much more relaxed. Her gaze landed on Yi Qingfeng, carefully sizing him up. The last time they met, her cultivation was still very low, so she couldn't see through Yi Qingfeng's cultivation at all. But today, Mu Yan's cultivation had risen to the earth-opening realm. 2 of the Tian Emochin strings are repaired. When he was in the Ning family, he had even fought with experts like Ming Kunchen and Ying Yuanyi. So when she saw Yi Qingfeng at this time, she could already vaguely see through this person's cultivation. But it was also because she could see through it that her heart was shaken like a monstrous wave. Yi Qingfeng turned out to be the same as Yunruhan, a half-demon half-spirit body. His demon core was also much larger than the one in Big Senior Brother and himself. It was surrounded by thick, powerful, and bone-chilling demon qi. With the two superimposed, it was simply unimaginable just how powerful this person was. Mu Yan even felt that Yi Qingfeng's strength might have already surpassed the Ning family's ancestor Ning Kunchen, who was at the peak of the profound immortal stage. However, Ning Kunchen was a monster who came from the Xiaoxian continent and had lived for thousands of years. How did Yi Qingfeng do it? Just as Mu Yan was sizing Yi Qingfeng up, Yi Qingfeng's line of sight also looked over. A hint of surprise flashed across his usually calm eyes. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up slowly. I didn't expect that the Lord of Tianguang Ruins, Yi Liangchen, who slaughtered the Carnage List 12 times in a row, who controlled the Tianguang Ruins and stole the Avicii Pagoda from under my nose, was actually the famous Enchantress Dr. Jun. After parting at Tianguang Ruins and meeting again today, the surprise that City Lord Jun has given me has increased instead of lessened. Yi Qingfeng still remembered that more than half a year ago, the Tianguang Ruins had changed owners, and the slaughtering world had disappeared. At that time, the little girl he met in Tianguang Ruins was only at the mysterious life realm. Although he was also extremely talented and shocking. But in Yi Qingfeng's eyes, he was just an ant. If it wasn't for the mysterious force that expelled him from the Tianguang Ruins, he would have been dead by now. He only needed a thought to crush this little girl's divine soul. However, in just half a year, this girl had already become so much stronger. No, it's not just Mayan who's powerful. And everyone around her. Yi Qingfeng immediately recalled everything he saw in the Mirage Lightstone. You can grow in battle. Tenacious and unyielding, helping each other. It was as if they would never abandon the people around them, regardless of life or death. Yi Qingfeng's gaze unconsciously swept past Luoyu. The youth's face was filled with pure trust and determination. The Avicii Pagoda was a precious treasure. Guangxi, but no matter if it was Luoyu or Yunruhan, they had never doubted whether their fellow disciples would be willing to use treasures to exchange for them. That was good too. This was good. At least in his generation, there were people who truly loved and protected him. At least this way, he could leave without any worries. That person deserved the best in the world. Yi Qingfeng slightly lowered his eyebrows and said indifferently, City Lord Jun, you should remember what I said, right? Did you bring the Avicenna? Of course. Mayan raises her hand, and a jade-white pagoda appears in her palm. The corner of her lips curled up as she chuckled. How does the Imperial Advisor want to exchange? Yi Qingfeng grabbed Luoyu's collar once again. With a flash, he had already arrived at the center of Blue Emperor's camp. Yi Aishan's reaction was also extremely fast. However, he didn't grab Yunruhan. Instead, he gestured for her to follow behind him. Mu Yan smiles and jumps up as well. He could still hear Luoyu's flustered and exasperated voice. Yi Qingfeng, do you think I'm a sack or a chicken? So be it. How can you be so arrogant? Look at how gentle and polite Yi Aishan is to my eldest senior brother. Mu Yan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Their Xiaoqi could really be so lively no matter where he went. However, an unforeseen event happened at this moment. Rumble, a deafening clap of thunder came from the sky. following which, a huge shadow engulfed the entire Blue Thearch's camp. Following which, a huge net of fire descended from the sky, as well as flames that could melt a person's bones. Purple lightning fire barrier. The purple lightning and the blazing flame interweaved into a dense net, trapping Mu Yan and Yi Qingfeng in it. Then, a ray of light shot out from the center of the thunderfire net. Like a rope, it wrapped around Yi Qingfeng and Mu Yan, who was holding the Avicii Tower. The Avicii Tower shook violently, emitting a bone-piercing cold air. But the purple lightning fire shield seemed to be specially designed to restrain this kind of cold air. It was firmly wrapped in flames, then floated in the air and fell into the hands of an old man. "What are you doing?" Ling Yuma and Ling Yuxing, who were guarding against Yi Qingfeng, were watching this transaction with vigilance. They pulled out their weapons and wanted to jump forward. However, before the two of them could make a move, a dozen figures appeared beside them. The gleaming blades were placed on their necks. Yi Adi, Yi Xuan, and Yi Huang were also treated the same way. A familiar voice came to Ling Yuma's ears. "Miss Ling, young Master Ling, I advise you not to act rashly. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that you can get out of here unscathed." "Yi Shuesong." Ling Yuma gritted her teeth and looked at the man who was still smiling gently and elegantly. "You planned to use our Xiaoyao sect as a stepping stone from the beginning, right?" Yi Shuesong smiled slightly, ignoring the two people's angry stares. His body disappeared, and in the blink of an eye, he was already above the purple lightning fire shield. He bowed and said, "I pay my respects to the three ancestors." Above the purple lightning fire shield, three sage-like old men with fluttering Taoist robes were floating in the air. And the leading old man was holding a crystal-clear small tower in his hand. The three people's eyes seemed to be extremely hot. Hearing Yi Shuesong's words, the three people nodded indifferently. The old man in the middle said in a warm voice, "Shuesong, you did a good job this time. Today, we can get rid of Yi Qingfeng, this demon, because of you." Yi Shuesong's face flashed with joy, but he still said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Ancestor, you flatter me. It is our duty to kill the demon and maintain the stability of the floating island." The fellow Taoists of the Fiend-Slaying Alliance had also contributed a lot. After this matter is over, we still need to reward them according to their contributions. The ones suppressing Ling Yuma, Yi Adi, and the others were the strongest experts sent by the three alliances, 6 families and 8 sects. Now that they heard Yi Shuesong's words, their faces lit up with excitement. Only the alliance master of the Sacred Heaven Alliance, Xiang Yunzhou, looked at the trapped Mu Yan with a face full of guilt. However, one of the 3 old men was the ancestor of the Xiang clan. He had no choice but to obey orders. Besides, his father, Xiang Badian, was still in Yi Qingfeng's hands. The 3 ancestral patriarchs slowly descended to the ground. Their gazes passed through the purple lightning and flames and landed on Yi Qingfeng's face. Their eyes were filled with intense disgust, hatred, and fear. Then, it slowly turned into relief and carefreeness, as if a huge problem had finally been solved. "Slave Yi, I really didn't expect a dog slave like you to survive that year." "Night slave?" Luo Yu suddenly turned her head to look at Yi Qingfeng, her face filled with shock. Yi Qingfeng was really a night slave? Yi Qingfeng said indifferently, "Yes. Of course I survived. How can I die before I send you ungrateful beasts to accompany my young master?" He slowly curled his lips, revealing his white teeth. The smile on his face became gloomy and terrifying. "Even if I really die and turn into a ferocious ghost and fall into hell, I will crawl back step by step and personally tear each and every one of you into pieces." His voice was so calm, and there was no fluctuation in his emotions. There was still a coquettish and charming smile on his face. However, the 3 patriarchs seemed to be frightened by something. They all took a step back, and their faces were pale. But in a moment, they came to their senses. An angry look appeared on his face. "Shut up. You're just a lowly slave. What right do you have to question us?" The ancestor of the Luo Yun alliance, Yi Jingqing's face twitched violently, and his chest heaved up and down. "Who do you think you are? Do you know what righteousness is and what sacrifice is? We're also very sad about nephew Chushi's death, but we had no choice. When the floating island was first built, we didn't expect that the island would be attracted and affected by the cultivation continent. The heaven-piercing halberd is about to collapse because of this pull. Once the heaven-piercing halberd disintegrates, the entire floating island will collapse, and the thousands of cultivators left on the island will also die. Speaking of this, Xianxia's eyes turned red, and his face showed pity. But the heavenly halberd was made from the sacrifice of our master's body and the soul of the beast god. How could ordinary treasures or blacksmiths repair it? The only way to repair it is young Master Chu Shi, who can also summon the divine beast by Zhe. Young Master Chu Shi is kind-hearted. It's because he foresaw such a desperate situation that he chose to sacrifice himself so that the people on the floating island could live. Motherf *King Bulsh *T. Before Xianxia could finish his words, a hoarse and angry shout was heard. Yia Huang ignored the sharp knife at his throat and rushed over crazily. Blood flowed down from his neck, but he didn't care at all. There was only deep hatred and brutality in his eyes. You bunch of ungrateful beasts, do you still remember what Master said to you before he left? Do you remember why the Master sacrificed himself to build the road to heaven? He did it for the young Master, only for the young Master. Who do you think you are to make Master sacrifice himself to save you? Do you still remember that you promised Master that you would protect the young Master and send him to the Xianxia continent? You ungrateful people, burning the bridge after crossing the river. You bunch of filthy, disgusting, despicable things, why should the young Master die for you? Aren't you afraid that when you wake up in the middle of the night, Master will come to take your lives? Yia Huang's every word was like a sharp knife stabbing into the hearts of Xianxia and the other two. The expressions of the three of them became somewhat unsightly. He seemed to have thought of something, and his face even turned slightly pale. Shuasong coughed lightly and said, "So you're the four protectors of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow who followed by young Master Chu Shi's side back then. Alas, you were the dignified elite guards of the Lan Empire back then. How did you fall into such a state where you're neither human nor ghost today? You're even hanging out with Yi Qingfeng, this demon, and taking the side of the wicked. Can you face young Master Chu Shi's spirit in heaven by doing this? What the hell are you talking about?" Yia Huang had already been restrained by someone, and his blood was flowing all over the ground. The wound was so deep that the bone could be seen. But he seemed to not feel it at all. His eyes bulged, and he only wanted to tear the person in front of him into pieces. Shuasong smiled faintly. He was not afraid of his hideous appearance at all. He said righteously, "The founder of the levitation space, Lan Xiaozi, sacrificed himself to the heavens to pave a way for us." How benevolent and righteous he was. Young Master Chu Shi was educated by the court at a young age. Naturally, he was chivalrous and compassionate. Seeing that the floating island was about to collapse and thousands of creatures were about to suffer, how could he stand by and watch? That's right. The floating island was indeed created by the founder of the levitation space for his son. But in the face of the disaster, it was young Master Chu Shi who volunteered to give up his life to save thousands of creatures. How could a selfish and greedy slave like Yi Qingfeng understand such benevolence and righteousness? These words made the faces of the old ancestors of the three alliances look much better. Beitang Zhan and the others immediately echoed loudly. Alliance Master Yi is right. We are grateful to the founder of the levitation space, Lan Xiaozi's great kindness and young Master Chu Shi's sacrifice. It is precisely because of this that we, the survivors, should protect this island even more. Ha ha, ha ha, ha 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 ha. Yi Asian's laughter suddenly came from the purple lightning fire shield. After telling the lie 1,000 times, you finally believe it? Yi Jingqing, Xiang Weiran, Lu Xingzhan, do you think that you will be allowed to distort the truth and fabricate lies just because all the people who stayed by the young master's side are dead? Yi Asian suddenly pounced over and grabbed the huge net formed by the purple lightning fire shield. Flames and lightning burned his skin and flesh, making a sizzling sound. But Yi Asian seemed to be unaware of it. He had always been calm and composed, but now his face was ferocious and his eyes were blood red. The sarcoma on his forehead trembled violently. The young master didn't sacrifice himself voluntarily. He sacrificed the divine beast by Zhe and his divine soul to refine the supreme heaven halberd. It was you ungrateful, despicable, and shameless people who colluded with each other to force Shi Nu into the primordial cave abode. His life was hanging by a thread and his cultivation was destroyed. You even used him as a hostage to threaten the young master. In order to let Yi Nu live, in order to let the people around him go, the young master chose to sacrifice himself to repair the supreme heaven halberd. What about you? After young master's death, you couldn't wait to kill everyone in the Lan family's direct branch, dividing up all the forces belonging to the Lan family's direct branch, and supporting the Lan family's side branch, who had forced young master to his death, to ascend the throne. That's not all. The young lord sacrificed his life to protect the night slave, but what about you guys? The moment you turn around, you attack the night slave. You even want to kill us, the young master's personal guards. Just like that, you guys still have the nerve to talk about righteousness and sacrifice. Pooh. Hearing the names of master and young master come out of your mouths, I feel disgusted. His words caused many people in the square to look at each other in dismay, revealing shocked expressions. People like Yi Shuasong and Lu Qianyuan, who had lived for thousands of years, already knew a lot of the truth. Therefore, his heart did not waver. However, people like Gu Tianpeng of the Weiwei Pavilion and Shui Lihong of the Great Goose School had never thought that the truth was so dirty and disgusting. For a moment, they were shocked. They looked at the three ancestors and put down the swords in their hands. Yi Shuasong frowned and wanted to say something. Enchantress Charming Doctor, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please collect. Enchantress Charming Doctor, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad. Xiang Weiran, the ancestor of the Xiang family, sneered, Shuasong, you don't have to say any more. Even if we threatened and forced Lan Chushi back then, so what? But isn't all this Lan Chushi's fault for not being sensible? He clearly knew that only by sacrificing the beast god could he save the thousands of creatures on the floating island, but he refused to sacrifice himself. Isn't this unjust? We are clearly the senior officials who accompanied his father to conquer the country, his closest relatives, but he would rather put a dog slave from the brothel in an important position. This is unfilial. Such an unfilial and unjust person, what's wrong with us killing him in exchange for the survival of the floating island? These words were said with awe-inspiring righteousness, powerful and resonant. Immediately, the three alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects cheered in unison. Yi Aishan took a deep breath, his turbulent emotions slowly calmed down. The corners of his mouth hooked up in a mocking arc, and he slowly walked back to Yi Qingfeng's side, saying slowly, State Preceptor, I was wrong. You are right. He closed his eyes, his voice hoarse and sorrowful. This floating island, if all the people on this island are still alive, it is the greatest blasphemy to young master. They all deserve to die. Yi Qingfeng's expression was unusually calm from beginning to end. His pale face was unruffled, and there was a faint smile at the corner of his captivating red mouth. Only when Yi Qingfeng mentioned that Lan Chushi chose to sacrifice himself to save him, did the hands hanging by his side suddenly clench into fists. And Luo Yu, Yun Ruhan and Mu Yan, who were also in the purple lightning fire shield, quickly looked at each other. At the same time, they understood the meaning in each other's eyes. Why were the so-called demon-slaying alliance of the upper and lower realms all so shameless? Was this the tradition of the XX alliance? Lord Jun, your highnesses. The three were communicating with their eyes. Suddenly, they heard Yi Shuasong's gentle voice coming from outside. I know you all have an irreconcilable hatred with this demon Yi Qingfeng. Now that the time is right, the place is right, the three of you can take revenge. Mayan looked at Yi Shuasong and said with a faint smile, Alliance Mastery took away my Avicii Pagoda, but you want me to risk my life to fight a Xian immortal. Do you want us to take revenge or to die? Yi Shuasong was not flustered at all, saying methodically, City Lord Jun, there is no need to panic. Within this purple lightning fire shield, Yi Qingfeng cannot summon his water qilin. We understand the strength of the people of the Xiaoyao sect. City Lord Jun's skill as a musician is superb, not to mention the first prince's ice soul sword and the young prince's Baizhe, the mythical beast. Pausing for a moment, he continued, as long as the three of you can kill Yi Qingfeng and the dog servants by his side, at that time, I will naturally let the three of you out safely. Yun Ruhan said coldly, so if you can't kill Yi Qingfeng, you want to trap us in the purple lightning fire shield, forever? Yi Shuasong chuckled and did not answer. It was tantamount to acquiescing. Mayan turned her wrist, and the Tian Mo Qin appeared in her palm. The corners of her lips slowly curled up, and her cold eyes fell on Yi Shuasong's face. Alliance Master Yi, I'm afraid you haven't heard the purpose of our Xiaoyao sect, right? Lord June, please speak. Her slender fingers gently plucked the strings of the Tianmo qin. The melodious sound of the qin accompanied the girl's clear and sweet voice, resounding throughout the Blue Emperor's camp. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll cut the weeds and pull up the roots. Clang. The music rang out, and the war song rose. The music rang out, and the battle song rose. Are you really ready to fight against our Liberty City head-on? Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a swoosh was heard. A black arrow flew from afar and landed directly on the purple lightning fire shield. Almost at the moment when the arrow tip touched it, the entire lightning fire net began to disintegrate as if it had been melted by something. Following that, a deep and resounding shout rang out. All members of the Liberty Army, listen up. Anyone who dares to fight against our Liberty City will be killed without mercy. What responded to them was a deafening roar that covered the entire Lan Emperor city, which spread throughout the mountains and plains. Anyone who dares to fight against our Liberty City will be killed without mercy. Kill without mercy. Yi Shuasong's face was full of astonishment. Almost at the same time, a loud boom was heard. 2 iron hammers fell from the sky and smashed toward the people who had been holding Ling Yuma and Ling Yuxing hostage. Qi Menghui and the others didn't expect such a change at all. They were in a flurry and were tired of dealing with it. But in this moment of negligence, Ling Yuxing immediately performed the absolute space field. Time and space were both frozen at this moment. The Red Lotus soul-stealing saber soared into the sky and chopped down. Damn it, stop them. Damn it, how can 2 Earth-opening realm juniors have such power? When the Red Lotus fire dissipated, Ling Yuma and Ling Yuxing were nowhere to be seen. On the contrary, the high-grade defensive clothes on their bodies were burned to tatters and covered in dust. They were in a sorry state. Qi Menghui and the others turned around and saw Ling Yuxing and Ling Yuma, who had just escaped, join Mayan and the other 2 in surprise. At the same time, Qin Jiao, who had just retrieved his giant hammer, also descended from the sky. And Chu Moli, who was sitting in a wheelchair with a smile on his face, looked very fragile. Behind the 7 people, Wei Mian, Butcher, Tai Tu, Old Gu, Ruinyang, the generals of the Liberty Army were all gathered, bowing and waiting for orders. And behind them, there was the 100,000 troops surrounding the entire Lan Emperor city. With one order, they could launch an attack under the leadership of the divine generals of the royal region. Yi Shuasong's expression could no longer be described as ugly. He glanced at the 7 people in front of him and said through gritted teeth, City Lord June, what is the meaning of this? Mayan gently plucks the strings of the Tianmo qin in her hands, indifferently saying, what does alliance mastery mean? I naturally mean. Yi Shuasong said angrily, didn't we already agree on the plan? The 100,000 soldiers of Liberty City went to stop Yi Qingfeng's Dark Knight army. We will gather all the elites from the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects to set up a trap in the Blue Thearka's camp so that Yi Qingfeng will not be able to escape. But now that you have summoned 100,000 free guards here, who can stop the Dark Knight army? You even broke the purple lightning fire shield. Do you know what you are doing? And the scariest thing was, the young man in the wheelchair, who looked weak and harmless, was smiling warmly. It actually broke the purple lightning fire shield. That was the Divine King artifact controlled by his old ancestor. How did he do it? Just with that little arrow? Mu Yan hooks up her lips. Didn't we already agree? Oh, I'm sorry. I seem to have forgotten. After all, I am a weak woman, timid, and not very smart. Just now, Alliance Mastery locked me and my fellow disciples in the purple lightning fire shield, and also threatened to burn us to death if we don't kill Yi Qingfeng. When I was afraid, didn't I confuse our agreement? Pfft, Ling Yuma and the others almost burst out laughing when they heard this. The she-devil who made the whole cultivation continent tremble with fear was a weak woman? And timid, could their little junior sister be any more blatant in her lies? Even the expressions of Wei Mian and the others behind her were indescribable. The more stubborn Tai Tu opened his mouth and was about to shout, Miss, are you kidding? You almost killed us in Gravel Hill. If you're timid, even a sow can. Woo woo. Butcher, why are you covering my mouth? Woo woo woo. Ishuasong looked at her gloomily and said after a long while, "You planned it from the beginning?" This woman didn't intend to follow his plan from the beginning. He thought he easily deceived her. He used them to plot against Yi Qingfeng. He could even make the 100,000 carefree army soldiers work for him. But who knew that in the end, he was the one who was toyed with. Ishuasong prided himself on being shrewd and resourceful. He was always the one who schemed against others and treated them as chess pieces. But this was the first time he was humiliated like this. For a moment anger, grievance, and killing intent surged up, making his originally gentle and elegant face almost distorted. Mu Yan, however, looked at Ishuasong in front of her without changing her expression. She put up two slender and white fingers and lightly touched her forehead. She smiled carelessly. "Alliance Master Yi, why can't I understand what you're saying? What's planned from the beginning? Wasn't the plan set by Alliance Master Yi from the beginning? Of course, I'm also at fault. I have a bad memory, and I'm timid. But now the carefree army has arrived, and the purple lightning fire shield has been broken. What does Alliance Master Yi plan to do?" The smile on her face slowly disappeared. Her pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes slowly rippled with bone-chilling coldness. "If you want to settle accounts with us, then Carefree City doesn't mind playing along." The entire martial arts practice field of the Blue Emperor's camp was silent. Only the sweet sound of Mu Yan plucking the strings of the zither could be heard intermittently. "Puchi! Ha 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 ha!" The first to break the silence was Jia Huang, who was still being held hostage. As soon as he smiled, the wound on his neck split open and blood splattered everywhere. But he didn't seem to feel it at all. He just laughed even more happily. "Hey, little fellows of Liberty City, I really like you more and more. Ha ha ha, this group of sanctimonious dogs, we must give them a taste of their own medicine. We must ruthlessly trample on their faces." Cough cough cough, Beitangzhan ruthlessly struck him, more blood flowed out. Yia Huang, on the other hand, laughed even more brazenly. On the training field, the people from the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects all had ugly expressions. Some people were angry and resentful. But some people slowly came back to their senses and quietly retreated to the Xiaoyao sect's side. Gufaping from the Micromoon Pavilion and Xue Lihong from the Hongyan sect were among them. There were also elders sent by the Situ family's patriarch, Situ Tinji. Seeing their actions, Ishuasong's face alternated between green and white. "Sect Master Xue, Sect Master Ge, Elder Situ, what do you mean by this?" Xue Lihong said indifferently, "Our Hongyan sect has always liked to bring fated people together. We're not interested in your schemes. We came here today to join in the fun. Since we can't distinguish right from wrong, we'd better not get involved." Gufaping yelled at the top of his voice, "I'm grateful to Liberty City for saving my life. I'll listen to City Lord June. Although this little girl wants my life when she's trying to blackmail me, at least she won't say one thing on the surface and another behind my back. I'd rather believe this little girl than you scoundrels." Elder Situ's words were even simpler. "Master told me to listen to the command of Liberty City's City Lord." Situ Tinji was Ingmei's elder brother. His injuries were healed by Mayan. He couldn't come this time because he was in seclusion. But the people he sent naturally stood on Mayan's side without reservation. Ha 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 ha, Yia Huang laughed even more heartily. "This is a good show to watch. Being able to watch this show, my injuries are worth it." Ishuasong was so angry that his chest heaved. Looking at Mayan, Gufaping, and the others, intense killing intent surged in his eyes. But before he could speak, he was interrupted by an old voice. "Little girl, you can't be thinking that with just a few brats and a mob of 100,000, you can fight against our 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects, right?" The one speaking was Xiang Weiran, the old ancestor of the Sacred Heaven Alliance. He looked more stout than the other 2, with a kind face and a long snow-white beard. His expression was a little regretful and appreciative. He shook his head lightly, saying, "It's good for young people to be spirited, but if you're too stubborn and don't know what's important, I'm afraid you'll suffer a great setback. The price you'll have to pay is not something you can bear." Mayan was about to speak. Xiang Yinzhou said nervously, "City Lord June, don't be angry. We really don't want to fight against Liberty City. Everyone's goal is the same, which is to get rid of Yi Qingfeng. Why do you have to be so hostile over such a small matter? At this point, he approached Mayan and said in a low voice, Miss June, believe me, it's definitely not a good thing for you to fight against the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects. That's the old ancestor of the Xiang family, but I've never seen him. I only know that his cultivation has far surpassed the heaven-breaking tier. My grandfather was a heaven-breaking tier elite, but he couldn't even last 15 minutes against you. The great ancestors of the Luo Yun League and the Life League are definitely not weaker than our Xiang clan. No matter how powerful your Xiaoyao school is, no matter how many sects and clans fear you, you can never threaten the 3 great ancestors. You have absolutely no chance of winning against them. Mu Yan glanced at Xiang Yunzhou and smiled, many thanks for the reminder, Union Head Xiang. I have my own plans. Her attitude towards Xiang Yunzhou was much better than Yi Shuesong. On one hand, she could tell that Xiang Yunzhou really didn't want anything to happen to Liberty City. Secondly, it was thanks to this person that he was able to refine his natal sword. Xiang Yunzhou still wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Xiang Weiran's cold words, Yunzhou, have you forgotten your identity? Xiang Yunzhou's body stiffened, and he didn't dare to speak again. He obediently retreated. Only then did Xiang Weiran look at Mayan, City Lord June, just now, Shuesong indeed went too far by locking you in the purple lightning fire barrier. Oldie and I apologize to you on his behalf. Yi Jingqing's hawk-like eyes were sizing up Mayan and Chumoli. His fingers lightly stroked the Avicii pagoda in his hand, and he didn't say anything after hearing Xiang Yunzhou's words. Xiang Weiran continued, how about this? There's no deep hatred between us. On the contrary, the 2 highnesses, as well as General Wei, have a blood feud with Yi Qingfeng. General Wei, have you forgotten how your 30,000 guards were slaughtered by Yi Qingfeng one by one? How the few of you were crippled of your cultivation and thrown into the gravel hill? Wei Mian's hands suddenly clenched at his sides. He couldn't help but look at Yi Qingfeng. From the sudden turn of events until now, this man has been silently standing in the same place, as if it had nothing to do with him at all. Wei Mian remembers his comrades who died tragically, the corpses all over the ground, and the decades of hellish life. A strong murderous intent bursts out of his eyes. He doesn't want revenge? He doesn't want to kill Yi Qingfeng, no, of course he wants to, but, Wei Mian closes his eyes and turns to Mayan. He takes a deep breath and swallows down the surging emotions in his heart. The mist told him to be patient and listen to orders. Since he has already recognized the Miss as his master, and since he has received so much kindness from the Miss, he naturally can't destroy the Miss plan for his own selfish desires. Xiang Weiran looks at Wei Mian's expression, the corners of his mouth slightly hooking up. Then he looks at Luo Yu, also, Little Highness, everyone on the floating island knows that your mother died in Yi Qingfeng's hands, and your maternal family was also massacred by this man overnight. Don't you really want revenge? Luo Yu bared her fangs and put on a fake smile. What does it have to do with you whether I want revenge or not? Xiang Weiran didn't receive the expected response, but instead heard such provocative words. His face can't help but sink. Little Highness, I see that you are an orphan of the Lan family, the bloodline of the late Empress, that's why I treat you with courtesy. Aren't you being too ungrateful? Luo Yu sneers, I'm sorry, I'm a person who especially likes to talk to people and talk to ghosts. I naturally know what's good for me when I talk to people of noble character, who understand propriety and integrity. But why should I be polite to a group of ungrateful, shameless, cruel and unscrupulous beasts? You dare. No matter how good Xiang Weiran's temper was, he couldn't help but be enraged at this moment. Without hesitation, he leaped forward and slapped fiercely towards the top of Luo Yu's head. Mayan and the others have long been on guard against their movements. At this moment, his spiritual power surged and his weapon was ready. Mayan's fingers quickly plucked the strings. Divine hands weave the heavens, which he had been preparing for a long time, was activated. However, the people of the Xiaoyao sect didn't expect that. Their movements were a step too slow. Just as Luo Yu was about to summon the divine beast by Zhe, a figure blocked her way. There was a loud bang. In the sky, Xiang Weiran was sent flying. After landing, he staggered a few steps back before spitting out a mouthful of blood. He looked in disbelief at the person standing in front of Luo Yu. Yi Chengfeng? Why would he protect Lan Luoyu? Why would he protect the descendant of the Lan family empire? Luo Yu was also a little shocked. Bai Zai's soul orb, which had already appeared behind him, had even forgotten to retract it. Seeing Yi Chengfeng looking back at him, he asked in a low and calm voice, "Are you hurt?" He shook his head dumbly. Soon after, he couldn't help but frown. "Yi Chengfeng, is your brain broken?" If it wasn't broken, why did he save him? If he didn't remember wrongly, wasn't he an enemy of him? Yi Chengfeng's stiff body relaxed a little after seeing Luo Yu shake her head. His cold eyes looked at Mu Yan. "The deal is done, can you give me the Avici Tower?" When Yi Chengfeng spoke, Mu Yan's eyes were still looking at Yi Chengfeng and Luo Yu. After listening to his words, she reacted after a long while, lightly coughed and said, "Of course." The corners of her lips slowly curled up as she said slowly, "Imperial Tutor has just saved my Xiaoqi. It's only reasonable for me to complete this transaction." As soon as her voice fell, Yi Jingqing felt the Avici Tower in his hand vibrate violently. A bone-chilling coldness spread from his palm to the veins of his whole body. At that moment, he almost wanted to let go and throw the tower. But Yi Jingqing still clenched his teeth and persevered. His sharp eyes looked at Mu Yan, and he said sternly, "Little girl, you want to take the Avici Tower from my hands." He hadn't finished his words yet. Mu Yan's fingers suddenly plucked the strings. The Avici Tower actually left Yi Jingqing's hand and bounced in the air. Yi Jingqing quickly reached out to catch it. But before he could reach the tower, a pale and slender hand that seemed to be carved out of ice grabbed the Avici Tower in the air, and then slowly fell in front of Yi Jingqing. "She can't take it, but I can." Yi Chengfeng looked at the old man in front of him coldly. "As long as Lord Jun temporarily gives me the control of the Avici Tower, it will be enough." At this moment, Yi Jingqing, Xiang Weiran, and Lu Xingzhan's complexion became pale. Their eyes were fixed on Yi Chengfeng and the Avici Tower in his hand. For the first time, there was a frightened expression on their arrogant faces. Yi Shuasong was almost hysterically shouting, "Jun Mu Yan, do you know what you are doing? Do you know what Yi Chengfeng wants to do with the Avici Tower?" Mu Yan raised her eyebrows and didn't speak. Ling Yuma sneered and said, "What does Yi Chengfeng want to do with the Avici Tower? Tell us." From the beginning to the end, he was secretive and refused to tell us, but he wanted to snatch the thing in my junior sister's hands. Now you're here to question whether my junior sister knows? Is being shameless an unchanging tradition of your 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects? Hey, little girl, you can scold people, but don't include us in it. Gufaping shouted angrily, "Although I am also one of the 8 sects, and although I like to take advantage of others, I am definitely not as shameless as them. My Weiwei court and I are innocent." But at this moment, no one paid attention to him. Because the Avici Pagoda in Yi Chengfeng's hand had already emitted a dazzling fluorescent light, and was slowly flying into the air. The water Qilin whizzed out and leaped into the air. It spat out a cloud of mist that enveloped the Avici Pagoda. This caused the light around the Avici Pagoda to shine even brighter. At the same time, the chill it emitted caused the surrounding air to feel as if it was about to freeze. In the next moment, the ground beneath everyone's feet began to shake violently. Wei Mian's expression changed slightly. He suddenly said with a hoarse voice, "I know what Yi Chengfeng wants to do." Mu Yan and the others all looked over. Luo Yu couldn't help saying, "Uncle Wei, what does Yi Chengfeng want to do?" Wei Mian clenched and loosened his hands at his sides. After a long time, he slowly said, "He wants to use the Avici Pagoda to destroy the backbone of the floating island, heaven-reaching halberd. He wants the floating island to collapse completely and for everyone on the island to fall from the clouds again. Either they die or their cultivation regress, sinking on the path of cultivation and becoming a mediocre mortal." Wei Mian's words made everyone on the martial arts practice field suck in a cold breath. The Hongyan sect, Situ clan and Weiwei pavilion, who had already decided to stay neutral or change sides, also revealed expressions of disbelief. They all looked at Yi Chengfeng and the Avici Tower floating in the air as if they were looking at a terrifying monster. Wei Mian finally couldn't control his emotions and let out a hysterical roar. "Yi Chengfeng, even if you have enmity with the ancestors of the 3 alliances, even if the Lan family once wronged Lan Shushi, what wrong did my 30,000 soldiers do? What wrong did the hundreds of women and children of the Xiao clan do? What wrong did the tens of thousands of lives on the floating island do? Are you going to let so many people die with Lan Chushi? Yi Qingfeng's gaze slowly looked over and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Die with him? You guys don't deserve it. All I'm doing is asking you to return what you owe Chushi. What's wrong? You can't bear it? Wei Mian moved his lips and wanted to say something. Yi Qingfeng looked at Luo Yu and said lightly, Your Highness, do you still want to hear the second half of that story? Luo Yu blinked. Now? Yi Qingfeng curled his lips and smiled. Of course. There's no better time than now. Luo Yu felt that this person was indeed out of his mind. At such a tense moment, what kind of story did he want to tell her? No, why was he so insistent on telling her a story? And, I can guess the second half of the story even if you don't tell me. Luo Yu let out a sigh and pursed her lips unhappily. After you came to the floating island, you found that the floating island was about to collapse, so these people wanted Lan Chushi to sacrifice himself. Lan Chushi wasn't willing, so these shameless people used you as a threat to force him to give in. Yi Qingfeng laughed softly. Your Highness summed it up very well. Luo Yu frowned. But every debt has a debtor. If you want revenge, you can find Yi Jingqing and the others. Why kill innocent people? Even if their ancestors were wrong, it's none of their business, right? Most importantly, Yi Qingfeng's revenge involved his most beloved master and eldest senior brother. Therefore, no matter how kind Yi Qingfeng had been to him these past few days, he would never be able to help him. The story of Yi Nu and Lan Chushi was so touching. There was no way to erase everything that had happened. Yi Qingfeng said lightly, What do you think revenge is, Your Highness? After a pause, he didn't wait for Luo Yu to reply and continued, Naturally, I have to destroy everything that the enemy cares about the most. Make them pay back what they owe Chushi tenfold, 100-fold. A small silver halberd suddenly appeared in Yi Qingfeng's hand. However, this small halberd was very shabby, and its surface was covered with cracks. It was as if the slightest touch would shatter it. Therefore, Yi Qingfeng's movements were very, very careful. His eyes were also filled with an indescribable gentleness. As he stroked it, he said, Lan Xiaozi sacrificed himself to poke a hole in the sky, creating the floating island. Everything was already set up, paving all the paths for Chushi. It should have been foolproof, but has Your Highness ever thought about why the floating island started to collapse in less than 10 years? Luo Yu is startled, and subconsciously asks, why? The faces of Yi Jingqing and the other two become a little unsightly. They seem to want to say something to stop Yi Qingfeng, but they see the water qilin in the sky suddenly roar, and water arrows fall from the sky. The three are exhausted from running for their lives, and can no longer speak. Yi Qingfeng doesn't pay attention to them, but with a mocking smile, he slowly says, Originally, only people with cultivation above the crossing tribulation stage can ascend to the floating island. Moreover, Chushi's heaven-connecting halberd can only carry a limited number of people, no more than 100. With each additional person, the pressure on the halberd will increase. And if the person's cultivation is lower than the crossing tribulation stage, the pressure on the halberd will increase exponentially. Your Highness, do you know how many people came to the floating island in the end? Luo Yu is about to ask how many people, but his expression suddenly freezes. He looks at Mayan and the others, and sees the shock in each other's eyes. How many people are there on the floating island today? At least hundreds of thousands of people. But if only 100 people came to the floating island that year, and all of them were high-level cultivators above the crossing tribulation stage. When one's cultivation reaches the crossing tribulation stage, a person's reproductive ability will sharply decline. Where did the population of the floating island come from? 682 people, and more than 2,000 of them haven't reached the crossing tribulation stage. Luo Yu drew in a breath of cold air. Yi Jingqing finally can't help but roar, Yi Nu, have you forgotten that you also haven't reached the crossing tribulation stage? Yes, it's precisely because I haven't reached the crossing tribulation stage. Yi Qingfeng slowly closes his eyes, concealing the sorrow and pain in them. His complexion is so pale that it's almost transparent, and his whole body seems like an ice sculpture, about to shatter at any time. It's all because I haven't reached the crossing tribulation stage, everything is for him. Because he hasn't reached the crossing tribulation stage, but Lan Chushi wants to take him to the floating island. So these people have something to use against him. These guys who are greedy for pleasure, and hold power for a lifetime. Although they also yearn to ascend, yearn to become stronger. But when they think that they will be empty-handed when they arrive at the floating island, without any subordinates to order, they feel panic. They really did have a path to heaven. But before Lan Xiaozi died, he said that in order to meet the conditions for ascension on the floating island, one had to form an undying golden body in order to attract the heavenly tribulation. In other words, he had to at least attain the mysterious immortal realm. All of them were only at the tribulation stage and hadn't even reached the golden immortal stage. How would they know when they would reach the mystic immortal stage? It could be 8 to 10 years. It could also be 100 or 1,000 years. Over the long years, how could they bear to be alone, without any beautiful wives or concubines, without any powerful subordinates, yet they had to listen to Lan Chushi, a junior, hence, they seized Lan Chushi's only weakness. Night slave. Both of us have not reached the tribulation crossing stage. Why can this lowly slave go to the floating island with us, but my children and nieces can't? It's not that I don't agree with you bringing the night slave, but Chushi, you can't be biased, can you? Since we're going, let's all go together? The floating island has already taken shape, so how could it collapse? Don't worry. Since your father built this paradise for you, he will naturally take care of your safety. How could it collapse just because there are a few thousand more people? Haha, Chushi, you have to think carefully. You're the only bloodline left by second brother, so we can't touch you. But on the floating island, can you protect that lowly slave at your side at all times? If you don't bring all of the Lan family's children and nephews, I can't guarantee that slave you will not be able to live well on the floating island. Yi Qingfeng's voice was hoarse and calm. It was just like how he told the story of him and Lan Chushi, without any emotion. But Luo Yu could hear the heart-wrenching pain, despair, and bone-piercing hatred in his words. His face turned slightly pale. Back then, the group of people who went to the floating island had threatened Lan Chushi with night slave safety to maintain their authority. They told Lan Chushi that the floating island would not collapse so easily, so what was the harm in bringing a few more people? But then, the floating island really did collapse. And these people used the same trick again, using night slave as a threat to push Lan Chushi, a kind and talented young man, and their benefactor, into the abyss of eternal damnation. The floating island, the path to heaven. Blooming flowers, dreamy peach gardens. This was the holy land of many cultivators on the cultivation continent. But who would have thought that the creation of this peach garden hid so much filth and darkness that could not see the light of day? Even so, that was 10,000 years ago. What does it have to do with us? Qi Menghui shrieked, my clear sky sect was only established a few thousand years ago. Lan Chushi was long dead by then. What did we do wrong? Why should we be persecuted by you? Why would we end up like this? That's right, the Yin family too. The people on the floating island are innocent. No, we can't let this lunatic destroy our home. Stop him. We must kill this devil before the Avicii Pagoda destroys the heaven-reaching halberd. The Blue Thearka's camp was furious, and spiritual power surged. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten the shamelessness and ugliness of Xianxia and the other old monsters. They forgot everything that everyone on this continent owed Lan Chushi. They only wanted to protect their own interests. Xianxia and the other two, who were originally tense, slowly relaxed their brows and showed a natural expression. That's right. What did they do wrong in the past? Since the floating island was already completed, it had a vast territory and abundant spiritual energy. Why was it that only 100 people could enter? In the end, the lives of thousands of people on the floating island were compared to Lan Chushi's life. Wasn't it clear which was more important? What did they do wrong? The smile on Yi Qingfeng's face became more and more scornful, and a bone-chilling coldness shot out of his eyes. See, this is human nature. Selfish, greedy, indifferent. When it didn't affect his own interests, he could still talk about benevolence and morality. Once their own interests were harmed, they would throw all shame and morality to the back of their minds. Chushi, did you see what kind of people you sacrificed your life to save? Luo Yu's brows furrowed slightly as she felt very uncomfortable. This was clearly where he was born. However, he did not like this place at all. The people in front of him were enraged, and they swore to protect their homeland and slay the demons, but he was not moved at all. Instead, he felt disgusted. A hand rested lightly on his shoulder. Luo Yu turned around and met Mayan's eyes, as well as the concerned gazes of the other members of the Xiaoyao sect. He couldn't help but look at Yun Ruhan. Yun Ruhan reached out and stroked his hair, her expression gentle and doting. Xiaoqi, you only need to do what you think is right. The rest has nothing to do with you or the Xiaoyao school. Mu Yan smiled. The floating island is your home ground. If Xiaoqi wants to fight, we'll fight. You can tell us which side to fight, and we'll fight there. If we can't beat them, we'll just ask our perverted third senior brother to play dirty. The third senior brother, who was called a perverted and played dirty, smiled gently, as if they were not talking about him. Actually, what little sister wants to say is, Xiaoqi, you can do whatever you want. If you really can't beat them, you can summon Teacher Imo to bully you. Pfft. Does this count as what Bixia said? Come on, let's hurt each other. Chu Moli looked over with a smile. Then, Xiao Wu, do you want to try? Forget it, forget it. Ling Yuxing almost jumped up in fright. Normal people like us don't want to participate in a fight between you perverts. Hearing the laughter of her fellow disciples, Luo Yu felt the haze in his heart slowly dissipate. Mu Yan's eyes sweep over the tense scene. Her voice is clear and melodious, but her tone is unspeakably arrogant. Xiaoqi, you have to remember, the floating island is not our destination, it's just a place for us to stop for the time being. And their goal was very high and very far. Perhaps the peak of the clouds. Or perhaps the sea of stars. So many years had passed, but his master, Shi Qing, had never mentioned Luo Yu's past. He had not even instilled the thought of revenge in him. Why, was it really because he was worried about their safety? Luo Yu remembered what his master had said a long time ago. Everything in the world has its cause and effect. It's not that there is no retribution, but that there is no retribution on you. At that time, Luo Yu was only a very young child. He did not understand what his master was saying. So he blinked his big, innocent eyes and asked, what retribution? Who will retribution be on? His master did not answer him, but patted his head and said, it's nothing. I just hope that little Luo Yu will remember that people cannot live in their memories and the past. Those who wallow in the past and are unable to extricate themselves will one day be blinded by their past. They will no longer be able to find their way forward, and one day they will even lose the most precious and important thing in front of them. A bright smile slowly blossomed on Luo Yu's face, her dimples faintly appearing. Suddenly, he bent his knees and sat cross-legged. I've decided not to help either side for the time being. They love to fight, they love to take revenge, they love to take revenge. This young master will not accompany them. Mu Yan curled her lips and declared loudly, everyone in Liberty City, listen up. Rest here and wait for orders. We'll watch the show. Oh, General Wei, Ruin Yang, if you don't want to see it, why don't you go and buy some fruits and pastries for us? Ling Yuma and the others, who had just sat down, immediately said, we want melon seeds. We must have melon seeds. How can we watch a show without melon seeds? Wei Mian, Butcher, Ruin Yang and the others looked at each other, then floated away like wandering souls. When they returned with a large pile of melon and fruits in their storage bags and handed them to Mu Yan and the others, the interrogation of their souls reverberated in their minds. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The scariest thing was that the 100,000 free unfettered army followed suit. They chose their representatives to go out to buy fruits and pastries. Then, they sat down in groups of twos and threes, watching the show and chatting with great interest. Most of them came from the rocky hill. They did not have a good impression of the cultivators on the floating island, the 3 alliances, 6 families, and the 8 major sects. Even if the floating island was really destroyed and fell to the cultivation land, they believed that as long as they followed their mistress, they would definitely be able to survive. Therefore, they did not feel any pressure watching the show. Wei Mian wiped his face and murmured, even I feel that the floating island's destruction is their own fault. But, however, his 30,000 bodyguards, his master, the entire Shao clan, and the few of them who had lived a life worse than death for the past 20 years, who could they ask for justice, seeing the actions of Luo Yu and the people of Liberty City, not to mention Yi Jingqing and the others, even Yi Qingfeng was stunned. Then, he could not help but curl his lips slightly. This smile was different from his usual cold and bloodthirsty smile. It was as if it was tainted with a different temperature. However, it was only for a moment before it disappeared without a trace. He looked at Yi Jingqing, Xiang Weiran, Lu Xingzhan, then Bei Tangzhan, Qi Menghui, one by one. That pair of eyes that were as beautiful as the stars in the summer night revealed a bone-chilling coldness and madness. Her red lips moved slightly as she said calmly and eerily. Back then, I said that I would remember everyone here today. There will come a day when I will make you and your descendants pay with blood. I will make you pay back what you owe Lan Chushi tenfold, 100-fold. Yi Aishan. Yi Aishan took a step forward and snapped his fingers expressionlessly. In the next moment, the earth that was already shaking shook even more violently. Then, thousands of soldiers in black armor, even their faces were covered, rushed into the Blue Thearka's camp. Every soldier was escorting a person in their hands. Cold gleaming weapons were pressed against their necks. The moment he saw these people, Yi Shuasong gasped and screamed, "This is impossible." Yi Jingqing, Xiang Weiran, and Lu Xingzhan's expressions turned extremely ugly. That was because the people being escorted by the black-armored soldiers were all from the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 major sects. Some of them were elite elders from the sects and families. Some of them were the wives, concubines, and nephews of Yi Shuasong and the others. Among them, there were even a few ancestors of the major sects and clans. Xiang Yunzhou's grandfather, Xiang Badian, was among them. When Bei Tangzhan saw that his father was covered in blood from head to toe and his breathing was weak, it was hard to tell whether he was dead or alive. Bei Tangzhan was so angry that he almost went crazy. He raised his long blade and was about to rush over. "Yi Qingfeng, what are you trying to do? Let go of my father." However, before he could even get close, he was kicked away by Yi Aishan. Yi Aishan's hand was badly mutilated because he had grabbed the purple lightning fire shield, and there were burn marks on his body. But his appearance and demeanor were still elegant and calm. Faintly smiling, he said, "As everyone knows, the condensation of the heavenly halberd requires the sacrifice of living beings. Of course, the destruction of the heavenly halberd requires it as well. It's not impossible to destroy the heaven halberd with the Avicii pagoda alone, but it will cause the entire floating island to collapse. I'm afraid we won't even have time to escape to the cultivation land." Although the imperial tutor wants revenge and adheres to the principle of paying his father's debts, in the end he does not want to implicate too many innocent people, so he chose these living sacrifices to form the Great Disk Formation. He only hopes that it can last for a few more years before the floating island completely collapses. Yi Aishan glanced around and met Luo Yu's gaze. Yi Aishan looked around and met Luo Yu's gaze. He couldn't help but show a gentle expression. "Young Highness, please don't think that Grand Tutor killed the innocent. These people are either the descendants of the culprits who forced young Master to his death, or they are evil and deserve to die." He paused, and his voice became slightly hoarse. "Grand Tutor knows that young Master is a kind person. Even if he was treated like this by these beasts, he wouldn't want to implicate the innocent. So, the candidates for the investigation and sacrifice had been decided from the beginning. Yi Qingfeng wasn't being soft-hearted or compassionate. He just didn't want the revenge with Lan Chushi's name to be tainted with too much dirt. He couldn't bear to see that pure and flawless young man be tainted by him. Luo Yu blinked and swallowed the pastry in her mouth. "Oh, I understand the logic, but why do you have to explain it to me?" Yi Aishan smiled and didn't answer her question. Instead, he said, "I hope Young Highness can remember what I just said. You might never understand the reason behind it, but you might know it one day." "Are you kidding me?" Luo Yu originally wanted to ask a few more questions, but Bei Tangzhan, Qi Menghui, and Enlechi were already shouting hysterically. "It's fine that there are direct descendants of the people who killed Lan Chushi in the 3 alliances, but our Beitang clan has only risen for a few thousand years. What does this have to do with us?" "That's right, our clan is the same. Our Clear Sky sect is also innocent." Yi Aishan sneered. "Innocent?" He grabbed Bei Tangzhan's father's hair and forced him to raise his head. He gritted his teeth and said, "Ask him, aren't they innocent?" And clan, Yi clan, Wen clan, Beitang clan, your ancestors were all servants of the Lan clan. If it wasn't for Master Lan Xiao's guidance, how could you have the chance to rise? But in the next moment, you betrayed young master and conspired with the Lan clan's side branch to force young master into a desperate situation. With the rewards you received from betraying young master and relying on the new master, you accumulated little by little, grew stronger, and finally established your own clan. You keep saying that Yi Nu is a dog slave, but weren't you all slaves of the Lan clan before? But at least dogs know how to be grateful. You guys are even worse than dogs. Yi Ashuan also kicked the Clear Sky sect's ancestor hard and sneered, and you, the Clear Sky sect, the Autumn River Pavilion, the Snow Treading Palace, the Rui sect. You have nothing to do with the Lan family, but you clung to the Empress's Xiao family and bewitched the young master's maternal family to get a share of the floating island. In the end, you even joined forces with the Yi family, the Xiong family, and the Lu family to force the young master to agree to bring more people to the floating island. After young master died, you became the dogs of the three alliances and the Xiao family while establishing your own sect and recruiting disciples. Now that the 8 great sects are famous, have you forgotten how you used to be so servile, kneeling on the ground and begging the young master to bring you to the floating island? And you guys? Yi Ashuan's gaze suddenly turned to Yi Jingqing and the other two. The flames of resentment in his eyes were 100 times fiercer than before. The 3 of you are the most disgusting scum. Back then, you and my lord became sworn brothers and swore to live and die together, to advance and retreat together. Master really thinks of you as his life and death brothers. Even when you forced him to sacrifice himself, he believed that you had no ill intentions and even entrusted young master to you before he died. But how could master know that the brother you wholeheartedly supported, who you thought was loyal to, who didn't hide anything, was actually so ugly and dirty in private? How talented is young master? He won't need 100 years to ascend to the immortal cultivation continent. But you know, with your talent, it's impossible to ascend within 100 years. You're afraid. Afraid of being left far behind by young master and imperial advisor. You're even more jealous of why young master can summon the divine beast by Zhe, and have such talent, while you and your descendants don't. So, you can't even wait to find another way to prevent the floating island from collapsing, so you colluded with everyone to kill him. Yi Ashuan's voice choked, and his body trembled uncontrollably. You bastards don't even know that young master has already found a way. He went deep into the heaven-mixing abode alone, narrowly escaping death, and found a way to keep the floating island alive without sacrifices. But you didn't wait for him to say it, and killed him. She could no longer hold back the tears that rolled down her cheeks. Yi Aishan, Yi Ahuang, and Yi Adi's eyes were red, and their hands were clenched into fists. Only Yi Qingfeng's expression remained calm. Yi Jingqing said angrily, "Nonsense, I don't even know what you're talking about. I only know that you've become a demon, and now you want to kill innocent people, making the entire floating island restless. Cut the crap. Today, either you die or we die. We won't allow a demon like you to live, distort black and white, and bring disaster to the world. Everyone, let's kill Yi Qingfeng and save our loved ones. Kill. Kill the demon, we won't allow him to harm our loved ones." Yi Jingqing shouted, and the people responded one after another. The spiritual power in the Blue Emperor's camp surged wildly. Countless figures gathered from all directions, and charged at Yi Qingfeng, Yi Aishan, and the others with bone-piercing killing intent. The two sides were in a mess. Yi Qingfeng's side only had 5 people. And the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 great sects had more than a dozen experts above the sea-splitting tier. But the direction of the battle was Yi Qingfeng's side gradually gaining the upper hand. Yi Jingqing, Xiang Weiran, and Lu Xingzhan were all at the peak stage of the heaven-shattering tier, just one step away from becoming a mystic immortal. However, these 3 old monsters had been able to live for so long, so how could ordinary shattering heaven-tier cultivators compare to their strength and methods? Mu Yan believed that with her current strength, she had a 70% chance of winning against an ordinary shattering heaven-tier elite. However, if she were to face Yi Jingqing and the other 2, even if she were to fight one-on-one, her chances of winning would be less than 30%. However, even with these 3 old monsters working together, with the help of a few heaven-breaking tier elites, the dozen or so people were forced to retreat again and again by Yi Qingfeng's hands. They were battered and exhausted. The performance of Xianxia and the other three was far more appalling than that day in Liberty City. Their bodies had expanded several times, and their strength was far from what they had been in the Battle of Liberty City that day. It was as if he didn't care about his own life in battle. Even if he was covered in cuts and bruises, he was determined to kill his opponent. If Yun Ruhan and the others were to fight against the current heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang, they wouldn't stand a chance at all. Mu Yan's gaze fell on Xianxia and the other three. She frowned slightly, and muttered to herself, their cultivation methods are so strange. They were clearly so fierce and explosive, but there seemed to be an aura of death lingering around them that couldn't be dispersed. Just as she was puzzled, Chu Moli's voice came to her ears. I'm afraid the four of them, including Yi Qingfeng, won't live for long. The Xiaoyao sect people couldn't help but look over. Third brother, what do you mean by that? What do you mean they won't live for long? Chu Moli thought for a moment and said, the five of them should have used a special secret method to transform their bodies. This kind of transformation can allow them to live for 10,000 years as a golden immortal, and it can also allow them to have heaven-defying power for a short period of time. But at the same time, it also leaves behind a huge hidden danger. If you want to use a metaphor, it would be, fireworks are brilliant, but when they burn out, they die. In fact, Mayan also noticed this point. But what she couldn't figure out was what kind of secret method could achieve such an effect. Chu Moli bent his fingers and lightly tapped the armrest of the wheelchair, muttering, first of all, we can eliminate poison and curse. Mayan nodded. Poison and goo were her expertise. Curse was third brother's expertise. If poison and curse were used, then the two of them would definitely notice it. Chu Moli slightly frowned, his eyes also revealing puzzlement, but apart from poison and curse, what other power can do it? And I feel that this energy is a bit familiar. As he spoke, his eyes fell on Ling Yuma, and he said thoughtfully, it seems to be a bit similar to the aura of the Red Lotus soul-stealing blade, but also very different. Mayan was startled. In fact, she also felt that Yi Qingfeng's aura was a bit familiar, but she couldn't remember where she felt it before. Now that Chu Moli pointed it out, something flashed in her mind. Her gaze subconsciously shifted to the little chick, who was happily munching on the pastries in its hands. It's Wushang Palace. Mayan blurted out, the energy on Yi Qingfeng and the others is similar to the aura on Huang Fuzun and the Heaven's Gate. Could it be that Yi Qingfeng and the others also entered Wushang Palace? Not the primordial immortal cave, but the real Wushang Palace. Luo Yu immediately remembered something, and her face showed some hesitation. That day, before I entered Wushang Palace, I vaguely heard some strange sounds, which seemed to be related to Lan Chushi. He was just about to repeat what he had heard. The situation on the other side changed again. Ancestor! Yi Shuasong screams, interrupting Mu Yan and the others' train of thought. The seven of them turned around and saw a large hole in Yi Jingqing's chest. He stood shakily. On the spot, his face full of fear and despair. Yi Shuasong supported him. Ancestor, how are you feeling? Yi Jingqing shook him off and roared, impossible. How did you become so strong? Back then, you were just a useless dog slave from a brothel, not even fit to carry our shoes. I even personally crippled your Dantian cultivation and crushed every bone in your body inch by inch. You should have died a long time ago, so why are you still alive today? How could I lose to you? I'm the dignified ancestor of the Luo Yin Alliance. How could I lose to a dog slave like you? Yi Jingqing's eyes were bloodshot as if he had gone mad. With a furious roar, he pounced forward recklessly. The corner of Yi Qingfeng's mouth curled up into a faint smile. He extended his slender pale hands and grabbed the air. It caught him in the head. His 5 fingers exerted force, and with a cracking sound, 5 bloody holes appeared on Yi Jingqing's head. Yi Qingfeng, stop. What are you waiting for? Go and save the old ancestor. Yi Qingfeng didn't even look at the people who were rushing at him. He sent out a hidden force in his hand. A few cracking sounds were heard, followed by Yi Jingqing's blood-curdling screams. His body fell down slowly like a puddle of mud. Yi Qingfeng threw him away in disgust. He looked down at the wailing meatball and said slowly, don't worry. Your altar is ready. I won't take your lives so easily. Even if you're going to die, you should at least taste the pain and despair that Chushi suffered before you can die. His voice was calm and gentle, even with a hint of a smile. But it made all the people from the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects turn pale and tremble. They couldn't understand why they couldn't fight back against 5 people when they had so many people on their side. Xianxia looked at the miserable state of his grandfather and the old ancestor. He couldn't help but look at Mu Yan for help. City Lord Jun, are you really going to watch as Yi Qingfeng turns the Blue Emperor's camp into a river of blood? Mu Yan didn't say anything. Ling Yuma said angrily, are you people crazy? You plotted against my junior sister, and now you want to act pitiful. We are busy watching the show. Luo Yu laughed coldly. When I caused Lan Chushi's death back then, didn't all of you just stand by and watch? Coo. Mom, this pastry is very delicious. Have a taste. Mu Yan took the pastry from Little Wing and took a bite. Then she said slowly, Alliance Master Xiang, we are friends. Some words are hard to hear. Don't force me to say it. It will hurt our relationship. I don't want Lan Chushi's yesterday to become Liberty City's tomorrow. Xiangyunzhou's face turned pale. He lowered his head in shame. Ishuasong looked at his old ancestor's deformed appearance. He couldn't stop trembling. He looked at Yi Qingfeng with intense hatred in his eyes, as well as the madness of cutting off all means of retreat. Suddenly, Ishuasong cleared his throat. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was filled with powerful spiritual energy and spread far away. Your Majesty, now that things have come to this, are you still going to stand by and watch, allowing Yi Qingfeng to destroy the heaven-reaching halberd, destroying the foundation that we have worked so hard to build in the past 10,000 years? Ishuasong's words came out of the blue, making people wonder if he was too stimulated that his brain was damaged. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out. The black-armored soldiers, whose faces were completely covered, began to twitch violently. Then, there was a series of banging sounds. The soldiers who were escorting the people from the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects fell one by one. The people of the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects were stunned at first, but then they couldn't help but be overjoyed. Alliance Master Yi, what's going on? Do you have any other plans? Ishuasong didn't say anything. His face was slightly pale, and he couldn't help but look at Yi Qingfeng, a ferocious smile on his face. Yi Qingfeng, even if you are smart, you didn't expect that there would be a mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, did you? Yi Aishan and the other 3 quickly approached Yi Qingfeng, their faces full of surprise and doubt. Imperial Advisor, what's going on? There was no surprise or anger on Yi Qingfeng's face, but the corners of his mouth slowly curved into a cold and mocking smile. However, all of a sudden, his expression changed. A dark light flashed in his eyes, and his figure instantly disappeared. Are there more twists and turns in the play? The members of the Xiaoyao sect, who were watching the show with great interest, couldn't help but raise their spirits. Yun Ruhan frowned slightly. He was a little concerned about what Ishuasong had just said. What did he mean by Your Majesty, who could make the Luo Yun Alliance's alliance master, Ishuasong, address them as Your Majesty? Just as this thought flashes through his mind, he hears Mayan's low shout, everyone disperse. As soon as he finished speaking, a thick and sharp sword chi descended from the sky. The target was Mu Yan. Although the real target was Mu Yan, the range of this sword chi was extremely wide. Yun Ruhan and the others beside her, as well as Wei Mian and Ruan Yang not far behind her, would also be affected. Even Mu Yan didn't expect that she would suddenly become the target of attack. She doesn't even have time to play the Tian Mo Qin, using the divine hands weave the sky, to weave a sound wall. He can only quickly take out the talisman left behind by Di Mingju from the space and clasp it in his hand. This talisman was somewhat similar to the talisman he had used to deal with Ning Su on the Cultivation continent. Similarly, Di Mingju had used a lot of methods to pour his own divine power into it, and then combined it with the method of refining talisman arrays, transforming it into a weapon that could be used on the floating island. The only difference was that the power of this talisman was more than 10 times stronger than the one on the Cultivation continent. Even with Di Mingju's exceptional abilities, he could only make this one after such a long time. However, before Mu Yan can activate the talisman in her hand, the roar of a beast resounded in his ears. Immediately after, it was as if ice crystals were rapidly condensing in the air. In the blink of an eye, a solid wall of ice had formed above the heads of the 7 of them. Boom! After a loud bang, the ice wall shattered and ice shards scattered in all directions. It was accompanied by a bone-piercing chill that permeated the Blue Emperor's camp. It was only then that Wei Mian, the butcher, and the 100,000 members of the free and unfettered army reacted. Wei Mian's instincts as a divine general caused his divine sense to suddenly spread out, transmitting it to every free unfettered army soldier's sea of consciousness. Xiaoyao army, listen up. Protect the city lord. Swish swish swish. The 100,000 soldiers who had been watching the show in groups of 2s and 3s instantly gathered and prepared for battle. For a moment, it was as if a sharp blade had been unsheathed from its scabbard, ready to launch a fatal blow at the enemy at any time. Mayan shakes off the ice dregs on her body and looks at the tall figure in front of him. He could not help but look a little complicated. There was a blood feud between the Xiaoyao school and Yi Qingfeng. But in this dispute at the Blue Emperor's camp, the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects, who said they wanted to ally with them, stabbed them in the back time and time again. Instead, it was Yi Qingfeng who saved them time and time again. However, who had just attacked them, or rather, wanted to kill her? Who was it? Mu Yan is about to say something. Yi Qingfeng slowly turned around. That excessively pale face was icy cold. The gaze that swept across the 7 of them seemed to have no trace of warmth, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Finally, Yi Qingfeng's gaze fell on Luo Yu, and he said coldly, "If you want to stay out of this and watch the show, you should at least ensure your own safety. Knowing that the Avicii Pagoda has recognized its master, the easiest way to destroy the Avicii Pagoda is to destroy its master, but you don't have any sense of crisis. So naive and stupid, taking it lightly. Aren't you afraid of losing your own life while watching the show?" There was a dead silence. The people of the Xiaoyao sect, who were usually the most eloquent, were speechless. Yi Qingfeng didn't care about them anymore. He jumped into the air and landed in front of the Avicii Pagoda. A blue mist suddenly wrapped the Avicii Pagoda. The earth that had stopped shaking just now became violent again. The people of the Xiaoyao sect swallowed their saliva. Ling Yuma said, "Oh my, so this national master can also speak so much in one breath? I thought he was like third brother who cherished his words like gold in order to show off." Mayan coughed lightly, "It's all my fault. I took it too lightly. Even if we want to watch the show, we must be vigilant. And maybe they wouldn't be able to watch the show soon." Only Luo Yu frowned and said with grievance, "I understand, but the Avicii Pagoda belongs to Sixth Sister. Why did he stare at me and teach me a lesson?" Puff, Ling Yuma couldn't help laughing and patted his shoulder, "Little 7, you have to believe that the deeper the love, the more severe the responsibility. Get lost." Mayan's lips curled up, but after seeing Yun Ruhan's expression, the smile on her face slowly disappeared. "Eldest brother, what's wrong?" Yun Ruhan was silent for a long time, then slowly said, "Little sister, guess who attacked us?" This was also the question that Mayan wanted to know. However, before she could answer Yun Ruhan's question, Yi Qingfeng, who had stabilized the Avicii Pagoda, slowly descended from the air. His face was cold and disgusted. "Lan Yao Zong, in this life, you only know these despicable tricks. Like a rat in the gutter, stirring up the wind and rain, scheming, but you still think you're in control of everyone." Almost at the moment when Yi Qingfeng's voice fell, a building in the distance collapsed with a loud bang. Dust flew, and gravel splashed everywhere. Then, everyone opened their eyes wide and looked at the figure that slowly appeared from under the dust in disbelief. Lan Yao Zong, it turned out to be the emperor of the Lan Empire, Lan Yao Zong, who had been imprisoned by Yi Qingfeng and should have had all his cultivation destroyed. He was also Yun Ruhan and Luo Yu's biological father. Yun Ruhan suddenly straightened her body, and her fingers unconsciously tightened around the ice soul sword in her hand. She stared at the figure walking over calmly in front of her. Wei Mian, butcher, and the others exclaimed as if they had seen a ghost. Behind Lan Yao Zong were a dozen black-clothed old men. All of these elders had reached the heaven-shattering stage. What is going on? Didn't they say that the Blue Brilliance sect was controlled by Yi Chingfeng more than 10 years ago, that their cultivation base and legs were destroyed, and that they were living a life worse than death? Why would he appear here all of a sudden? Who are those people behind him? How could every single one of them be so powerful? At the very least, they must have reached the Shattering Heaven tier, right? Didn't they say that there were only a dozen or so heaven-shattering elites on the entire floating island? Yun Ruhan and the others were not the only ones who were shocked. Even the people from the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects were shocked and confused. Lan Yaozong, however, acted as if he didn't see their ugly expressions and walked straight towards Yi Chingfeng. Yi Shuasong gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Lan Yaozong paused, raised his hand, and patted Yi Shuasong's head. With a faint smile, he said, "Shuasong, this is what you said. Can the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects deal with themselves? You can search on Baidu for Charming Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby's Black-Bellied Father Wonderbrush Pavilion, find the latest chapter." This action, this tone, it was as if he was patting his dog or spiritual pet, causing Yi Shuasong's body to stiffen and his face to twist for a moment. But in the end, he still said respectfully, "I was rash, please forgive me, Your Majesty." Yi Chingfeng is sinister and cunning, and his intelligence is unparalleled. I'm afraid only Your Majesty can tame him in this world. Ha 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 ha. It was unknown which of Yi Shuasong's words pleased Lan Yaozong, but he laughed heartily. After laughing, he pushed Yi Shuasong away and walked a few steps to Yi Chingfeng. "Chingfeng, you should have vented enough now, right?" His tone and attitude seemed to be a bit helpless and conniving. Yi Huang said in disbelief, "This is impossible. I watched this old dog every day and drugged him every day. How could he appear here unscathed?" Lan Yaozong's face suddenly darkened. He raised his hand and slapped Yi Huang. This was not an ordinary slap, it contained 90% of his power. Yi Huang was already covered with cuts and bruises in the battle just now. If this slap landed, he would probably lose half of his life. However, before Lan Yaozong's slap could land, someone grabbed his wrist halfway. Then, a crisp sound was heard. Lan Yaozong staggered a few steps back, and blood slowly flowed down from the corner of his mouth. Yi Chingfeng looked at him as if he was looking at a pile of trash. "Chushi's people, is he someone you can beat?" Lan Yaozong's face, which was still pretending to be gentle and warm, instantly became extremely violent and ferocious. "Lan Chushi. Lan Chushi. Lan Chushi. A person who has been dead for 10,000 years, a useless trash, how long do you want to remember him? Yi Chingfeng, haven't I been courteous to you enough? Haven't I been sincere enough? I knew you came for revenge, but I let you kill my empress's family, slaughtered 30,000 elite soldiers, and even killed my own son, but I didn't pursue it. What did Lan Chushi give you back then? All he did was bring you out of the brothel, let you live a carefree life, and let you cultivate. In essence, he still treated you like a dog. But I am different. I truly admire you and am willing to tolerate all of your willfulness. If you want revenge, I'll help you. If you want great power, I'll let you be above everyone else. If you want to destroy the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects, I'll follow your wishes and let them pay with their lives for Lan Chushi's. I am willing to share this entire empire with you, but what about you? You used my trust in you to imprison me and destroy my empire. You even wanted the entire floating island to fall apart. Yi Chingfeng, how can you face me by doing this?" Lan Yaozong's voice was somewhat hysterical, and the message he conveyed caused everyone's hair to stand on end. Yun Ruhan, Wei Mian, and the others didn't need to be mentioned. Even the people from the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects had ashen white faces. Anyone who knew that they were almost sacrificed as a chess piece wouldn't have a good expression. The joy brought by Lan Yaozong's appearance and the reversal of the situation had now turned into anger, grievance, and fear. Only Yi Chingfeng's expression remained the same, but the corner of his mouth slowly curled into a mocking smile. "Lan Yaozong, who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to Chushi? You don't even deserve to carry his shoes. You can search on Baidu for Charming Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby's Black-Bellied Father Wonderful Brush Pavilion to find the latest chapter. Yi Aishan also sneered and said, Lan Yaozong, your words are really beautiful. It seems that you did all of this for the Imperial Master? Have you forgotten that the Xiao family was powerful at that time, and His Highness had Bei's soul bead? The call to make His Highness the Crown Prince almost echoed in the court. The Wei family and the Shi family, which controlled the military and political power of the Lan Empire, had always been close to the Xiao family. His Majesty couldn't sleep and eat in peace at that time. I'm afraid that after making His Highness the Crown Prince, his throne would be in danger. So, as soon as you saw that the Imperial Master wanted revenge, you immediately uprooted the Xiao family, the Shi family, and the Wei family. Lan Yaozong looked at him with contempt and disgust. You're just a dog beside Qingfen. Do you have the right to speak here? How can a dog like you know what I've decided? Haha. Yi Aishan gave a low chuckle, before taking out a mirage stone from his robe and speaking. The state preceptor disdains to explain what he did, but I always like to leave some leeway in doing things. His Majesty personally spoke to the state preceptor in the past. Do you want to repeat it in front of everyone? Lan Yaozong's face changed dramatically. Seeing that Yi Aishan was about to inject his spiritual power into the mirage stone, he suddenly raised his hand. And a sword chi flashed, directly shattering the mirage stone in his hand. Do it! With a loud shout, more than a dozen black-robed men behind Lan Yaozong immediately moved. They were very fast, forming groups of 3 to 5, each holding a strange iron chain in their hands. The black-robed men's footsteps were irregular, almost leaving afterimages. Boundless spiritual power surged around Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. Yi Qingfen frowned and was about to move. But Lan Yaozong chuckled. Qingfen, I advise you not to act rashly. Otherwise, the next ones to suffer from this 1,000-knife chain will be the people of Liberty City. I know you don't care about the life and death of others, but that little girl is the master of Avicenna. As long as she dies, Avicenna will fall into a deep sleep and can't be awakened in a short time. And your plan will never be realized. Yi Qingfeng's movements subconsciously stopped. Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang let out painful howls and fell to the ground. At some point, a net had appeared on their bodies, wrapping them up tightly. And these webs had thin barbs. As long as the 4 of them moved casually, the barbs would turn into slender, sharp blades and directly carve out a piece of flesh from their bodies. That was why it was called the 10,000 cuts. After the dozen or so people controlled heaven and earth, they immediately surrounded Yi Qingfeng from all directions. Each of them held the strange rope in their hands. Their footsteps were peculiar, causing their figures to appear illusory and overlapping. Seeing this scene, Lan Yaozong could not help but laugh. Qingfen, even if it's you, you won't be able to escape from the myriad cutting thousand sabers formation, right? Unless you summon your water Kylin. But if you do that, Avicenna will not have any protection, and it can no longer destroy the heaven-reaching halberd. Lan Yaozong's voice paused, and then he slowly said in a complacent voice, Qingfen, don't struggle anymore. You have nowhere to run. However, my promise to you will never change. As long as you admit defeat, you will still be my imperial advisor, my most trusted subordinate. This vast land is mine, and it will also be yours. In the future, when I ascend to the Cultivation continent, I will definitely take you with me. You can search for charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby's black-bellied father on Baidu. Wonderbrush Pavilion, find the latest chapter. Yi Qingfeng suddenly interrupted him coldly, you've also been to Wushang Palace. He said this in a very confident tone. Lan Yaozong couldn't help but frown. He seemed very unhappy that his words were interrupted. However, he didn't get angry in the end. Instead, he gently smiled, yes, you and Chu Shi aren't the only ones who are qualified to enter Wushang Palace. I'm also the chosen one. In that place, I obtained this immortal body. He reached out his hand and looked at his smooth and firm skin in fascination. Qingfeng, you think you've destroyed my cultivation, but you don't know that my cultivation can be restored through my body. In these years, I've been recovering my cultivation while secretly contacting the secret guards that the Lan family empire has trained for tens of thousands of years. When you were planning to capture the high-level cultivators of the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects to destroy the heaven-reaching halberd, I've already recovered most of my cultivation. I'm just waiting for today to give you a head-on blow. Even if you're so cruel to me, I don't want you to be doomed eternally. Chengfeng, I just want to tell you that no matter how capable you are, no matter how many years you've been planning for this revenge, you can never escape from me. Ha 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 ha. However, Lan Yaozong's voice suddenly changed. His sharp and bloodthirsty eyes looked at Yi Aishan and the other three people. Chengfeng, you can keep your life, but I'm going to kill these 4 dogs today. He slowly walked forward and stepped on Yi Aishan's head. He sneered, you dog, when you humiliated me, did you ever think that this day would come? Indeed, I didn't think about it. Yi Aishan endured the pain from the million cutting thousand swords, raised his bloody face, and revealed a horrifying smile. If I had thought about it, I would have been more ruthless back then. I say, Your Majesty, have you forgotten that when you were first imprisoned, in order to survive, you knelt on the ground and begged for mercy with a face full of snot and tears? You even swallowed shit in front of me. If I had known this would happen, I would have let Your Majesty eat more, ha ha ha. You're courting death. Lan Yaozong's face twisted. He suddenly bent down and grabbed Jia Huang's tongue. His fingers formed a sword and was about to cut it off. Crack crack crack, the sound of ice crystals freezing suddenly rang out. Frost appeared on Lan Yaozong's hand, and it was bone-chilling. The sword chi that was about to chop off Jia Huang's tongue also dissipated due to the cold. Lan Yaozong waved his hand, and a ball of flame appeared in his palm. He turned to look at Yi Chengfeng. Yi Chengfeng looked at him mockingly. The ice crystal storm that had already condensed in his palm slowly dissipated. Lan Yaozong furrowed his brows and slowly turned around. His eyes fell on the people of the Xiaoyao sect. The little girl standing in the center had a pair of sparkling peach blossom eyes, and the corners of her lips curled up. Under the sunlight, her beautiful face was soul-stirring and intoxicating. This man's appearance was even more outstanding than Yi Chengfeng's. Lan Yaozong's eyes flashed with shock. Then, his gaze turned cold. Little girl, were you the one who attacked me earlier? Mu Yan clapped her hands, and the cold air between her fingers immediately dissipated. She smiled faintly and said carelessly, as the saying goes, it's impolite not to reciprocate. That attack just now was to repay Your Majesty's kindness. Lan Yaozong narrowed his eyes. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the 7 people. You can search on Baidu for Enchantress Charming Doctor, Heaven Defying Baby's Black-Bellied Father Wonderbrush Pavilion, find the latest chapter. His gaze swept past Yun Ruhan and Wei Mian before finally landing on Luo Yu. Then, he slowly sighed and a complicated expression appeared on his face. Are you all blaming me? Yun Ruhan's hand once again gripped the hilt of the Ice Soul sword tightly. On the other hand, Luo Yu had long lost his memory and had no feelings for the man in front of him. Hearing his words, she didn't feel anything. She was just disgusted by his pretentious manner. Wei Mian's lips moved, and after a while, he said hoarsely, just now, was what they said true? Back then, Your Majesty, it was you who wanted the lives of the Xiao, Wei, and Shi families, as well as my 30,000 soldiers? Lan Yaozong pondered for a while before curling his lips and revealing a calm smile. Yes, it was my order. But official Wei, you can't blame me for this. If you want to blame someone, blame your relatives for becoming too powerful and trying to interfere with my political power. If you and the Empress had known to avoid arousing suspicion and bide your time, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Wei Mian's body trembled uncontrollably. His eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was sometimes sharp and sometimes broken, almost inaudible. So, all of this is our own fault? So our Xiao family, Wei family, Shi family, and the tens of thousands of lives that died in vain should be grateful and thank you for your grace? Lan Yaozong frowned and sneered. Wei Mian, do you know why your 3 families suffered back then? It's because of your arrogant and despotic attitude. You can go and ask anyone in this world. Which monarch in this world would allow his imperial power to be taken away? Which monarch would sit back and watch his relatives meddle in politics and climb over my head? Now that things have come to this, you don't reflect on yourselves and even blame me. Wei Mian clenched his fists tightly, and blood dripped from the gaps of his fingers. Tears fell from his eyes unknowingly. Behind him, Tu Fu, Ruan Yang, and the others were also filled with righteous indignation. They wanted to rush forward and tear Lan Yaozong into pieces. But before they could make a move, they were stopped by Mu Yan. Are you stupid? The corners of Mu Yan's lips curled up as she lightly scolded her subordinates, but her smile didn't reach her eyes in the slightest. The tradition of that group of people from the Lan family empire is to be shameless and ungrateful. You guys actually tried in vain to reason with them. Aren't you looking for trouble? Luo Yu said gloomily, why do I feel that eldest brother and I are being attacked? Mayan pats him on the shoulder, be good, it has nothing to do with you and big brother. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. A beast that would not even spare its own flesh and blood was not qualified to be called a father. As early as 20 years ago, you and eldest senior brother already had nothing to do with the Lan family empire. Xiao 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 is a sect, and brother is junior is Xiao Xiao sect R is has is yen. Yun Ruhan trembled slightly when she heard this, and her grip on the hilt of her sword slowly loosened. He looked at the two of them and shook his head with a helpless smile. Little Seven, don't try to comfort me with little junior sister. I'm not as weak as you think. 20 years ago, he was an abandoned existence. He was just a pawn in the hands of the Blue Glory sect that could be summoned and dismissed at any time, a nightmare. For him, Xiaoqi was the only family member he cared about. The Blue Brilliance sect had given him nothing but their bloodline. Now, even that bit of bloodline had been completely severed. Just as junior sister said, he was Yun Ruhan. He was no longer the Crown Prince Lan Luohan who could be manipulated by Lan Yaozong. Lan Yaozong did not notice the psychological changes of his two sons at all. In other words, he did not care. He put on a fatherly expression on his face and said softly, all right, Imperial Father admits that Imperial Father was wrong back then and made you suffer a lot. But I had no choice. This is the helplessness of an emperor. Xiaoqi, when the day comes that you sit on my throne, you will understand my difficulties. Luo Yu blinked and pointed at himself. Me? Lan Yaozong saw his expression and thought that he was too happy. The corners of his mouth curled up. Silly child, you are my only legitimate son, the Crown Prince. Although your mother's clan has made a mistake, they have already been punished. In the future, Imperial Father will not bother about this matter. If I don't pass the throne to you, who will it pass to? This is a matter of course. You don't need to be so excited. Luo Yu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Which eye of yours saw that I'm excited? My goal is the Sea of Stars. Who cares about your lousy throne? But before Luo Yu could refute, Lan Yaozong continued, but now, Qingfen has lost his mind because of hatred. He wants to destroy the floating island and the 10,000 years of our Lan family. If you want to stop him, the only way is to take the Avicii Pagoda from his hands. Without the Avicii Pagoda, no one can destroy the heaven-reaching halberd that supports the floating island. Then, Xiaoqi, your empire will be safe. So, Xiaoqi, can you persuade your senior sister to give me the Avicii Pagoda? Luo Yu almost rolled his eyes. He really didn't expect his so-called biological father to be so shameless. He would not admit that this scum had anything to do with him and his senior brother. Sorry, who are you? Luo Yu's lips curled up, revealing two cute dimples. She said innocently, my eldest senior brother and I grew up in the Xiaoyao sect. My master told me that I only have a mother who died early. As for my father, he died 800 years ago and his corpse was eaten by wild dogs. Why did you suddenly jump out and say that you are my father? Is there any proof? Why don't you let me see the bite marks on your body? Pussy. Someone at the side couldn't help but laugh out loud. Gufaping, in particular, laughed so hard that he rocked back and forth, shouting at the top of his voice, it's rare to see even a dog on this floating island. I've never seen a wound that's been bitten by a dog. Your Majesty, take off your clothes for us to see. Ha 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 ha, the crowd burst into mocking laughter. The laughter came from the people of Liberty City, as well as from the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects. The Blue Glory sect's shamelessness and disgust made everyone want to vomit. Beitang Zhan and the others knew that they weren't good people, but they couldn't help but be amazed by the Blue Glory sect's actions. The Blue Glory sect's face became more and more gloomy, and the spiritual power around him soared. A terrifying pressure was unleashed. At the same time, half of the men in black who had surrounded Yi Qingfeng dashed over. With strange steps, they surrounded the 7 people of the Xiaoyao sect. The 1,000-knife-cutting chain in his hand emitted a dazzling cold light. The laughter around stopped abruptly. It was not only because of the pressure released by Lan Yaozong, nor because of the black-clothed man holding the 1,000-knife-cutting chain. It was also because of the dense flying boats that came from afar. In an instant, the entire Lan Emperor's camp was surrounded. On each flying boat, there were hundreds of soldiers wearing the same clothes. On the leading flying ship stood a man in armor with an ugly ghost mask on his face. The moment they saw him, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and their faces were filled with horror. Is he the Dark Knight General, Lord Ghost Mask? How is this possible? Didn't Lord Ghostface die 10,000 years ago? Wei Mian suddenly took a step forward and stared at the ghost-masked man on the flying boat. His eyes were full of horror. General Wei? Hearing Mu Yan's voice, Wei Mian took a deep breath and said slowly, Miss, on the floating island, there have only been 2 god-level battle generals. One is me, and the other is Ghost Mask who disappeared 10,000 years ago. But, it is clearly recorded in the Lan Empire's ancient books that General Ghost Mask died in a war. Tu Fu said with a trembling voice, since Ghost Mask, there has been no more god-level battle generals on the floating island until our general appeared. Mu Yan frowned slightly, watching the ghost-masked man fly down and kneel in front of Lan Yaozong. Greetings, Your Majesty. Lan Yaozong raised his hand, rise. The haze on his face had dissipated, and a condescending smile hung on the corner of his mouth again. Yao Huang and the others, who were bound by the 1,000-knife-cutting net, and were already on the verge of death, immediately struggled frantically when they saw the ghostly face. Ghost Mask! Ghost Mask! You traitor, you ungrateful beast, you are still alive, and you dare to come out. Ghost Mask stood up and looked at the 4 people on the ground mockingly. Of course I am still alive, but the 4 of you, hee, as Lan Chushi's trusted subordinates, you were so arrogant and superior. How did you become like this? Yi Aishan's eyes were bloodshot as he gnashed his teeth and said, Ghostface, aren't you afraid of suffering retribution? Back then, when you were in trouble, it was Master who saved you, helped you cultivate, made you a battle general, and even gave you the authority to command the Lan family's personal guards. What has Master done wrong to you? You want to betray us at the last minute, kidnap Night Slave, and put his only son in such a desperate situation? Back then, before Lan Xiaozi died, he left behind many backup plans for his only son. Grimace was one of them. Although there were not many people who could go to the floating island, there was a secret guard whose cultivation exceeded the tribulation stage. Under the command of Ghostface, a god-level warrior, it was not an exaggeration to say that they were invincible on the floating island. Who knew that Grimace would betray Lan Chushi at the most critical moment? Instead, he helped the Lan family's side branch to capture Yi Nu and cripple his cultivation to threaten Lan Chushi. That was why Lan Chushi had fallen into such a desperate situation. Ghost Mask sneered and looked at Yi Qingfeng with a cold gaze. His eyes flickered with intense jealousy and hatred. I can only blame Lan Chushi for being too biased. I'm obviously the most loyal to the Lan family and the person who can help him the most. But the good things he obtained from Wushang Palace were all given to Yi Nu, this bitch. Yi Nu's strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and he will soon ascend to the Xiaoxian continent with young master. But I can only stay on this isolated island that can collapse at any time. Why? Those opportunities to improve cultivation in a short time, those power and status, should belong to me. Haha, since the young master is heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. With my talent, there are many people who are willing to appreciate me. The Lan family empire is one of them. It's not me who killed Lan Chushi, but his own unfairness and incompetence, and that bitch Yi Nu. Ha ha ha. Ghostface laughed for a while, then looked at Yi Qingfeng. He wanted to see an expression of regret on the face of the person he had hated for thousands of years. However, what he saw was Yi Qingfeng's slowly curling mouth and bright smile. Ghostface's heart suddenly jumped, and he screamed, "What are you laughing at?" Yi Qingfeng slowly lowered his eyes and did not answer him. His fingers gently stroked the scarred small halberd in his palm, and he whispered in his heart. Chushi, do you see? All the people who have hurt you are finally gathered, no one is missing, don't worry, wait a little longer. Soon, I will come to the Yellow Spring with their lives to find you. Seeing Yi Qingfeng like this, the hatred in Ghostface's heart could not help but surge like lava. Seeing Yi Qingfeng like this, the hatred in Ghostface's heart could not help but surge like lava. But Lan Yaozong stopped him. General Ghostface, the most important thing now is to take back the Avicii Pagoda. We will deal with the grievances between you and Qingfeng later. His smile was gentle, and his eyes were full of trust when he looked at Ghostface. I promise that this time I will not stop you from doing anything. It's time for Qingfeng to be taught a lesson for what he did. Ghostface revealed a smile, and looked at the people of the Xiaoyao sect together with Lan Yaozong. But this time, Lan Yaozong's eyes when looking at Luo Yu and Yun Ruhan did not have the kindness and gentleness that he pretended before. Little Seven, I gave you a chance. But you let me down. He raised his hand and slowly pressed down. Ghostface, I will not leave a single chicken or dog in Xiaoyao City. Yes. Wei Mian trembled all over, and his divine sense spread out. The 100,000 Xiaoyao army moved in an instant, protecting Mu Yan and the others from all sides. Ghostface seemed not to care about Wei Mian's action, and slowly raised his hand. The flying ship in the air followed his movements and quickly descended. 100,000 fully armed soldiers in black armor descended from the sky. 100,000 carefree army soldiers against 100,000 black-armored soldiers. The battle was about to begin. Grimace stared at Wei Mian without blinking and suddenly chuckled. You're Wei Mian, the divine general who succeeded me? From the looks of it now, it's just SOSO? Ghostface's voice was sometimes hoarse and sometimes sharp. It was as if many voices were stacked on top of each other, making it seem extremely strange. Little fellow, don't tell me you think that you'll have a chance of winning against me just because we're both god-level battle generals with an army of 100,000? King Wei swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and a drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. His face was also slightly pale. As a general, Wei Mian had always been conceited and arrogant. Because in the past 1,000 years, there was not a single champion on the entire floating island who could surpass his strength. However, when the ghostly face descended, their seas of consciousness collided. Wei Mian felt as if his spiritual consciousness was being suppressed. The Xiaoyao army was indeed strong, brave and loyal. But in the end, they had only been in the army for less than a year, and most of them were just ordinary people without any cultivation before they came out of the Rocky Mound. How could such a rookie army fight against the 100,000 black-armored soldiers led by the Dark Knight General, Ghost Mask? Suddenly, a hand gently pressed on Wei Mian's shoulder. As soon as Wei Mian turned his head, he saw the bright smile of his little highness. And this smile seemed to have suddenly poured a stream of clear spring water into his body. The humbleness, fear, and nervousness that had been lingering in his heart dissipated in an instant. Luo Yu didn't comfort Wei Mian. Instead, she looked at Ghost Mask and said with a faint smile, "This shameful general, haven't you heard of this saying? In the Yangtze River, the new waves push the old waves, and the old waves die on the beach. It's no longer your time to be here. What's so strange about Uncle Wei defeating you? Just don't say that my Uncle Wei bullied the old and the weak. In the Yangtze River, the new waves push the old waves, and the old waves die on the beach." Ghost Mask had never heard of this saying, but the meaning was so easy to understand. His face behind the mask darkened instantly. He turned to look at Lan Yaozong and said with a sinister smile, "Your Majesty, the battle will begin soon. Swords and sabers have no eyes." If the two little highnesses are hurt, Lan Yaozong still had a faint and noble smile on his face. His eyes were kind, and he looked like a wise ruler. But his words were bone-chilling. "General Ghost Mask, you must be joking. After two rebellious subjects rebelled, how could they deserve the title of Highness? If they die here today, it's because they were unfilial and unfilial. They deserve it." Lan Yaozong's words satisfied Ghost Mask. Almost immediately, he soared into the sky and let out a long roar. The next moment, 100,000 black-armored soldiers of the Blue Emperor immediately surrounded Mu Yan and the others. "Uncle Wei, you should have more confidence in yourself and the 100,000 soldiers of Liberty City. You're the general under my 6th senior sister. In the future, you'll be an invincible, peerless general who can dominate the 3 realms. A mere old man is nothing." Wei Mian took a deep breath. He repeated the words of his little highness in his mind. Then, he soared into the sky without hesitation. His divine sense, which was as boundless as the sea, was released without reservation. Even now, he didn't think he could defeat Ghost Mask. But he was the only general of Liberty City. If he retreated, who would the 100,000 carefree army soldiers fight for? Who was going to defend the dignity of Liberty City? The divine senses of the two deity-level battle generals connected to their respective armies of 100,000. In the blink of an eye, the two sides collided. But this time, the people of Liberty City were panicking. He was facing the Blue Emperor's black armored army, whose cultivation was one level higher than his. Did they really have a chance of winning? Doubt in the heart leads to a weak will, and a weak will leads to a weak will to fight. The battle had not yet begun, but everyone could already see the ending. The smile on Lan Yaozong's face became even brighter. His eyes flickered without a trace of reluctance or concern. However, at this moment, a melodious tune rang out from the east side of the martial arts arena. Then, it shot into the clouds and spread throughout the entire Blue Thearka's camp. The situation that was supposed to be one-sided began to reverse at this moment. Lan Yaozong's eyes widened as he suddenly turned around to look at the girl who was floating in the air and playing the zither. A look of disbelief appeared on his face. The other people in Blue Emperor's camp reacted slightly slower than Blue Glory sect. But gradually, some people began to see the clues. Am I seeing things? The Xiaoyou army is starting to gain the upper hand? When the sound of the zither started, neither the Black Armor army nor the Carefree army noticed anything different. It's just that the Carefree army vaguely felt that their physical strength seemed to be endless. And with their cultivation, they originally couldn't fully understand and accept the command of a general. However, with the melodious sound of the zither, they felt that their sea of knowledge began to expand in a short time. The accuracy and sensitivity of their divine sense also improved unknowingly. On the other hand, the Black Armor army began to become sluggish, their hands and feet heavy and stiff. Everyone's cultivation was clearly higher than their opponents, but they couldn't even bring out 70% of their strength. Wei Mian turned to look at Mu Yan in shock. For a moment, he even forgot to command the army to fight. He always knew that his city lord was a powerful musician. She could heal, fight, and assist. It was also because of Mu Yan's assistance that the battle against the Over-the-Wave Temple was so easy. But the strength of the Over-the-Wave Temple was much worse than the 100,000 Carefree army. Only 1/3 of the army participated in that battle. Wei Mian was confident that even without assistance, he could still win. So much so that he never thought that the assistance of a musician could have such terrifying power. That was simply more heaven-defying than him, a general. Wei Mian vaguely remembers. A long, long time ago, when his master taught him to become a general, he once said, "There is such a group of musicians in the world. They are more terrible than a general. One person controls 10,000 people. One person fights on the left. Unhindered in the three realms, invincible and invincible." Master once said, "What are those musicians called?" Wei Mian's eyes widen, staring at the girl with fluttering clothes under the blazing sun. Master's voice flashes through his mind. Like a god, like a demon, pampered by the heavens. With a zither in hand, peerless. People separated the musicians of this school and gave them a title. They were called Shin musicians. Someone once predicted that if one day the strongest general could unite with the strongest Shin musicians, then the army they commanded would be invincible and invincible. Wei Mian still remembers when he was young, his blood boiling when he heard this, and he asked Master where the Shin musicians were. Young and arrogant, he was not afraid of anything. He wanted to find such a musician and build an invincible army with him. However, his master told him, perhaps the heavens are jealous of the talented. The Kamikaze sect was completely destroyed 20 years ago. There are no more Shin musicians in the world, nor will there be an invincible army. The young Wei Mian only felt regret. Later on, when he came into contact with real musicians, he found that it was already difficult for one person to assist tens or hundreds of cultivators. Therefore, Wei Mian felt that his master was exaggerating and even laughed at him for being young and naive. However, at this very moment, his master's words appeared in his mind, word by word. Memories from a long time ago and the feeling of his blood boiling slowly awakened in his body. Could it be that Miss was a Shin musician? Didn't Master say that the Shin musicians have already been destroyed, but if that wasn't the case, how could such a miraculous scene appear? Clang, a high-pitched music exploded in Wei Mian's mind. He shuddered and woke up. He meets Mian's smiling face. The girl's black hair is flying, her clothes fluttering, like a fairy from the ninth heaven descending from the sky. She doesn't speak, but those peach blossom eyes seem to be telling him, "General Wei, what are you still staring at? Is this your battlefield? Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad, please collect." Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad. Wei Mian closed his eyes. A spirited smile slowly bloomed on his face, which had been worn down by suffering. Just like when he was young. He had never been more sure than at that moment that he could win, that he could defeat the divine general of the Dark Knight, whom he used to look up to. He had never been more sure than at that moment that one day, the carefree army in his hands would be unparalleled in the three realms. In the martial arts practice field of the Blue Emperor's encampment, there was a lot of discussion in the beginning. Then, there was complete silence. The people of the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects all looked ashen and cold. Before that, they had thought that it would be a piece of cake for the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects to join hands to deal with a small Liberty City. That was why Yi Shuasong had used and schemed against Liberty City so ruthlessly. However, at this moment, they realized how naive they had been. Would they really be able to resist the free and unfettered army created by a god-level warrior and this godlike assistant musician? They couldn't help but think of the girl's powerful words. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll eliminate them. Are you really ready to fight Liberty City head-on? Everyone couldn't help but shiver. Their faces were pale, and they were trembling. After this battle, would Liberty City settle the score with them after the fall? No. They didn't have to wait until after this battle. Could they still win this battle? Could they still walk out of the Blue Emperor's encampment alive? Everyone couldn't help but look at the Blue Glorious sect. They were no longer able to decide the outcome of this battle. The private soldiers of the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects had all been attacked by Yi Qingfeng's Dark Knight army. Now, even their lair had been destroyed. 90% of the high-level cultivators on the floating island were gathered here, but they were no match for Yi Qingfeng and his companions. Although some people despised the Blue Glorious sect's actions, but if Yi Qingfeng won, the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects would be finished. The entire floating island would be finished. The Blue Glorious sect's face couldn't be described as ugly. He would never have thought that the trump card he had carefully prepared would be used. The Black Armor army that he had raised for so many years had been waiting for a head-on strike to make Yi Qingfeng kneel before him and beg for mercy. But in the end, it had been destroyed by an insignificant Liberty City. That musician, there was actually such a terrifying musician in the world. Lan Yaozong retracted his gaze from Mu Yan. His eyes were filled with shock and greed. But it was quickly covered up. He had endured for decades and knew very well what was most important now. That trash, ghastly mask, couldn't even deal with a mere champion defender. When the Dark Knight army was defeated, things would get out of hand. Lan Yaozong looked at the dozen heaven-breaking realm experts and moved his fingers slightly. The dozen or so people immediately brandished the 1,000-knife chains in their hands and attacked Yun Ruhan's group. The Blue Glorious sect's method was very simple. Didn't Liberty City want to resist, but when those little fellows fell into his hands, he would like to see who the 100,000 free unfettered army listened to. However, before those men in black could make a move, suddenly, the ground, which had only been shaking slightly, started to shake violently. Even the ground of the martial arts arena, which was paved with the hardest spiritual crystal, started to crack. A bone-chilling cold air mixed with wisps of black mist pervaded the air. The correct chapter of Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby's Black-Bellied Father will continue to be updated on the mobile game bar. There are no advertisements on the site. Please collect and recommend the mobile game bar. If you like Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby's Black-Bellied Father, please collect. What? What's going on? What's going on? Avicii Pagoda, look at the Avicii Pagoda. Everyone who was watching the battle looked up at the same time. Their souls almost flew out of their bodies when they saw it. Unknowingly, the small Avicii Pagoda had grown to the size of a mountain. The pagoda also started to spin violently. Yi Qingfeng's water qilin had already moved far away. However, it was still spitting out water droplets. However, these water droplets were mixed with strands of black and red. From afar, it looked like coagulated blood. Destruction. The destruction has begun. How could this be? Alliance Leader E, didn't you say that the Avicii Pagoda needs at least 6 hours to be fully activated? There was no sign at all. How? How could it have begun? The veins on Lan Yaozong's forehead were throbbing. He almost couldn't control his hysteria. What kind of perseverance did he have to endure these past 10 years? Only then could he wait for his broken body to recover bit by bit. How could he lose? He should be the final winner. Do it. He must kill Yi Qingfeng immediately. Lan Yaozong's order was quickly transmitted to the people surrounding Yi Qingfeng. He didn't care about the unwillingness and jealousy in his heart anymore. He had to win, even if Yi Qingfeng died, he had to win. However, the next moment, Lan Yaozong's eyes suddenly widened. He felt a cold touch on his neck. A slender, pale hand was strangling his neck with a moderate amount of force. Lan Yaozong's body stiffened as he turned his head to look. His pupils shrank. He saw his trusted subordinates that he had trained for thousands of years. At this moment, they were all beheaded on the ground, blood flowing everywhere. They were all killed by Yi Qingfeng alone. They didn't even have the power to fight back. Lan Yaozong's body couldn't help but tremble. He slowly looked at the man in front of him, who didn't have any emotions from the beginning to the end. He only had a faint smile. That pair of beautiful, glass-like eyes looked at him as if he was looking at a pile of disgusting trash. Lan Yaozong gulped and forced a smile. Qingfen, you won't kill me, right? You should know how good I've been to you all these years. You're not that kind of ungrateful person, aren't you? The smile on the corner of Yi Qingfeng's mouth deepened, with a hint of mockery and disgust. Of course I won't kill you. You are the best nourishment for the Avicii Pagoda. All right. It's fine as long as you don't kill him. As long as Yi Qingfeng didn't kill him immediately, he still had a chance to turn the situation around. No, even if Yi Qingfeng really killed him. As long as he still had the treasures he had obtained from Wushang Palace, he would not die. 10 years, 20 years, or even 100 or 1,000 years, one day, he would definitely make a comeback. Thinking about this, Lan Yaozong's expression gradually returned to normal. However, a mournful scream came from Lan Yaozong. He fell to the ground, wailing and rolling on the ground. The thin iron wires were connected to form a net, binding him tightly. The thin blades on the iron wires were cutting his flesh piece by piece. Lan Yaozong, does it feel good to be cut by 1,000 blades? Ha 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 ha. Yi Aishan and the other 3 had already gotten rid of the 1,000 blades cutting rope and came to Yi Qingfeng's side. Enchantress Charming Doctor, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please collect. Enchantress Charming Doctor, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad. Yi Huang was covered with wounds, but he couldn't help laughing when he saw Lan Yaozong's miserable appearance. Yi Qingfeng said coldly, watch them. Don't worry, National Master. Yi Qingfeng's figure disappeared, and the next moment, he appeared in front of Ghost Face. Slave Yi, what are you doing? Guards, come and protect me. I am the king of the Lan Empire, you can't kill me. This is the iron law of the floating island, Slave Yi, do you hear me? Yi Adian looked away, and a smile slowly bloomed on his face. We have been waiting for this day. Yi Oxuan continued, for this day, we have sacrificed too much. He looked down at his ugly scaly hands and couldn't help but chuckle. Yi Huang licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, and whispered, National Master has sacrificed more than we have. Yi Adian gently patted him on the shoulder. Anyway, we can finally avenge the young master. Once we're underground, we'll be able to face our master. Yi Adi suddenly lowered his eyes, and his voice sounded like he was about to cry, but National Master, he won't even have the chance to meet the young master in the next life. Ghostface's body was also wrapped by the cutting 1,000 knives, and he was rolling on the ground like Lan Yaozong. Without a commander, the 100,000 soldiers of the Dark Knight army immediately became scattered. The battlefield became one-sided. The Xiaoyao army ushered in their first great victory. Looking at the white-robed zither player, the stunning girl, slowly descending from the sky, No one knew who started it first, but the free unfettered soldier shouted loudly. Xiaoyao Xiaoyao, who else but me can do it? Xiaoyao Xiaoyao, dominate the world. His voice shook the mountains and rivers, and his aura shook the 9 provinces. From now on, no matter where the people of the floating island went, no one would forget Xiaoyao City. No one would ever forget Liberty City, and no one would ever forget the musician called Jun Mayan. Mu Yan had just landed on the ground. The people of the Xiaoyao sect surrounded her. Little sister, are you okay? Sixth sister, you are really amazing. Now your feather grace can cover hundreds of thousands of soldiers at the same time? Ha ha ha, if the Xiaoyao sect fights in groups, won't we be invincible? Mu Yan is about to say something. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from underground again. Mu Yan's complexion changes, and he promptly shouts, quickly retreat. The other members of the Xiaoyao sect also reacted quickly. Just as Mayan's voice left her mouth, Yun Ruhan and the others had already flown up into the sky. Screams could be heard one after another. Mu Yan steadies herself in the air and looks down. Even with her composure, she couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. The screams just now came from the people of the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects. Different from Mu Yan and the others who instantly soared into the sky. All of them had fallen into the pit. Clearly, every single one of them was a high-level cultivator above the earth creation realm. But after falling into the pit, none of them could fly up. Under their feet, it was as if there were ghostly claws grabbing at them, pulling at them, preventing them from escaping. The pit was very, very deep. Looking down from the sky, it was almost impossible to see the bottom. One could only vaguely see a dark red light flickering. As the dark red light flickered, the bodies of those closest to the bottom of the pit seemed to be eaten by something, and they began to disappear rapidly. Gulp, Ling Yuma couldn't help but swallow. This is what Yi Chingfeng meant when he said that he wanted the entire floating island to die with him. This is his revenge for Lan Chushi. The people of Liberty City weren't involved, but they were shocked speechless by the hellish scene in front of them. Mayor June, help. Gufaping jumped at the bottom of the pit and screamed, I don't know Lan Chushi. What happened back then had nothing to do with the Weiyue Pavilion. Mayor June, Boss June, Grandma June, and everyone in Liberty City, help. Just now, when the martial arts practice field collapsed, apart from the Situ family elder who had always been by Mu Yan's side, who was pulled by Mu Yan and didn't fall. The others from the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects, including the Weiyue Pavilion and the Hongyan sect, fell into the pit and were caught by invisible claws, unable to escape. Mu Yan couldn't help but touch her forehead. She wasn't familiar with any of the sects and families on the floating island. But neither the Weiyue Pavilion nor the Hongyan sect hit Liberty City when it was down. She naturally didn't want these people to die just like that. But for Yi Chingfeng, the Lanyao sect and Yi Shuesong weren't the only enemies. The natives of the entire floating island were the descendants of the people who had killed Lan Chushi. He wanted them all to die with him. He had done his best by killing the cultivators from the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects, leaving the others on the floating island alive. It wouldn't be easy to kill Yi Chingfeng. Mu Yan turned to Luo Yu. Xiang Yunzhou of the Sacred Heaven Alliance did me a favor, Ling Yuxing added. Liberty City has emptied most of the treasures in the Weiyue Pavilion. Gufaping's words were harsh, but he has been doing his best to promote Liberty City recently, Ling Yuma said. My mother and grandpa are still recovering in the soul-nurturing pond of the Hongyan sect. Without the soul-nurturing pond, I wouldn't have met the little monk. After that, the 3 of them stared at Luo Yu. Luo Yu stepped back. Why? Why are you telling me this? Also, don't look at me like that. I'm scared. It made him look like a delicious piece of braised pork. Mayan slowly hooks up the corner of her lips, and says unhurriedly, Xiaoqi, don't you think that Yi Chingfeng treats you differently? Naturally, he won't listen to anyone else pleading for leniency, but if you plead for leniency, you might get a different result. Luo Yu blinked. You're joking, right? Chumoli said warmly, it's not the same. Won't you know once you try it? Thus, Luo Yu, who was forced to do something beyond her ability, carefully walked in front of Yi Chingfeng with a belly full of suspicion. Yi Aishan and the other 3 were whispering something in Yi Chingfeng's ear. When he saw Luo Yu coming over, he immediately revealed a joyful and respectful expression. He did not stop her at all and retreated. Luo Yu, this is really strange. Now, even he was starting to doubt whether what sixth senior sister and the others said was true. It was one thing for Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang to be gentle towards him, but why were their expressions mixed with respect and joy? I didn't know them before, did I? When Yi Qingfeng faced the others, he always had a faint and cold smile on his lips. Like he was joking, like he was careless, like he was mocking everything in the world. But as soon as he saw Luo Yu, the smile on his face disappeared completely. He didn't even bother to look at her. I like the Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. 1. Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. Luo Yu couldn't help but feel nervous again. Was this what sixth senior sister said? She treated him differently? Would he succeed if he begged for mercy? Don't be ridiculous. She obviously didn't like him, okay? What do you want from me? Yi Qingfeng asked. Before Luo Yu could answer, he said coldly, what happened here has nothing to do with Liberty City. Why don't you leave? Luo Yu swallowed. Pointing at Defying and the others who were still screaming, he told them why he had come. The person in front of him didn't say anything. He didn't even look at him. The energy at the bottom of the pit curled up and formed a strong wind, blowing his clothes and long hair up. Luo Yu finally realized. The cruel and cold imperial advisor in front of him was so skinny, as if he could be blown apart by the wind. Just when Luo Yu thought he wouldn't agree, Yi Qingfeng suddenly waved his hand. Then, dozens of people floated up from the bottom of the pit. There were the leaders and disciples of the Micro-Moon Pavilion and the Grand Goose sect. There was Xiang Yunzhou, the leader of the Sacred Heaven Alliance, and his subordinates. There were also some cultivators who had shown that they knew nothing about the past 10,000 years ago in the battle just now. Luo Yu couldn't react immediately. He didn't expect that Yi Qingfeng would really let them go because of his words. Also, he let so many people go. Luo Yu opened his mouth. For the first time, he had a strange feeling. He didn't like to keep his words to himself. Thinking of this, he asked without hesitation, my sixth senior sister said you treated me differently? But Yi Qingfeng, I don't know you. On the contrary, I have a grudge against you. Why did you treat me differently? Now that he thought about it, from the first time he met Yi Qingfeng in Liberty City until now, this man had never harmed him or even forced him to do anything. On the contrary, when Xiang Weiran and the Blue Glory sect wanted to kill him, he saved him again and again. Luo Yu's words finally made Yi Qingfeng turn around slowly. That pair of beautiful eyes was still cold, but there seemed to be some kind of emotion that was higher than the mountains and deeper than the sea. Just consider it as what I owed you in my previous life. Luo Yu opened his eyes slightly and wanted to ask more. But Yi Qingfeng had already looked away and said coldly, I've done what you asked. Now, can Liberty City get out of here? Luo Yu was stunned. Who was this guy? How could he turn hostile just like that? However, when he remembered that the other party had just released him, he could only grit his teeth and force a smile. All right, the Imperial Preceptor has ordered us to scram immediately, all right. With that, he turned to leave. However, just as he took a step forward, he heard a hoarse voice behind him. Leave the floating island and never look back. In this life, you have the most beautiful and brilliant future, and you have loved ones who sincerely protect you. In this life, you will definitely live very well. However, Chu Shi, your night slave will no longer be able to accompany you. Luo Yu's footsteps stopped. He felt that Yi Qingfeng's tone was very strange. It was as if he was talking to someone he knew. Just as he was about to turn around, he heard a scream. Little Seven, be careful. It was Mu Yan's voice. Almost as soon as the words entered her ears, Luo Yu immediately leapt up and retreated. However, he was still a step too late. A violent wave of air surged up from the bottom of the pit. It formed a huge energy ball and charged towards Luo Yu. Luo Yu had already summoned his puppet. However, when the monarch puppet touched the energy ball, it was directly split into two halves. Alluring witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Alluring witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. On the other side, Mu Yan, Yun Ruhan, and the others' faces changed as they rushed over like lightning. The sound wall formed by the zither was quickly being formed. But they were still a step too late. A pseudo-monarch puppet couldn't even withstand one blow. If Luo Yu was hit by this energy ball, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, at this moment, a figure appeared in front of Luo Yu. Bang! After a loud noise, a strong smell of blood permeated Luo Yu's nose. Air waves surged, sand and stones flew everywhere. But he didn't feel any pain on his body. State Preceptor! State Preceptor, how are you? How could you let yourself get hurt so badly at this time? Luo Yu turned around in a daze. She saw that the figure that had always seemed extremely cold and powerful, that made her afraid that she couldn't catch up to, was covered in blood and slowly falling down. There was a huge bloody hole in his chest. The bloody hole should be where his heart should be. But she couldn't see his heart. Luo Yu reacted quickly and reached out to support him before he fell to the ground. Yi Chengfeng, you, why did you save me? Again and again, he didn't even care about his life. Yi Chengfeng pushed away the hand that was supporting him and raised his hand. The water qilin appeared beside him. The huge beast roared at the sky, opened its bloody mouth, and bit forward. There was an energy ball that had just exploded and shrunk by half, but it didn't completely disappear. When the water qilin bit it, there was a scream from the energy ball. Luo Yu slightly widened her eyes. That was Lan Yaozong's voice. After the scream, the Blue Brilliant Sect Master's hysterical laughter rang out. Yi Chengfeng, I said that I won't die. No matter how much you want to kill me, as long as I have the immortal medicine that Wushang Palace left for me, I will live forever. And you? Completely activate the Avicii Pagoda and destroy the Heaven Halberd. The moment the Heaven Halberd is destroyed, the backlash will be enough to make your soul fly away and scatter. You and your lackeys will die without a doubt. I am the true ruler of this country, the person who rules over the world. The water qilin's throat let out an angry growl. It suddenly bit down. Lan Yaozong immediately screamed again. If such a powerful divine beast had bitten a human, even a heaven-breaking tier elite would have died a long time ago. However, the strange thing was that although the Blue Glory sect was screaming, he was still alive. Ha ha ha. Yi Chengfeng, didn't you want to avenge Lan Chushi? Unfortunately, your injustice will never be fulfilled, because I am immortal and indestructible. If I can make a comeback once, I can make a comeback a second time. At that time I will dig out Lan Chushi's corpse and grind his bones to ashes. Ha 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 ha. That's right, there's also the little brat you're so protective of. Although his body contains my bloodline, he is too disobedient. What is more disgusting is that he can summon the real divine beast, Bai Zhe, just like Lan Chushi. Do you think I can't tell? You treat him as Lan Chushi's substitute, that's why you protect him. But how can I let you do as you wish? Once I regain my strength, I will make sure that he dies thoroughly. I will make sure that there is no trace of Lan Chushi left in this world. Using him as Lan Chushi's substitute? No way. Do I look like that gentle and jade-like young man, or was it because he could summon the divine beast Bai Zhe? Luo Yu frowned. She did not know why, but she felt a little unhappy. Lan Luoyu was Lan Luoyu, unique in the world. He was definitely not someone's substitute. He took a few steps forward with a cold face and beckoned the water qilin over. The water qilin blinked its bell-like eyes, then obediently spat out a ball of something in its mouth. It was no longer an energy ball, but a bloody body without limbs. Lan Yaozong's limbs and abdomen were already eaten by the water qilin. But strangely, his head and heart seemed to be protected by something. No matter how hard the water qilin bit, it could not break them. The strangest thing was that as time passed, Lan Yaozong's body, which was full of holes, began to grow on its own. Yi Chengfeng's expression was cold. He stood up shakily and walked in front of Lan Yaozong. He formed a sword with his fingers, and a bone-piercing cold light shot out. Lan Yaozong immediately let out a shrill scream. Half of his head had been blown off, and his brains were flowing everywhere. But after crying for a while, Lan Yaozong's body lit up with a faint blue-black light. The broken head actually began to grow again. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Yi Chengfeng, did you see that? You can't kill me. I am immortal. I will soon become the ruler of the 3 realms. Ha ha ha, what a pity. This gift from Wushang Palace should have belonged to Lan Chushi, but that idiot actually gave up on it and chose to revive you. So, this gift has a chance to fall into my hands. If Lan Chushi wasn't so stupid, he would be the one who is immortal today. Ha ha ha, Yi Chingfeng clenched his fists tightly. Blood dripped from the gaps of his fingers. Luo Yu looked at this scene, and an indescribable anger suddenly surged in his heart. He suddenly took a step forward and shook his wrist. Countless small puppet insects flew out of his sleeves and pounced towards Lan Yaozong. Aha! A heart-wrenching and lung-splitting howl resounded between heaven and earth, causing the surrounding people to feel a chill run down their spines. Luo Yu glanced at Yi Chingfeng and said unhappily, "If you can't kill him, then you can't kill him. In this world, there are many ways to make people wish they were dead. Why torture yourself for this kind of person?" However, Yi Chingfeng waved his hand and dispersed the puppet insects on Lan Yaozong's body. "What are you doing?" Luo Yu was furious. "Are you blaming me for being nosy?" Yi Chingfeng shook his head and said in a low and hoarse voice, "Bloodline is fate, but it's also a sin. Once you're stained with karma, you won't be able to escape. I don't want you to be tainted by this. That kind of filthy trash has no right to dirty your path to the heavens." At this point, he closed his eyes, and the faintly discernible tenderness between his brows slowly faded away. "Furthermore, I already told you that this has nothing to do with the Carefree sect." "Do you want to die with these people?" said Meng Hao coldly. Was he going to chase them away? Luo Yu was so angry that her cheeks were about to swell. Was there something wrong with this Yi Chingfeng? Was he the one who risked his life to save her? Was he the one who spoke sarcastically? "Bastard, treating my kindness as malice. How much did he want to stay here?" Luo Yu turned around angrily and was about to leave when a hand gently pressed on his shoulder. "Sixth senior sister?" Mu Yan smiled and patted his shoulder, signaling him to calm down. Then, she looked at Yi Chingfeng. "Does the Imperial Preceptor want to kill this Lan Yaozong? Perhaps I can lend you a hand." "Kill me? Just a little girl like you?" Before Yi Chingfeng could answer, Lan Yaozong could not help but laugh. "Do you know what kind of divine item the immortal elixir is? Do you know that as long as the energy of the immortal elixir doesn't dissipate, I am an immortal god?" Ha 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 ha. Lan Yaozong laughed so hard that his broken body kept shaking. His face was full of pride and madness. So much so that he did not notice that a chubby little yellow chick was walking on its short legs. With its short legs, it staggered up to Lan Yaozong's chest. Why did it climb up? Huang Huang did not know. Mama told it to come, so it came. It was the most obedient baby. Its chubby little body crawled for a long time before it reached Lan Yaozong's chest. In the end, because Lan Yaozong's laughter was too loud, his chest shook. The little yellow chick was careless and slipped, rolling away. "Woo woo woo, my butt hurts." The little yellow chick got up from the ground, crying. Its big eyes were filled with tears, and it climbed up Lan Yaozong's chest again. Lan Yaozong finally noticed the little yellow chick's existence. He frowned and subconsciously tilted his head back. "What is it?" When he realized that the fat chick did not have any spiritual power or magic power, he could not help but sneer. He looked at Mu Yan with a mocking gaze. "What? Are you going to use this little beast to kill me?" As he spoke, his body moved slightly, and the little yellow chick rolled down again. This time, it fell even harder, and tears fell down. But it did not seek comfort or hug from Mu Yan, nor was it angry. Instead, it flapped its little wings, revealing a determined look, and climbed up again. This time, Lan Yaozong revealed an impatient expression. At this moment, he only wanted to enjoy Yi Chingfeng's furious and unwilling expression, and then imagine his glory after making a comeback. Only then could he suppress the fear and anger brought by the pain in his body. Although the little chick wasn't a threat to him in the slightest, it was like a thorn in his heart, driving him crazy. "Bastard, you're courting death." Lan Yaozong's eyes flashed with a brutal light. Could it be that Jun Mayan thinks that she doesn't even have the ability to kill a little beast now that she doesn't have her arms and legs? As soon as he finished speaking, his body emitted a bluish-black light. Something floated out of his chest, forming a palm-sized ball that shot toward the little chick. Ye Huang couldn't help but shout, "Be careful." It was the same energy ball that had attacked Luo Yu. As long as one was hit, it would be like being attacked by a Xian immortal. Even the imperial advisor was severely injured because of this, not to mention a little chubby chick that didn't even have the slightest spiritual power cultivation. Who would have thought that both Mayan and Luo Yu would have a calm expression, without the slightest bit of worry? How could this be? Lan Yaozong's incredulous exclamation pulled Jia Huang back from his thoughts. He turned his head and saw that the hurricane caused by the energy ball had messed up the little chick's smooth and soft yellow hair. The little chick spread its chubby little wings, desperately trying to maintain its balance. It kept making sounds that didn't sound like a rooster's, yet no one could understand it. Apart from that, nothing happened. He wasn't blasted away, nor did he die. In fact, there wasn't even a single injury on his body. This time, not to mention the Blue Glory sect, Yi Huang, and the others. Even Yi Qingfeng showed a startled expression. He looks at Mayan and whispers, "What is it?" While speaking, the flustered and exasperated Lan Yaozong attacked the little chick again. This time, the impact of the energy ball was even greater, causing the little chick to squawk in fright. It could only lie down with its chubby little body and use its wings and claws to grab onto Lan Yaozong's clothes, pressing its little head against Lan Yaozong's chest. "No, no, how could this be? My elixir of immortality. No, you can't leave. This is a gift from Wushang Palace. I am immortal, this is my elixir of immortality." Aha! Lan Yaozong's expression changed from shock to fear to despair. The bluish-black light that had been surrounding him quickly disappeared. His head, which was already healing, began to rot rapidly, including his body. All of his cultivation and spiritual power were sucked clean in an instant. His originally handsome face instantly became even older and uglier than a malicious ghost. In just a few breaths, Lan Yaozong couldn't even scream anymore. He could only let out panting sounds that seemed like he would stop breathing at any moment. His murky eyes glared at the little chick on his chest. His mouth opened as if he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. "Huang Huang, come back." When little chick heard Mu Yan's voice, it immediately wiggled its chubby little body happily and rushed over. "Gigi goo goo. Mummy mummy." Huang Huang was very obedient just now, wasn't it? Mayan smiles as she smooths out its hair that has been messed up by the wind. She says softly, "Huang Huang did very well. You've helped Mama a lot." It was rare for the little chick to be praised, so it immediately jumped around in Mu Yan's hand. Only then did Mu Yan look at Yi Qingfeng. She thought for a moment, then handed the little chick in her hand to Yi Qingfeng. "What does State Preceptor think Huang Huang is?" Yi Qingfeng hesitated for a moment before taking the fat chickie from her hands. The little chick was not afraid of strangers. It tilted its head in Yi Qingfeng's palm. Her big round eyes stared unblinkingly at the person in front of her. It didn't like being touched by someone it didn't know well. But good-looking people were an exception. Brother Bai Xia had said it before, looks are justice. A good-looking person could help Huang Huang eat 2 more bowls of rice. Thus, little chick flashed a cute smile at Yi Qingfeng. God knows how a chicken with a beak could tell that it was smiling, and blew out a friendly bubble with its sharp beak. The bubbles floated down onto Yi Qingfeng's face and exploded, covering his entire face. Yi Qingfeng expressionlessly returns a certain stupid chicken to Mu Yan, and lightly says, "I don't know." He couldn't sense the slightest energy fluctuation from the little chick. This was also within Mu Yan's expectation. After all, even Di Mingju and little martial uncle couldn't find out the little chick's origin and characteristics. The only thing she knew was that little chick must be related to Wushang Palace. Mu Yan smiles and says, "Huang Huang is from Wushang Palace." Yi Qingfeng's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but look at Luo Yu. Luo Yu asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Yi Qingfeng closed his eyes and didn't say anything. He turned around and came to Lan Yaozong. Lan Yaozong looked at him excitedly, his eyes full of pleading. His dry lips desperately opened and closed, and an old and broken voice came out, Don't kill us. Qingfeng, save." Yi Qingfeng lifted his foot and kicked him back into the huge pit. His action was clean and neat, without any hesitation. Mayan and Luo Yu couldn't help but applaud this master for not dragging his feet. The screens in the huge pit had already begun to weaken. Most of the cultivators' bodies had completely melted, including their skin and bones. Meanwhile, those who were still bitterly holding on were currently looking at Yi Qingfeng with gazes that were either filled with hatred, fear, or pleading. Some people were cursing crazily. Some people were using all their spiritual power to break free. Some people were begging Yi Qingfeng, even kneeling down and kowtowing again and again. At this moment, the pit was like an endless hell. And Yi Qingfeng was the Grim Reaper wielding his scythe. After today, no, perhaps only a few hours later, these traces would be completely erased. From now on, the 1 country, 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 major sects of the floating island would be reshuffled. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before even the floating island would cease to exist. Master! Master, I beg you to let my grandfather and ancestor go. Xiang Yunzhou knelt in front of Yi Qingfeng, crying and kowtowing. Yi Qingfeng listened to the cursing and pleading, and his eyes looked at the bloody hell-like scene, but there was not a trace of emotion in his eyes. He didn't even look at Xiang Yunzhou. Yi Adi sneered, Leader Xiang, when your Xiang family forced the young master to death, did you ever think about karma and retribution? Xiang Yunzhou's face was full of tears, and he couldn't help but look at Mayan with a pleading look. But this time, Mayan just shook her head, Leader Xiang, you and I are even. The grievances of your floating island, you should solve them yourselves. Xiang Yunzhou's face was full of despair, and he almost wanted to jump back into the pit to save Xiang Ba and Xiang Weiran. But before he could do anything, someone had already struck him on the back of his neck. Xiang Yunzhou only felt an ice-cold liquid entering his body from behind, and then he lost consciousness. The one who attacked Xiang Yunzhou was Steward Wu, who had once received Mu Yan in the Holy Alliance. He orders people to lift up the unconscious Xiang Yunzhou, then he deeply bows to Mu Yan, many thanks to City Lord Jun for leaving behind a glimmer of hope for my Holy Alliance. He then turned towards Yi Qingfeng, thank you for showing mercy, Imperial Preceptor. After that, he kowtowed heavily to the 2 of them again, and then he took out his flying boat and left. The people of the Weiyue Pavilion, the Hongyan sect, and the Situ family also came to thank Mu Yan. They looked at the deep pit with complicated expressions, and then left. City Lord Jun, you're asking us what we should do from now on? Heh, what can I do? If I fall back to the immortal cultivation continent, then I fall back. Where I cultivate is still cultivation. As long as we are together, no one can bully me. Recalling Gefaping's words before he left, Mu Yan couldn't help but curve her lips. On the entire floating island, he was the one who understood the most. Maybe when Wei Mian and the others went to the immortal cultivation continent to meet with the Nether Fire Army, she should ask them to take care of the Weiyue Pavilion and the Situ family. Bookmark, easy to read, Mu Yan has a hunch that the 7 of them won't have much time left on the floating island. However, Wei Mian, Ruan Yang, and the rest of the carefree army obviously couldn't follow them. In that case, it would be better to let them go directly to the cultivation continent to meet up with the Nether Flame Army. As for the desolate Qi corroding his body after falling into the lower realms, there was no need to worry about that at all. He only needed to prepare some pills. Why aren't you guys leaving? Yi Qingfeng's cold voice came, pulling Mayan back from her thoughts. But before he could reply, Luo Yu had already pulled her back and said in annoyance, 6th senior sister, let's go before people chase us away again and again. Mu Yan can't help but knit her brows. She always felt that there was a trace of urgency in Yi Qingfeng's voice, as if he was very afraid that they would stay here. No, more accurately, he was afraid that little 7 would stay here. However, this hellish place indeed made her uncomfortable, and she didn't want to stay any longer. Mayan waves her hand, and Wei Mian immediately leads the free unfettered army away. The members of the Xiaoyao sect also took out their flying treasures and left. Halfway there, Chumoli suddenly said, we seem to have forgotten something. Mu Yan couldn't help but knock her own head, looking like she suddenly remembered something, Avicii Tower. Yi Qingfeng hasn't returned the Avicii Pagoda to me yet. Ling Yuxing said, this Yi Qingfeng isn't trying to drive us away by any means possible because he wants to take junior sister's treasure for himself, right? No, we have to get the Avicii Pagoda back. The 6 of them looked at Luo Yu in unison. Luo Yu pointed at her own nose and said angrily, why is it me again? The huge blue Thiarka's camp was empty. It was dead silent. Yes, even though he could hear the screams coming from the pit, he still felt that the silence was bone-chilling. Yi Chingfeng closed his eyes and hid the reluctance in his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, a casual smile had returned to his face. Rumble. The earth rumbled once more. The entire Blue the Arch camp, including the buildings in the Blue the Arch city, started to collapse. The wailing in the pit became even more mournful and desperate. Yi Chingfeng could vaguely hear Yi Shuasong, Xiang Weiran, and the others cursing crazily. This was because beneath their feet, streaks of dazzling silver light shone. Their bodies, which they had been using all their strength to prevent from melting, began to rapidly disintegrate. Everyone in the pit realized that their lives had come to an end. At this moment, Xiang Weiran and the rest finally began to regret. Yi Chingfeng, I beg you, please spare us. We know we were wrong. We shouldn't have killed Lan Chushi back then. You can kill us, but please don't let our souls dissipate. Revenge breeds revenge. Lan Chushi has been dead for so many years, why are you still thinking about him? Yi Chingfeng, I'm willing to give you all the treasures of the Life League, as long as you let us go. Lan Chushi's death really had nothing to do with us. Why do we have to avenge our ancestors? Can't I apologize to you on behalf of my ancestors? Let us go please, boo-hoo-hoo. He listened to the people below confess their sins over and over again. Yi Chingfeng could not help but burst into laughter. Chushi, did you hear that? Can you hear the voices of these people confessing to you? As he laughed, 2 streaks of bloody tears rolled down from the corners of his eyes. Boom. A sound 100 times more violent than the previous 2 tremors came from the ground. The entire floating island began to shake violently, making a buzzing sound. The screams stopped abruptly. Yi Ahuang glanced down, only to see darkness, no more pairs of eyes full of fear and resentment. Dead. 1 country, 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects on the floating island, those who had wronged the young master. Finally, they were all dead. Yi Ahuang and Yi Adi hugged each other, crying and laughing, as if they had gone mad. Yi Atian and Yi Adi also couldn't help but have red eyes. They looked at each other, only to see the sadness in each other's eyes. Yi Chingfeng slowly wiped away the blood and tears in his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, Are you all ready? Yi Atian smiled gently and answered on behalf of the 4 people, Of course, we have been ready for too long. In the huge pit, a huge silver halberd slowly emerged. The halberd was silvery white, extremely beautiful. But the halberd was mottled with terrible cracks. That was, the pillar of the floating island, the sacred object cast from the body of mortals, the heaven-reaching halberd. Yi Atian only felt that his eyes seemed to be stung by the dazzling white light. His tears couldn't stop falling. But the corners of his mouth slowly hooked up, revealing a bright smile. Young master, Atian/Adi/Ashian/Ahuang can finally return to your side. The 4 people spoke in unison, then spread their arms and pounced on the heaven-reaching halberd without hesitation. The figures of the 4 people gradually disappeared into the flickering light of the heaven-reaching halberd, as if swallowed. Yi Chingfeng just watched quietly, a distant and vague voice seemed to ring in his ears. The heaven-reaching halberd is destroyed, the 4 pillars collapse. The azure wind rises, the people are plunged into misery and suffering. Only with blood as a sacrifice, life as a sacrifice, and soul as a sacrifice, can you stabilize a part of the world, and not let thousands of creatures be involved in your grievances. If one day, you really want to activate this murderous, ancient life extermination formation, please remember what I said today. The cycle of the heavenly Tao is a cycle of karma and retribution. The sins of today's slaughter might one day be repaid to the people most important to you. Yi Chingfeng raised his hand to cover his face and murmured, whether it's reincarnation or killing, I'll bear it all by myself. He only hoped that in this life, he would be able to live a peaceful life and never have to experience the pain and sorrow of his previous life. In reality, the karma had already landed on Luo Yu. That was why he had reincarnated as a child of the Blue Glory sect and the Xiao family. That was why he lost his mother at a young age and suffered the hardships of wandering from place to place. In fact, he had almost killed his most precious treasure with his own hands. So, everything should end here. All the sins would be borne by him. All the pain would be borne by him. Yi Qingfeng closed his eyes and jumped down towards the heaven-reaching halberd. However, in the next moment, the corner of his clothes was suddenly pulled by someone. There was a tearing sound at the corner of his clothes. However, a warm hand quickly grabbed his wrist. A familiar voice rang in his ears. Yi Qingfeng, what are you doing? Yi Qingfeng raised his head, and the young man's handsome face came into view. He had obviously changed his appearance, but that person still had a pair of clear, glass-like eyes. And when he smiled, there were shallow dimples on his cheeks. As long as he looked at him, it was like the sunlight falling on his body in winter, melting his frozen heart little by little. Yi Qingfeng's lips curled up slightly. He looked like he was smiling and crying, I can see you one more time before I die. Is this God's mercy? Luo Yu was surprised. You guys, want to die? Why? If he didn't want 6 sisters of Yichi Pagoda back, he wouldn't have seen this. He wouldn't have thought that after Yi Qingfeng and Tiandi Xianhuang killed everyone from the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects, they wanted to commit suicide. Why do I have to die if I can't get through? Are you poisoned or cursed? Let my 6th senior sister and 3rd senior brother help you. Luo Yu shouted as he tried to pull him up. He saw Tiandi Xianhuang jump down from the sky, but he couldn't stop him. But Yi Qingfeng was still pulled by him. Yi Qingfeng raised his head and looked at him deeply, as if he wanted to carve his appearance into his mind without a single mistake. Xiaoqi. Can I call you that? A hoarse voice came from his cracked lips, with unspeakable longing and longing. He heard people from the Xiaoyao school call him that, so he asked. It was as if by doing so, they would be able to get closer to each other, much closer. Luo Yu almost spat out blood. You want to talk about how to call me now? Please, can't you wait until we come up? Fine, you can call me whatever you want. Can't you come up quickly? The power of the halberd is so strong, I can't hold you anymore. Yi Qingfeng didn't seem to hear him at all. He just said hoarsely, if there is a next life, will you still let Yi Qingfeng stay by your side? Even if there were no mountains to see, even if he couldn't appreciate flowers in spring and snow in winter, even if he could only be a lowly servant. As long as I can stay by your side. Luo Yu was startled, then he realized. Yi Qingfeng thought he was Lan Chushi. He clicked his tongue, seriously suspecting that this guy's mind was not normal. But just when he wanted to say it clearly, he saw Yi Qingfeng's eyes that were so low that they were close to despair. He said okay. Then, he saw that perverted imperial advisor who killed people like flies laugh lightly. His sharp eyes instantly became bright and radiant. It was as if the word good was enough to give him everything in the world. Luo Yu was momentarily stunned. Her chest seemed to be blocked by something and she couldn't tell what it was. He pursed his lips and said, don't talk anymore. I'll pull you up first. Unexpectedly, Yi Qingfeng just smiled like that, then said hoarsely, it's a pity that I don't have an afterlife. I never have, but you are not Lan Chushi, and I am not Yi Qingfeng. I'm Yi Nu, the Yi Nu who promised to stay by Lan Chushi's side forever and never let him die. Luo Yu's eyes suddenly widened. Because Yi Qingfeng held his hand and pried open the 5 fingers that were holding his wrist one by one. Yi Qingfeng, what are you doing? Little 7, how I wish I was Yi Qingfeng. Lan Luo Yu was the reincarnation of Lan Chushi. Yi Qingfeng was the reincarnation of Yi Nu. No matter how many twists and turns we go through, we can still be together, forever and ever. It would be great if that was the case. But, I'm sorry. I can't let the 4 pillars collapse and the people die. I can't let these killings dirty your path to heaven. As long as you can live on, even if I die and my soul is destroyed, so what? Yi Qingfeng. Thousands of years ago. You want me to resurrect Lan Chushi? Huang Fuzun looked at the young man kneeling in front of him and could not help but shake his head. You two are really interesting. He used his life and 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls in exchange for your body's recovery. I spent thousands of years to repair your 3 physical souls and body. Now, you want to use your life in exchange for his resurrection. Aren't you letting his efforts and mine go to waste? Yi Nu did not say anything. He threw away his pride and thorns and knelt in front of Huang Fuzun, the guardian of Wushang Palace. He cowed out again and again. Huang Fuzun shook his head. The beast soul is destroyed and Shuijin is dead. You should know very well that Lan Chushi can't be resurrected. The light in Yinu's eyes dimmed. It was as if his soul was hollowed out. He was alive, but he was like a walking puppet. Huang Fuzun suddenly said, "It's true that I can't resurrect Lan Chushi, but his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls are integrated into the world of this floating island. If you can pay the price, I can extract one of his spiritual and 1 physical soul and put it in the place with the densest chi of heaven and earth to nourish it. If one day, his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls can be restored by themselves, I'll send him into reincarnation. But if not..." Before Huang Fuzun could finish, Yinu said firmly, "All right, I'm willing to pay any price as long as you send him into reincarnation." Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang knelt down too. "If Yinu alone is not enough, please count us in." Huang Fuzun sighed. "Idiots. Don't you even want to hear the price? I want you to reincarnate after this life. In other words, unless you don't die in this life, once you die, your souls will be summoned back to Wushang Palace and become emotionless puppets in Wushang Palace. From then on, you will be trapped in this cold underground palace. You will never be able to escape. But Lan Chushi's 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls might not be nurtured, and he might not be resurrected. The price you pay might be in vain. Are you willing to do that?" "I am." Huang Fuzun smiled and said, "All right, I will fulfill your wish." With a wave of his hand, he threw a few pills in front of the 5 of them. "Swallow the pills in front of you and recite my words in your heart. The contract will be established. I won't lie to you. Xianxia have long lives. My Wushang Palace does not do unprofitable business. Not only can this pill establish a contract, but it will also restrict you from leaving the floating island and ascending to the Xiaoxian continent. As long as one was unable to ascend, no matter how high one's cultivation became, one's lifespan would continue to accumulate more and more desolate qi in one's body. It would be impossible to extend one's lifespan, much less live forever. In a few thousand years, they would definitely die. You'd better think carefully whether you want to take it or not." Yinu picked up the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. A moment later, a blue light emitted from his body. It was a sign that the contract had been completed. Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang followed suit. Looking at the 4 flames in his palm, Huang Fuzun smiled and held them gently. "I have another request." Yinu said in a hoarse voice, "I want to stay in Wushang Palace until I have enough power to avenge Chushi. Before I die, I want to get back everything they owe Chushi." Huang Fuzun said gently, "This is not in line with the rules of Wushang Palace, but I have a good impression of you little guys. So, I can make an exception and promise you filthy demon possession, tearing heart and breaking intestines." Huang Fuzun looked at the expressionless young man in front of him, almost speechless. "There are so many cultivation methods in Wushang Palace, but you chose the most brutal one. It was powerful, but painful. How could it not be painful to cut off half of one's body and turn it into a demon body? While hurting the enemy, they were also hurting themselves." But Huang Fuzun had been bored for thousands of years, so he had been observing their every move in Wushang Palace. So, he knew why they chose such a cultivation method that hurt others and themselves. Because the last chapter of this cultivation method was the method to set up the forbidden spell, Ancient Life Extinguishing Formation. Only by practicing this cultivation method could one activate the Avicii Pagoda, the pillar that destroyed the floating island, the heavenly halberd. And this was the only way to make the people who harmed Lan Chushi pay the price. Huang Fuzun said helplessly, "I have spent thousands of years healing your wounds, and you have spent thousands of years cultivating. Now, those who forced Lan Chushi to his death are probably all dead. Is it worth it to destroy your bodies to practice the evil method? Why don't you enjoy the last moments of your lives?" Yinu sneered, "Enjoy? What is there to enjoy in this dirty world without Lan Chushi? What's more?" He glanced at Huang Fuzun coldly, "Wushang Palace never makes a loss. Haven't you been hoping that Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang can end this life soon? Isn't it what you want us to practice the evil method?" Huang Fuzun laughed and turned to leave. As he walked, he waved his long sleeves. The stone doors in front of him suddenly opened one by one. At the end of the stone doors, there was the dazzling sunlight. Yinu couldn't help but close his eyes. It was a world that felt like it was a lifetime ago. Huang Fuzun's voice came to his ears, "I know you are here to say goodbye. Let's go and seek justice for Lan Chushi and eliminate the hatred in your heart. But Yinu, there is one thing you must remember. Once the ancient life-extinguishing formation is activated, the heavenly halberd will be destroyed, and the four pillars will collapse." The azure wind rose, plunging the people into misery and suffering. Only with blood as a sacrifice, with life as a sacrifice, with soul as a sacrifice. The heavenly Tao reincarnates, karma retribution. Today's sin of killing may one day be repaid to the person most important to you. Don't forget that one day, Lan Chushi might really be able to nurture 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls and reincarnate. Yinu clenched the small halberd that was full of cracks in his hand tightly. The corners of his mouth slowly curved into a cold and sinister smile. Heavenly Tao reincarnation? Karma, if there was retribution, then let it all fall on him, as long as Chushi could be reborn, as long as he could avenge the blood debt from 10,000 years ago by 100-fold. Yi Qingfeng. At this moment, Luo Yu's body was faster than his mind. Seeing Yi Qingfeng fall from the sky, he jumped down without hesitation, wanting to hold on to that distant and blurry figure tightly. Little 7. The anxious shouts of the people of the Xiaoyao sect came from behind. But Luo Yu couldn't care about anything at this moment. He only knew that he had to catch the person in front of him who was falling into the abyss. Yi Qingfeng reached out his hand, and the small silver halberd in his palm flew towards Luo Yu. The small halberd suddenly emitted the same silver light as the heaven-reaching halberd. When Luo Yu jumped down, he felt the powerful suction from the heaven-reaching halberd, making him unable to control his body. But after Yi Qingfeng threw the small halberd, his body was suddenly wrapped by a warm ball of light. Then he was slowly sent back to the ground. Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng showed him a bright smile. "Xiaoqi, in this life, you must live well." His fine black hair fluttered in the wind. His snow-white gown flapped violently. For the first time, the youth's smile seemed so warm and pure, moving people's hearts. Then slowly, it disappeared in the light of the heaven-reaching halberd. The green mountain is not old, and the young man's hair turns white. A lifetime of care, until the end of the year. Luo Yu's eyes suddenly widened, and he rushed out, almost disregarding everything. But this time a pair of hands gripped him tightly. Xiaoqi. Yun Ruhan's anxious voice came to his ears. "Xiaoqi, don't scare big brother." Luo Yu blankly looked at Yun Ruhan. After a long while, he murmured, "Eldest senior brother, is Yi Qingfeng dead?" Yun Ruhan glanced at the heaven-reaching halberd and moved his lips, but didn't say anything. Luo Yu couldn't help but look at Chu Moli and Mu Yan, 3rd senior brother, 6th senior sister. "Do you know what's going on?" Mu Yan looked at Luo Yu with some worry. She waved her hand. And the Avicii pagoda shrunk to the size of a palm, returning to her palm. Through the Avicii pagoda's immature mind, Mu Yan could roughly guess the whole story. But for a moment, she didn't know how to answer Luo Yu. Because she could see that Luo Yu didn't want Yi Qingfeng to die. On the contrary, Chu Moli didn't have any misgivings, and said warmly, he should have sacrificed his own flesh and blood to stabilize the collapse of the floating island. Luo Yu was silent, his eyes staring at the silver halberd floating in the air. The halberd's body was crumbling bit by bit, disappearing bit by bit. Luo Yu didn't know why, but he felt as if something in his heart was disappearing bit by bit. Empty, cold, and unbearably lonely. Yun Ruhan patted his head, and said softly, "Let's keep watch here. Maybe they'll come back to life?" Mayan sits down cross-legged and gently plucks the strings, playing a beautiful and soothing music. Ling Yuma also sat down with Mu Yan and said with a smile, "This is our first time coming to the Blue Emperor City. We will stay here for 2 days before leaving." Ling Yuxing said, "I'm going to look for some food nearby. I've been fighting for a whole day. I mean watching the show for a whole day. I'm a little hungry." Qingjiu brought the spiritual fruit pastries in front of Luo Yu. "Little 7, eat. If it's sweet, then I won't feel sad anymore." Luo Yu felt that her eyes were a little warm and her chest was sore. What was originally missing did not return, but he did not feel cold and lonely. Because he still had the Xiaoyao school, and so many good senior brothers and senior sisters, Luo Yu grabbed a spirit fruit and sat down beside Mayan. She listened to the beautiful music while looking at the heaven-reaching halberd that was gradually disintegrating. She muttered softly, Yi Chungfeng, what is my relationship with Lan Chushi? What's my relationship with you? Will we really never meet again? Wushang Palace. 5 flames flew over from afar, and fell into Huang Fuzun's hands. Huang Fuzun showed a satisfied expression. There are 5 more puppets in Wushang Palace. Huh? His eyes suddenly widened, revealing an expression of disbelief. How could this be? How could Yinu's soul be stained with the young master's aura? Huang Fuzun was shocked for a while and then frowned slightly. Since they are stained with the young master's aura, they can't be puppets anymore. What a pity. They are 5 souls that I like so much. But soon, Huang Fuzun smiled, forget it. Since you are protected by the young master, how about I give you a chance to reincarnate? Anyway, the gate of heaven is open. Maybe I can leave Wushang Palace soon. Thinking of this, Huang Fuzun waved his hand. The 5 flames flew out and disappeared in the darkness. Blue Emperor's camp. The 7 people of the Xiaoyao sect waited for 3 days and 3 nights beside the huge pit until the heaven-reaching halberd completely collapsed. Luo Yu finally gave up. He heaved a long sigh and suppressed the dull pain in his heart. He said with a smile, let's go back. I miss the warm bed in Carefree City. Yun Ruhan rubbed his head gently, okay, let's go back. Eh? Ling Yuxing, who had always been the most careful, suddenly exclaimed. He pointed at the silver halberd on Luo Yu's waist and said, Xiaoqi, look at this halberd. Isn't it brighter? Are the cracks on it gone? Luo Yu quickly picked up the pendant on his waist. Then, he found that the halberd was silver and beautiful. There was not even a crack on it. That's strange. When did the cracks disappear? Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. Even Chumoli couldn't tell why. But Luo Yu suddenly felt that the huge stone on his chest had disappeared. His body was indescribably relaxed. His heart seemed to be filled with hope and vitality again. Come on, let's go back. We can only eat barbecue in this damn place. I'm so sick of it. How dare you say that? Don't you know who we are accompanying? Xiaoqi, are you complaining that my cooking is not good enough? The laughter of the 7 people gradually faded away. The entire Blue Emperor's camp returned to peace. It also indicated that the war that decided the fate of the sky-floating island had finally come to an end. Carefree City. Because of the departure of Mu Yan's group of 7 and the Carefree army, the entire Carefree City seemed deserted. Yi Chungfeng summoned his water qilin and used its skill, flooding Golden Mountain, which caused most of the buildings in the city to collapse. However, the cultivators in the city were not in the mood to rebuild. Especially when the ground shook, everyone's faces were filled with panic. From time to time, they would look at the sky, waiting for the moment when their fate would be pronounced. Could the Castellan and the 100,000 free army return safely? Would Imperial Preceptor Yi Chungfeng's scheme succeed? Would the floating island face a calamity? At the top of the 6 Stars Pagoda, Xiaobao stood in front of the window with the fat rabbit in his arms, staring blankly at the horizon. The fat rabbit wiggled its furry body in his arms. She licked his hand with her pink tongue. Xiaobao lowered his head and stroked the fat rabbit. Bunny, I'm fine. Don't worry. Mother will be fine as well. Little Bao's expression suddenly changed. The next moment, the small figure had already disappeared. Uncle Wei ran, what are you trying to do? Xiaobao spread his arms in front of Luo Yunxiao. He looked at the person in front of him helplessly and with a headache. Mother said that we can't disturb Martial Granduncle. Qi Wen, who had just shouted at Li Wei Ran, fell to the side. She was dizzy, as if she was drunk. It was obvious that he had been tampered with. Li Wei Ran looked at Xiaobao with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. A dark light flashed in his eyes. Little fellow, do you know what kind of people need to go against the heavens to change their fate? If you come into contact with such people for too long, even if you're the son of heaven, you'll still be tainted by bad luck. Just how much courage does June Mayan have to actually dare to directly involve herself in this kind of cause and effect? Xiaobao frowned. He didn't really understand what Uncle Wei Ran was saying, but he was probably saying bad things about Grand Senior Master. Li Weiran's smile deepened. He slowly walked past Xiaobao and towards the center of the array. Why don't I end him while he's at his weakest? This can also be considered as averting a disaster for you. Later, tell Mayan that there's no need to thank me too much. As he spoke, a black flame sprang up from his fingertips and was about to be flicked towards Luo Yunxiao. Absolutely not. Xiaobao rushed over without hesitation and stood in front of Luo Yunxiao. The black flames were about to fall on Xiaobao's head. However, his tiny body did not move at all. Those beautiful sapphire-like eyes stared straight at Li Weiran, without a trace of fear or cowardice. Li Weiran flung his sleeves. Just as the black flame was about to touch Xiaobao, it dissipated in the air. How boring. His eyebrows twitch, bored to death as he says, Jun Machin, you're really like Di Mingju, more and more boring, more and more annoying. Hearing Li Weiran's harsh words, Xiaobao was not angry at all. She only tightened her delicate little face and said as if it was a matter of course, Xiaobao is Daddy's child. Of course he looks like Daddy. Li Weiran's mouth twitched as his gaze landed on Luo Yunxiao. After watching for a while, he suddenly laughed softly. Defy the heavens and change my fate? Perhaps it would be more interesting if he changed it? Either we die without a burial place, or we set off monstrous waves in the Xiaoxian continent. Just thinking about it makes me feel that the future won't be boring. I was really stupid just now. That's why I wanted to kill you now. Li Weiran seemed to have thought of something as he suddenly trembled with excitement. Xiaobao couldn't help but want to roll his eyes. Uncle Wei Ran's illness acted up again. But he remembered that his father had said that he was the future successor of the polar domain, so he had to be dignified, calm, and like a little man. He had to protect his mother so that she wouldn't lose face, so he endured it. Little guy, when Mu Yan comes back, tell her that I've taken him away. Xiaobao was shocked. Li Weiran had already grabbed Luo Yunxiao's shoulder. Almost at the same time, a faint light lit up under their feet, and the ground undulated like waves. Their figures were faintly discernible, as if they would disappear at any time. Xiaobao recognized it. It was a teleportation array. Furthermore, it wasn't an ordinary teleportation formation, but a teleportation formation that only third martial uncle could use. Uncle Wei Ran, you can't. Mother asked me to protect martial granduncle. You can't take him away. With a thought, the Bixia sword was unsheathed and slashed at the feet of the two men. With a bang, the entire 6 Stars pagoda shook violently. The ground, which had been flowing like water, suddenly stopped moving and returned to its original state. Li Weiran's expression suddenly turned cold, but the smile on his lips became even more bewitching. His eyes were suffused with a cold light. Little guy, you want to fight with me? He didn't know why, but he felt very unhappy. This little guy kept calling him uncle. But because of a martial granduncle, he made a move against him. Sure enough, Di Mingju's son wasn't a good thing either. Who knew that in the next moment, Xiaobao would say with a taut face, Xiaobao won't fight with Uncle Wei Ran. If Uncle Wei Ran hurts Xiaobao, the heart-piercing life-extending curse will kill Uncle Wei Ran. Li Weiran, tisk, kids are so troublesome. Ah. Grandmaster, you're awake. Li Weiran was complaining when he heard Xiaobao scream and jump in front of Luo Yunxiao. Luo Yunxiao reached out and patted his head before turning her head to look around. The 7 people were nowhere to be seen. Xiaobao hurriedly said, Mother and the others went to Londi City to save Elder Martial Uncle and 7th Martial Uncle. Grandmaster, are you alright? Xiaobao and Luo Yunxiao didn't meet many times. However, he liked this martial granduncle very much. The reason was simple. Grandmaster was very powerful, just a little bit weaker than father. Martial granduncle was very good-looking and was only slightly inferior to father. Grandmaster didn't speak much every time he saw him. But he would give him many things. His gaze towards Xiaobao and mother was very gentle. Most importantly, martial granduncle had saved mother, martial uncles, and martial uncles many times. So, when his mother said that someone needed to stay here to look after Grandmaster, he agreed to stay. Now that he thought about it, it was fortunate that he stayed. Otherwise, Uncle Wei Ran was so disobedient and would definitely cause trouble for Grand Master. Luo Yunxiao nodded her head lightly and looked at Li Weiran with a surprised expression. Li Weiran looked back at him with a smile that wasn't a smile, his eyes filled with interest. Luo Yunxiao retracted his gaze and said gently, "Xiao Bao, Grand Master is going back to Xiaoxian continent. When your mother comes back, tell her." Xiao Bao listened carefully to Grand Master's next words. But Luo Yunxiao was silent for a long time and laughed softly, shaking his head. "No need to say anything. Just tell them that I'm fine and that I'm going back to Xiaoxian continent. If fate was kind to him, there might be a chance for them to meet again. If heaven and earth were heartless and fate was like this, then there was no point in saying goodbye. It would just be sad." Xiao Bao nodded, not really understanding. For some reason, seeing Grand Master like this, Xiao Bao felt a sense of separation and worry. "Grand Master, are you all right?" Luo Yunxiao calmly comforted him. Suddenly, something flickered on his waist, and he quickly took it out. "Master?" "Yunxiao, hurry back." Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding air distorted, and a vortex appeared. Then, Luo Yunxiao's figure disappeared into the vortex just like that. "Martial Granduncle?" Xiao Bao cried out in alarm and wanted to rush over to hold him back. However, someone grabbed the back of his collar and lifted him up. "Little fellow, do you want to die? You even dare to touch the formless Prajna spin, aren't you afraid of being torn to pieces?" Xiao Bao was also shocked by the ripples from the whirlpool. "Uncle Wei Ran, do you know what happened to Grand Master?" Li Weiran smirked. "Don't worry, I won't die. It was just that he was instantly pulled to the Xiaoxian continent by the teleportation technique. But it was just that he didn't expect the other party to use the shapeshifting transposition technique to be the formless Prajna void. Could it be that Mu Yan's martial uncle was related to Debi Temple?" Things were getting more and more interesting. Thinking of this, Li Weiran couldn't help but feel restless. He reached out and carelessly rubbed Xiao Bao's head. "Little fellow, I'm leaving." Xiao Bao hurriedly pulled on his sleeve. "Uncle Wei Ran. TSK. Kids are really troublesome." Meeting those watery icy blue eyes, Li Weiran had no choice but to stop. "What else do you want?" Xiao Bao pursed his lips. After a while he said, "Uncle Wei Ran, have you seen my father? What is he doing? Why doesn't he come to see Xiao Bao and mother?" Hearing this question, Li Weiran's face darkened. "This little guy is doing this on purpose. What's wrong with asking him what Di Mingju is doing? What is he going to see Di Mingju for? To kill him?" Li Weiran took a deep breath, a sinister smile on his face. "Do you really want to know what your father is doing?" Xiao Bao nodded heavily. Li Weiran's smile deepened. "Little guy, there's no harm in telling you. Nether region and Demon region are working together to attack Polar region. Di Mingju is fighting against Demon Lord Junshi Tian and Nether region Lord Yin Wuji. He's going to die soon." Little Bao's face instantly turned ghastly pale, and his little lips started to tremble. "No, Daddy. Daddy," Li Weiran sighed, curled his finger, and flicked Xiao Bao's head. "Little guy, do you have a brain? If Di Mingju died so easily, I wouldn't have planned for hundreds of years to kill him. I'm just joking with you." Xiao Bao's cheeks puffed up, glaring at Li Weiran. "Uncle Wei Ran is too bad, he always likes to play with people. One day, I'll definitely play with him." Li Weiran smiled faintly. "Is it because you know he's your biological father that you care about Di Mingju?" Xiao Bao blinked, revealing a puzzled expression. He had always treated Di Mingju as his only father. However, the precocious him was also clear. Xiao Bao's biological father wasn't his father. Even his mother didn't know who Xiao Bao's biological father was. Seeing Xiao Bao's confused expression, Li Weiran paused, then couldn't help but laugh. "Uncle Wei Ran, what are you laughing at?" Li Weiran, on the other hand, laughed louder and louder. His expression was unspeakably carefree and gloating. Xiao Bao frowned and thought like a little adult, "Uncle Weiran is going crazy again." Li Weiran laughed enough before saying meaningfully, "So Di Mingju still hasn't confessed ah. So there are things in this world that he is afraid of." Xiao Bao asked doubtfully, "What does Daddy want to confess?" "It's nothing." Li Weiran smirked. He bent down slightly and got closer to Xiao Bao. A malicious smile blossomed on his face. It's meaningless to say it now. Hee hee, I'm still waiting for the day when I can see Di Mingju begging for mercy on his knees. Xiaobao's little face turned pale, and he said anxiously, why is Daddy living a life worse than death? Is father injured? Li Weiran, is this how you threaten my son when I'm not around? A clear and melodious voice rang out. Then, a white-robed figure floated in from the window and pulled Xiaobao into his arms. Xiaobao hugged her, his little body trembling. He sounded like he was about to cry. Mother, Uncle Weiran said that Daddy, fool. Mu Yan's heart ached as she held his little face, wiping away the tears on his face. Is he lying to you? She coldly glanced at Li Weiran and said in a bad mood, you still haven't seen through it? This guy likes to shoot off the top of his head, wishing for the whole world to be in chaos. You can only understand half of the words that come out of his mouth. Only then did Xiaobao heave a sigh of relief. But he had been scared by Li Weiran several times and hadn't seen his father for a long time. He was already worried, so his little face was still a little pale. Seeing Mu Yan now, grievances and worries flooded his mind. Xiaobao couldn't help but hug Mu Yan's neck and bury his face in her neck, refusing to look at Li Weiran. Li Weiran's smile was bright, his eyebrows and eyes seemed to emit a flirtatious charm. Mu Yan really knows me well, stop. Mu Yan interrupted him and smiled. Li Weiran, thank you for always protecting Xiaobao here. Now, you can go back. Xiaobao froze and couldn't help but raise his head, looking at Mu Yan and Li Weiran in surprise. Mother said that Uncle Weiran stayed here to protect him. Li Weiran couldn't help but grit his teeth. Are you dreaming? Mu Yan ignored him and touched Xiaobao's head. Hurry up and thank your Uncle Weiran. He even nodded. You're really becoming more and more like an uncle. Xiaobao's eyes were sparkling. He jumped down from Mu Yan's arms and walked towards Li Weiran. But just as he took a step, Li Weiran's figure rippled like water and disappeared. Xiaobao was stunned for a long time before he couldn't help but laugh. Uncle Weiran was really at Sundara, little master returned to the Xiaoxian continent? Hearing Xiaobao's story, Mu Yan was deep in thought and felt a little uneasy. She didn't know what kind of array it was to go against the heavens and change fate. But before leaving Liberty City to save Big Brother and Xiaoqi, Mu Yan had returned to Hexa Pagoda to check on Luo Yunxia's situation. At that time, she noticed that little master seemed to have become a lot weaker. Would he really be fine if he returned to the Xiaoxian continent under such circumstances? Also, Li Weiran said that the demon race and the nether realm joined forces to attack the polar domain. Was that true? Mu Yan's finger lightly pressed on the void spirit ring. The energy waves coming from the ring were stable and normal. Did that mean that Di Mingju was very safe now? Mother, Daddy will be fine, right? Mu Yan bent down and kissed his forehead. Of course, how could Daddy be fine? If only she could be a little stronger and advance her cultivation a little faster, that would be great. How she wants to immediately ascend to the Xiaoxian continent and go to Di Mingju's side Xiaoxian continent, the border between the polar domain and the nether domain. 10,000 years ago, this place used to be a bustling city. However, a great battle had turned all the pavilions into ruins. Blood spilled all over the ground, and countless skeletons were buried deep underground. Year after year. The wars between the polar domain, the demon race, and the nether realm usually took place on this land. More and more corpses were piling up. Slowly, this piece of land began to be shrouded in a deathly aura, and not a single blade of grass grew. Thus, the people of the Xiaoxian continent called this land the ancient battlefield of death. At this moment, the battle on the ancient battlefield of death was about to start. Compared to the allied forces of the nether region and the infernal region, the polar domain clearly didn't have the advantage in numbers. In Wuji stood on the divine flying beast, the white phoenix, and looked down at the man in front of him who he had hated for hundreds of years. Di Mingju, when you crippled my son, did you ever expect that your polar domain would end up like this today? His voice was filled with hatred, but his eyes were shining with fanatical excitement. In Yuani, the only son he valued, was destroyed. Naturally, he felt pain and resentment. But compared to the unification of the nether realm, his wrath over the destruction of his first son is nothing. What's more, he doesn't only have one son, In Yuani. Except for Yin Yuani, the others aren't born of his official wife, Fu Yushu. Their talents and favor are completely incomparable to Yin Yuani's. However, Yin Wuji reckons that he can still live for at least another few thousand years. At that time, even if he's an idiot, he'll still be able to cultivate him. And to kill Deming Ju and take the territory of the polar domain for himself, this is the only opportunity that comes once in a blue moon. Deming Ju still hasn't spoken. Han Yi already sneers, his face full of ridicule. Yin Wuji, have you forgotten the appearance of being beaten by my Jun Shang on the floating island? I still remember the scene of Domain Lord Yin's sorry figure fleeing at that time. What? Now that you've latched onto the demon race's thigh, you dare to bully our Jun Shang like a fox exploiting the tiger's might? Yin Wuji's complexion becomes incomparably unsightly in a split second. Possessing Yin Yuani and being beaten up by Deming Ju is simply his greatest shame and humiliation. But he also knows that he's not Deming Ju's opponent by himself. So Yin Wuji turns his head, looking at the black-cloaked man beside him, exuding a biting cold air. Demon Lord, are you going to let those little bastards of the polar domain humiliate us like this? Junsher Tian still hasn't spoken. Tian, he is already shouting loudly, how come I didn't hear the polar domain humiliating us demon race? They even compare us to their thighs. TSK, TSK, TSK. Those idiots of the polar domain must have had some discerning eyes this time. Tian He's words receive strong approval from Yao Dao, Shui Jie, and the others. The demon race shouts in unison, long live the demon lord. Long live the demon lord. The atmosphere is joyous and harmonious. Yin Wuji almost spits out a mouthful of old blood. Demon lord, don't forget. What is the purpose of us leading the army here today? Yin Wuji says through gritted teeth, if we want to destroy the polar domain, the first thing we have to do is to join hands and kill Deming Ju. Junsher Tian coldly glances at him, this lord still doesn't need your guidance. Right at this moment, Elder Chang's flustered and exasperated voice came from the polar domain. Minwei, come out. Standing behind Junsher Tian, Elder Minwei coughed lightly, walked out slowly and bowed to Elder Chang, long time no see. Elder Chang. See my ass. Elder Chang, who was usually cultured and refined, couldn't help but curse. What did you promise me back then? When the hidden abyss was attacked by the poltergeist ghosts, it was my family's lord who risked his life to seal the crack caused by the collapse of the sky pillar. He is also my family's polar domain's future sage, cough. In short, do you dare to say that your demon race doesn't owe my polar domain tens of thousands of lives? When we separated above the hidden abyss, we clearly agreed that the demons and the polar domain would mind their own business as much as possible. Now, you actually joined forces with the nether realm to attack my polar domain. Is this how you demons repay kindness with enmity? Are you shameless? These words caused Minwei's face to turn pale. The people of the Devil clan were also somewhat unable to lift their heads. The main reason was that during the collapse of the heavens back then, there were indeed many people in the demon clan who were indebted to the polar domain and Dabii temple. Now, it's only been a few months, and they've already given their saviors a blow. It's indeed a bit unjustifiable. Minwei coughed lightly and said, didn't I say I'll do my best? I tried my best, but if I couldn't do it, then there's nothing I can do. Moreover, this can't be blamed on your monarch being thick-headed. You won't agree to a single one of our devil race's requests. Whatever the honorable demon wants is naturally of utmost importance. Since I can't get it, I can only snatch it. What did the devil race want? What did they seek? The upper echelons of the polar domain and Junsher Tian's trusted aides were all clear about this. The first was the universe mirror. The second one is medicine King Han Chujiu. But the problem was that these two things couldn't be given away by the polar domain no matter what. Han Chujiu was hit by a vicious curse many years ago. Since then, she couldn't leave the Medicine King Hall. And the clone also could not be too far away from the Medicine King Hall or leave for too long. As for the universe mirror, it was the only spatial treasure of the polar domain. How could it easily leave the outside world? The only thing the polar domain can agree to is for Junsher Tian to go to the polar domain and see Han Chujiu or use the cosmos mirror. But the dignified leader of a realm had to venture deep into the enemy's hinterland. How could the demons accept this? What they hated the most was being threatened and restrained. The fiend race believed that the strong were respected. Whatever they wanted, they just had to snatch it. As a result, things had developed to their current state. Minwei still wanted to say something. Xianxia Tian interrupted him coldly. If the emperor thinks that my demon clan owes you, then in the battle later, my demon clan will not retaliate for an hour. That way, we can be considered to be even, right? In a battle that involved tens of thousands of spirit cultivators and demonic cultivators, the demonic cultivators didn't even fight back for an hour. Wasn't that no different from courting death? The people of Polar Domain and Nether Domain were all stunned. However, the group of people in the fiend race were all cheering, not even half an objection. Yin Wuji was about to go crazy. This group of idiots of the devil race, in the end, did they still want to start a war with the Polar Domain? He actually said that he wouldn't retaliate for an hour. Wouldn't that mean that their Nether Domain had to go against the Polar Domain alone? Yin Wuji said in a cold voice, Demon Lord, you'd best think carefully before you speak. If you don't retaliate for an hour, do you want to consign the demon race to eternal damnation? Demon Lord, please look at the bigger picture. Tian has said angrily, my demon race has always believed in an eye for an eye for an eye. Not retaliating within an hour means that we owe the Polar Domain a favor. How are you not considering the bigger picture? Also, Yin Wuji, who do you think you are? Who are you to teach our demon lord a lesson? Yin Wuji was almost seething with anger. The elders of the Nether Domain also had ashen faces. He knew that the demons were unreliable, but he didn't expect them to be unreliable to this extent. Now, they were all wondering whether it was right or wrong for the Nether Realm to start this war. Yin Wuji took a deep breath and was about to speak to Xianxia Tian. In the distance, Di Mingju, who's been spinning the ring on his hand without saying a word, suddenly disappears. When he reappeared, he was already hovering high above the allied forces of the Nether region and the Demon region. Di Mingju looked down at Xianxia Tian and Yin Wuji, coldly saying, Ben Jun is very busy, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Xianxia Tian, Yin Wuji, go ahead and join forces. See if this lord will be afraid of you. This cocky brat. At this moment, not to mention Yin Wuji, even Xianxia Tian's eyes were suffused with a strong desire to fight. In his eyes, Di Mingju, who is just turned 1,000 years old, is only a fledgling rising star. Even if Di Mingju's cultivation has already reached the immortal emperor level, even surpassing the current him. This will not change. Xianxia Tian's figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he already appeared in front of Di Mingju, sneering. Even when Di Beixian was alive, he didn't dare to be arrogant in front of this lord. Di Mingju's expression didn't change. Di Beixian is Di Beixian, Ben Jun is Ben Jun. Xianxia Tian laughed. A trace of admiration flashed across his eyes. Alright, then let me see how much real talent you have. As he spoke, Yin Wuji also came to Xianxia Tian's side. He looks at Di Mingju with a lot more coldness and hatred. If he had Di Mingju's talent, how could the Netherworld region be like this today? They had been trampled underfoot by the demon race and the Polar Domain. They didn't even put him, a dignified region lord, in their eyes. If it was when the Netherworld Saint Emperor moved unhindered, Di Mingju would be nothing but a fart. Xianxia Tian was nothing. It was a pity that there was no successor in the Nether realm. The only one with awe-inspiring talent who could inherit the Netherine sacred flame was. When he thought of that unfilial son that caused him to be unable to eat or sleep in peace, a wave of agitation surged into Yin Wuji's heart. He forcefully suppresses his emotions, sneering, Di Mingju, today, I will settle old and new accounts with you. Whoosh! A terrifying pressure suddenly emanated from the three of them. The demon race and the Nether realm army were so close that they retreated in fear. Only Minwei, Tianhe, a few others, and Yin Wuji's trusted elders remained. On the Polar Domain's side, Elder Chang leads Hanyi, Ying Mei, and Xing Lang, and hurries over to support the formation. Everyone knew that a battle of the century was about to break out. But at this moment, a red light flashes from Di Mingju's waist. Although it was not dazzling, it immediately attracted Xianxia Tian's attention. Because as the light flickered, he felt as if the blood in his body was boiling. Xianxia Tian could not help but stop releasing his pressure and look down. When he sees what's hanging on Di Mingju's waist, his eyes widen in disbelief. He cried out in alarm, Demon Core Blood Jade. Xianxia Tian suddenly raises his head to look at Di Mingju. How can you have a monster core blood jade on you? The most extraordinary thing is that the monster core blood jade on Di Mingju's waist unexpectedly has the aura of a monster core connected to his bloodline. How was this possible? Di Mingju caresses the vermilion jade on his waist. His hand was scalding hot. Something in Zhu Yuzhong seemed to be beating violently, as if it was being summoned by something. He was desperately trying to flee towards Xianxia Tian. Mayan's words unconsciously echo in Di Mingju's ears. I didn't ask you to wear this demon blood core jade to find Xiaobao's biological father. Instead, I want to find Jun Shiyuan. I heard that the demon core blood jade is mixed with the blood of the demon race. You should be able to get close to the demon race in the Shoshan continent, right? As long as it near Jun Shiyuan, the demon core blood jade would sense it. At that time I will be able to find him. The demon core blood jade reacted. Furthermore, the one who reacted was actually Xianxia Tian. Di Mingju's eyes are firmly fixed on Xianxia Tian, and he almost loses his composure and cries out in alarm. Could it be that Xianxia Tian is Mayan's biological father, Jun Shiyuan? How was this possible? Xianxia Tian is even more out of control than Di Mingju. In a flash, he arrives in front of Di Mingju, reaching out to grab the vermilion jade on his waist. Di Mingju's reaction is also extremely fast. He took a step back and retreated a few steps. Xianxia Tian snaps, return the demon core blood jade to me. Di Mingju sneers, this vermilion jade is a keepsake from Ben Jun's fiancé, why should I give it to you? As soon as the words come out, both of them stare blankly. An unimaginable thought flashes through their minds. Xianxia Tian said after a long while, you said that this demon core blood jade was given to you by your fiancé? Who is she and where is she now? Di Mingju also stares at him, not answering but asking, what does this demon core blood jade have to do with you? Answer me first. Answer my question first. In Wuji, everyone who was waiting for the battle of the century to begin, we've already taken off our pants, and you guys are actually chatting? In Wuji said angrily, demonic lord, why are you wasting your breath on him? Once the fight is over, I'll be able to smell out any problems. Xianxia Tian's complexion is ashen. He looks Di Mingju up and down, the words a gift from his fiancée repeatedly echoing in his mind. His eyes are critical and cold. Di Mingju also caresses the hot vermilion jade on his waist. Remembering the conjecture in his heart, his complexion alternates between green and white. The two of them actually ignored In Wuji. This caused In Wuji to be on the verge of exploding. A strong killing intent flashes through his eyes. A black light flashes in his hand, and he attacks Di Mingju. Di Mingju doesn't even spare him a glance. Crackling sounds of thunder and lightning could be heard from his palm. Then, an almost invisible black longsword shot out from his hand and slashed in the air. In Wuji's expression changed greatly, and he retreated several steps before stabilizing himself. And the hidden weapon he had just used to attack Di Mingju has already disintegrated into slag in a split second. In Wuji looked at Di Mingju with shock and fear. He didn't expect this man to be so powerful. The difference between an immortal emperor and an immortal venerable was only one level. But it seemed to be a natural moat. The black longsword made a crackling sound in the air, then slowly changed shape, turning into a huge longsword. The edge of the long saber faced In Wuji, ready to fall at any moment. In Wuji had never felt the disparity between him and Di Mingju as he did now. If this man wanted to kill him, he probably wouldn't even have the strength to fight back. The saber was about to fall. In Wuji hurriedly shouted at Xianxia Tian, Demon Lord, what are you doing? Didn't our two domains gather here today to suppress the polar domain? Why haven't you joined hands with me to kill Di Mingju? Xianxia Tian takes a deep look at Di Mingju, his brows tightly knit, as if he's thinking about something. A moment later, he suddenly turned around and returned to Minwei's side, waving his hand impatiently, let's not fight for today. Di Mingju also calmly lands on the ground. Elder Chang and the others hurriedly surrounded him. Lord, what happened? Di Mingju says coldly, we'll talk after we get back. You're not going to fight the demon race and the nether realm today? Di Mingju's lips move, but he doesn't speak. What was there to fight? If the demon lord Xianxia was really Mu Yan's biological father, that was his father-in-law, if he really killed someone, how would he explain it to Mu Yan? It was better to go back and sort out his thoughts first. Demon lord, what happened? This subordinate seems to have heard you mention the monster core blood jade? What happened between you and the polar domain sovereign lord? Xianxia said calmly, let's talk after we return to the camp. If he could, he really wanted to pull out a part of his soul and destroy it. Monster core blood jade, it turned out that he had actually left a monster core blood jade for his daughter back then. If he had known earlier, he only needed to follow the aura of the monster core, and he would have found it in at most a year and a half. Why would he need to waste so much effort? In the blink of an eye, the people of the polar domain and the devil domain have completely retreated. Each of them returned to their camps dozens of li away. Only Wuji and the people of the nether realm were left in a mess. It was clearly a two-sided alliance attacking the other side. However, the nether realm was completely ignored. Domain lord, what should we do? Wuji's face is gloomy, almost unable to suppress his outburst of emotions. Taking a few deep breaths, he coldly says, return to the camp. Polar domain's camp. Xianxia, what happened? What were you talking about with Xianxia before? Dimingju and Xianxia's conversation was through secret sound transmission. Except for the two of them, no one else could hear it. Even Wuji, who was close at hand, could only vaguely hear the gist of it. This made the people of the polar domain scratching their hearts and lungs to know what happened. Dimingju moved his lips, seemingly wanting to say something. But thinking of Mu Yan's blessing, he swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. If Xianxia was really Mu Yan's biological father, Xianxia, then he must wait for Mu Yan to come and recognize him. Especially Ning Yanqing's death, Dimingju knows that it's a knot in Mu Yan's heart. Before the matter is confirmed, he can't let too many people know for the time being. Xianxia? Dimingju comes back to his senses and suddenly asks, Elder Chang, do you know any news about the demon princess? Elder Chang stares blankly. He doesn't understand why his Xianxia suddenly mentioned the demon princess. He thinks for a moment, this old man has only heard Minwei mention it a few times, the specific situation is not clear. The demon princess seems to be the child of Xianxia who was lost in the outside world for several years. But it seems that even Minwei and the others don't know the specifics. Dimingju suddenly says, when did Xianxia disappear? This? Elder Chang stares blankly, this subordinate doesn't know the specifics, I only know the date of his return. Because that was also the day of the great shuffle of the demon race. The previous demon lord was beheaded by Xianxia in public. Thousands of demons returned to their hearts, establishing the status of the demon domain, polar domain, and nether realm. Hearing Elder Chang say the date, Dimingju's heart thumps. This world almost coincided with the time when Ning Yanqing was trapped in the Hell Rebirth Array. Could it be that Xianxia was really Xianxia? Elder Chang doesn't see Dimingju's bewilderment, and continues to speak, speaking of which, honored demon can be said to value and dote on this daughter very much. He hasn't even seen her yet, but he's already prepared a lot of treasures for his daughter, waiting to find her and give her as a dowry. But this is also normal. High-grade devils are fundamentally different from us humans. They're born from the gathering of hidden devilish chi, and they're born to be powerful and cruel. But it was precisely because of this that the rules of the heavenly Tao restricted them greatly. It was almost impossible for high-grade devilish beings to reproduce. And even if a devilish being and a human were to conceive a child, it was extremely rare due to the favorable timing and geographical conditions. Ordinary high-level devils are already like this, not to mention Xianxia, the devil lord. When I first heard Minwei say that Xianxia had a daughter, I simply couldn't believe it. That's simply against the rules of the heavens and earth. It's no wonder that Xianxia and the entire demon race would attach so much importance to this princess. They didn't even buy the person, but they already found a son-in-law for the princess. I heard that even the 3 live stones engagement was set, in order to find the whereabouts of the demon princess through the marriage contract. What did you just say? Elder Chang's long-winded words are interrupted by Dimingju's fierce shout, scaring him so much that he almost shivers. Xianxia, I said so much just now, you're referring to, which sentence? Di Mingju has a calm expression on his face. His hands are tightly gripping the vermilion jade at his waist, almost crushing it. Damn it, how could he have forgotten? If Jun Shitian is Jun Shiyuan, then Mayan is the demon princess. Doesn't that mean that the 3 live stone on Mu Yan was signed by Jun Shitian, and the one who made the engagement with Mu Yan was none other than Luo Yunxiao? My lord, what happened? Why do you look so pale? Is that demon princess related to you in any way? By the way, did the demon venerable interrogate you about your refusal to marry the demon princess? Starwolf smiled coldly and said, the fiend race's fools truly think too highly of themselves. What kind of talent and status does Jun Shang have? How could he take a fancy to that princess of theirs who hasn't even shown her face? Han Yi follows up, could it be that because Jun Shang isn't willing to marry their princess, the honored demon lord joined forces with the Netherworld region to attack our polar domain? This is too tasteless. Humph. Jun Shitian and the others should stop dreaming. If our Jun Shang says he won't marry, then he won't. Even if they make a scene, that princess of theirs won't have the chance to become the mistress of our polar domain. Star Wolf and Han Yi haven't finished echoing each other's words, when suddenly, Di Mingju coldly glares at them like a knife. That gaze was truly one of anger, depression, and irritation, as well as a desire to kill. Han Yi and Xing Lang are scared stiff, and their voices come to a screeching halt. Jun Shang, what happened to you? Did we say something wrong? Di Mingju, all of you, get out. Benjun wants to be alone. Demon Camp. Demon Sovereign, I seem to have sensed the aura of the demon core blood jade just now. As soon as they entered the camp, Min Wei immediately chased everyone out and asked with a serious expression. Jun Shitian took a deep breath and told him everything that happened just now. Min Wei was dumbstruck when he heard this and was unable to recover his senses for a long time. Demon Lord, you mean to say that the Polar Domain Sovereign Lord knows our demon race's princess, and the 2 of them are engaged? Jun Shitian paced back and forth in the room, his expression fluctuating between gloomy and clear. I don't know, but I'm certain that the monster core blood jade was made from the fusion of my monster core fragment and my essence blood. I can even feel the residual presence of a soul and a spirit within the monster core blood jade. Min Wei was stunned for a long time before he could not help but exclaim, no wonder the things that, Zhongli, Darren had predicted were all indirectly related to the polar domain. Whether it is Han Shujiao or the Heaven and Earth Mirror, even when the princess was engaged, Zhongli also hinted that we should talk to the polar domain. Could it be that Zhongli Darren had already guessed that he could only find the princess through Di Mingju? Wait. If the princess is already Di Mingju's fiancée, then what should we do about the engagement we set for the princess? Jun Shitian waved his hand and impatiently said, let's not talk about this matter first, at worst we can just marry both of them, cough, 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 cough. Min Wei almost choked to death on his own saliva. What do you mean marry both of them, Demon Lord? Aren't you afraid that Di Mingju will overturn the entire demon race by saying this? He was the exalted extreme domain sovereign lord. It was one thing for the princess to marry him, but they actually wanted him to share a wife with another man. Jun Shitian looked at him coldly and sneered, all men in this world can have 3 wives and 4 concubines, don't tell me my daughter doesn't have this ability? Yes. Naturally, the princess had it. She could sleep with any man in the world, and she could sleep with as many as she wanted. Ahem, but honorable demon, now is not the time to discuss how many consorts the princess will marry. The most important thing now is to find the princess. Min Wei wiped the sweat on his forehead and said with a dry smile, do you think we should pay a visit to the Polar Domain Sovereign Lord? Jun Shitian shakes his head and says in a low voice, no need for the time being. First, send someone to investigate the identity of Di Mingju's fiancé. And that little fellow. Jun Shitian's mind flashed with Xiaobao's adorable face. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the little guy was his grandson? That was why he had a good impression of the little fellow when they first met. Min Wei also guessed what was going on. For a moment, he was so excited that his face wrinkled with laughter. I was just saying that the little Gongzi is so cute. How could such a rigid place like the polar domain raise him? So the little lord is a child of our demon domain. He. If that's the case, isn't it only right and proper to bring him back to our hidden abyss? Xianxia forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart, and said in a cold voice, "Now, the war between us and the polar domain is on the verge of breaking out, and there's also the nether domain eyeing us covetously from the side. Before we confirm it, don't act rashly, and don't spread this news. Demon Lord, don't worry. Even if it's for the princess's safety, I won't dare to let the news leak." Minwei bowed in acknowledgement. Then, he couldn't help but frown. But if we really investigate the relationship between the princess and the polar domain, then this battle will have to end without a conclusion. I'm afraid that the nether domain won't be willing to let it go. Xianxia sneered, "So what if you don't want to give up? With Justine Wuji that trash, could it be that he dares to oppose the fiend race and the polar domain, nether realm main camp?" Clanking sounds came from the main hall. At this time, the army of the nether realm was stationed in the palace formed by the Sumer ring space. The nether realm and the new elder Fu were naturally in the main hall. "Damn Dimingju, damn Xianxia, how dare you play with my netherworld?" Wuji smashed a bunch of things, but his face was still ashen. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he almost couldn't suppress his emotions that were about to explode. The elders of the nether realm looked at each other, and saw the helplessness and sighs in each other's eyes. The nether realm was currently weak, and was unable to contend against the demon race or the nether realm alone. In the end, their domain master is still far inferior to Xianxia and Dimingju in terms of strength. And the nether realm had no successor. Yu Chen and the other elders could not help but shake their heads at the thought of the young lord who had now become a cripple. That was much worse than Wuji. The nether realm did have some good seedlings with heaven-defying talents. But as it happened, Yu Chen could not help but shake his head. Others might not know of the existence of the First Highness, but they, the elders of the nether realm, were very clear about it. At such a young age, he had already inherited the third rank, Darking Holy Flame. He was also the son-in-law candidate that the demon lord Xianxia had taken a fancy to. If he was properly nurtured, in time, he might really be able to recreate the glory of the Holy Emperor of the Netherworld. But Yu Chen also knew that was impossible. To say that Wuji hated his highness to the bone and feared him to the extreme would not be an exaggeration. He couldn't think of a way to kill his highness because of all kinds of external restrictions. How could he hand over Nether Realm to him? Yu Chen was lost in thought when he heard someone asking Wuji, "Domain Lord, if the demons really renege and withdraw their troops, what should we do?" Looking at today's situation, this was very likely. Xianxia clearly didn't put the people of Nether Realm in his eyes at all. On the contrary, he was chatting happily with the polar domain sovereign. Wuji was already half dead with anger. Hearing this, he looked at the person who spoke, as if he wanted to kill someone. "I want Dimingju dead. This time I will make Dimingju pay for my ear's life." The implication was that even if the demons withdrew their troops, Nether Realm wouldn't retreat. But what was the difference between this and seeking death? The elder below hesitated. "Domain Lord, with just the military strength of our Nether Realm, it is absolutely impossible to contend with Polar Domain alone. In terms of the strongest fighting strength, Polar Domain's sovereign could crush their Domain Lord." Wuji's eyes were bloodshot, his body couldn't help but tremble. "I will go find Xianxia now. I want to ask the demons, going back on their words like this, do they still want to have a marriage alliance with our Nether Realm alliance?" "Yes, yes. I almost forgot, there is still a marriage agreement between the demons and our Nether Realm's highness. That demon princess must not be able to marry, that's why she insisted on sending her to our Nether Realm. Domain Lord, if you use this as a threat, I'm sure the demon venerable won't dare to disagree." The others also nodded in agreement. There was even someone who suggested, Priest Lu Yun once prophesied that the person who marries the demon princess can stir up the situation of the world. Now that the young master is seriously ill, maybe we can transfer the marriage agreement to him and he will be able to recover. Domain Lord, why don't you take this opportunity to mention it to the demon venerable? I think the demon venerable won't disagree. The corner of Yu Chen's mouth twitched, wanting to remind them that back in the hidden abyss, the demon venerable Xianxia despised Yuani's cowardly and stupid appearance. But the words were at the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them back. Wuji, on the other hand, was moved by the words of the people below him. An excited light shone in his eyes. Without further delay, he flew out of the demon clan's territory. However, he was rejected by Xianxia. Of door. Outside. Got it, the person who replied to him was Devil Blade. There was a playful smile on his handsome face. I'm sorry, Protectorate Lord Een. Our demon lord is in seclusion to comprehend Tao. Please forgive me for not being able to get close to you. Een Wuji said angrily, I have important matters to discuss with the demon venerable. Fiendish Blade's expression did not change. Nothing is more important than the order of the demon venerable. Territorial Lord Een, please. Bastard. The rage that Een Wuji had been suppressing for an entire day finally exploded at this moment. Who do you think you are? How dare you look down on me? Today, I will let all of you devils know what it means to be superior. Before he finished speaking, a powerful spiritual force, accompanied by a blue-black flame, soared into the sky. The demon soldiers who were standing to the side felt the immense power contained in the flames and retreated. That was the netherworld fire that had been passed down from generation to generation in the netherworld. Although it was not as powerful as the netherworld holy flame. In the three realms, there were very few people who could rival it. Fiendish Blade's expression became extremely serious. He raised his hand in the air. A blood-red saber that was as long as two people appeared in his hand. All of you, retreat. The demon race soldiers retreated in response. Demon Blade's face was slightly pale, and there were beads of sweat sliding down his forehead. But there was no fear on his face as he walked step by step towards Een Wuji. Even if he knew he was no match, he would not retreat even half a step. Because the demon race believed in strength, bravery, and advancing courageously. However, at this time Een Wuji's expression changed greatly. He suddenly turned to look at the southern horizon. His face was filled with disbelief, and his body unconsciously began to tremble. The netherworld fire that was originally blooming behind him also disappeared without a trace. Demon Blade was surprised and followed his gaze. There didn't seem to be anything special, eh? No, it was clearly noon with the scorching sun in the sky. But there was a red glow at the end of the southern horizon. And as time passed, the red glow became more and more dazzling, so much so that the blood red seemed to be dyed with a faint black qi. It was as if there was a ball of fire burning the sky and clouds until they were all burned to ashes. Een Wuji's face was filled with shock, and there were beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. His lips trembled as he muttered, Impossible. Impossible, how could he succeed? The doubt in Demon Blade's heart grew deeper. What had happened in the red glow that caused Een Wuji, who had always valued his reputation, to lose his composure in the territory of the demon race? Demon Blade opened his mouth to ask. Who would have guessed that Een Wuji would instantly disappear? Then, in less than 2 hours, the army of the Nether region that was stationed in the northwest corner of the ancient battlefield of death had collectively departed. Even the huge and luxurious palace had completely disappeared in an instant. It's really strange. Sky River said suspiciously. It was clearly them who were clamoring to quickly start a war with the polar domain, and now they are fleeing as if their butts are on fire. Are those idiots of the Nether region crazy? Demon Blade frowned, and couldn't help but look at the southern horizon. At this time, the scene of the burning clouds had already disappeared. Everything was calm as usual. However, Yao Dao felt that something must have happened in the Nether realm. Otherwise, Een Wuji would not have revealed such a horrified expression, and he would not have led his troops away in such a hurry. Yao Dao told him about Een Wuji's performance. Everyone couldn't help but reveal puzzled expressions. Min Wei frowned, Demon Venerable, now that the Nether domain has retreated, what should we do? Do you still want to start a war with the polar domain? For a moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Xianxia. The devil race was warlike. They would definitely not be willing to run away with their tails between their legs before the battle even started. However, the demon race also respected the strong, and they were the most loyal. Therefore, as long as their devil lord Xianxia gave an order, all the devil race would obey without hesitation. Xianxia's face was ice-cold as he frowned. He looked at the polar domain's camp with eyes brimming with killing intent. The bloodthirsty genes in Tianhe and the others were also stirred. He was waiting for Xianxia to say the word kill. However, after waiting for a moment, Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "Pass down the order, retreat." What? Just now, the Devil Lord's face was clearly filled with killing intent. Why did he say retreat instead of attack? They didn't hear it wrong, right? Tianhe and the others looked at each other and saw the suspicion in each other's eyes. Only Minwei was well aware. Did the Demon Lord want to kill the Polar Domain Emperor? Of course he wanted to. He had been looking for his precious daughter for so long, but he didn't even get to see her face before she was taken by the pig opposite him. How could the Demon Lord not be angry? What's more, although the little Gonzi was cute. But in terms of age, when the princess was still very young, the Polar Domain Emperor had already, although the demon race had always been casual, daring to love and hate. As long as they liked someone, no matter the age, race, or background difference, they would be together if they wanted to. But that was for others. How could his precious daughter be treated the same? The Demon Lord probably wanted to chop up the Polar Domain Emperor and feed him to the dogs. But he couldn't kill him, and if he wanted to find the princess's whereabouts, he might have to ask the Polar Domain Emperor for help. How could the Demon Lord be happy? Okay, I told you to pass the order, so do it, no need to talk so much nonsense. Minwei patted Tianhe's head and said snappily, "Get lost." He rolled his eyes and suddenly said, "Shuijie, you stay." Looking at the charming woman in white with fiery red lips and bright eyes, standing in front of him. Minwei nodded, then beckoned to her and whispered in her ear, "You go to the Polar Domain camp first and ask to see the Emperor." First like this, then like this. Shuijie was confused at first, then her eyes became brighter and brighter. The smile on her face became more and more charming and captivating. When Minwei finished, Shuijie giggled, "Elder Minwei, don't worry, Shuijie will complete the task. There is no man in this world who can escape my, Shuijie's, charm skill." When Shuijie left, Junshirchen frowned and looked at Minwei, "You let Shuijie seduce Di Mingju?" Minwei stroked his beard and said with a smile, "How can it be called seduction? This subordinate just let Shuijie use all her means to find out the princess's information from the Polar Domain people." After a pause, his voice turned slightly cold, and he said with a light snort, "If the Polar Domain's sovereign lord can't even resist this little charm, how can he be worthy of the princess? When the time comes, you can kill him. I'm sure the princess won't have any objections." Normally, Minwei was always smiling like a Maitreya Buddha. In the demon race, the one who had the best relationship with the Polar Domain was none other than him. But now that he's talking about slaughtering Di Mingju, there isn't the slightest ripple in his eyes. However, Junshirtian was not surprised at all. Because this was the devil race, this was the true nature of the devil race: love desires life, evil desires death. Minwei continued, "Of course, if the Polar Domain Sovereign Lord passes the test, Shuijie should also bring back some news about the princess. At that time it will be easier for us to find the princess." He nodded. "That works too. If Di Mingju can't even pass this test." Junshirtian's lips curled into a cruel smile as he tightened his grip on the armrest. The sturdy metal armrest turned to dust in an instant. Polar Domain Camp. Junshang, the troops of the Netherworld realm have withdrawn. Hearing Han Ye's hurried report, Di Mingju raised his head, a rare expression of astonishment on his face. He thought that the demon race would withdraw their troops. He didn't expect that the first to withdraw would actually be the Netherworld realm. Yin Wuji was gnashing his teeth. No matter how you look at it, it's impossible for them to be willing to give up so quickly. Ying Mei bowed and said, "According to the reports of the scouts hidden in the Nether region, it seems that Yin Wuji's attitude suddenly changed greatly." His face was full of panic, and he forcefully ordered the army to retreat. Perhaps something has happened in the Nether Domain Imperial Court. Di Mingju looks at the horizon in the distance, where the sky has already begun to gradually darken. He faintly wrinkles his brows. Subconsciously, he held the void spirit ring between his fingers and slowly spun it. For some reason, he had a bad feeling in his heart. But if something happened to the Nether realm, it should be a good thing for him, shouldn't it? "My lord, what should we do?" Star Wolf excitedly said, "The Nether realm has already retreated. The demons alone are absolutely not a match for our Polar Domain. Should we make the first move to gain the upper hand? Before the Nether realm's army returns, we'll first utterly defeat the demons." Before he could finish his words, he sees his family's Xianxia coldly squinting at him like he's looking at an idiot. Starwolf's voice paused and he said blankly, "Lord, what is it? Did I say something wrong?" At this moment, someone outside the house reported, "The demon race's envoy, Lady Xianxia, requests an audience." Everyone in the room was startled. The two armies clashed, and a great battle was imminent. The demon race was not like the nether realm who liked to play tricks, so why did they send an envoy at this time? Only Demingju is well aware. At this time, Junshi Tian could no longer hold back. He wanted to inquire about the origin of the demon core blood jade. But he promised Mayan that before she meets Junshi Yuan, he won't reveal her identity and whereabouts. At this time, he naturally had no interest in dealing with some devil race emissary. Just as he was about to refuse, he could not help but hesitate. Although Mu Yan has a grudge against Junshi Yuan, they are still related by blood. Most importantly, that damned engagement. He couldn't bear it any longer. He just wanted to get rid of it immediately. Thinking of this, Demingju says in a low voice, "Bring them in." The person outside the door bowed in acknowledgement and went outside the camp to pass the order. Elder Chang looks at Demingju somewhat suspiciously. He felt that the actions of the Lord and the honored demon today were very strange. There seemed to be a secret between the two that no one else could find out. Her gaze unconsciously falls on the vermilion jade on Demingju's waist. This jade looks somewhat familiar, he seemed to have seen it there before. A thought flashed through his mind. Elder Chang was about to grasp something. Suddenly, a blood-red light shines from Demingju's chest, forming a strange totem. The totem shook uncontrollably in the bloody light, as if it would shatter at any moment. The room was silent for a moment. Everyone's expression changed. This is a blood-pact totem. It's Pijun's blood contract totem. If the totem is broken, does that mean that Pijun is about to die? How could this be? Demingju makes a gesture in the air, and there's already a soul lamp in his palm, sparkling and translucent like jade. However, the flame on this soul lamp was already so weak that it was only the size of a soybean. As the breeze blew in through the window, it flickered, as if it would disappear at any moment. Elder Chang's complexion is pale. He looks towards Demingju in alarm. "Jun Shang, Pijun is in imminent danger." Demingju's expression can still be considered calm. He says in a low voice, "Ben Jun can now sense Pijun's position. He is in the Yanwu continent. Ben Jun will rush over now." "This place," Elder Chang hurriedly said. "Don't worry, Lord. We won't let anyone know that you've left. They all know very well that there are traitors in the polar domain. There are also many people in the nether realm and the demon race who want to annex the polar domain. If people knew that Demingju had gone to the Yanwu continent, then ambushing and killing him like the last time with Li Weiran, adding insult to injury, they would definitely not be few. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect." Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. Demingju nodded, didn't say anything more, and disappeared. Not long after he disappeared, there was a knock on the door. "Reporting to the Lord, Lady Xianxia is here." At this moment, Xing Lang's heart was burning with anxiety. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation was too low and he would only be a burden to Jun Shang if he went, he would go along even if he died. When he heard Lady Xianxia's name, he wanted to shout, "Get lost! What's there to see?" However, before he could say anything, Elder Chang covered his mouth. Elder Chang coughed lightly and tried to sound as normal as possible. "Invite him in." From the moment Xianxia entered the polar domain camp, she had been secretly observing. The more he observed, the more shocked he became. The polar domain's strength was far stronger than she had imagined. The demon race was clearly the most arrogant and conceited race. But in the polar domain's soldiers, she also saw the domineering confidence of "if not me, then who?" There was also the obedience and loyalty that the demons didn't have. According to the words of the polar domain's soldiers, the worship of their emperor even surpassed the worship of the devil race towards the devil lord. This is the conviction that Demingju, the strongest person in the Xiaoxian continent, brings to the polar domain. Against such a great army, could the demons really win? His heart was filled with shock and astonishment. The smile on Shuiji's face became even more enchanting. She wore a snow-white fairy dress without any makeup. Her long hair was tied up loosely with a white ribbon. She was dressed in an incomparably pure manner, but her entire body exuded an enchanting charm. The polar domain soldier who took her to the main camp blushed to the roots of his ears. He lowered his head all the way, not daring to look at her. The way he spoke to her was indescribably gentle and warm. Only then did Shuijie feel a little better. Her bewitching technique was indeed invincible. So what if the polar domain's army was formidable? As long as she can charm Di Mingju, the thousands of troops and horses will still be able to play with them as they please. As the door opened, the smile on Shuijie's face became even more charming. The tips of her brows and the corners of her eyes seemed to be dyed with 10,000 kinds of amorous feelings. However, as soon as she entered the house, she was dumbfounded. After looking around, Shuijie blinked her eyes and asked, "May I ask where is the sovereign emperor that I want to meet?" Starwolf sneered, "Who do you think you are? You think you can meet the celestial emperor whenever you want to?" Shuijie gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke. It wasn't easy for her to put on the most pitiful and flirtatious appearance to enter, but in the end, the person she was supposed to seduce was nowhere to be seen. Elder Chang coughed lightly and said, "Jun Shang doesn't meet just anyone. There is no harm for Miss Shuiji to tell us first, what is the matter that you wish to see us for? After we have made our decision, we will let Jun Shang decide whether to see you or not." Pausing for a moment, he stroked his beard and said with a smile, "After all, if we were to send a random person to seek an audience with the Demon Lord wouldn't accept him, right?" Shuijie's face was livid, but she had to admit that what Elder Chang had said was true. Who was the Demon Lord? If he were to summon any random small fry, wouldn't that be terrible? Didn't they see that Yin Wuji had been rejected by their Demon Lord? Wait a minute, how could she be a shady little minion? She was the enchanting Shuijie who could charm all the men in the world. Shuijie took a deep breath and regained her vigorous fighting spirit. It didn't matter that she couldn't charm Di Mingju for the time being. These people in front of her were all Di Mingju's trusted subordinates. If she could charm these people, then wouldn't it be as easy as turning over her hand to get close to Di Mingju? Charming witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. 1. Charming witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. The snow girl rolled her eyes and glanced at the faces of the people around her. In the end, he chose Ying Mei. Of all the people in the room, Ying Mei was the most handsome. However, there was a cold and abstinent temperament about him, which made people want to flirt with him and see what he looked like when he was in love. Moreover, Shuiji knows that Ying Mei is one of Di Mingju's 4 great imperial guards, the leader of the Xian department. The Xian division was the strongest division apart from the ghost-killing division that defeating armies was in charge of. Only such an expert was worthy of her bewitching technique. Shuiji's mind raced, but her face showed a regretful expression. Her eyes glowed brightly as she said, "Shuiji has come under the Demon Venerable's order. Firstly, I have a few questions to ask Imperial Emperor. Only Imperial Emperor can know these questions, so forgive me for not being able to answer them in front of everyone. Secondly, it's also Shuiji's selfishness." Her beautiful eyes finally fell on Ying Mei's body gently like water. His body unconsciously moved a little closer to Shadow Enchantress. At that time, when the sky collapsed and the hidden abyss was in chaos, it was thanks to the generous rescue of the heroes of the polar domain that so many of my demon race's people were able to survive. To tell you the truth, one of them is my close friend, Shuijie. She told me that it was Lord Ying Mei who saved her life from the poltergeist ghost. Shuijie's gaze was sincere, and her tone was gentle and soothing, but it was full of bewitching power. "I owe such a favor, but I can't repay it. Every time I think about it, I can't sleep or eat in peace. This time, the Demon Venerable has decided to attack the polar domain." Shuijie tosses and turns day and night in agony. When she said this, her frail body was on the verge of collapse. Her skin was smooth and delicate, but it was pale. It was a perfect confirmation of what she had said. She tossed and turned restlessly, unable to eat or sleep well. "Shuijie only hopes that we can stop fighting as soon as possible. If Shuiji has the chance to repay my benefactor, Shuiji is willing to pay any price." As she spoke, Shuijie's body swayed and fell toward Ying Mei's body, as if she could not bear it anymore. Mei's hand had just grasped the hilt of his sword, and before he could move, she saw a silhouette rush in front of her at a speed that the naked eye couldn't follow. The silhouette held her in his arms and kicked Xianxia away. Han Yi is like a wild beast protecting its food, holding the person in his arms tightly. He angrily says, "Get lost, who let you touching Mei?" Xianxia lowered her head and looked at the grayish-black footprint on her snow-white dress. She was dumbfounded. She was actually kicked? There was actually a man who could lay his hands on such a beautiful body. Xianxia forcibly suppresses the fury in her heart, the expression on her face becoming more and more delicate, but there's also an incredulous sadness. This servant just wants to thank Mei for his kindness. Han Yi Darren, what are you doing? Pei. Han Yi's face turns green with anger. Do you think I'm blind? You're obviously trying to seduce my little shadow. The snow girl looked as if she had been struck by lightning. You are. Han Yi proudly hugs Mei a little tighter, and even kisses her on the cheek. Little shadow is mine, don't even think about it. The snow girl was in a mess in the wind. Mei pushes away Han Yi's hand, and is about to step forward. Han Yi immediately catches up, grabbing her waist and refusing to let go. He even whispers in her ear, "Little shadow, don't pay attention to her. She's clearly trying to seduce you, you mustn't be fooled by her. Don't tell me that I'm not enough to satisfy you? How can this kind of flirtatious slut compare to me? Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad." Mei's face reddened as she glared at him. Recently, this fellow had been pushing his luck. If I don't beat him up for 3 days, he's going to tear the tiles off the roof. But then she remembered that this guy was even jealous of women and couldn't help but laugh. She pinched his ear and scolded, "Idiot." Having been scolded, Han Yi immediately smiles happily. The two of them had completely forgotten about Xianxia. The snow girl was so angry that she ground her teeth. She kept repeating in her heart, "Dog. Men. A man." She was a charming fiendish cultivator, so how could she be a flirtatious slut? You guys are the flirtatious bitches. Your whole family is a bunch of coquettish bitches. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia suppressed the irritation in her heart and changed her target. Star Wolf, although this person isn't as famous as Bajun and Mei, he is still Mingju's most trusted confidant. Most importantly, the Star Wolf was hot-tempered and easily angered, and its temperament was impetuous and straightforward. This kind of person might not look easy to deal with, but in fact, he was the easiest to seduce. However, the pitiful image from before couldn't be used anymore. Xianxia slowly straightened her back and flipped her long hair. Then, she slightly tugged at the clothes in front of her chest, revealing her exquisite, snow-white collarbone. The originally innocent and pitiful little girl immediately turned into a mature and alluring demoness. She giggled and walked to Xing Lang's side, her eyes like silk. "Brother Xing Lang, are you going to watch your partner bully me like this?" According to Xianxia's experience, the man in front of her would definitely be stunned. Then, as soon as his eyes met hers, he was affected by her skill, charm. His face immediately turned red, and he stuttered. Even though his mouth was saying unpleasant words, his little heart was already beating for her. However, the confident Xianxia was dumbfounded when she saw Xing Lang's expression. Xing Lang's expression was incomparably ugly. The way he looked at her was like looking at a pile of trash. However, it was also mixed with the fear and nausea of having terrifying memories evoked. What kind of reaction was this? The snow girl didn't give up. She couldn't help but puff out her chest and move closer. She reached out her hand to touch the Star Wolf's face. Who knew that Star Wolf would roar in anger and directly kick out? Bang, this kick is even more ruthless than Han Yi's. The snow girl prostrated herself on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Elder Chang and Han Yi Mei are a little baffled. Why is Star Wolf reacting so strongly? Suddenly, Han Yi seems to have thought of something, and bursts into laughter. "Xing Lang, did you remember that time when Miss June wore women's clothes and drew pictures of beautiful women?" "Oh, that's right, I remember you were sent by Miss June to lead a befuddled life." "Shut up. Shut up. Ha 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 ha." Xianxia trembled as she crawled up from the ground. Her beautiful eyes were about to spit fire. Her enchanting and perfect body. She had never failed in her charm skill before. How could it be useless here in the polar domain? The point is that she hasn't even seen Deming Ju's face yet. Had her beauty deteriorated? Not beautiful? Charm lost its effect? Xianxia felt that either she had gone crazy, or the people of the polar domain had gone crazy. She, a beauty that could turn the world upside down, could not even be compared to a man, and was actually treated like trash, so the only one she could seduce now was, Miss Xianxia, are you alright? As for what you just said, I'll report it to Jun Shang. I can't bring myself to do it, I'm too old and ugly. This old lady, a succubus, also has principles and integrity. Okay. Before Elder Chang could finish, Xianxia roared, I won't do it. Then, he disappeared from the room as if he was flying. Soon, someone came to report that the demon messenger, Xianxia, had left angrily. Elder Chang and the others looked at each other. So, what is Miss Xianxia doing here? Star Wolf said, who cares what she's doing here? I just want to know how Lord is doing now. Elder Chang took out Pijuan's soul lamp. The soul fire on it was still dim as if it would go out at any time. He couldn't help but frown. Lord and Pijuan will be fine. Although he said that, for some reason, Elder Chang had a bad feeling in his heart. He couldn't help but take out the Hunyuan River compass. The compass was already buzzing, but there were no special changes. However, this normal was like the surging waves hidden under a calm lake. When the time was right, it would set off a huge wave. Cultivation Continent, Debi Temple. Dang. Dang. Dang, in the empty temple, the dull and distant sound of the bell echoed again and again. A man in a Xianxia stood at the entrance of the temple and looked in the direction of the bell. His expression was solemn, and his eyes flickered with a complicated light. Master, this day has finally come. He was wearing a Xianxia and had a shaved head. However, he didn't hold any golden alms or magic staff in his hand, and his tone didn't sound like a monk at all. The real spirit bell has finally rung. Ba. An old voice came from behind the man in the Xianxia. It was accompanied by the sound of a wooden fish. It was calm and steady as if it had the power to calm people's hearts. Impermanence is the law of life and death. Life and death are the law of life and death, and nirvana is joy. Fate and karma, everything has its own destiny. What's going to come will come eventually. The man in the Xianxia closed his eyes and said in a low voice, yes, what's going to come will come eventually. However, this time, I won't let it escape again. Floating island. After the battle at Blue Thearka's camp, the entire floating island was reshuffled. No one had expected that in the end of this battle, the 3 alliances, 6 clans, 8 sects, and even the Lan clan empire would actually become the losers. The only place that rose after the war was Liberty City. This small city that appeared not long ago and their incredibly young city lord had become the unparalleled overlord of the floating island in just a year. The news that the floating island would fall within 5 years spread like wildfire on the island. Some were hesitant, some were desperate, and some were actively preparing. Some people heard the news and rushed to the vicinity of Liberty City in a hurry, hoping to get their protection. However, Mu Yan and the 6 carefree sons were not Lan Chushi. They would protect their loved ones and friends at all costs. But he would never be hindered by unimportant people. Do you want to threaten them? Do you want to use moral coercion? Hee. In that case, there was no need to wait for the floating island to be destroyed. Did she really think that the titles of She-Devil and Unfettered 7 Devils were just for show? After suffering for a few times, Li Tianlan finally understood. These people naturally knew that Liberty City wouldn't care about their unreasonable cries and pleas at all. Like 10,000 years ago, when one person sacrificed himself to create a smooth path for all of them, it would never happen again. Because the only 2 people who were willing to sacrifice themselves to save them had already been killed by them. Luo Yu cut off the connection with Wei Mian, a mocking smile on his face. He could not help but reach out to touch the silver halberd hanging at his waist. As he touched it, the silver halberd shone lightly, as if it was jumping with joy. Luo Yu whispered, Lan Chushi, have you ever regretted it? He regretted giving without complaint, only to raise a bunch of ingrates. He regretted being held hostage by morality, only to be separated by death from his loved ones. Whether you regret it or not, whether I am your reincarnation or not, I will not live like you. Continuously becoming stronger and protecting my loved ones, this is the path that belongs to me, Lan Luoyu. He murmured in a low voice. Suddenly, the communication amulet he had just placed in his storage space lit up again. As soon as his divine consciousness entered the amulet, Luoyu heard eldest senior brother's anxious voice, "Junior sister is in trouble. Everyone, gather at the northernmost Bohai Sea." What? What happened to sixth senior sister? Eldest senior brother, eldest senior brother. The communication amulet dimmed quickly. Luoyu guessed that eldest senior brother could not wait any longer. He was extremely anxious and did not dare to delay any longer. He summoned the divine beast by Feng and sped towards the northern horizon. Ever since the battle at Blue Thearka's camp, the floating island had been in a state of panic due to the destruction of the heaven-reaching halberd. But in reality, the cultivators on the island did not know that the unfettered seven, whom they were begging to ride on, had never stopped advancing. The seven of them knew that their current cultivation was far from enough to ascend to the immortal cultivation continent. But more than ever, they wanted to become stronger. So the seven of them traveled together, searching for mystic realms and fortuitous opportunities to strengthen themselves and train their Taoist hearts. During this time, Luoyu did not dare to delay even a moment. He did not know if it was because of the silver halberd, but his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. In just a few months, without any external help, his cultivation had broken through the earth creation realm and reached the beginner stage of the sea-splitting realm. Everyone on the floating island would be so shocked that their jaws would drop to the ground if they heard about this rate of growth. But Luoyu believed that he was not the fastest in the unfettered sect. It was even possible for him to be at the bottom. Because every single one of the unfettered seven were peerless geniuses, monstrous geniuses that couldn't be evaluated with common sense. If his speed was slightly slower, he would be left behind by his senior brothers and sisters. Especially sixth senior sister, among the Xiaoyao seven, except for the eccentric third brother, who isn't desperately trying to catch up to Mayan's pace. He's afraid that if he's not careful, he'll be left behind, or become Mayan's burden. However, Luoyu had never imagined that the powerful sixth sister would encounter danger. Yunruhan placed sixth senior sister's soul lamp in her hand. If not for the obvious change in her soul lamp, Yunruhan wouldn't have been so anxious and scared that she didn't even have time to explain to Luoyu. Sixth senior sister, nothing must happen to you. The fiery red bird streaked across the sky like a meteor, flying towards the north. At the same time, on the floating island, there were 5 other streaks of light that were also flying in the same direction. North of the floating island, the shore of the Bohai Sea. Run. Why did you stop running? Jun Mayan, didn't you say that you want to have a fair fight with me? Do you think you can still escape from me this time? A sword light whizzes over like lightning. The sand on the ground, along with the surrounding waves, instantly tumbles. A row of huge ancient trees collapsed in response, revealing the figures that were fleeing quickly within. Mu Yan leaps backwards, avoiding the sand and the huge waves, but she is still injured by the sword energy. There is a deep wound on her left shoulder, blood gushing out. Madman! Mu Yan covers the wound on her shoulder, staring at the man slowly walking towards her, clenching her teeth. In order to find an opportunity to advance, Mu Yan comes to the northernmost shore of the floating island, the Bohai Sea. According to Qi Huang, there are no materials to repair the Tian Mo Qin here. But there is a trace of immortal power similar to the Tian Mo Qin. Mu Yan looks for it all the way, and finally finds a strange fruit tree on a small island in the middle of the Bohai Sea. This fruit tree is very strange. From the outside, it looks just like an ordinary Xueling fruit. But there are complex lines on the skin. And that kind of aura makes Mu Yan remember the strange ancient tree she found in the snow forest where the Bathing Moon Pavilion is located. At that time, she relied on this ancient tree to cure the poison of the unclean abyss. Later, she found out that the ancient tree is one of the materials needed for the great array that little martial uncle is looking for. But in the end, even after Luo Yunxiao found the Yin-Yang twin hearts, the 12 demons of Dutian, and the 36 stars, Mu Yan still couldn't figure out what's so special about that tree. She only vaguely knows that this tree should be affected by the holy stone of the bathing moon pavilion, which is the nightmare stone. That's why it changed. So this Xueling fruit also changed because it was contaminated with the nightmare stone? Mu Yan looks at the fruit with strange patterns in her hand, somewhat afraid to eat it. I won't be like the people of the Horton tribe when I eat it, and become a crazy walking corpse, right? These words make Qi Huang angry. Bastard Jun Mu Yan, do you think that this sage will harm you? Eat it or not, believe it or not, don't give me the fruit. I, your father, don't want you to eat it. Seeing that Qi Huang has even forgotten to say that this sage has, Mu Yan also knows that he is angry. She doesn't dare to ask any more, and quickly eats the fruit. As soon as she ate it, she felt the world spin around her, and then she fainted. When he woke up again, the entire island was flooded by seawater. Half of her body was submerged in the water, and her mouth was filled with a salty taste. However, what was inconceivable was that her cultivation, which had just broken through to the sea-splitting realm, had actually directly reached the peak of the sea-splitting realm. He was only one step away from the heaven-shattering tier. And the most terrifying thing was that at this moment, her dantian was full of energy, so full that it was about to overflow. Mu Yan had a premonition that she would only need a few days at most to reach the shattering heaven tier. And this was far from the complete release of the fruit's energy. Even though she already knew that Qi Huang wouldn't lie to her, Mayan is still stunned by the effect of this fruit. Qi Huang, what kind of fruit is this? Is there really no problem with this speed of advancement? She felt that her dantian was about to explode. Spiritual energy, immortal energy, and even dark energy were mixed together. Mayan is even incessantly fusing the three forces into divine power and pouring it into the Tian Mo Qin. In a short period of time, all the Shen musician skills have been upgraded by one level. But even like this, the fruit's energy was still far from being consumed. With her every move, this energy would overflow from the surface of her body and meridians because it was too full. It was quite wasteful. This was also the first time that Mu Yan had experienced the trouble of having her body's energy surge. Pain and happiness, Qi Huang gloated and said, if you don't cultivate well, your dantian will be like a pool, unable to hold much spiritual energy and immortal energy. Even the divine power that can be transformed every day is limited. You've wasted so much energy of the divine fruit. The corner of Mu Yan's mouth twitches. Her dantian was more than 100 times bigger than an ordinary cultivator of the same level. Even so, he was still compared to a pond by Qi Huang. Qi Xiaohuang, do you have some kind of misunderstanding about ponds? Mu Yan suddenly realized something. Divine fruit? Qi Huang, you said that this fruit is a divine fruit? Do you know the origin of this fruit? Qi Huang immediately shut his mouth. When Mayan asks anxiously, he snappily says, don't ask, Ben Zun doesn't know either. After a pause, he said listlessly, I can't remember. Mu Yan has just returned to the coast from that half-submerged island, and she can feel the downcast mood of her artifact spirit. She entered the space, stroked Seven Brilliance's head, and smiled warmly, if you can't remember, then don't remember. It's no big deal. In the future, there will be plenty of things for you to reminisce about. As for those memories, forget it. Qi Huang stared blankly for a moment. In his mind, he kept repeating the phrase, there will be plenty of things for you to savor in the future. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. He immediately thinks of something and suddenly flies into a rage. Jun Mayan, who let you touch Ben Zun's head? Ben Zun will tell you again, Ben Zun is an ancient artifact spirit, not a child. Bastard. Mu Yan was all smiles, completely unmoved. She caressed the little chick's soft fur as she said perfunctorily, yes, yes, how could our Lord Artifact Spirit be a child? Qi Huang became even angrier. Don't think that I can't see that you're just faking it. As he spoke, Qi Huang's face suddenly revealed a pained expression. His entire body curled up and squatted down. Qi Huang, what's wrong? Mu Yan suddenly rushes over. He saw Qi Huang clutching his chest tightly, his face pale and his lips purple. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Qi Huang, what's going on? Where does it hurt? Mu Yan grabs Qi Huang's hand, wanting to check on his condition. However, in the next moment, she was stunned. Because her hand had pierced through Qi Huang's body. 7 brilliance turned into his soul form. How could this be? Mayan's heart surges with a huge panic. Ever since her Tian Emochin's second upgrade, 7 brilliance has always been in a physical state. He could even wear the clothes she had bought from Tianguang ruins. What exactly had happened to cause 7 brilliance to be in so much pain that he couldn't even condense his physical body? Suddenly, Mu Yan thinks of something. Young sect uncle. Did something happen to Uncle Master? However, Ji Huang had already fainted on the ground and could no longer answer her. Mayan's heart is burning with anxiety, her whole person is like an ant on a hot pan. She couldn't even heal 7 brilliance who was in his soul form. No. It was still possible, at least she can play the zither and use the Shin musician skill, calm the soul. Mu Yan quickly summons the Tian Emochin. Just as she's about to play, a familiar and cold voice comes from outside the space. Jun Mayan, I know you're here, come out. Immediately after, the entire space violently shakes, and bits of grass fly everywhere. The towering book tower shakes violently, as if it could collapse at any moment. Little Linghua screams and rushes to hide under Mu Yan. Little Phoenix and Jinwu quickly fly in the direction of the book pagoda. Xiaobao is cultivating in seclusion inside. When Mu Yan eats the divine fruit, she gives a small bite to Xiaobao. This is also what Ji Huang said. Xiaobao has an immortal body, so the divine fruit is useful to him, but too much is as bad as not enough. Because an immortal body automatically absorbs all energy without filtering it. There is poison on the divine fruit. A small amount can be eliminated by the heart-piercing life-prolonging curse, but if there is too much, Xiaobao may be fine, but Li Weiran will definitely be tortured to death by the poison. Ji Huang certainly wants that pretty boy Li Weiran to live a life worse than death, but he also can't bear to see Xiaobao suffer. After Xiaobao eats a small bite of the divine fruit, he directly enters a state of enlightenment. Just like Mu Yan sleeping on the island. Xiaobao is also unconscious, unaware of the outside world. But his cultivation is advancing by leaps and bounds, at a tremendous pace. Mu Yan even feels that Xiaobao's Dantian and Sea of Consciousness are about to be as vast as her own. She sees that the divine fruit doesn't harm Xiaobao, so she puts him in the Spacebook Pagoda to cultivate. She also orders Jinwu and Little Phoenix to guard him. That's why the space is shaking, and Jinwu and Little Phoenix immediately rush over to guard him. Mu Yan vaguely hears who the voice outside the space belongs to, but she still can't believe it. But she knows very well that she must not stay in the space any longer. Otherwise, with just one more sword, the space will be completely torn apart, and Ji Huang, who is in a coma in pain, will have nowhere to hide. Mu Yan quickly leaves the space, and when she sees the man in black standing not far away, her pupils can't help but shrink. Even though she has already mentally prepared herself. Seeing the person in front of her, Mu Yan can't help but be inexplicably shocked. Ning Su, you are still alive. Ning Su sneers and slowly walks forward. With every step, the sand under his feet sinks, creating a deep hole. What? Are you disappointed to see me alive? Mu Yan. Mu Yan frowns. How did you wake up? Ning Kunshan once said that once half of Ning Su's body is killed, he will sleep for at least 100 years. Even though Ning Kunshan, that cunning fox, was full of lies. But Mu Yan believes that he isn't lying about this. Otherwise, with Ning Kunshan's cautious and suspicious personality, how could he have allowed Ning Su to lie in the ice cave without taking any precautions? Ning Su sneered, his face revealing a mocking and disgusted expression. I knew Ning Kunshan's plan from the start, so when I was cultivating the soundless clone, I already left a way out for myself. When he tries to take over my body, the hint hidden in soundless clone will awaken me and devour his cultivation instead. He will suffer the consequences of his actions and be doomed eternally. Recalling the look of disbelief and despair on Ning Kunshan's face before he died, Ning Su could not help but laugh out loud. Mu Yan looked at his crazy expression and couldn't help but clench the 7 absolute sword in her hand. She could sense that the Ning Su in front of her was very dangerous, very dangerous. His strength had far surpassed that of when he was on the road of cultivation. Compared to back then, Mu Yan's current strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Looking at Ning Su, she felt that she had no chance of winning. How strong was Ning Su now? Profound Immortal High Stage? Or the peak of Profound Immortal? Trying to guess what my cultivation is? Ningsu suddenly stopped laughing and looked straight at Mayan, then said slowly, I can tell you, I'm an immortal king. I'm already an immortal king now. Mayan's heart suddenly jumped, and her palm holding the 7 absolute swords couldn't help sweating. He'd actually reached the immortal king realm. No wonder she couldn't see the depth of Ningsu's strength even though she was about to reach the heaven-breaking realm. Ningsu couldn't help but look at the sea, his expression blank and lost. After a long while, he murmured, when you destroyed half of my clones on the road of cultivation, I hated you to the bone. But when I slept in the endless darkness, I couldn't help but think, you really are Xianxia's daughter. So outstanding, so powerful, and so heartless. You can kill me, and you have such powerful talent. And will. Maybe, you can do what I can't. I worked hard for so many years, and tried everything, but I couldn't save Ming Xian from the Great Jade Reincarnation formation. But maybe it's different for you. Ningsu's voice slowly became hoarse, I think, if you can really save Xian, then I'll forgive you. It doesn't matter if you're Jun Shiyuan's daughter, it doesn't matter if you're a demon, as long as the only light in his life could be returned to him. But, Ningsu suddenly turned his head, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at her, as if he wanted to tear her apart, but you actually failed. Not only did you fail to save her, you even let her die, her soul scattered, and she will never be able to reincarnate. My everything, my life, all my prayers and waiting, it's all gone. Ning Kunshan deserves to die, the Ning family deserves to die, Jun Shiyuan deserves to die, Jun Mayan, you deserve to die too. Since Xian is already gone, then all of you go down to accompany her. She's already dead, what right do you have to live in this world? Mayan looked at the crazy man in front of her with a complicated expression. She had heard about Ningsu's past from Ning Kunshan. No one could imagine what kind of life Ningsu had led in the few years he had been captured by the demon clan. Later, when he returned to the Ning family, how did he survive the taunts and bullying of the Ning family, as well as the hatred of his grandfather? In those dark days, Ning Yanxin was the only one who pulled him out of the swamp of hell. She gave him the warmth of a mother, a sister, and a close relative. He was greedy for this warmth, and then it gradually turned into a paranoid and twisted desire for possession. If his mother was still alive, she might be able to guide this stubborn child to slowly walk down the right path. However, the Ning family's greed and selfishness, as well as Ning Yanxin's unexpected meeting with Jun Shiyuan, ruined everything. In the end, Ningsu had become what he hated the most. Like a crazy devil. Meeting Mu Yan's gaze, Ningsu suddenly becomes hysterical and irritable. Why are you looking at me like that? Am I that unworthy of your trust and alliance? Why? Why did you betray me? Mu Yan knits her brows and is about to speak. All of a sudden, Ningsu laughs maniacally. Jun Mayan, do you know why I only came to find you now? TSK. This guy has now recognized her as Jun Mayan. Moreover, when they first met on the road of cultivation, he clearly had a cold and taciturn temperament. But now he's chattering endlessly, and his words are even incoherent. From the looks of it, even though he had woken up earlier, his mind was no longer clear. Mu Yan looked at him coldly. Ningsu continued, when I swallowed Ning Kunshan's cultivation, I thought about going to find you. But I gave up later. After all, you're Jun Mu Yan, Ming Yanxin's daughter. Back then, on the road of cultivation, your cultivation was so much lower than mine, but in the end, I still died at your hands. So this time, how could I let my guard down? This time, as long as I make a move, I will drag you down with me to the Yellow Springs. I will never give you a chance to make a comeback. Mu Yan didn't say anything and was on full alert. However, Ningsu's next words made her pale with fright, almost unable to maintain her Dao heart. Of course, the most important thing is that I think that the Ning family should all go down to accompany Xianxia. How can there be fish that slip through the net and live well in this world? If they are not all reunited, Xianxia will not be happy. So, while I cultivated and consolidated my realm, I turned this floating island upside down. Finally, I found those 2 fish that slipped through the net on the shore of the Bohai Sea. Mu Yan's eyes suddenly widened and she shouted angrily, Ningyu, what did you do to Ningyu and uncle? Ha ha ha, what's wrong? Ningsu seemed to have heard a stupid question, do you still need to ask? Of course, I'm sending them to accompany Xianxia. Saying that, he casually tossed the two corpses in front of Mu Yan. These two couldn't even be called corpses, because they were just two dried corpses. Their facial features couldn't be seen at all. And as the corpses were thrown in front of Mu Yan, they actually cracked inch by inch and turned into powder, mixing with the sand. The clothes that were wrapped around the corpses also rotted and fell apart. Only two blood-patterned bells fell on the beach, making a tinkling sound. Mu Yan's lips trembled as she said in disbelief, They are, Ning Yu, Ning Zhongbai. I said before, as long as you are a member of the Ning family, you must go down to accompany Xianxia. Finding them and then devouring their power is really not easy. Ningsu smiled and said, but hard work always pays off, doesn't it? After devouring Ningyu's cultivation, I have officially stepped into the immortal king realm. Mayan, this time, I finally have confidence that I can definitely kill you. Mu Yan's mind is buzzing. She recalled the carefree woman she met in the primordial immortal cave abode. She thought of her cousin who stood by her side with a sword and never retreated when the Ning family was besieged on all sides. He recalled the bright and beautiful smile on her face when she said that the two of them were still friends. She even guessed from Little Chick's rambling story that Ningyu might like her little martial uncle. He had even thought about matchmaking the two of them if they were fated to meet again in the future. And her uncle. Although she was irresolute, selfish, and even wanted to sacrifice her life in exchange for her mother's. However, when Ning Kunchen was about to kill her, he had also rushed over to protect her without any regard for anything else. These two people were perhaps the only family he had left in this world. But now, Ningsu was saying that he had killed them. There was no sound, not even a skeleton was left behind. Mu Yan crouched down and stroked the ashes mixed with the sand, as well as the two ice-cold blood-patterned bells. Her body couldn't stop trembling. Are you feeling sorry for them? Ningsu sneers, there's no need for that, because the Ning family is selfish and disgusting. They wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice Yanxin for their own survival. Did you forget how Ning Zhongbai sold you out and made you a sacrifice? I thought you'd be happy to see their end. Those whose cultivation I devoured would turn into fine powder. I spent a lot of effort to keep them in their original state, so that you could see their miserable appearance when they died. The Ning family is selfish and cruel, the Ning family's bloodline is filthy and stinky. They only have themselves to blame for ending up like this. Enough. Mu Yan jerks her head up, her eyes red and fierce as she glares at the man in front of her. Ning Su, don't be immersed in your own dreams, and don't act like you're deeply in love. Have you forgotten that you also had a part in the death of my mother, Ning Yanxin? Nonsense. Mu Yan, if you hadn't forcefully brought my mother back to the Ning family, would she have become a sacrifice for the virtual jade reincarnation array? If you hadn't informed the Ning family, would my mother and Jun Shiyuan, who had already eloped successfully, have been captured and brought back to the Ning family? Ning Kunchen, Ning Fuxing is indeed the murderer who killed my mother, but you're the knife that pushed her into the abyss. Ning Su, do you think Ning Yanxin hates you or misses you when she died? No, she doesn't remember you at all. The sound of a zither reverberates between heaven and earth. From the moment you cruelly brought her back to the Ning family, you returned kindness with enmity and made her fall into a situation worse than death. The relationship between you two has already been severed. Ning Su, you're nothing in Ning Yanxin's heart. No love, no hate, is the deepest torture and revenge. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. You're talking nonsense. Yanxin said that she would always hold my hand. She said that she wouldn't let me be alone again, that she wouldn't let me be bullied and tortured again. Ning Su's face is ferocious as he roars hoarsely, Ning Yanxin, why did you lie to me? You clearly said that you wouldn't let go of my hand. Why did you fall in love with Jun Shiyuan? Why did you elope with the demons? I didn't want you to die, I just wanted you to stay, Puff, Ning Su spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying. The zither music that reverberated between heaven and earth entangled his divine soul like a curse, causing him to feel as if he had fallen into a distant nightmare. However, this mouthful of blood was spat out. However, Ning Su's state of mind slowly returned to normal, and the expression on his face also returned to its former coldness and indifference. Mu Yan sighs softly in her heart, and has the phantom doppelganger stop playing the Tian Mo Qin. What a pity. Just a little more and she would have been able to subdue him without a fight. She would have made Ning Su immersed in fleeting like a dream, never to wake up again. In the end, the difference in cultivation was too great. Due to Ning Yu's and Ning Zhongbai's deaths, her emotions were unstable, so she missed the best opportunity. Ning Su said in a low voice, "I once underestimated you on this Shozhen continent, and thought that I wouldn't make the same mistake this time, but I didn't expect that in the end, I still underestimated you. Jun Mayan, come, display the power that you used in this Shozhen continent to destroy the heavens and exterminate the earth. Today, either I drag you down to hell with me to accompany Xianxia, or you kill me and end this." Mu Yan laughs bitterly in her heart. The power of the 5 elements. Mu Yan actually wants to use it, but the problem is that her power of law has already been sealed by Di Mingju. Moreover, once she used the power of laws, the heavenly lightning was not something she could withstand. He slowly stroked the void spirit ring. Just as he was about to insert his divine sense, he retracted it. Mayan slowly straightens her back, the corners of her mouth hooking up in a disdainful smile. "All right, Ning Su, let's have a good fight today. If you want to kill me and drag me to hell with you, it won't be that easy." As soon as he finished speaking, Astral Field was released. The phantom doppelganger lightly flicked her fingers, and the sound of the zither resounded through the world. The 7 swords of the 7 despair lined up behind her. The crystal-clear 7 severance primal sword in her hand emitted a dazzling radiance. At this moment of life and death, he knew that the enemy in front of him was powerful and terrifying. But Mu Yan chooses to fight. Because the moment she was about to spin the void spirit ring, she suddenly realized something. She could not retreat. Once she retreated and became afraid of battle, she couldn't help but want to rely on him, couldn't help but become weak. In this way, there will come a day when she will become Di Mingju's burden. He wouldn't be able to catch up to Little Treasure and the unfettered 7 sons. This wasn't the result she wanted, and it wasn't Jun Mayan's heart of the sword either. Ning Su was stunned at first, then a strange light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the malevolence, jealousy, and pain on his face disappeared completely. All that was left was a frenzied battle intent. Mu Yan made a solemn vow to accept the challenge, but she didn't expect that she had still underestimated Ning Su's strength. There was an insurmountable gap between the peak of the sea-splitting realm and the immortal king realm. Just like Yin Yuani. Even though Yin Yuani's strength had been enhanced by a lot of natural treasures, she was still no match for him. Because from the mysterious life tier to the heaven-shattering tier, one could only be called a golden immortal. Above golden immortals were mystic immortals. Above the Xian immortal was the immortal king. With the cultivation of the heaven-breaking state, it was already extremely difficult to defeat a Xian immortal, let alone a celestial king. Mu Yan directly broke through the sea-splitting realm during the battle and reached the heaven-breaking realm. However, it was useless. Because the heaven-shattering realm was still only a golden immortal. In the cultivation continent, an immortal king could crush a golden immortal as easily as crushing an ant. Mu Yan's 7 absolute swords had indeed caused damage to Ning Su. However, these injuries healed in a short period of time. In the nick of time, Mayan still burns the talisman that Di Mingju left for her, just to block Ning Su's fatal blow. Ning Su had been seriously injured by the treasure talisman. This time, his injuries could not heal on their own. But it was not fatal. This lunatic didn't even look at his arm that had been blown off and chased after him. Mu Yan has no choice but to turn the void spirit ring. However, she is shocked to discover that she can't sense Di Mingju's existence. Such a situation had only occurred once. It was when Li Weiran schemed against Di Mingju and he went to the Yanwu continent. Mayan's heart surges with an indescribable panic. What the hell happened? Why did she lose her connection with Di Mingju? Could it be that he's injured and in a desperate situation? Was he afraid of causing harm to himself, so he unilaterally cut off the connection? Just a moment ago, he was filled with battle intent, but at this moment, it was replaced by panic and fear. Even when she was beaten by Ning Su to the point where she didn't even have the strength to fight back, she had never been so afraid. Di Mingju, you promised me that you wouldn't leave me, didn't you? If you like the Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please collect. Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad found you. Ning Su's deep voice came to her ears. Jun Mayan, don't run anymore, obediently follow me to hell. Your mother, my Xianxia, are still waiting for us in the underworld? The demon-slaying sword was raised high, flashing with a glaring cold light. Mayan's pupils contracted, her mind went blank. But the next moment, a blood-red figure appeared in front of her. Then, with a puff, a slender, white hand pierced through Ningxu's chest, coming out from his back. In that palm, which seemed to be carved from white jade, was a beating heart. The 5 fingers suddenly exerted force, and the heart shattered into a bloody mist, scattering in all directions. Ningxu slowly lowered his head, looking at the palm that had pierced through his chest, an incredulous expression on his face. Why, but, it's fine. Xianxia, I can go see you now. I really miss you. Ningxu slowly lowered his head, losing his breath. When he closed his eyes, it was as if he had returned to that dark and smelly room. A pair of snow-white hands pushed open the door, letting in the sunlight from the window. He heard a gentle female voice say to him, Su-er, don't be afraid, I'm your aunt, I'll take you home. If only time could stop at that moment. If only life was as good as when they first met. At this time, Mayan couldn't be bothered to look at Ningxu. She slightly widened her eyes at the figure in front of her, unconsciously muttering, Qi Huang. The red-clothed youth in front of her seemed to have heard her voice. He slowly turned his head, giving her a coquettish and cruel smile. Clang, 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 faintly, Mayan heard a strange bell sound reverberating in her mind. The sky darkened bit by bit. The waves crashed again and again on the beach riddled with holes. Not far from the Bohai Sea was a dense forest with lush vegetation. At this time, Mayan had already been walking through it for several hours. She was both mentally and physically exhausted, but still couldn't find the person she was looking for. Qi Huang, if you hear me, can you answer me? Goo gg. Brother Red Pants, come out quickly. Dazzling firebird avatars fly in from all directions, eventually converging into a beautiful and dazzling fire phoenix in front of Mayan. Qiuqiu said with a sobbing tone, Beautiful sister, Qiuqiu's fire phoenix avatar has searched the entire forest, but it can't find any trace of Brother Demon King. Qiuqiu is really useless. Mu Yan sighs and her legs go soft. She doesn't care about being dirty and directly sits on a rock covered in wet moss. She had been searching around the forest for 8 to 10 hours. From the moment the sky was bright, to the moment the curtain of night fell. At first, he leaped over the entire forest, but later, he burrowed into the humid and hot forest filled with snakes, insects, rats, and ants, searching inch by inch. But even though she tried her best to use myriad plants cry, to mobilize all the spiritual plants to search together, or even Little Phoenix sent out all the Fire Phoenix clones, she still couldn't find Qi Huang's figure. Mayan wipes away the cold sweat on her forehead. Looking at the quiet surroundings, she couldn't help but shout again, Qi Huang, come out, I promise I won't argue with you about what happened just now, and I won't use the itchy meat set meal on you, okay? However, the surroundings were quiet, and no one responded to her call. She felt a sharp pain on her left shoulder. Ah, beautiful sister, you're bleeding again. Charming witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Charming witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. Mu Yan looked down and saw that the wound that she had just healed with the skill of Ardescent Yellow was now entwined with black gas, as if there was an invisible hand tearing the wound apart inch by inch. Moreover, this black qi was still invading her heart meridian and sea of consciousness. Mayan takes out the Tian Emochin and slowly plucks the strings. As the power of the zither flowed through her limbs and bones, the entangling black gas seemed to have met its nemesis and slowly retreated unwillingly. The originally hideous wound also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, Mu Yan knew that after a while, the black gas would once again rise from the ashes. And this wound was not left by Ningxu. The wound that Ningxu had left on her body had long since healed. The wound on her shoulder that could not heal was left by Qi Huang. Mayan's thoughts unconsciously returned to a few hours ago. Seeing Qi Huang effortlessly crush Ningxu's heart, Mu Yan was so shocked that she could hardly think. But she quickly came back to her senses and said anxiously, 7 brilliants, return to the space. She did not have the time to ask why Qi Huang, who was supposed to be unconscious in the space, had suddenly woken up. He was only worried that Seven Brilliance's existence would be discovered. However, the usually arrogant but soft-hearted young man in front of her raised the corners of his mouth again, and the smile on his face became even more devilish. His snow-white skin, exquisite and beautiful facial features, and his red robes made the youth's appearance so captivating that it could take one's soul away. But for no reason, a chill rises in Mayan's heart. It was as if the person in front of him wasn't Seven Brilliance. It was a monster she had never seen before. "My esteemed master, are you afraid of me?" Step by step, he walks towards Mayan. Her red robe dragged on the ground, stirring up some dust. This proved that Seven Brilliance was a real entity. However, the scorching sun shone high up in the sky and landed on the young man's body, but the ground was not illuminated at all. Mu Yan couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, and hissed, "Who are you?" "Me? Of course I am Seven Brilliance." The youth seemed to have heard the funniest joke and could not help but laugh softly. His voice was clear and melodious, between a teenager and an adult. It was especially moving. "Master, don't tell me you don't remember me?" Mu Yan feels that her whole body is shrouded in a kind of terrible pressure. The youth in front of her clearly hadn't done anything, but she felt a pair of ice-cold hands strangling her throat, as if he could take her life at any time. Qi Huang has already arrived in front of Mu Yan. The youth's figure was thin and tall. At this time, he bent down and whispered in Mayan's ear, like a lover's soft words, "Master, I wonder if the words you said back then still count." Mu Yan moves her lips. "What, words?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized how difficult it was for her to speak. "Didn't Master say it before? I am your most beloved artifact spirit, and you even said that one day, you would let me see the light of day again, and let me walk proudly under the sun. I wonder if Master's words still count now." A drop of cold sweat slowly slid down his forehead. Mu Yan only feels that this time, it's not only her throat, even her heart seems to be clenched tightly by a hand. Even when she was facing Ming Su just now, she did not feel that death was so close to her. "Of course, it's also thanks to that idiot's worry for you, his strong desire to break through the seal to save your life, that I can once again occupy this body. Right now, there's only one thing left, and that is to get rid of the Tian Emochin's shackles. As long as I kill you, my master, I'll be free henceforth." Mayan's pupils suddenly contract. The youth's clear and melodious voice also carries a cruel smile. "Jun Mayan, didn't you always say that I'm your most important relative, and that you want to fulfill my wish? Since that's the case, then obediently, go and die." Before his voice falls, Mayan feels a sharp pain coming from her heart. She looks down, aghast. She doesn't know when, but she sees that strands of black gas have converged on her chest. It's slowly wriggling, gathering into the shape of a palm. Pain, a heart-tearing, lung-splitting, bone-tearing pain is indescribable. All the power in her body is firmly frozen at this moment, and she doesn't even have the slightest ability to resist. Just then, the Tian Emochin suddenly hums and vibrates. Immediately after, she sees a green light fly out from the Tian Emochin, directly piercing Qi Huang's chest. Qi Huang lets out a cry of pain. The ghost claw that was about to crush Mayan's heart unexpectedly deviates from its position, and ruthlessly grabs her shoulder, leaving a wound so deep that the bone can be seen. Mayan doesn't even have the time to groan, and she faints from the pain. Before she loses consciousness, she sees the green light penetrating Qi Huang's body, and he falls to the ground. It's a small dark green sword. It's the origin sword that youngest martial uncle left for her, Dragon Abyss. Next, Mayan's soul sinks into a dark swamp that she can't break free from. She doesn't know how long she's been sleeping, her consciousness is muddled, and the darkness is endless. This feeling is really too despairing and frightening. Even with her powerful mind, she's on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, she can still hear the intermittent sound of the zither from time to time, so that she doesn't forget who she is. She also doesn't know how long she's been trapped in this boundless darkness. Mayan hears a woman's voice. "Huh? What are you?" It was followed by a hoarse voice. "What are you?" The woman laughed. "I'm not a thing, ah pooey. I'm a human. My name is Bailey Luine. Are you the artifact spirit of this zither?" Bailey Luine, Mayan is startled, then it seems like something heavily smashes open the black fog in front of her. This allowed her to see the scene in front of her clearly. It was not accurate to call it a scene, because she could only see two blurry shadows. A dusty zither, and the hazy figure of a young girl. The Tian Emochin continues to transmit a hoarse voice, "Are you tool? Spirit? Is this kid stupid?" Although the artifact spirits that have just gained sentience are relatively childish, they can only be repeaters. Even in the artifact spirit world, it can only be considered a mudslide, right? The young girl picked up the zither and casually plucked the strings. She giggled and said, "Forget it. Since you are so pitiful, I will take you out for a stroll and let you gain some knowledge. Otherwise, if you encounter other artifact spirits in the future, won't it be very embarrassing for you?" Mayan stares blankly. Could it be that this hoarse voice is the earliest Qi Huang? This is the first encounter between Qi Huang and Bailey Luine. It's also a blurry and chaotic scene. The young girl stands in front of the Tian Emochin, her fingers gently plucking the strings, her voice carrying a bit of sorrow. "Qi Huang, so you're not the Tian Emochin spirit, but what should we do now? If people find out about your existence, I'm afraid that no one in the world will let you off. Why don't I hand you over?" The Tian Emochin is quiet and doesn't speak. The young girl burst into laughter. "Don't worry, I'm just trying to scare you. Why would I hand over our obedient little Qi Huang? Those people in the cultivation world were the most selfish and sanctimonious. They don't care if all living things have a spirit, or if there's a reason for it. As long as it's a threat to them, they can't wait to kill it. They don't care if the other party is innocent or not." The Tian Emochin gently swings, making a tinkling sound, as if responding to the girl's words. "Tisk, Qi Huang, you're not saying anything now? I was bored talking to myself for a long time, okay? Good Qi Huang, will you die if you respond to me?" The Tian Emochin is quiet for a moment, then a tender child's voice comes out, respond to big sister. Ha 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 ha. When the girl heard the child's voice, she immediately burst into laughter. "Aya, little Qi Huang, why are you so cute? It would be great if you could transform into a physical body. You would definitely be small and soft, and I could hold you in my arms and play with you." This time, the child's voice doesn't come out, but the Tian Emochin strings vibrate and hum, as if expressing its dissatisfaction. "Hee, little Qi Huang, don't be angry. I'll accompany you after I'm done with the man." Bye. The scene in front of him changed again. This time, there's still the Tian Emochin, but the one standing in front of the Tian Emochin is no longer a young girl, but an old woman with a head full of white hair. However, the voice that came out of the old woman's mouth was still as clear and melodious as a young girl's. "The day I've waited for has finally arrived. So this was the feeling of a divine cultivator's heavens man 5 decades. My peerless beauty is gone, what's the point of living like this?" The Tian Emochin makes a humming sound, like a chaotic noise, but also like a lament. Bailey Luine stretched out his hand and gently stroked the strings of the zither. His voice was soft and filled with reluctance. "Actually, when my man died, I should have gone to accompany him. But I can't bear to leave you. I can't bear to leave you alone in this world. After I go, don't show yourself again. Do you understand? You should know that the cultivators in this world will not allow you to exist. It might be scary to live in the dark forever, but at least you're alive, right? Maybe one day, someone will appear and free you from the dark prison? Just because my sister can't do it doesn't mean that no one in this world can. Little Qi Huang, promise me, don't give up hope. Wait until the day someone can bring you out of hell, okay?" The woman's body slowly became stiff and cold, until she became transparent like an ice sculpture. The Tian Emochin violently vibrates, as if something is about to rush out from inside. The woman stiffly stretches out her hand, seemingly wanting to appease the Tian Emochin. But it was already too late. She can only use a gentle voice, a smile on her face as she says, "Little Qi Huang, I, Bailey Luine, have lived another life. I've already experienced all the life I can experience. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. 1. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. I single-handedly founded the Shin Music School, and beat all the men and women who looked down on me in the 3 realms. I saved the lives of tens of thousands of people, and I've also killed countless evil people. I met the love of my life, grew old with him, and even gave birth to a child. I, Bailey Luin, have not suffered a loss in this life. But little Chi Huang, you're different. You've been trapped in that dark world for so long, and now that you've managed to form a bit of consciousness with great difficulty, you've never tasted delicious food, you've never heard the sound of flowing water, you've never smelled the refreshing fragrance of flowers. If you come out now and be exterminated by those so-called righteous cultivators, then your life would be too much of a failure. Little Chi Huang, promise big sister that you'll continue to sleep. One day, you'll wait for your prince or princess to wake you up. Don't mind the nonsense of those old bald donkeys, you're not, your fate, only you can control it. Mu Yan's mind is shaken. Perhaps it's because of the contract between her and Tian Emochin and Chi Huang, but she can feel a dense pain spreading through her soul. It's not a heart-wrenching pain, but it's so sad that it makes people want to cry. Mu Yan once again falls into the boundless darkness. Compared to the cold despair from before, there's a bit more indescribable loneliness this time. Day after day, year after year. Even if Mu Yan has already realized that she's trapped in Chi Huang's dreamland. A day and a year pass in the blink of an eye, but this kind of darkness is so long and cold that it makes people go crazy. Until she hears a woman's voice once again. Huh? So this Tian Emochin has a spirit? There's actually such a big space, how come I've never heard father mention it before? As the woman's voice rings out, the darkness in front of Mu Yan dissipates once again, replaced by a beautiful white-clothed girl standing in front of the Tian Emochin, looking around curiously. Different from the blurry figure of Bailey Luin back then, the scene that appears in front of Mu Yan is very clear. This is the space of the Tian Emochin. Although the white-clothed girl's appearance is a bit immature, Mu Yan still recognizes her at a glance. That's the last musician of the Shin musicians sect who passed on the Tian Emochin and the Shin musician skills to her in the Yanwu continent, Bailey Yin Lu. Chi Huang, did you say your name is Chi Huang? Bailey Yinlu's eyes flickered with curiosity. Wait, I seem to have seen this name in great-grandmother Bailey Luin's notes. Great-grandmother mentioned that Chi Huang was her favorite little brother. But I later asked my father, and besides Great Madam and Great Madam, no one in the God musicians has ever seen Chi Huang. Bailey Yinlu circles around the Tian Emochin again and again. It turns out that Seven Brilliance isn't a person, but the Tian Emochin's tool spirit. Chi Huang, can you come out and see me? Chi Huang, can you come out and see me? The Tian Emochin is silent for a while, then it finally makes a buzzing sound, followed by a flash of red light. A red-robed youth appeared in front of Bailey Yinlu. That was Seven Brilliance. She looked exactly the same as the current Seven Brilliance, but her brows were gentle, and her eyes were clear and timid. She also carried a bit of ignorance, curiosity, and yearning towards the world. Mu Yan is a little stunned for a moment. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. Was this really her family's unruly, Sundara, stubborn Chi Xiaohuang, the one who would explode with rage when his mind was poked? What had he experienced in the end that could turn this crystal-clear youth into this? Of course, it's not that Mayan dislikes the current Chi Huang. Naughty children are always more fragrant at home. She feels that the youth in front of her is far from her Chi Xiaohuang's wanton, flamboyant, and energetic self. Something must have happened later that caused Chi Huang to change, right? Could it be because of the destruction of the god musicians? Suddenly, Mayan's thoughts stagnate, and her eyes widen. That's not right. If she remembers correctly, Chi Huang once said that the only person who had seen him in this world was Bailey Luin. But from the memory before her, Bailey Yinlu had clearly seen Chi Huang. Then why didn't Chi Huang remember? Could it be that he lost his memory and forgot? Or, as she's lost in thought, the scene before her eyes begins to change. Mayan, who is seriously watching everything that's happening before her, gradually becomes unable to control her emotions. Her eyes are crimson, and her hands are tightly clenched into fists. If this wasn't a dream, she would definitely not be able to stop herself from rushing in, unable to stop herself from wanting. G. Mama, woo-woo. Mama, quickly wake up, Huang Huang is scared. Goo. Mama, you're bleeding a lot, woo-woo, where did big brother Red Pants go? Huang Huang misses him. Amidst the noisy cries that make her skull hurt, Mayan suddenly opens her eyes and sits up from the ground. There's a tearing pain coming from her shoulder. Even a slight movement would affect her whole body, making her feel so much pain that she'd rather die. But Mayan can't care about anything at this time. She can only clutch her chest and gasp violently. Because her trachea is choking on the cold air, she can't help but cough violently, coughing to the point of vomiting. But because there's nothing in her stomach, she doesn't spit out anything. Beautiful sister, what's wrong? Are you feeling very uncomfortable? Xiao, go wake up little brother, okay? Giguji. Fu. Mama, are you in pain? Huang will blow you. Mayan grabs the little chick that's blowing her face full of saliva, and rubs its head, then reluctantly reveals a smile. Don't worry, I'm fine. I just saw something that I never want to see again. Everything those people had done to Seven Brilliants. Mayan's hands are tightly clenched into fists, her fingertips digging into her palms, but she is completely unaware of it. Boo-hoo. Mommy, don't be sad. Huang will rub your head. Huang will accompany you to look for Brother Red Pants. Mu Yan couldn't help but chuckle as she watched the little chick rubbing its furry body against her. After that, he also hugged the worried little phoenix into his arms and stroked her head. Don't disturb Xiaobao's cultivation. He's at a critical moment right now. Can Xiao accompany me to find Qi Huang? Little Phoenix nodded obediently and rubbed his head against her palm like little yellow chick. Do you know where Seven Brilliants went? What just happened? The two little fellows immediately chattered about what had happened before. Mu Yan felt that she had wasted tens of thousands of years in the boundless darkness, and had a long and dreadful dream. But in reality, less than a quarter of an hour had passed in reality. After little Martial Uncle's natal sword, the Dragon Abyss sword, flew out and pierced through Seven Brilliance's body, Seven Brilliance's complexion suddenly changed, and he rushed into the forest behind him. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. After Qi Huang disappears, the Tian Mo Qin suddenly flies up on its own without anyone controlling it, and falls beside Mu Yan. Then, the Dragon Void sword on the side also seems to be attracted and flies over. Then, the Dragon Void sword actually starts to pluck the strings, making a tinkling sound. Mu Yan gently strokes the Tian Mo Qin, murmuring in a low voice, So, did you let me enter the dream? Did you let me see Qi Huang's past? But her fingers stroke the Dragon Void sword. This small dark green sword has helped her a lot, helping her condense her sword heart and polish her sword intent. At this time it has become gray, as if it has lost its luster. Mu Yan's heart is filled with indescribable confusion and uneasiness, but I still don't know what everything I saw has to do with little Martial Uncle. Qi Huang's sudden change in temperament, is it related to little Martial Uncle? Jijiji. Little Linghua waves its little wings, crying out with righteous indignation. The one who wanted to kill Mommy was the fake Red Pants Gidge, and the one who ran into the jungle later was the real Red Pants Gidge. Mommy, let's go kill the fake Red Pants Gidge and save the real Red Pants Gidge. Mu Yan can't help but laugh. Okay, let's go save the Red Pants Gidge. Xiao immediately asks for credit. Beautiful sister, Xiao left a fire phoenix clone on the Red Pants, cough, the great demon king. Xiao can sense that he entered the woods and didn't leave, but there's nothing more. The great demon king has a terrible breath. Xiao's fire phoenix clone can't send back too much sense. Mu Yan praises, Xiao has done very well. Let's go get Qi Huang together, okay? The two little guys nod again and again. But Mu Yan didn't expect that with Xiao's fire phoenix clone limiting the range, and with little Linghua's good luck, she still couldn't find any trace of Qi Huang after turning the whole jungle upside down. There's only one possibility, and that is that Qi Huang has regained his consciousness and is hiding from her. Mu Yan becomes more and more anxious. She doesn't care how long she has to search for Qi Huang in this jungle. But the longer Qi Huang's breath is exposed, the more danger he will be in. The current Qi Huang is far from being strong enough to fight against the whole world. Qi Huang, come out. She pauses, continuing to speak in a clear voice. I've already seen your past in the Tian Emochin's flower in the mirror and the moon in the water, but so what? No matter what you are still our 7 little brilliants. I don't care about your background, Xiaobao doesn't care, Huang Huang doesn't care, Qiu Qiu doesn't care. You're the only one who cares. The dense forest was still silent. Suddenly, Mu Yan feels a sharp pain coming from her shoulder again. At this time, her strength and spiritual power have already been almost exhausted. Her fingers pluck the Tian Emochin twice, but she can no longer support herself. She staggers and falls down. Pretty sister. Gujiji. Mommy. Mom, what's wrong with you? Mu Yan's body curls up into a ball on the damp and dirty ground. The lingering black gas wraps around her body like maggots in tarsal bones, and slowly invades her heart meridians. Hee hee. Ha 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 ha. An ear-piercing laughter came from above. In this shady jungle, the youth's beautiful face is mottled with light and shadow. Beautiful phoenix eyes are bottomless, holding a playful and cruel smile. Looking at Mu Yan's painfully curled up appearance, he chuckles, Jun Mu Yan, I have to thank you again. If it weren't for you refusing to give up, searching in this jungle over and over again, disturbing that idiot's state of mind, I wouldn't have been able to regain control of this body again. My dear master, thank you for giving me another chance to kill you. The red dress drags on the ground full of mud and rotten leaves, slowly approaching the curled-up Mu Yan. Little Linghua and Little Phoenix reveal a look of horror in their eyes. One by one, they spread their wings, trying to stop Qi Huang. Little Linghua spat at him repeatedly, cursing nonstop, you imposter. You're not Big Brother Red Pants. You're not allowed to come near mommy. Get out of the way, and return my red pants gidge. Qi Huang casually waves his hand. Little Linghua and Little Phoenix are sent flying. Little Phoenix hits a tree, almost fainting. Little Linghua rolled far away like a ball. By the time he stood up, he could only see stars and his body was spinning. Qi Huang doesn't even spare them a glance. He goes straight to Mu Yan, grabs her injured shoulder, and lifts her up. The youth's mouth hooks up into a cruel smile, when you're dead, I'll be free, and that idiot will never come out. The clear voice comes to an abrupt stop. Qi Huang raises his head in surprise, meeting a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes that seem to be smiling yet not smiling. The bottom of the eyes is rippling, like a whirlpool that can swallow a person's soul. You. Qi Huang can't even speak for a moment, your injury hasn't flared up? Mu Yan curls up her lips, revealing a shallow smile, of course, do you think that the Shen musician's art of Qi Huang is so useless? It flares up right after being cured? Qi Huang, if you want to compete with me in terms of using your brain, do it in your next life. Qi Huang flies into a rage, his hands are about to move. Suddenly, the intermittent sound of a zither, like the gurgling of water, reaches his ears. In an instant, it was as if an electric current had spread through his entire body. Qi Huang's body shuddered, then a red flush appeared on his pale face, and his lips began to tremble. Not far away, Mu Yan's phantom doppelganger is plucking the strings of the zither. Cheerful notes lingered around Qi Huang's body as the strings were plucked. Mu Yan patted the dust and leaves on her body and chuckled, Qi Xiaohuang, have you almost forgotten the taste of the itchy meat set? How does it feel to experience it again? Does it leave a lasting aftertaste? Damn it. Stop. I told you to stop, did you hear me? Qi Huang's face was already flushed red, and his entire body shrunk into a ball, shaking nonstop like a sieve. A few uncontrollable laughter escaped from his mouth. This laughter caused a certain Lord Artifact spirit to fly into a rage out of humiliation, and he looked at Mu Yan as if he wanted to eat her up. Mu Yan clicked her tongue and shook her head, don't look at me like that. You're so watery and delicate. You don't have the slightest bit of deterrence. On the contrary, it makes people want to take liberties with you. Jun Mu Yan, you're courting death. Qi Huang roared and wanted to rush over, but the phantom doppelganger's hand moved. The red-clothed youth immediately fell to the ground, and he couldn't help but let out intermittent laughter. This laughter lasted for a full 2 hours. The dark curtain of the night brightens up once again. Jinwu, who was forced out by Qi Huang's coercion and didn't dare to come out, feels that there's no more danger, and runs out to take a look. He immediately quivers all over. Looking at Qi Huang, whose voice is already hoarse from laughing, and his whole body has softened into a pool of water. His single eye is full of sympathy. When his gaze turns to Mayan, the fireball immediately trembles, and hurriedly burrows back into the space, obediently guarding Xiaobao's side. Boo-hoo-hoo, this female devil is really terrible. Even Qi Huang, this terrifying creature, is being tortured by this female devil to the point that he's better off dead. Offending anyone, but absolutely not his master. When little Huang and little Phoenix saw Qi Huang being restrained by Mayan at first, they happily flapped their wings, shouting that he deserves it. Just now, Qi Huang's 2 blows had hit the 2 little fellows quite hard. Their hearts are accumulating a bellyful of resentment. However, as time slowly goes on, watching Qi Huang being tortured by that itchy meat set, his laughter becoming more and more hoarse and unpleasant to hear, the 2 little fellows begin to feel sorry for him. Little Phoenix cautiously says, "Pretty sister, the Demon King seems to be in pain. How about we let him rest?" Little Huang also can't help but chirp at his little wings. "Mama, Huang is no longer angry at Big Brother Red Pants. Mama, don't be angry, okay?" Big Brother Red Pants looks so pitiful. Only Mayan remains completely unmoved in the whole audience. Her movements are leisurely and slow as she plucks the strings of the Tian Mo Chin. Hearing the 2 little fellows pleading for leniency, she looks down at Qi Huang and says warmly, "Little Qi Huang, do you know where you did wrong? Get lost." Qi Huang responds with a roar, and his bloodshot eyes are full of anger and hatred. Mayan nods. "It seems that you haven't learned your lesson," then continue. "This brat is a creature that will tear down the roof if he isn't beaten for a day. Rather than letting him go out to be beaten by others, it's better for her to properly discipline him now." After playing for a while, Mayan asks Qi Huang, "Do you know where you did wrong?" However, all she gets is Qi Huang's curses. Therefore, the punishment of the itchy meat set meal lasted from the dark of the night until the sky brightened. In the end, Qi Huang didn't even have the strength to speak. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were filled with tears from her laughter. When she glared at him, not only did she not have any imposing manner, she looked indescribably pitiful. Mu Yan finally stops playing and slowly walks up to him. The boy lying on the ground had messy hair, and his eyes and nose were red. She looked like a delicate flower that had been ravaged, pitiful and adorable. However, the pair of eyes that looked over were filled with a venomous venom and hatred like a venomous snake. Mayan reaches out and gently caresses his disheveled hair, softly saying, "Qi Huang, let's go home." The intense malice and viciousness in Qi Huang's eyes couldn't help but stagnate. Soon after, he stares straight at Mayan, as if looking at an idiot. "Jun Mayan, is there something wrong with your brain? Do you think I'm still that idiot who listens to your every word?" Mu Yan purses her lips. Suddenly, she bends her finger and heavily knocks him on the forehead. "Who are you calling an idiot? My Qi Xiaohuang is the smartest and most powerful." Qi Huang couldn't help but want to sneer. But when he meets the clear and bright eyes of the girl in front of him, without a trace of hesitation, his heart seems to be suddenly pricked by something. At this moment, he is willing to believe that Jun Mayan cares about Qi Huang. Cares about this monster that can't be allowed to exist in the world. Just like Bailey Luin at that time. But she only cares about that idiot Qi Huang, not himself. That's right, who would love a monster who was sinister, cruel, and vicious, and who would bring disaster to all of them? A burst of intense irritation abruptly rises in his heart. He suddenly gets up, wanting to kill the person in front of him. But before he can move, the zither sounds again. Qi Huang immediately lets out a hoarse and unpleasant laugh and falls to the ground. He finally can't stand it anymore. Curling up, he gnashes his teeth and says, "Stop, stop. This sage will, haha, return that idiot to you, haha, return it to you." Sure enough, the zither stops. Qi Huang's eyes flash with sorrow and a self-deprecating smile. The next moment, however, a hand gently presses on his head, gently and forcefully rubbing it. "Idiot Qi Huang, you are you. No matter what you become, no matter what you do, you are still our Qi Huang." Qi Huang stares blankly, jerking his head up to look at her. Mayan straightens her face and says in a low voice, "Whether it's now or later, if you do something wrong, I will definitely punish you. If you really do something outrageous, something that heaven and earth cannot tolerate, I will personally end you." But before that, you were only Qi Huang, a very, very important relative of mine, Jun Mayan. Qi Huang's eyes are vacant, as if he can't understand what she's saying. After a long while, his throat, which has long been hoarse from laughing, lets out a hoarse voice. I am not your Qi Huang. I am not that pitiful little person who listens to your every word. Pitiful little person. This guy actually evaluates her like this. Mayan is so angry that she wants to laugh. But when she remembers everything that she saw with the Tian Emochin just now, she can't help but feel distressed. She reaches out and slowly straightens out the youth's messy long hair and clothes. Her voice is soft. I'm sorry, I was wrong before. I didn't recognize Qi Huang. I thought that Qi Huang's body was occupied by another soul, and that soul still wanted to kill me. But now I know that's not the case. Mu Yan raises her head to look at the stiff body of the man in front of her, who is trying his best to maintain a cold and vicious expression on his face. The gentleness and heartache in her eyes finally can't be suppressed and slowly leak out. Qi Huang, you're not wrong. The ones who are wrong are those who hurt you and betrayed you. The one that gave you hope was the 100-mile sound channel, which made you despair. You just want to protect yourself too much. You just don't want to be hurt anymore, so you imagine a vicious and cold version of yourself. Mu Yan had once seen a phrase in Bailey Liuing's notes. Split personality. There had never been two Seven Brilliances. He was just an innocent and kind young man who had no choice but to protect himself after being hurt. Mu Yan had always thought that the innocent and adorable youth who was filled with curiosity about the world had become like this because of the destruction of the Shenle sect, and because of the immortals of the Xianxia continent. However, she never imagined that the person who had caused all of this was the last musician of the godly melody sect, Bailey Yinlu. In the illusion, Mu Yan saw that after Bailey Yinlu discovered Qi Huang, she was very happy that she had a new friend. She shared the delicacies she had eaten with Qi Huang. He brought Qi Huang to the beautiful mountains and rivers to enjoy the scenery. He also told Qi Huang some interesting gossip about the Xianxia continent. Occasionally, he even let Qi Huang sneak out to play with him in the mountains. It was different from how Bailey Liuing kept Seven Brilliance, not letting anyone know of Seven Brilliance's existence. Bailey Yinlu has always been distressed that Qi Huang has been left alone in the space of the Tian Emochin. She hoped that he could walk openly under the sun, meet more people, and experience more local customs and practices. Bailey Yinlu's original intention was good, but she didn't know that sometimes, indulgence and kindness when one was weak could very well become a sharp knife of destruction. Ever since Bailey Liuing established the God Musicians has always held a pivotal position in the Xianxia continent. But after that, several musicians of the God Musicians were unable to activate the Tian Emochin space, so they didn't get the complete inheritance of the Shin musicians. Until the appearance of the 100-mile sound channel. She activated the Tian Emochin space and obtained the Shin musicians' martial medicine Dante's heaven-defying inheritance. On top of that, Seven Brilliance was secretly protecting them. For a moment, her limelight even overshadowed that of Bailey Liuing. The God Musician's reputation in the Xianxia continent, and even in the Three Realms, has reached an unprecedented level of power. However, the tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Bailey Yinlu's talent was very strong. However, she was not as mentally strong and clear as Bailey Liuing. The God Musicians expanded too quickly, making them a thorn in the side of the entire Xianxia continent. And the young master of the Han family, who originally had a verbal engagement with the sect master of the Tiani men, Ling Yuexia, liked the 100-mile sound channel, which made Ling Yuexia hate her to the bone. Ling Yuexia wanted to take revenge on her at all costs. The thoroughly meticulous investigation allowed Ling Yuexia to quickly learn about the special existence of Qi Huang from the people around Bailey Yinlu. She was keenly aware that Qi Huang could not be exposed in front of others. Otherwise, with Bailey Yinlu's arrogant and straightforward personality, she wouldn't be so secretive about it. Even in the God Musicians, not many people knew about it. Under Ling Yuexia's leadership, a trap that had been planned for a long time slowly blossomed. Bailey Yinlu was in danger. At the critical moment, Qi Huang couldn't care less about being exposed and rushed out to protect Bailey Yinlu. As a result, he was finally discovered by the major powers of the Xianxia continent. What exactly was the Seven Brilliances? Before seeing the illusion of the Tian Emochin, Mayan had thought about this question several times. Qi Huang had warned her over and over again that she must not let anyone know of his existence. Not even Di Mingju. Di Mingju clearly already knows that she's a Shen musician. Why couldn't he let him know of Seven Brilliance's existence? Today, Mayan finally knows the answer to this question that has puzzled her for 100 times. Her mind still seemed to reverberate with that old and compassionate voice. As the wooden fish was struck, it was as if it was pounding on her soul. Mayan can't help but tremble in shock. Ba, all living things are equal, but there are always things that transcend the 3 realms and 6 paths. Benefactor Qi Huang, this old monk knows that this is very unfair to you, but if you live, the world will be plunged into misery and suffering, and the millions of lives in the 3 realms will one day be beyond redemption. Buddha said that if I don't go to hell, who will? Benefactor Qi Huang, this old monk is willing to sacrifice my life to accompany you to the Yellow Springs. I hope Benefactor will be merciful and give the common people a way out. Qi Huang wasn't the Tian Mo Qin's tool spirit. He was a special energy that was placed inside the Tian Mo Qin. And this energy has a very straightforward and extremely frightening name, world extermination. Qi Huang was a true demon that could destroy the world. Every 100,000 years, there would be a cycle. The weak energy of the primal chaos would gradually grow stronger, until one day, the living beings of the 3 realms would fall into a boundless hell. The people who had witnessed this catastrophe 100,000 years ago had already disappeared. However, the records and the ghost bell, which could sense the existence of the apocalypse, were left behind. Anyone who had read those records would not want such a catastrophe to happen a second time. Thus, what was originally just a battle of interests, a battle of personal desires, has turned into an encirclement and suppression of the Shen musicians by all the forces in the entire Xianxia continent. It turned out that back then, the Shen musician was besieged and strangled, his entire family slaughtered. It was not only because the god musicians were too powerful and had become a thorn in the side of others. It was because of 7 Brilliance. Besieged on all sides, swaying in the wind and rain. No matter how powerful the Bailey Yinlu was, no matter how strong the god musicians were, they couldn't possibly go against all the sects in the entire Xianxia continent. In order to get rid of Qi Huang, someone captured Bailey Yinlu's husband, parents, and children as a threat. He even killed her child in front of her. The 100-mile sound channel broke down. In the end, she had no choice but to agree to their request. He had tricked Qi Huang into the great killing formation that had been set up long ago. Even when the flames in the array started to burn, 7 Brilliance did not believe that the friend he had always protected and trusted would betray him. The flames were too painful for him. Each flame contained the scripture that the old monk had chanted. It was as if a sharp knife was cutting open his flesh and soul inch by inch, and then cutting them into pieces. Qi Huang cried out in pain. He looked at the familiar figure outside the formation and stretched out his hand. He remembered what Bailey Luin had said before he died. In the future, someone would definitely appear to bring him out of the darkness, allowing him to experience life. 7 Brilliance had always believed in him, waiting quietly in the darkness. When he heard Bailey Yinlu's voice, he thought that he had finally seen the sunshine that belonged to him. But at this moment, the sunlight that he trusted and protected had personally pushed him into an abyss of eternal damnation. Bailey Yinlu didn't dare to look at Qi Huang's expectant and pleading eyes. She had a complete mental breakdown and fainted in her husband's arms. The people of godly musicians, who were already badly wounded and could no longer hold on, retreated in embarrassment. All that was left was the young man who was once filled with hope and curiosity and wanted to accept the whole world. In the raging fire, his innocence faded away bit by bit, and he became a malicious spirit that crawled out from the abyss. His pure heart was smeared bit by bit, and from then on, he would never be able to recover. Armageddon became a true Armageddon. Mu Yan doesn't know how long Qi Huang has been burning in the raging flames. She could not empathize with that kind of pain, and her senses in the illusion were so dull and numb, but she also felt endless despair. This torture was too long and too torturous, so much so that Qi Huang slowly imagined another version of himself. Vicious, dark, cruel, paranoid. Because only then would he not be deceived by cunning humans, and he would not have feelings for anyone. Only such a demon of world destroyer would have the heart to destroy the world. He wanted to annihilate all living beings in the world. He wanted the sunlight to disappear and the earth to return to darkness and coldness. Without light, he would not desire. Without warmth, he would not be hurt. Without hope, he would never despair again. Mayan comes out of the illusion created by the Tian Emochin. Her mind is shaken, and she can't come back to her senses for a long time. Originally, she still had the intention to kill Qi Huang, who had tried to kill her time and time again. But at that time, there was nothing left, only pity. Looking at the young man's dazed expression, she couldn't help but feel her heart ache. She didn't blame those people for wanting to kill Qi Huang to protect themselves. Everyone has their own selfish motives and fears death. But she couldn't forgive Bailey Yinlu. There were also those so-called decent people who claimed to be benevolent, righteous, and moral, but their actions were disgustingly filthy. Bailey Yinlu was well aware of Qi Huang's identity and the consequences of his existence being exposed. However, when she didn't have enough power to protect Qi Huang, she made promises again and again, allowing Qi Huang to appear in front of others time and time again. In the end, Xianxia used her and personally pushed Qi Huang into the abyss of despair. And those decent people. The slogan was very pleasing to the ear. Slay the evil and defend the Tao, uphold justice. The only solution was not to fight openly or think of a solution. Instead, it was to use the old, weak, women, and children as threats. In the end, a kind-hearted young man who had done nothing wrong was forced to become a world-destroying demon. Heaven and earth were heartless, and the world should be destroyed. But what did Qi Huang do wrong? Past life and present life, with the passage of time, from Bailey Luin to her, Jun Mayan, Qi Huang has never harmed anyone. Even if he was once betrayed and tortured, after he was reborn in the Tian Emochin, he still didn't hurt anyone. Was there really such a thing as a sin at birth in this world? Could it be that the heavenly Tao had decreed that fate could not be resisted? No, Jun Mayan, doesn't believe in fate. Piak, Qi Huang suddenly slapped away her hand that was on his head. With a malevolent expression, she hissed, Jun Mayan, your words are pleasant to hear. Back then, Bailey Yinlu also said the same thing. She wanted me to live a different life, to let me taste all the delicacies in the world, to treat me as her best friend, but the result? Ha 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 ha. Everything is just a little charity given to me. When the day comes that your loved ones are threatened, when the day comes that you clearly realize that I will destroy the world as long as I am alive, will you still be able to say what you are saying today? The youth clenched his fists tightly. His body trembled uncontrollably because of his intense emotions. So, don't give him hope, don't let him despair. He couldn't take it anymore. Ming Ming roared hysterically, but Mu Yan seemed to read the humble pleading in his eyes. There was an indescribable soreness and pain in his chest, and even his eyes couldn't help but feel a little hot. She lowered her eyes to hide it and blinked away the dampness. Then, he propped himself up with both hands and sat beside Qi Huang. Her voice was indescribably calm and natural, as if she was just casually chatting with him. I'm really quite useless now. I can't even beat Ning Su. I'm being chased by him like a stray dog. In the end, I still needed you, Qi Huang, to save my life. For a moment, Qi Huang was not used to the change of topic. The redness at the corner of her eyes when she was agitated had yet to fade. Her phoenix eyes were filled with bewilderment and confusion. Mu Yan continues, I also have no way to guarantee you that if you, Xiao Bao, Di Mingju, and fellow apprentices were to encounter danger at the same time, I would choose to save you. Chirp chirp chirp. The little chick protested angrily. And Huang Huang. And Huang Huang, Mu Yan couldn't help but laugh, poking its little head. He then continued, if I have to become the enemy of the entire world for you, Qi Huang, then I think I should just slit my own throat as soon as possible. As for the polar domain, it indeed has enough strength, but I don't want to see my man suffer, and I also don't want to see the country he fought so hard for destroyed. Qi Huang's face was frighteningly ugly. This B***starred woman had just said that she would bring him home, that he was her Qi Huang, and that he was very important. In the end, when it comes to Di Mingju, he reveals his true colors, bastard. Bastard. Bastard, as expected, just like Bailey Yinlu, she would one day betray him and use him as a shield. However, right at this moment, the girl's clear and resolute voice entered his ears. But I can at least promise you one thing. If I have no choice but to push you into the raging flames, then I will accompany you. Qi Huang abruptly raised his head and stared at her. Mu Yan smiled faintly, and said softly, no matter when or where, I will never abandon you. Unless I am like Bailey Luine and have no choice but to leave, I will never leave you alone. Qi Huang, are you willing to believe my mother? Qi Huang moved his lips, but there was no expression on his face. However, his body trembled even more violently. He wanted to shout, do you think I'm that idiot? Will I believe you again? But the sound could be heard. There was a voice in his heart telling him that what she said was true. This person was different from other humans. She was different from Bailey Yin Lu. She was even different from Bailey Luine. When he opened his eyes again, his heart was filled with hostility and hatred. He really wanted to destroy the world and kill all the living beings in the world. It was this person in front of him that made the hostility in his heart disappear bit by bit. It was this person who made him feel happy from the bottom of his heart after returning from hell. It was this person who made him willing to risk everything just for her to live a good life. Because of her, the two personalities had even diverged. The dark side of Seven Brilliance realized that he was slowly being destroyed and assimilated, so he felt uneasy. Therefore, he desperately wanted to gain control of his body. However, a split personality was not the same as having two souls in one body. Their true thoughts and wishes were the same. Therefore, no matter how sinister and cruel Qi Huang was, even with the support of a special external force, he was unable to truly harm Mu Yan. In the end, Qi Huang could only use his hoarse voice to spit out fiercely, why should I believe you? You clearly said that even if I come out, you won't use the itchy meat set meal on me. Mu Yan immediately chokes. She awkwardly rubbed her nose and said with a smile, isn't it because I can't help but feel itchy when I see your annoying expression? Don't do it again, okay? But in his heart, he's thinking, fortunately, Qi Huang's soul is bound to the Tian Mo Qin, and I still have that itchy meat set meal to cure him. Otherwise, wouldn't this brat with split personality disorder overturn the heavens, seeing that Qi Huang was still scowling? She softened her voice and said, Qi Huang, let's make a deal. You see, your master, am really weak right now. I simply don't have the ability to make the whole world my enemy, so I can only inconvenience you to continue hiding in the Tian Mo Qin space. Otherwise, if those people discover your existence, I won't be able to defeat them. You wouldn't really want me to go with you to experience a mountain of knives and a sea of flames, a frying pan of oil, right? Qi Huang's long eyelashes drooped, not saying a word. Mayan kindly comforts this little ancestor, there is no solution to a problem in this world, there is only one. What 100,000 years of reincarnation, the demon that destroys the world, we can solve it if we want. But you have to give me time. I must first become strong enough to protect you from those people, so that I can find a solution, don't you think? As she speaks, she grabs a strand of the youth's black hair and tugs, hinting him not to pretend to be dead. Qi Huang refuses to enter the space, and she has no other way. But the longer Qi Huang stays outside, the more dangerous it will be. Mayan's heart is burning with anxiety at this time, but she still comforts him with kind words. If it weren't for Gun Yenji's split personality and unstable mental state, she would have already beaten him up, and let him know why flowers are so red. Suddenly, her hand is hot. His fingers were like a pair of iron pincers that held her wrist tightly. If it weren't for the sweat in her palm betraying the youth's nervousness, Mayan would think that Qi Huang wants to directly break her hand. Then, she met a pair of crimson eyes. There seems to be a raging storm surging there. It also seems like he's carefully hiding his emotions that he doesn't want others to notice. Mayan hears the youth's hoarse and trembling voice ringing in her ears, Jun Mayan, don't lie to me, in this world, only you absolutely cannot lie to me. He can't bear it a second time. He can't bear that kind of betrayal and deception coming from Jun Mayan. Mayan's expression slowly softens, and she softly says, it's definitely impossible not to lie at all, but I guarantee that there is not a single lie in what I just said to you. As soon as his voice falls, the 5 fingers clamping down on her loosens. The strength in Qi Huang's body seems to have been drained in a split second. The blood on his face recedes, and his body softly falls towards Mayan. Qi Huang! Mayan cries out and supports him, but then her expression suddenly changes. because she finds that Qi Huang's body is starting to become transparent. The youth is clearly in her arms, but she can't feel any strength in her hands. Qi Huang, why are you so noisy? The youth keeps a straight face and mutters, every time you yell at me, you have such a good temper with that guy. Jun Mayan, wait until this Zun recovers, you're dead. I will definitely settle the score with you later. Mayan is startled, then a bright joy appears on her face. His arrogant little Qi Huang had returned, or rather, the difference between the two personalities was not that obvious. The knot in Seven Brilliance's heart was untied, and they began to fuse. It's just that Mu Yan's happiness didn't last long. She couldn't help but anxiously ask, Qi Huang, what's going on? This has nothing to do with me. It's all because of that useless gigolo. Qi Huang scolds, then his expression becomes very tired. His eyelids seem to be filled with lead. He forces himself to open them, saying word by word, Jun Mayan, next, you have to be careful, something might have happened to the pretty boy. Ben Zun can't help you now. Mu Yan's heart suddenly jumps. She naturally knew who the pretty boy Qi Huang was talking about was. Little Martial Uncle, something had happened to Little Uncle Master. And the special external force that changed Qi Huang's temperament and nearly killed him was indeed related to Junior Martial Uncle. Qi Huang, what's the relationship between you and Junior Martial Uncle? What happened to Junior Martial Uncle? Seven Brilliance's pupils were already beginning to slacken, and his body was becoming lighter and lighter. The Tian Mo Qin slowly floats by his side, moving along with the sound of the zither. The body of the zither produced a powerful suction force, trying to suck him in. Mu Yan is very clear that when Qi Huang is at his weakest, he can only recover at the fastest speed by being nurtured inside the Tian Mo Qin. Just like in his previous life, he was almost burnt to ashes by the flames. In the end, the Tian Mo Qin seems to have nourished him. Just now, Mayan couldn't wait for Qi Huang to quickly return to the Tian Mo Qin. But now, he wanted to scold someone. Couldn't this brat just finish what he wanted to say before going back? However, at this moment, she heard a voice that was neither male nor female. It seemed to be lingering in his ears, but it also seemed to be drifting over from the horizon. Half-soul seal. Different bodies with one heart. 100,000 years of reincarnation. One wrong step leads to many wrong steps, Little Xiao, you're finally awake. When Luo Yunxiao woke up, she felt a swelling pain in her head. There seemed to be some kind of power crazily surging in his body, desperately trying to break through some kind of obstruction and escape from his body. After that, the sound of a woman crying could be heard. Then, a hand nervously helped him up. The fingertips were cold, and the palm was sticky with cold sweat. His slightly trembling arm indicated how agitated the person who was supporting him was. Luo Yunxiao opened his eyes and saw a familiar face. Beautiful and graceful, elegant and noble. Even though her eyelashes were brimming with tears, her eyes were red, and her hair was slightly messy, it couldn't hide her elegance and nobility. That was his birth mother, the mistress of the nether realm, Fu Yushu. Seeing him wake up, Fu Yushu's face was full of joy. The worry and concern in his eyes could not be concealed at all. However, Luo Yunxiao couldn't feel a trace of joy in her heart. There was only a deep sense of bewilderment and doubt. Although Fu Yushu was not as cold and heartless to him as Yin Wuji, she was not as heartless to him. But when she looked at him, there was always alienation and fear hidden in the depths of her eyes. She didn't treat him like her own son. Instead, he felt like he was facing a monster that felt guilty, uneasy, and afraid that it could hurt him at any time. This was the first time he saw her looking at him with such a pure motherly gaze. Xiao how do you feel? Do you have any other ailments? Fu Yushu saw that he did not speak, so she reached out to touch his face. Luo Yunxiao subconsciously dodged and said indifferently, I'm fine. The energy that had been rampaging in his body when he had just woken up had somehow stopped. He still remembered that he had chosen to change his fate on the floating island. His body was weakening bit by bit, and there seemed to be something in his soul that couldn't be contained and was madly rushing out. Luo Yunxiao appeared calm and collected in front of Xiaobao, but she couldn't stop the fear in her heart. He was not afraid of failing to change his fate, nor was he afraid of death. He was afraid that he would lose control and hurt the Xiaoyao school, the only thing he cared about. Then, he was brought back to the Xianxia continent by his master. His master told him that he would help him change his fate. After that, he fell into a deep coma. When he woke up, he saw Fu Yushu. And this was the palace that originally belonged to him. She looked into the calm and serene eyes of the young man in front of her. Fu Yushu's hand froze on the spot, then her face showed an embarrassed and sad expression. She slowly withdrew her hand and said softly, "It's good that you're okay, it's good that you're okay. I prepared the heaven essence pill for you. Take it and rest well. I'll come to see you tomorrow." After saying that, Fu Yushu put down the porcelain bottle in her hand, and then left, looking back at every step. Luo Yunxiao's eyes fell on the porcelain bottle, and a light of doubt appeared in his eyes. Master, are you wondering why Fu Yushu's attitude towards you has changed?" A sharp, thin, and familiar voice rang in his ears. It sounded like it was asking for a beating. Then, an ugly and strange spirit beast appeared on his shoulder, gently shaking its head. Chiwen. Seeing his pet, Luo Yunxiao breathed a sigh of relief, and his blank and alert eyes became a little gentle. Chiwen didn't notice the change in his master's mood. At this time, he was running around on the bed excitedly, and his face was full of arrogance and conceit. "Master, from now on, you will have a new lease on life. Ha 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 ha. Inyuani is nothing. I will trample him under my feet and crush his head. No, no, no. No. Wouldn't it be too easy for him to crush his head? I will let him live a good life and watch you, master, marry the princess of the demon clan, and reach the peak of your life, while he can only hide in the corner like a rat in the gutter, biting his handkerchief and crying, while feeling jealous and hateful." Ha ha ha. The more Chiwen spoke, the more excited he became. Because he was too excited, his words were incoherent, and people couldn't catch the point. But Luo Yunxiao vaguely caught something. Looking at his master's eyes, Chiwen stopped laughing, and a strong sadness suddenly welled up in his heart. Even his voice became hoarse unconsciously. "Master, you have successfully changed your fate. From now on, you don't have to hide anymore, and you don't have to." He was bullied by those trash. His master was so good, but he couldn't even have a name and identity. His master was 1,000 times better than Yin Yuani, but he was humiliated and disgusted like that. Why? Why? Chiwen had asked the god more than once. But now, everything had changed. Immortal Xingyuan said that his master had successfully changed his fate. Even if he was sent back to the nether realm, Yin Wuji and Fu Yushu would no longer fear and hate him. Chiwen didn't believe it at first, but what happened in the past few days made him believe it. Hearing this, Luo Yunxiao was stunned. Successfully changed my fate? But I don't have any memories. It was Daoist Xingyuan who completed the final step for you. Because of this, the Daoist master was seriously injured and vomited a lot of blood. We were afraid that the Xingyuan doc wouldn't be able to protect you, so we sent you to the nether region. Luo Yunxiao was shocked and quickly sat up on the bed. How is master? Ever since he was young, if there was anyone he truly cared about, apart from the people of the Xiaoyao school, there was only his teacher, Lu Xingyuan. Yin Wuji loathed him and did not allow him to use the Yin surname. Little Luo Yunxiao grabbed Lu Xingyuan's clothes and asked him carefully, "Master, can I change my surname to Lu?" At that time, Luo Yunxiao couldn't remember what kind of expression Lu Xingyuan had. He only knew that his master's voice was a little hoarse. After a long while, he touched his head and said, "Lu is actually not my original surname. Why don't I give you a surname, okay? Let's make it Luo. You must remember that you are my disciple, Luo Yunxiao." That was the first time Luo Yunxiao smiled. It was the first time she felt like she had a family. His parents didn't like him. But at least he had a master. His master said that his surname was Luo, and his name was Luo Yunxiao. When he decided to change his fate, his master was actually against it. All these years, Luo Yunxiao had been running around in the lower realm, searching for the Yin-Yang twin hearts, the 12 evils of Dutian, and the 36 stars. The time that master and disciple spent together became very little. But in Luo Yunxiao's heart, his master's position had never changed. Now that he heard that his master was heavily injured in order to change his fate, how could he still sit still? Hey, master, where are you going? Do you want to go back to the Xingyuan dock? Seeing Luo Yunxiao walk out, Chiwen immediately rushed over to stop him. Master, you can't. Before Daoist Xingyuan sent you to the Nether Realm, he had already sealed and hidden the Xingyuan dock. Even if you go now, you won't be able to see Daoist Xingyuan. You won't even be able to find the entrance to the Xingyuan dock. Luo Yunxiao stopped and frowned. He knew that what Chiwen said was true. The Xingyuan dock was a sage-level spatial treasure. Once it was sealed and hidden, even immortal venerables wouldn't be able to find it, and it wouldn't open again for at least a year. Chiwen let out a mischievous laugh and shook her plump head. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and spat out a candle flame. Daoist Xingyuan knew that you would be worried, so he told me to give you his soul lamp. Look, the soul flame is still bright. Daoist Xingyuan will be fine. Luo Yunxiao held the candle flame and let out a sigh of relief. His master was fine, and he successfully changed his fate. Did he really succeed in changing his fate? Why didn't it feel real? If the Xiaoyao sect knew, would they be happy for him? As he thought of this, Xu Lang's brows unconsciously relaxed, the corners of his lips curled up slightly, and the bottom of his ink-black eyes seemed to twinkle like stars. For a moment, the incomparably handsome young man seemed to be shrouded in a layer of hazy halo. Her beauty was unique and unparalleled in this world. Chiwen was about to drool at this sight. How could his master be so good-looking? In this world, only a beautiful face could compare to his master. The maid who had just pushed the door open saw this scene and immediately blushed. Her eyes were filled with infatuation and shyness. Your First Highness, these are the clothes that the Domain Empress ordered this servant to deliver. Would it be alright if you let this servant help you wash up? Luo Yunxiao immediately restrained the expression on her face and said indifferently, no need, get out. The maid's expression stiffened as her beautiful face revealed a pitiful and pleading expression. The Domain Empress ordered this servant to serve your highness well. If this servant doesn't do a good job, the Domain Empress will definitely punish this servant. Your highness, please take pity on me, okay? Ah. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt a strong impact coming towards her. His entire body was thrown out of the sleeping chamber, crashing heavily onto the ground. The maid was dumbfounded as the door slammed shut in front of her. After a long while, she ran away in shame and resentment. Qi Wen, who was in the palace, laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, you deserve it. They're just a bunch of dogs that only know how to curry favor with you now. It's too late. As long as Qi Wen thought of how the people of the Nether Realm ignored and belittled her master, she couldn't suppress the anger in her heart. Before Ying Yuanyi became a cripple, he was the appointed successor of the Nether Realm by Ying Wuji. Because Ying Yuanyi hated and bullied Luo Yunxiao. The people of the Nether Realm also looked down on him and made things difficult for Luo Yunxiao. So much so that when the underworld Ying's sacred flame was forcibly stripped from Luo Yunxiao's body and she was covered in cuts and bruises, there wasn't even a single person in the entire Nether Realm who could deliver medicine to her master. Now, Ying Yuanyi was disabled, but its master had successfully changed her fate. These people wanted to curry favor with his master again. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Master, you mustn't let these dogs off so easily. It's a good time to settle accounts with them. What did Mei Yan say before? If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll pull them up by the roots. He he he. I like it. Qi Wen shouted excitedly as she bounced and rolled into his arms. By the way, Master, Mei Yan and the others still don't know that you've successfully changed your fate. When are we going to the floating island? I can't wait to see the expressions on those little guys' faces. Master, in the past, you were afraid of getting them into trouble, so you avoided the carefree sect. Now that I'm back, can I play with little Seven and the others for a long time? Master, you're too serious. You won't even take me to the brothels. When I go back this time, I'm going to ask Mei Yan and Xiaoqi to take me there. Fragrant beauties, here I come. Looking at his pet rolling on top of him while drooling, his mouth full of dirty words that could not be seen. For the first time, Luo Yunxiao didn't reprimand him. Instead, she softened her expression and said in a low voice, all right, let's return to the floating island. He used the word back. To him, the Nether Realm was no longer his home. The Xiaoyao sect was his true home. Okay. Let's go find Mei Yanyan now. Ow. However, Luo Yunxiao bumped into Yin Wuji as soon as she walked out of the hall. His footsteps unconsciously paused. He did not salute, nor did he retreat. Instead, he lowered his eyes and stood where he was. When Yin Wuji saw him like this, a ball of anger rose in his eyes. Is this the attitude you should have towards your father? Don't you even know how to address me? Luo Yunxiao calmly called out, Father. After a pause, he said, I'm going to the floating island. What are you going to do? You're not allowed to go. Yin Wuji said angrily, obediently go into the house and lie down. Wait until the dark holy flame in your body stabilizes to the peak of level 3 before you can leave. Luo Yunxiao looked up at him in surprise. Yin Wuji coughed lightly and looked away. He said coldly, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enter the house. Let me see your injuries and your cultivation. Surprise flashed in Luo Yunxiao's eyes, but there was no change in her expression. I want to go to the floating island. How dare you? How dare you disobey my orders? Yin Wuji flew into a rage and charged over to beat him up. Fu Yushu, who had just rushed over, saw this scene and hurriedly rushed over to hug Yin Wuji's arm. She said anxiously, Husband, what are you doing? Little Xiao has just succeeded in defying the heavens and changing her fate, so her body is still weak. What if you injure her with your palm? As he spoke, he let go of Yin Wuji and hurried to Luo Yunxiao's side. He asked anxiously, Little Xiao, are you hurt? Mother will call the doctor to treat you. Luo Yunxiao's expression was indifferent as she withdrew her arm that was being hugged. She took a step back and said, I'm fine. I just want to go to the floating island. Fu Yushu's expression stiffened again. Go to the floating island now? Why are you in such a hurry? Little Xiao, your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Yin Wuji sneered, what are you talking to him about? Just lock him up. Look at him, don't you think he's behaving like a son? I was kind enough to treat his injuries and wanted to entrust him with a heavy responsibility, but what did he do? He avoided me like a snake or a scorpion, as if I, his father, would harm him. Luo Yunxiao still lowered her eyes and did not speak, but the corners of her mouth curved into a mocking smile. Qi Wen, who was in the spirit beast bag, could not help but curse, damn. Shameless, too shameless. He said it as if he was not the one who used the restriction to control you and almost letting Yuan kill you. Little Xiao, are you still blaming us for spoiling Yi and not treating you well? Fu Yushu's tears suddenly fell. Her face was full of guilt and sadness. I'm sorry, Little Xiao, I'm sorry. I've let you suffer too much over the years. But we also have our own difficulties. I don't expect you to forgive us immediately, but at least give me some time to tell you the truth, okay? Luo Yunxiao was stunned. The truth? What truth? Wasn't it because he was born to be a cruel person who would bring bad luck to his parents? Luo Yunxiao did not believe it when he was young. But one day, he was bullied by Yin Yuani, and the string of reason in his mind snapped. Then, his consciousness became chaotic and his memory blurred. When he woke up again, he was surrounded by corpses. There were thousands of bodies. There were maids and servants who served him in the palace of the netherworld. There were high-level immortals who protected Yin Yuani. There was also an old nanny who was specially sent by Fu Yushu to take care of him. There were corpses all over the ground, and blood flowed like a river, soaking his shoes, socks, and clothes. There was a broken hand at his feet, the old and skinny fingers clutching his ankle tightly. Not far away, the old nanny's twisted face was looking at him with fear and pleading. Her open mouth was stained with blood, as if she was crying and screaming silently. A day ago, the old nanny had gently stroked his head and asked him if the pastries she made for him were delicious. And he had killed this kind old woman with his own hands. Luo Yunxiao couldn't describe the fear and panic she felt at that time. He could not forget the look of fear and disgust in Yin Wuji and Fu Yushu's eyes when they hurried over. And they were ecstatic when they dug Yin Yuani out of the pile of corpses. At that moment, even Luo Yunxiao believed that she was a monster. A cruel, terrifying, and bloodthirsty monster that would lose control of itself at any time. Who would like a monster, who would treat a monster as their own son? Because of that massacre, Luo Yunxiao had always hidden a trace of guilt and fear in her heart. He didn't dare to give his heart to anyone around him. He did not dare to defy Yin Wuji and Fu Yushu's request. He even accepted Yin Yuan's provocation and humiliation indifferently. It was not without pain or grievance. But no matter how wronged he was, how unwilling he was, so what, in the past, he didn't believe in fate, but in the end, it was more and more proven that he was just a monster. In this glorious and noble nether domain imperial court, others were always bustling and currying favor with one another. But he wasn't as lonely and cold as he was, and he didn't fit in with the hustle and bustle of the world. Until his master Xing Yuan appeared and gave him his first warmth. Until he knew that there was an array that could change one's fate. Until he went to the Xiaoxian continent to look for materials and temporarily stayed at the Xiaoyao sect. Then he met the destined woman. Since Luo Yunxiao was born, he had been fighting, compromising, and fighting against fate. But now Fu Yushu told him. What he thought before was not the whole truth. In the bedroom, Fu Yushu stared at Luo Yunxiao as if she was afraid that he would disappear in a blink. Before she spoke, tears were already rolling down her eyes. Xiao, do you know why we believed Priest Lu Yun when he said that your fate was a jinx and would bring bad luck to your parents? You are the first child of my husband and I. When we were pregnant with you, both of our cultivations were already extremely high. We tried many ways and finally agreed to a harsh condition of the island master of Linglong Island. After hundreds of years, we finally got pregnant with you. We had great hopes for you. My husband even decided to make you the next heir of the Nether Realm from the very beginning. You are the treasure that I carried for 10 months and went through untold hardships. How could I bear to do that to you? But mother couldn't do anything, we really couldn't. Luo Yunxiao frowned slightly and looked at the two without saying anything. Fu Yushu wiped her tears and continued, because your fate was not predetermined by God, but man-made. Even Priest Lu Yun didn't know that his divination was based on your fate that had already been changed by someone else. What? Luo Yunxiao was stunned. Man-made? Someone changed his fate, how was that possible? If a person's fate could be changed so easily, he would not have been running around for so many years. He was almost desperate before he met Mu Yan. Fu Yushu nodded. I know you don't believe it, Xiao, but it is the truth. Others may not be able to change their fate, but there is one person in this world who can do it easily. Yin Wuji slowly continued her words. That person is the abbot of the Defying temple, Bodhidharma. Bodhidharma? Luo Yunxiao was shocked. In the Xiaoxian continent, there was no one who did not know this person. Bodhidharma was the greatest Buddhist cultivator in the world. Before Di Mingju, he was the most likely person to break through the immortal emperor realm. But he was seriously injured in a war 1,000 years ago. Since then, he lived in seclusion in the Buddhist temple. However, a few of Bodhidharma's disciples began to display their prowess on the cultivation continent. The most frightening thing was that his 3 disciples, including the youngest disciple Jing Yuan, had reached the immortal venerable realm. They were not weaker than Yin Wuji. But why did Bodhidharma want to change his fate? Yin Wuji gritted his teeth and did not say anything. It was still Fu Yushu who said, the story starts from 1,000 years ago. I wonder if Miss Xiao has ever heard of the Shin musicians? Luo Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. She had to control herself so that she wouldn't show any abnormalities. He says lightly, I'm afraid there is no one in the Xiaoxian continent who hasn't heard of the Shin musician. Fu Yushu nodded, a look of fear appearing on her face. Her voice trembled slightly. Back then, the Kamikaze sect dominated the 3 realms, sweeping through all obstacles. No one could resist them. Even the polar domain, the nether region, and the demon race were overshadowed. But later, someone discovered that there was a real monster hiding in the sect, a monster that could destroy the 3 realms and destroy all humans. That's why all the forces in the Xiaoxian continent, excluding the demon race, joined forces with Defying temple, the polar domain, and the nether realm to slaughter the Shinla sect. Luo Yunxiao felt his throat dry up. After a long while, he heard himself ask in a hoarse voice, what is that monster? It's the spirit of the Shinla sect's treasure, the Tian Mo Qin. It's called 7 Brilliance. Fu Yushu paused, then said slowly, it has another name, the Demon of Destruction. Luo Yunxiao's hands unconsciously clenched. Fu Yushu's voice also seemed to be near and far, In order to eliminate the demon of destruction, the entire Xianxia continent paid a terrible price. Under all kinds of planning, the demon of destruction was lured into a formation and was about to be destroyed. But who knew that the demon would suddenly explode and destroy the formation? Hundreds of thousands of immortals died on the spot, and several of the Netherrealm's guardian elders died at that time. Later, Bodhidharma didn't hesitate to give up his own cultivation and join forces with Defying, your father, and his 2 disciples to stop the demon of destruction's violence. But it was also then that we discovered that the demon of destruction couldn't be killed. At this point, a look of fear appeared on Fu Yushu's face. When the soul was shattered, the demon did not truly die. Instead, it turned into a ball of energy that could not be touched and dissipated into the world. When the time came, he would still make a comeback after accumulating enough filthy resentment. In order to completely eliminate the demon, Bodhidharma thought of a way. He used the Buddhist secret method of Defying temple to temporarily trap the demon of destruction, then searched the 3 realms to find a body that could contain the demon of destruction. Experiencing tribulations in the world of mortals, the joys and sorrows of life, the vicissitudes of life. Bodhidharma believed that killing, formations, and even curses were all insufficient to completely eliminate the demon that could destroy the world. Only the 7 emotions and 6 desires of human beings, as well as greed, anger, and hatred, could gradually dissolve and assimilate it until it was completely destroyed. This method was called the mortal ambush. Luo Yunxiao clenched his hands so hard that his nails dug into his palms. He looked at Fu Yushu and said word by word, "So, I'm that mortal ambush's vessel?" Fu Yushu avoided his gaze, and tears unconsciously fell from her eyes. Yin Wuji could not help but say angrily, "Do you think this is what we want? The so-called red dust ambush kills the demons of the world, as well as the human relations of a vessel like you. Ever since the old monk put the world destroyer demon into your body, every divination he did was that we would die in your hands and the nether realm would be destroyed in your hands. I have my own son by my side, but I have to worry day and night that he will tear me to pieces one day. Do you think that makes me feel good? If not, I would have killed you with my own hands." Luo Yunxia's expression was cold as the corners of her mouth curled into a mocking smile. "Father used me as a vessel to exchange for a lot of benefits, didn't he? You evil creature, Husband, calm down." Fu Yushu hurriedly stopped Yin Wuji and said anxiously, "Little Xiao has suffered so much over the years. It's natural for him to have complaints in his heart. Can't you be considerate of him?" Fu Yushu looked at Luo Yunxiao with pity and guilt, and said in a choked voice, "Little Xiao, it's father and mother who let you down. But there's a reason for this. Back then, Bodhidharma found many newborns and wanted to lead the demon of destruction into them, but none of them succeeded. Later, the demon chose the unborn child in my womb, which is you, Xiao. At first, your father and I didn't agree, but the world was in danger, and the lives of thousands of creatures were in our hands. I really can't just stand by and watch as the apocalyptic demon destroys the 3 realms. Moreover, the demon had already merged with your soul. If it was forcibly extracted, even your soul would be destroyed. How could I bear to do that?" Fu Yushu stretched out her cold and trembling hand and held Luo Yunxiao's hand. Her body trembled slightly and tears fell like rain. "Fortunately, you finally succeeded in changing your fate. Immortal Xingyuan told us that the demon is no longer in your body. From now on, you're a normal person, my good son, and the only heir of the nether realm. God is merciful and has finally returned my son to me. Xiao, give father and mother a chance to compensate you, okay?" In the next few days, Luo Yunxiao's treatment in the nether realm changed dramatically. The elders, attendants, and maids who used to treat him as invisible were all very respectful to him. Fu Yushu and Yin Wuji granted almost all of his requests. There was even one time when Yin Yuani, whose cultivation had been destroyed, rushed out and saw him. He went crazy and wanted to kill him, but he was also dragged away. It was as if their positions had been switched. Yin Yuani, who used to be arrogant, was now like a stray dog with its teeth pulled out and its legs broken. He was crazy and desperate. Luo Yunxiao, who used to not even have a name, was now the young master of the nether realm that everyone had high hopes for. In the nether realm, Qi Wen's chin was almost raised to the sky. Every day when she came back, she would report to him about her tyrannical deeds outside. But Luo Yunxiao did not feel happy. Because he could not leave the Nether Realm. Fu Yushu and Yin Wuji forced him to stay in the Xiaoxian continent because his body had not recovered. The affection and warmth that he had longed for a lifetime was right in front of him, but Luo Yunxiao felt an indescribable loneliness in his heart. Xiao this is the 9 cups of snow lotus soup that I personally prepared for you. Have a taste. Fu Yushu looked at Luo Yunxiao tenderly, her face full of motherly radiance. Mother Xiao, you've grown so big in the blink of an eye. By the way, tomorrow your father will announce to the world that you have cultivated to the 3rd rank of the Netherine Sacred Flame. At that time you will be appointed as the young lord of the Netherworld region. I believe no one will object. Luo Yunxiao frowned and said indifferently, I don't need it. Little Xiao. Fu Yushu grabbed his hand, her eyes filled with pleading. Xiao I'm begging you. Give me and your father a chance to make it up to you, okay? Mother knows that your imperial father has gone overboard with you all these years, but he didn't do it on purpose. He was just afraid that one day, he would really die in the hands of his own son. Luo Yunxiao withdrew her hand. Her picturesque face was still calm and indifferent. Without waiting for him to speak, Fu Yushu suddenly said, Little Xiao, as long as you become the young lord of the Nether region, I will persuade your father to allow you to go to the floating island, okay? Luo Yunxiao's movement paused. The words that she wanted to say were stuck in her mouth. Fu Yushu could not help but chuckle softly. Her face revealed a mischievous expression. Little Xiao, I see that you always go to the floating island so diligently. Do you have a girl that you like? If you do, can you bring her back for me to see? Fu Yushu said, as long as you really like her, even if I offend the demon clan, I will refuse the engagement for you and let you marry the girl you love. Luo Yunxiao showed a rare uneasy expression. He subconsciously turned his head and said faintly, no. Okay. Fu Yushu chuckled, then when Xiao has a sweetheart, you must tell me. I will help you. Don't pay too much attention to your father's words. Fu Yushu chatted for a while before leaving. When she reached the door, she suddenly stopped and said in a hoarse voice, I know my previous inaction has hurt your heart. But in my heart, you have always been my favorite child, the first little life that I have been looking forward to welcoming. I don't want to say sorry to you again. I just hope that you can believe me again. I love you. The door slowly closed. Luo Yunxiao's hands unconsciously clenched and then slowly loosened. His eyes, which had always been calm, were surging with uncontrollable emotions. Mother. This was the kinship that he had longed for all his life. From expectation to despair, from pain to numbness. He had given up and no longer hoped for it. But at this moment, it was sent to him again. Could he really believe it again? Outside the Nether Palace, it was once again surrounded by a dense crowd. Welcome, Territory Master. With a shout, the huge palace gate slowly opened. Master, are you going to become the young master of the Nether Realm soon? Last time, Yin Yuani, that bastard, robbed your darking holy flame and showed off his power here. Now the tables have turned, and it is finally Master's turn to hold your head high. Luo Yunxiao's expression had been indifferent, without the slightest excitement and nervousness of being about to grasp great power. But Qi Wen's excited voice made his indifferent eyes tinged with a trace of gentleness. Are you so happy? Of course I am happy. Are you not happy, Master? In the future, no one in the Nether Realm can bully Master. I can do whatever I want as long as I hold on to Master's thigh. Heh. At that time I'll make those snobs become my horses. Inside the spirit beast bag, Qi Wen kept blabbering non-stop with her big mouth, her bell-like eyes sparkling with a joyful and excited light. Was the position of young master of the Nether Realm really so attractive? Of course not. Qi Wen didn't want to see her master being bullied or hurt in any way. It could never forget the endless pain Luo Yunxiao had to endure in the river of forgetfulness. He could not forget the despair his master felt when the darking holy flame was forcefully stripped from his body. Now everything was finally over. Now that his master had successfully changed his fate, no one would ever treat him as a monster again. He would have the best of everything in the world. Wasn't such a good master supposed to get the best of everything in the world? Qi Wen thought to herself happily that this was all thanks to Mei Yan. If it wasn't for Mei Yan, how could Master find the Yin Yang twin hearts, the 12 demons of Dutian, and the 36 stars so quickly? If it wasn't for Mei Yan, why would Master have such a strong desire to live? It would be great if Master could repay Mei Yan with his body. That way, he could sleep in Mei Yan's arms every day. Qi Wen's imagination ran wild, and she almost drooled. Little Xiao, why are you walking so slowly? Come, I'll hold your hand. Fu Yushu's gentle voice came from the front. But Luo Yunxiao avoided it. Fu Yushu was not annoyed, but smiled and said, Mother, little Xiao knows how to be shy. Let's go, your father is going to announce your identity to the world today. She turned around and pointed to the open palace door in front. As long as you go through this palace door, little Xiao, you'll be the young master of the nether region. Your future power will be limitless. Hurry and follow me. The light from her words shone in from the outside. It was accompanied by tsunami-like shouts and shouts. Luo Yunxiao slowly walked forward, step by step. When he crossed the high threshold of the palace door, a burning sensation came from his back. A dazzling flame suddenly sprang up behind him, flickering. That was the darking holy flame. The moment he crossed the palace door, the darking holy flame in his body was activated. Then, Luo Yunxiao heard a familiar voice. Do it. The owner of the voice just called him Little Xiao with a smile and said, You'll soon be the young master of the nether region. But at this moment, it was full of careless cruelty. Luo Yunxiao closed his eyes because of the strong light. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a dense crowd of immortals surrounding him. Yin Wuji and Fu Yushu were leading them. Further outside were the elders of the nether region, each of whom had the cultivation of a peak immortal king. Even so, it was still not enough. The entire nether palace, the huge square in front of the river of forgetfulness, was densely packed with the nether army. Luo Yunxiao's eyes turned and fell on Fu Yushu's face, looking at her quietly. Fu Yushu stretched out her hand and elegantly combed her messy hair. There was no trace of guilt on her face, only a shallow noble and peaceful smile. Little Xiao, I've let you down. Whether it's for the nether region or the living beings of the 3 realms, it's better for you to die. Qi Wen, who heard these words in the spiritual beast bag, felt like he was struck by lightning. He crawled out like a madman and screamed, Master has successfully changed his fate, why do you still treat him like this? Even a vicious tiger doesn't recognize its own child. Are you my master's parents? Luo Yunxiao looked at the murderous array that trapped her and listened to Qi Wen's hysterical questioning. Strangely, he couldn't feel any pain or sadness in his heart. On the contrary, he had guts. It was indeed so easy. Luo Yunxiao chuckled. Was it better for him to die, but to Yin Wuji and Fu Yushu, if they wanted to kill him, wouldn't it be as easy as turning over their hands? Why did she have to go around in circles and spend so much effort on him? Over the past month, she had been constantly putting on a show of the deep love between mother and son. Deep love between father and son, why bother? Luo Yunxiao asked. Yin Wuji immediately revealed his ferocity and said angrily, Do you think I'm willing to put on an act in front of a vile creature like you? Do you think I would let you live to this day if I could kill you so easily? He thought of all the years of fear and humiliation he had endured. Monstrous hatred surged in Yin Wuji's heart. In the beginning, he still had guilt and affection for his son, Luo Yunxiao. Following the days, months, and years of being on tenterhooks, fear, and panic, that bit of affection had long since been wiped clean, leaving behind only a thick sense of disgust and hatred. He took a deep breath, and the ferocity on his face gradually faded. Today, I can finally get rid of you. Yin Wuji's eyes flashed with the joy of having his wish fulfilled. There was urgency, fear, and resentment, but not a trace of affection. Luo Yunxiao closed her eyes and said calmly, Didn't you say that I've successfully changed my fate? Fu Yushu shook her head gently and sighed. Shower, there's no such thing as defying the heavens and changing your fate. Lu Xingyuan couldn't bear to see you in despair, so he left you a little hope. I thought you would never be able to find those things. I didn't expect that you would actually find the Yin Yang twin heart. She slowly raised her head and met Luo Yunxiao's gaze. Her voice was low and cold. Your fate can't be changed, but the Yin Yang twin hearts, the 12 evils of Dutian, and the 36 stars are all treasures that can only be found by luck. You took them all into your body, and Lu Xingyuan helped you complete the heaven-defying formation. Your strength and the energy in your body are all out of control. If you don't die, it'll be us and the entire nether region that will die. Luo Yunxiao laughed softly. So, the truth you told me before was still a lie? Why? Even if it's not easy to kill me, you don't have to play with me for a month, do you? The young man's appearance was peerlessly handsome. At this moment, his figure was thin and his face was pale. When he smiled faintly, there was an indescribable fragility and loneliness. It made people want to bring the best things in the world to him. Chiwen was so distressed and angry that she was about to cry. If Luo Yunxiao hadn't held her down tightly, she would have rushed out and scratched the couple's faces. Fu Yushu's cold eyes finally showed some reluctance. Little Xiao, you have to believe that your mother's expectations and love for you were real. But the heavens make fools of people. From the moment you were chosen as the vessel, it was already destined that we would fight to the death. For 100,000 years, this reincarnation has always been like this. There has never been an exception. Luo Yunxiao's pupils shrank slightly. For 100,000 years, it has always been like this? Fu Yushu said, you are the vessel of the demon of destruction. Mother didn't lie to you about this. However, what's sealed in your body isn't the complete apocalyptic demon, but the apocalyptic demon's half-soul. Half-soul, Luo Yunxiao murmured in a low voice. That distant and indistinct voice seemed to echo in her mind. If you and I are of the same mind, then lend me your strength temporarily. I don't want to destroy the world, I don't want to take revenge on the humans, I don't want anything, I just want to protect this woman in front of me. If he was a world-destroying half-soul, where is the other half? Was it on Mu Yan? As Luo Yunxiao thought about this in a daze, Fu Yushu's voice continued to ring in her ears. 100,000 years ago, the world destroyer was split into two by an ancient almighty. One half fled and disappeared into the heavens and earth. Later on, it was the 7 demons that were raised by the kamikaze sect. The other half had been kept in a container, experiencing the red dust ambush again and finally completely melted and destroyed. And little Xiao, you are the last host of the red dust ambush. Before you, there were hundreds and thousands of people who were chosen as hosts. In the beginning, Bodhidharma also thought of using gentle persuasion to reform the world destroyer's half-soul, so that it could destroy the evil karma in its body and eliminate the calamity. But no matter if the host is male or female, gentle and kind, or intelligent and indifferent, there is only one ending in the end. Those hosts will be assimilated by the demon of world annihilation. In the end, they will kill their wives, children, and parents, ending all their karma and love. After cutting off the path of reincarnation, the demon of world annihilation will break out of their bodies. 10,000 years later, Bodhidharma finally gave up this idea and changed to a real killing in the mortal world. He will let the host taste the fickleness of the world and experience the most painful resentment, hatred, separation from love, and unattainable desires. He will use the pain and intense emotional fluctuations of the host to wear down the energy of the demon of world annihilation little by little. Every few hundred years, as the host's negative emotions accumulate and can no longer seal the half-soul, he will kill the host ahead of time and send him into Bodhidharma's formless karma cauldron. But even though they had made thorough preparations, over the years, there were still many hosts who suddenly killed at the last moment, almost slaughtering a family next to them and even an entire city. The power of the half-soul annihilation host when it lost control was almost unimaginable. This was also the reason why Yin Wuji and Fu Yushu had always been so afraid of Luo Yunxiao. Why are you talking nonsense with him? Yin Wuji said coldly. His life was given by us. What's the problem with returning it to him now? As he spoke, Yin Wuji raised his hand and a small golden cauldron floated in his palm. The golden cauldron emitted a dazzling light. Luo Yunxiao immediately felt his mind become chaotic. There seemed to be countless wooden fish sounds and Sanskrit chants ringing in his mind at the same time. He immediately frowned and subconsciously wanted to retreat. But he had just taken a step. Behind him, countless attacks swept out like a storm. Master, watch out! Blood splattered everywhere, the 11 natal swords instantly rushed out to protect their master. For a moment, they were locked in battle with the elders of the nether world. Yin Wuji looked at this scene and suddenly clenched the formless karma cauldron in his hand, fear growing in his heart. These elders were all at the peak of the immortal king realm. But now, Luo Yunxiao did not use the darking holy flame, but only the 11 natal swords, and was easily able to resist. If he wasn't killed today, in the future, he would end up just like the souls of those world-destroying demons. Yin Wuji's divine sense moved, and he was about to draw his weapon. However, Fu Yushu was one step ahead of him. She pressed down on his hand and gave him a look. She walked forward step by step and her gaze fell on Luo Yunxiao, who was riddled with scars. Her lips curled into a gentle and elegant smile. "Little Xiao, are you filled with hatred right now? You clearly didn't do anything wrong, but you became the vessel of the demon of destruction, a monster that will lose its humanity at any time. Are you feeling indignant? You obviously have a father and a mother, and your talent is outstanding. You should have a successful life and be sought after by tens of thousands of people. But for no reason, he became the host of the mortal tribulations and never felt any happiness in his life." Luo Yunxiao's spiritual sense, which was controlling the 11 natal swords, trembled. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists. The sound of the Sanskrit and the wooden fish grew louder. Fu Yushu's eyes lit up and she continued, "You have someone you like, but you still dare to love, but don't dare to pursue. Because as long as the half-soul of the world-destroying demon is in your body, you will be a monster that will lose your mind at any time. When that day comes, you will kill your loved ones with your own hands. We are like this, and the woman you love will not be able to escape that fate. For the past month, I've been taking good care of you. I personally cooked medicine for you every day. Did you feel touched for a moment? Do you really think I still see you as my son? In fact, I just pity you. I pity you that you've never tasted family love until death. Little Xiao, what's the point of living with such a person? It's like living in the darkest underground, never seeing the sun, never seeing hope. You should hate us, hate Bodhidharma, hate everything in this world. Even if you die, you want to drag us down with you, don't you?" Luo Yunxiao's face was flushed, and the corners of his eyes trembled slightly. The 11 natal swords seemed to feel their master's mood and made a buzzing sound. Whoosh, a ball of black and blue flame sprang up from Luo Yunxiao's body and spread out. "The holy dark flame, it's the holy dark flame. Retreat." Those who were touched by the flames, including the immortal king elders, all turned pale. They no longer cared about attacking and hurriedly operated their immortal power to resist the invasion of the flames. As for the soldiers below the Xian immortal level, as soon as they were touched by the flames, they immediately let out shrill screams. For a moment, everyone retreated, looking at Luo Yunxiao in horror. The usually cold and indifferent young man's eyes were now stained with a little scarlet. His whole body was surrounded by black flames. It caused his handsome and elegant brows to carry a hint of coquettishness. 11 long swords circled around his body, and then gradually transformed into a single sword in his slender and fair palm. Luo Yunxiao held the long sword and walked step by step towards Fu Yushu and Yin Wuji. He said in a hoarse voice, "Since this is what you want, I will fulfill your wish." These days, she had tried every means to appease him and then suddenly turned against him, causing him to fall from heaven to hell. Now, every word she said was heartfelt. Everything Fu Yushu did was to force out the negative emotions in Luo Yunxiao's heart. In this way, the mortal tribulation could be considered complete, and the greatest power of the formless karma cauldron could be exerted. The days and nights of suffering and fear over the past few years. And she had witnessed the bloody battlefield left behind by the host body of annihilation. Fu Yushu's urgency to get rid of this son was no less than Yin Wuji's. Yin Wuji at least had a strong enough cultivation to protect himself, but what about her? She was only an early-stage immortal king realm woman, and didn't have any great divine abilities. Once Luo Yunxiao launched an attack, the Nether Realm's elders wouldn't be the first to protect her. Therefore, on the surface, Fu Yushu was gentle and compassionate towards her son, and even showed a strong sense of guilt and helplessness. But in reality, she wanted him dead more than anyone else. In the past, the host of Red Dust Ambush had been deliberately suppressed, ostracized, humiliated, and tortured. Usually, it was already the limit for them to last 100 or 200 years. When Fu Yushu and Yin Wuji agreed to use their eldest son in exchange for benefits, they also thought that they only needed to endure for a few decades or a century. Who knew that 100 years had passed, 200 years had passed, 500 years had passed, they hated their son more and more. They hated the humiliation more and more, but he persisted year after year. Intimacy and betrayal. Get and lose. They had made Luo Yunxiao taste the harshest torture in the world, and they had made him suffer unbearable pain. But from the beginning to the end, his mind was not completely contaminated by the negative and dark emotions. From the beginning to the end, he had no strong hatred, no determination to destroy the world. He just bore it indifferently and meekly. What frightened Yin Wuji and Fu Yushu even more was that Luo Yunxiao's strength was getting stronger and stronger, so strong that ordinary suppression was no longer effective. Yin Yuanyi, who had made him suffer, hated him crazily, but did not dare to be presumptuous in front of him. When Luo Yunxiao obtained the inheritance of the Netherworld Saint Emperor, the inheritance that had been transferred to Yin Yuanyi returned to him, which made Yin Wuji and Fu Yushu's fear reach its peak. Luo Yunxiao had to die. If he did not die, one day it would be them who would die. Bang, the blood mist exploded, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. Chiwen in the spiritual beast bag screamed and wanted to rush out, but was sealed by Luo Yunxiao's divine power. Chiwen's voice was hoarse, and her tears had almost dried up, but there was nothing she could do. She could only watch her master, who had always been bright and noble, fall to the ground, covered with cuts and bruises, and be trampled into the mud by someone. Yin Wuji's face was a little pale. Looking at the burns on his body, the blue veins on his forehead kept throbbing. Damn it, when had the strength of this evil creature become so strong? Immortal Venerable, they were both immortal venerables. He had entered the immortal venerable realm 1,000 years earlier than Luo Yunxiao. But now, Luo Yunxiao was actually able to fight evenly with him. If he hadn't had the formless karma cauldron given by Bodhidharma, if he hadn't had the foresight to gather all the elders and elite soldiers of the nether realm, he might really have died in the hands of this little beast today. My husband, are you all right? With tears in her eyes, Fu Yushu took out some medicinal powder and sprinkled it on Yin Wuji's wounds. But Yin Wuji violently waved it away. It's all your fault. When this evil creature was young, I said that I would use thunderous means to make him reach the state of resonance as soon as possible with the world-destroying half-soul. But you were too soft-hearted and insisted on a slow and steady flow. Now, it's great. We almost nurtured a tiger and brought up a beast that killed the emperor and his father. Fu Yushu's lips trembled as tears streamed down her cheeks. She said in an aggrieved tone, it was Bodhidharma who said that if the mortal ambush could last a little longer, this might be the last time. Moreover, I gave birth to little Xiao after 10 months in my womb. How could I bear to? Meeting Yin Wuji's furious gaze, Fu Yushu's body trembled. She hurriedly said, it's a good thing that we've finally made it. Once we put the world-destroying half-soul into the phaseless karma cauldron, we can give Bodhidharma an explanation. Yin Wuji snorted coldly. With some difficulty, he raised the formless karma cauldron in his hand and hung it upside down above Luo Yunxiao. The wounds caused by the darking holy flame could not be healed in a short time. Not only did the flames burn his body, but his soul as well. The extreme pain and the joy of being freed caused Yin Wuji to reveal a sinister and twisted smile. He injected his divine sense into the formless karma cauldron. A buzzing sound could be heard. The cauldron began to emit a dazzling golden light. Countless golden lights pierced through Luo Yunxiao's body like thousands of steel wires. Fresh blood dyed her already dirty clothes red. Even with Luo Yunxiao's endurance, she could not help but let out a painful cry. Chiwen, who was in the spiritual beast bag, was going crazy. It shouted for its master over and over again, desperately trying to get out of the spirit beast bag. But even at this moment, Luo Yunxiao's last bit of divine power was still firmly sealing the spirit beast bag, not letting it out. Master! Master! Chiwen's voice was hoarse as she sobbed. Her bell-like eyes were already dyed red with madness and hatred. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. How could you do this to my master? What did his master do wrong? What did the world-destroying half-soul and the mortal ambush have to do with his master? Whether the world was destroyed or not, what did it have to do with his master? His master had always been so good. He had never harmed anyone and had never done anything evil. Why did he have to suffer all of this? Blood flowed out of Luo Yunxia's trembling body, soaking the spirit beast bag hanging on his waist. Even though they were separated by space, Chiwen seemed to smell the pungent smell of blood. It was the smell of death. It was the smell of destruction. Once the world-destroying half-soul was taken out, his master would definitely die. Chiwen's red eyes slowly widened, and his body in the spirit beast bag trembled violently. No, master couldn't, the world-destroying half-soul could not be taken out. Master, master. Can you hear me? I'm Chiwen. Do you remember? You promised to take me back to the floating island. We're going to see Mei Yanyan and those brats from the Xiaoyao sect. If they knew that you successfully changed your fate, they would be so happy. Mei Yanyan sacrificed so much to find the Yin Yang twin heart, the 12 evils, and the 36 stars for you. In order to help you change your fate, these little fellows almost lost their lives. Master. Master, you still have the Xiaoyao sect. Yin Wuji and Fu Yushu don't want you, the nether region doesn't want you, but Mei Yanyan and the others do. Have you forgotten? You're their most important martial uncle. Only the Xiaoyao sect is master's home. Master, did you hear me? The hoarse voice rang out again and was transmitted over and over again. Chiwen didn't know if his master could still hear him. It only knew that it couldn't give up. If even it gave up, who else could save its master? Master, let's go back to the Xiaoyao sect. Let's go home, okay? Home, amidst the boundless pain and torture, Luo Yunxiao heard a vague and distant voice. How could he have a home, a vessel for a demon that could destroy the world, a monster that everyone feared and even his own parents despised? The world was so big, where would he find a home? May we live forever in this life and night, free and unfettered forever. Little martial uncle, what is your true identity? Do you have any powerful enemies? What kind of past did he have? We don't care about that. All we know is that you are our junior uncle, and a member of the Carefree sect. The Xiaoyao sect is our home. The Xiaoyao 7 disciples and junior martial uncle are indispensable. We don't have a master anymore. We don't want to see youngest martial uncle leave us forever. Little martial uncle, Yin Wuji isn't your family, but we are. Will you come home with me? How could this be? Yin Wuji's expression suddenly changed. He looked at the formless karma cauldron in his hand in disbelief. The dazzling golden light it emitted began to slowly dissipate. The sound of the wooden fish and Buddhist chants that had been echoing between heaven and earth also gradually faded. Fu Yushu's body could not stop trembling, her face pale. She looked in disbelief at Luo Yunxiao, who was lying in a pool of blood. He has not reached resonance with the world-destroying half-soul. How is this possible? He has been deceived like this. Why has his soul not been completely dyed black? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fu Yushu suddenly rushed over like she had gone crazy, kicking Luo Yunxiao. Why? Why do you still persist? I have never treated you as a son. I want you to die. I only hate that you were never born. In my heart, you are not even as good as a dog. Don't you hate? Don't you hate to the point that you want to kill me, want to kill the entire world? Ah! She suddenly took out a silver hook and viciously stabbed at Luo Yunxiao's shoulder blade, piercing the bone and locking the soul. The pain was unbearable. This was the bone-piercing soul hook. As long as this hook was pierced through a person's ribs, the silver chain would automatically wrap around the heart and dantian of the cultivator. And then kill. Luo Yunxiao had the world-destroying half-soul in his body and could not be killed. But he endured the pain of the bone-piercing soul hook without missing a beat. Fu Yushu pulled out the bone-piercing soul hook and smashed it down again and again. Her face was ferocious and filled with tears. Luo Yunxiao, I beg you to let me go. Let us go, please? You hate me. You fused with the world-destroying half-soul. Why are you still not willing to let me go? How long are you going to pester me? Yin Wuji's hand that was holding the formless karma cauldron could not stop trembling. His eyes were filled with unconcealable fear, regret, and hatred. The elders of the nether region, and even the hard-hearted elite soldiers, could not help but retreat. They could not bear to see such a scene. Yu Chen's hands clenched and he bitterly closed his eyes. Why had he chosen the First Highness as the host, such outstanding talent, such a persevering and kind nature? If he was the lord of the nether region, how good would that be, but it was too late to say anything now. Come. In Wuji suddenly roared angrily. Take the Empress to the palace to rest. Send this vile spawn into the prison, to be tortured day and night. I don't believe he can last forever. Just like that, the bone-perforating soul hook lock was left in Luo Yunxia's body, which was riddled with holes. It locked his cultivation, locked his heart, and locked his soul. Fu Yushu's hair was disheveled and her face was covered in tears and mucus. She couldn't even stand straight and had to be moved away from him. The two elders of the nether realm obeyed the order and stepped forward. They grabbed Luo Yunxia's hands and dragged her up from the ground. Even though Luo Yunxia was in such a state, they did not dare to lower their guard. The scene that happened just now had given them too much shock and fear. However, an unforeseen event happened at this moment. Luo Yunxiao, who was lying in a pool of blood, suddenly soared into the sky. In Wuji and the elders of the nether realm were caught off guard, and an opening was made in the encirclement. He charged straight towards the river of forgetfulness. Stop him. In Wuji's expression changed drastically, and he let out an angry roar. At the same time, the long sword in his hand shot out. In Wuji's sword was called the Netherfire Rainbow. It was a holy treasure, and also In Wuji's life sword. At this time, the Netherfire Rainbow was activated with all his strength. Like a flowing fire, it cut through the air and caught up to Luo Yunxiao in the sky in the blink of an eye. Pucci, the huge demonic beast's body was cut open. Even its tail was cut in half. Chiwen let out a painful howl. Blood and guts fell from the sky. But Chiwen clenched her teeth. Not only did she not stop, she ignored the loss of the demonic cores in her body and pushed her speed to the maximum. River of Forgetfulness. The River of Forgetfulness was right in front of her, entering the River of Forgetfulness, breaking 3 souls, severing 7 spirits, life and death, drinking all the tears of the world. Chiwen knew that she would die if she entered the River of Forgetfulness. But Luo Yunxiao's dark holy flame originated from the River of Forgetfulness. So as long as she could send him into the River of Forgetfulness, she would have a chance of survival. Master, you must live on. Mei Yan and the little bastards of the Xiaoyao sect are all waiting for you. It was getting closer, even closer, just a little bit more and she would be able to send Luo Yunxiao into the River of Forgetfulness. But at this moment, annoying sounds of wooden fish and Sanskrit could be heard in the sky. The small, formless karma cauldron became huge and floated above Luo Yunxiao and Chiwen's head. Do no evil, do all good. Inanimate, all laws return to one, a deep and old voice accompanied the sounds of the wooden fish and Sanskrit. Chiwen raised her head and looked at the huge cauldron emitting golden light. It gradually formed a net and fell down slowly. Helplessness and despair appeared in the bronze bell's eyes. She couldn't escape, she and her master couldn't escape. Why? What did her master do wrong? Why was it that no matter how big the world was, it wasn't even willing to give him a way out, just as the huge golden net was about to wrap around Chiwen and Luo Yunxiao? Suddenly, a ball of black and red flames flew from the sky and wrapped around the golden net. Then, Chiwen felt something entangled her and Luo Yunxiao, who was on her back, and flung them away forcefully. She was thrown into the River of Forgetfulness. The pain of her body and demonic cores being burned instantly drowned Chiwen. The only thing she could do was to hold Luo Yunxiao tightly in her mouth before she lost consciousness. The River of Forgetfulness was boiling. Through the murky water, she could vaguely see a figure in white floating above the River of Forgetfulness. Chiwen couldn't see the person's face clearly. She could only see a blood-red ribbon covering his eyes. The red ribbon intertwined with her long black hair, gently fluttering in the wind. Who are you? How did you enter the Nether Palace? Do you know what you're doing? On the River of Forgetfulness, the young man with the red cloth covering his eyes revealed an amused smile. He looked at the turbulent water beneath his feet and laughed heartily. Of course I know. You're asking me why I did it? That's naturally because I'm willing. Floating island, Bohai Sea. The moment Ji Huang disappears, Mu Yan can no longer hold on and faints in the space. When she woke up again, the overflowing energy in her dantian had already been mostly digested. Meanwhile, her cultivation had also reached the terrifying peak of the heaven-shattering tear. Mother! The moment she opened her eyes, she was hugged by a small figure. The little hands around her trembled slightly. Tears wet her clothes. Mu Yan gently touches the child's head, her voice is gentle. Xiao Bao, why are you crying? Isn't mother fine? Xiao Bao raises his head, revealing his big red eyes. His little face is full of regret and self-blame. Xiao Bao is useless. Xiao Bao shouldn't be in seclusion. Otherwise, he would have been able to help his mother, and he wouldn't have let her suffer such a serious injury. Fool. Mu Yan wipes away the tears on his face, pinches his tender little face and says, Xiao Bao is still a child, what he needs to do the most right now is to cultivate hard and become stronger and stronger. Every time Xiao Bao goes into closed-door cultivation, it means that Xiao Bao's strength has increased by 30%. One day, you will be strong enough to protect mother, right? Moreover, don't you see that mother is fine? Since they'd chosen the path of cultivation, injuries and dangers were unavoidable. Mother was like that, father was like that, and Xiao Bao was also like that. Although mother is very reluctant to see Xiao Bao get hurt, and she doesn't want Xiao Bao to encounter danger, mother will absolutely not restrain Xiao Bao and lock him in a warm cage, so that he will never have the ability to spread his wings and soar. Xiao Bao is like this, and mother is also like this, right? Mu Yan's expression was gentle. As she spoke, she gently smoothed Xiao Bao's hair. There are some things that must be done even though it is clearly dangerous. There are some roads that must be walked even though they are clearly not smooth. There are some experiences that can only be experienced by oneself. Your father is also very worried about mother, but he has never thought of helping mother bear everything because he has his responsibilities and mother also has things that mother has to do. The same goes for Xiao Bao. One day, you will leave mother's side. Xiao Bao suddenly grabbed Mu Yan's hand tightly. His wet eyelashes trembled nervously, as if he wanted to say something, but couldn't. He didn't want to leave his mother's side, even if he died. However, could things really go as one wished? Even though Xiao Bao was still so young, he had matured from a young age and had experienced so much. He had already begun to understand. People can't rely on or protect another person forever. Just like when he had to leave his mother's side from the Yanwu continent to the Shozhen continent. Back then, when he was trapped in the Fuxi secret realm, he had no other choice but to rely on himself. If he wasn't strong enough, he would die in the blood abyss. From then on, he would be separated from his mother by life and death, making her heartbroken. Most of the time, people could only rely on themselves. He was like this, and so was his mother. Xiao Bao rubbed his eyes and nodded lightly. Xiao Bao knows his mistake. In the future, Xiao Bao will believe in mother, just like mother believes in Xiao Bao. Mayan felt an indescribable softness in her heart. She smiled and pulled his small body into her embrace, softly saying, Niangqin hopes that, even if that's the case, even if we have no choice but to separate in the future, Niangqin and Xiao Bao can protect yourselves, and then wait for the day when we can meet again. Xiao Bao nodded again, and the stubbornness and guilt in his heart gradually faded away. He had always been trapped in the obsession of protecting his mother and not dragging her down. When he was in the Yanwu continent, these obsessions almost became his inner demons, causing him to fail in his advancement. However, ever since he came to the Cultivation continent, Xiao Bao had experienced a lot. His relationship with Di Mingju was getting better and better, and he gradually had the Fat Rabbit, Bai Xia, Little Phoenix, Huang Huang, the martial uncles of the Xiaoyao school, and Uncle Wei Ran. He was no longer a pitiful child who only had his mother. There was a wider world in front of him, and a greater goal in his heart. He still wanted to become stronger, he wanted to never be separated from his mother. However, he would not allow such thoughts to become shackles that would trap him firmly. And all of this is the result of Mu Yan's patient guidance over the past 2 years, bit by bit. Xiao Bao suddenly buries his little head in Mu Yan's arms, hugging her tightly and rubbing against her. Grandma's muffled voice comes, Niangqin. Niangqin. In the whole world, Xiao Bao likes his mother the most. Mu Yan can't help but laugh, and gently touches his head. Is Xiao Bao acting spoiled to Niangqin? Huang Huang squeaks and rolls into Mu Yan's arms, letting out giggles. Huang Huang also wants to act spoiled. Huang Huang likes to act spoiled to its mother the most. Xiaobao disdainfully picks up the little yellow chick and throws it away, hugging Mu Yan tightly. Niangqin is his, at least at this moment, she's his alone. Not even Huang Huang and his father. Mu Yan looks at the two little guys staring at each other. For the first time, there's a tendency to quarrel. She doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just then, Qiuqiu's phoenix clone flies in from outside the space. Beautiful sister, beautiful sister. Xiaoyao school. Xiaoyao school is here. As soon as Mu Yan comes out of the space, she's surrounded. Little sister, are you all right? You're covered in blood. What happened? Who hurt you? We'll take revenge for you. Mu Yan looks at her fellow apprentices appearing in front of her, and her heart is filled with indescribable warmth. Yun Ruhan and the others all look travel-worn. Most of their spiritual power has been consumed, and even their clothes and hair are covered in dust. They were so worried about her safety that they didn't even have time to adjust their breathing or take care of themselves when they arrived at the shore of the Bohai Sea. She takes out the Tian Mo Chin and gently plucks it, and beautiful music flows from her slender fingertips. I've troubled fellow apprentices to worry about me. The battle is over, and I'm fine now. When everyone sees her playing the Tian Mo Chin, her spiritual power flows smoothly, and the spiritual power lingering around her body is vigorous and mellow. They know that she's really well. Not only is she well, but her strength has also advanced by leaps and bounds. Yun Ruhan hesitantly asks, little sister, how high is your cultivation now? Mu Yan smiles, the peak of the heaven-breaking realm. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Holy shit. I thought my cultivation progress was already fast enough, but compared to 6th senior sister, I'm nothing. Soon after, they saw Xiaobao by Mu Yan's side, and they felt even more heartbroken. Little treasure, why has even your cultivation reached the heaven-shattering stage? Luo Yu grabbed Xiaobao and rubbed his soft little face with all her might. Look at you, you're such a monster. Where are we going to put our faces as martial uncles and martial uncles? With great difficulty, Xiaobao manages to break free and promptly hides behind Mu Yan. He touches his little face that has been rubbed red and swollen. He then said seriously, either you're too weak, or you're too lazy. 7th martial uncle, choose one. Luo Yu. 10,000 arrows piercing her heart, bastard. Xiaobao, you are no longer the obedient, cold and adorable little baby from before, who on earth had led his obedient little martial nephew astray. Mu Yan said with a smile, eldest senior brother, you came at the right time. The energy of the divine fruit in my body hasn't completely dissipated. It's a waste if I can't absorb it. Why don't I help you absorb it now? What's a divine fruit? Little junior sister, did you have some fortuitous encounter these past 2 days? Who left those wounds on your body? Mu Yan briefly recounts what happened in the past few days. Naturally, it was to snatch away the existence of 7 brilliants. She only says that in the end, Di Mingju left behind a talisman that killed Ning Su and saved her life. When the people of the Xiaoyao sect heard that Ning Su had followed them all the way from the main road of cultivation to the floating island, they were dumbfounded. To think that we thought he was a good person in the beginning. I didn't expect that it would stick to 6th senior sister like a dog skin plaster, and wouldn't let go. Fortunately, 6th senior sister is blessed and Instructor Mo is invincible. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mu Yan gently stroked the void spirit ring between her fingers, slightly frowning. Di Mingju still hasn't responded. Even eldest senior brother and the others sensed that he was in danger and rushed over. It's impossible for Di Mingju, who is wearing the same void spirit ring as her, to not sense it. There was only one possibility for him to be unable to rush over despite knowing that he was in danger. That was, he was in great danger. It was so dangerous that he couldn't free himself to save her. Mu Yan takes a deep breath, loosens her grip, and forces herself not to think about it. Di Mingju has chosen to believe in her, so she must also learn to believe in Di Mingju. The man that she, Jun Mayan, likes is wise, far-sighted, powerful, and unparalleled in the world. He wouldn't get into trouble so easily. Even if he encountered danger, he would definitely be able to avert it. Now, she was already at the peak stage of the shattering heaven tier, and the cultivation of her fellow disciples had also improved by leaps and bounds during this period of time. Just a little bit more and they would have ascended to the Xianxia continent. At that time, she will know what happened to Di Mingju. Thinking of this, she sat down cross-legged and gently plucked the strings of the zither. As the sound of the guqin turned into the Big Dipper skill, it connected the 7 people. Yunruhan and the others also slowly sat down and sank into a state of oblivion. Time passed slowly. By the time Mu Yan had transferred all the energy from the divine fruit to the 6 people of the Xiaoyao sect, 3 days had already passed. In these 3 days, Mayan has exhausted herself several times due to the frantic operation of her spiritual power. Then, he used elixirs and echo aura to adjust and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Like this, the cultivation of the Xiaoyao sect members progressed at a tremendous pace. Yunruhan, Qingjiu, and Ling Yuma had all reached the 5th tier of the heaven-shattering realm. Ling Yuxing and Luo Yu reached the 1st level of the heaven-shattering tier. Only Chu Moli's cultivation was becoming more and more unfathomable. With a rough look, it seemed that he was still at the earth creation realm, but even Mu Yan couldn't tell how strong 3rd senior brother was. As for Mu Yan, she also spent these 3 days stabilizing and absorbing the energy of the divine fruit. Presently, she was only a step away from the mysterious immortal realm. I knew that I would have meat to eat if I followed 6th senior sister. When we return to Liberty City and Uncle Wei and the others see our cultivation, won't their jaws drop? Yes, in less than a year, he had advanced from the hollow immortal mortal stage to the golden immortal peak heaven-shattering stage. No one would be willing to believe such a thing if it was said out loud. What was even more unbelievable was that there wasn't just one such miracle, but 7. Even with all sorts of fortuitous encounters, it was still too shocking and unimaginable. Lung Feather Mo slashed the Red Lotus Soul stealing blade towards the sea. After a loud bang, the surface of the sea surged, rolling up stormy waves. Red flames flickered in the waves. Lung Feather Mo withdrew the Red Lotus Soul stealing blade, her face full of joy. She hooked her arms around Mu Yan's neck and shook her head, sighing, "I've always been humble and low-key, but now I have to admit that I'm a genius. Our Xiaoyao sect is full of geniuses, ha ha ha." Ugh. Luo Yu and Ling Yuxing both gave her a vomiting expression. "You're still humble and low-key? I almost don't know how to write the words humble and low-key anymore. You're courting death." The few of them fooled around for a while, and laughter filled the coast. "It's time for us to return to Liberty City," Mu Yan said warmly. "Now that the 7 of us have reached the heaven-breaking tier, we only need an opportunity to ascend to the Xianxia continent." Chu Moli asked, "Where did these 7 people come from?" He was still at the peak of the earth creation realm. Mu Yan curled her lips and ignored him. She continued, "Earlier, I made arrangements for Ruan Yang and the people of Liberty City. I asked them to carry letters for the Nether Fire Army. If the floating island really collapses one day, they will have something to rely on when they return to the Cultivation continent." Falling from the floating island to the Cultivation continent was not as simple as changing places. Their cultivation would be greatly reduced by the Heavenly Tao. The Heavenly Tao would not allow a power beyond the tribulation stage to remain on the path of cultivation for long. The increase of the desolate qi would also cause their bodies to begin to deteriorate. Fortunately, Mu Yan had already prepared elixirs that could remove the desolate aura for the people of Liberty City. Coupled with the protection of the Nether Flame Army, the people of Liberty City did not have to worry even if they went to the Cultivation continent. According to Little Monkey, this was the benefit of having someone to rely on. The little monkey could be considered a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. However, his talent was average and his cultivation level had not reached the golden core stage. If he were to be forcefully taken to the Xianxia continent, it would be counterproductive. The little monkey also knew that he wasn't a genius like his martial uncles and little senior brother. He didn't want to leave Ruan Yang's side, so he chose to go to the Cultivation continent without hesitation. "Although I've told them everything that needs to be told, we'd better go back to Liberty City before we ascend to the continent of immortals." Luo Yu nodded repeatedly. "I also want to see Uncle Wei and the others one last time." Yun Ruhan said, "Since that's the case, why don't we set out now?" Everyone agreed. But when Mayan turns around, she finds that the little chick has disappeared. Where did Huang Huang go? The few of them looked around the area, but they couldn't find anyone. Even little Phoenix's doppelganger could not find a trace of him. Mu Yan couldn't help but feel anxious. Huang Fuzun had once said that she was Huang Huang's master. But in reality, there was no special connection between her and Huang Huang other than the language they shared. Usually, Huang Huang would stay by her side obediently or stay in the space. As long as she wanted to find it, it would come out. Now that Huang Huang had disappeared without a trace, she realized that she had no way of finding him. Just then, coo coo coo. Mummy. Mummy. Come here. Blood blood. So much blood, a sharp cry accompanied by a yellow furry figure scuttled out of the water. It was Huang Huang. Mayan lets out a long sigh of relief and picks it up. She's just about to properly teach this brat a lesson. The little chick flapped its wings and pointed in the direction of the sea. That expression and the look in his eyes were clearly not a prank. He had really seen something that frightened him. Along with its incoherent screams, Mayan's mind incessantly reverberates with the demonic voice. Ah, Mom, it's blood. Injured. His injuries were so severe. Ugly. Ugly beast beast. Aha. Mom, save me, there's so much blood. So much blood. Mu Yan is puzzled, so she follows the directions of Huang Huang's little wings and walks towards the sea. The smell of blood seeps into the tip of her nose. The seawater that has rolled up to her feet seems to be dyed a bit red. Mu Yan's heart shudders. She raises her hand, and spiritual power seeps into the water. The next moment, she sees a cluster of waves rising from the sea, rolling something ashore. Its body is split into two halves by a sharp blade from the back. Its face is full of burnt wounds, and its appearance can't be seen clearly. Its body is tightly curled up, and even after being rolled and curled up like this, it still doesn't loosen up. Its body was tightly curled up. Even though it was being rolled and curled up, it did not loosen its grip. The moment they see the spirit beast, the faces of the Xiaoyao sect people change. The moment they saw the spirit beast, the faces of the people of the Xiaoyao sect changed. The moment Mu Yan turns Qi-Wen over, her hand uncontrollably trembles. When Mu Yan reaches out to turn Qi-Wen over, her hands can't help but tremble. The people of the Xiaoyao sect, who had been the noisiest, were now completely silent. Only the clueless little chick is still tilting its head, making puzzled noises from time to time. However, as soon as Mu Yan's hand touches Qi-Wen, Qi-Wen's body suddenly stiffens. Poisonous spikes emerge from the bloody surface of its body. Mu Yan steadies her mood, softens her voice, and puts her hand on his body. Ordinary poisons can't hurt her. Qi-Wen, don't be afraid. She says softly, let me see your injuries. Its eyelids, swollen from the seawater, lift up with difficulty. Its pupils are already slack, and it's very strenuous to finally see the figure in front of it. Mei. Yan, it's me. Mu Yan sees that it can still speak, and breathes a sigh of relief. Don't talk, I'll treat you, that's great. Qi-Wen seems to be unable to hear her. After confirming Mu Yan's identity, its slack pupils reveal a touch of joy. Then, its curled-up body slowly stretches out. Its abdomen, which is dripping with blood and flesh, is desperately protected. There's a person lying there. A person with almost no good flesh on his body. Even with Mu Yan's calmness and indifference, seeing this scene, her heart still beats wildly. There's a buzzing sound in her mind, and she almost loses the ability to think. Young master. The people of the Xiaoyao sect rush over. Young master, how could this be? Who? Hurt youngest martial uncle? Chu Moli's usually gentle face instantly became as gloomy as water. He clenched his fists on the armrest of the wheelchair. But the voice that came out of his mouth was still unusually calm. Let's save them first. Don't get in the way of junior sister. The eyes of Yun Ruhan and the others were already dyed red with anger and regret. However, when he heard Chu Moli's words, he obediently retreated. At a time like this, it was useless to get to the bottom of it. The most important thing now was to save little martial uncle's life. Mayan takes out the Tian Mochin and plucks the strings with her fingers, but there's no way for her to tune the tune. Junior sister. Chu Moli's voice was low and deep, without the slightest fluctuation. He slowly said, primordial spirit dispersing, muscles and bones breaking, 9 out of 10 chances of survival. If there's anyone in this world who can grasp that slim chance of survival, it's only you, junior sister. Mu Yan closes her eyes. He suppressed the surging killing intent, fear, and pain in his heart bit by bit. Why did she lose her composure? Because as Chu Moli said, others might not be able to see Luo Yunxia's condition, but as a doctor, she could see it at a glance. Injuries of all sizes on her body, broken meridians and bones inch by inch, and her soul dispersing. Any doctor in this world who saw such a patient would only shake their head and sigh, life and death are decreed by fate, restrain your grief and accept the vicissitudes. This is no longer the flesh and bones of the living dead. It's really about struggling for life from the hands of the King of Hell. Fighting against the heavens, then let's fight, even if the King of Hell, even if the heavenly Tao wants to take little uncle's life from her hands, it still has to ask her whether Mayan agrees or not. Her emotions slowly recover, the peach blossom eyes that are dyed red no longer have a trace of hesitation and fear, only determined pride remains. The sound of the zither slowly reverberates between heaven and earth. The energy of the star field is silently released. The Shin musician skills, Echo, and Art of Yellow, are released. After a round of playing, Jiwen's injuries are almost healed. It's just that her vitality was exhausted in the river of forgetfulness, so she's still in a deep sleep at this time. Luo Yu carefully carries the already small Jiwen to one side, but there's no sign of relaxation on her face. Because everything has just begun. Mayan takes out a bottle of elixir and swallows it, then uses the echo to replenish her spiritual power. Then she begins to treat Luo Yunxiao. Mayan's Shin musician level can't be mentioned in the same breath as before. Art of Yellow can be used on many people at the same time with ease. The Shin musician skill that could completely heal Qi when falls on Luo Yunxiao, but it can only make his originally battered and miserable appearance look a little better. Mayan doesn't know how little uncle got injured. Who could be so ruthless to the point of piercing his shoulder blade, locking his heart, tearing his soul apart, and even trying to shatter his dantian and the 3 souls and 7 spirits inch by inch? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Luo Yunxiao is at the end of his rope. It's just that there seems to be a strange energy in his body that's protecting his heart veins, allowing him to persevere to this moment without his soul flying away and dispersing. Mayan thinks of Qi Huang. Qi Huang's sudden change. Little uncle's current miserable condition. And this invisible substance in his body, that energy that even she can't grasp and see through, is it related to Qi Huang? There are only 2 ways to save little uncle now. The first is to completely awaken the hidden energy in little uncle's body, letting it replace his dantian and become the life force that supports little uncle. But intuitively, Mayan doesn't want to use this method. The illusion that she saw from the Tian Emochin is still fresh in her memory. 7 Brilliance was a demon that could destroy the world. She did not believe that Qi Huang would harm her. However, it did not mean that she did not understand how terrifying and uncontrollable the energy known as world destruction was. There was only one way left. Mayan closes her eyes, and her fingertips start plucking the Tian Emochin once again. Shin musician skill, benevolence of the saint, excessive transfer of the qi of heaven and earth and one's own vitality to a dying person. If you wanted to save little martial uncle, a little bit of anger was not enough. By the end of this rescue mission, her injuries would probably not be light. But so what? Could it be that she had to watch little martial uncle die? Back then, she couldn't save her master, and it was already a lifelong regret. To her, youngest uncle was more of a teacher than her master. He taught her swordsmanship, gave her his natal sword, and saved her from danger time and time again. How could she allow little martial uncle to die? How could she allow the Xiaoyao school to lose another member, as the duration of Saint of Benevolence got longer and longer? Mu Yan feels as if all the strength in her body has been drained. At first, there were still beads of sweat dripping down her forehead, but slowly, her entire body and limbs began to turn cold. Make little martial sister stop. Chu Moli's stern shout awakens the thoughts of everyone in the Xiaoyao school. The faces of Yun Ruhan and the others change greatly, and they rush over to hold Mayan's hand. However, the next moment, he is surprised to find that his hand has passed through Mayan's body. No, it's not passing through Mayan's body. Rather, the space between the two seems to be isolated. Little sister, stop playing. you'll get hurt. Sixth sister, don't scare me, stop. Nyangqin. Nyangqin. The noise seems to be ringing in her ears, but it also seems to be very far away. Mayan's thoughts become misty and chaotic, she forgets who she is and what she is doing here. Her body and soul seem to be one with the Tian Mo Qin, and she only knows to keep playing. However, her strength has been exhausted. Her fingers are so stiff, powerless, and cold. It seems that plucking the strings again is already the limit. But, she can't stop. If she stops, little Martial Uncle will die. The unfocused peach blossom eyes suddenly condense into a cold light. She can do it, she will definitely snatch little Martial Uncle back from the hands of the King of Hell. She has saved thousands of people in this world, how can she not save her most beloved little Martial Uncle? She doesn't know where the strength comes from, but her originally powerless fingers. Faintly, she hears a low voice murmuring in her ear. Medicine is the way of medicine, the sage's benevolent heart, the sage's benevolent skill. 3,000 living beings, the Red Lotus Nirvana shows mercy. The Red Lotus Nirvana shows mercy, how to nirvana, how to show mercy, sacrifice her own life in exchange for little Martial Uncle's life, no. This is not her way of medicine. She wants to save little Martial Uncle's life, but she also doesn't want to die. Her Xiaobao is waiting for her, and her Di Mingju is waiting for her. If she dies, there will be many people who will be sad. She's no longer that lonely Jun Mayan from her previous life. Since she can't sacrifice herself for righteousness, then Nirvana, Jing. A music that can almost break through the clouds resounds, and a powerful energy impact sends Yun Ruhan and the others flying out, directly smashing into the grass on the side. Little sister. Yun Ruhan doesn't even have time to get rid of the grass on her face as she quickly turns to look. Then, they saw an unforgettable scene. The girl in snow-white clothes floated in the air, her whole body exuding a gentle and holy halo. Behind her, there was a huge silver moon shining brightly. 9 stars of different colors revolved around the silver moon. Then it stretches out strands of energy threads and twines them around Mu Yan and Luo Yunxiao. Red flames ignited at the end of the thread. Junior sister, junior Martial Uncle. One look and one could tell that the flame was terrifying. Yun Ruhan was scared out of her wits, and she rushed out to save him. However, before they could make a move, a piece of white paper flew out from Chu Moli's hand. The white paper floated in front of Mu Yan, and dots of ink began to appear on it. Chu Moli's steady voice also reached everyone's ears. Wait a little longer, little junior sister has already ushered in a favorable turn of events. His pale and slender hand held a brush, lightly sketching in the air. Following his movements, the ink marks on the floating white paper began to form strange patterns, or perhaps symbols. Chu Moli's complexion also visibly worsened. Only, the corners of his mouth hooked up into a shallow smile. Little sister, you really can give people a pleasant surprise at any time and any place. Mu Yan was awakened by the aroma of food. She still hadn't opened her eyes, but her stomach was already rumbling in protest. Mayan opens her eyes in a daze and sees her 5th brother sitting next to the fire, roasting meat. She doesn't know what kind of spirit beast's meat is, it looks fresh and juicy, and the skin has been roasted until crispy. But Ling Yuxing doesn't know what he's thinking, he's distracted. The meat on one side is done roasting, but he doesn't know how to turn it over. Mayan crawls up and raises her hand, grabs the meat from Ling Yuxing's hand, and takes a big bite. It melts in her mouth, leaving a fragrant taste in her mouth. 5th brother's culinary skills are really not bad. The only thing lacking is that he hasn't put in the seasoning, or he put it carelessly, so it's a bit bland. But Mayan is very hungry at this time, how could she care so much? In 2 or 3 bites, a big piece of meat is almost eaten. However, her stomach has become a bottomless pit. Such a big piece of meat entered her stomach, but she doesn't feel full at all. Instead, her stomach is rumbling with hunger. 5th brother, is there anything else? Roast meat, pastries, soup, as long as it's cooked by you, anything is good. As soon as the words come out, she finds that everyone is looking at her sluggishly, as if they're looking at a monster. Mayan feels a rare trace of embarrassment in her heart. Her table manners were so ferocious that even her fellow apprentices were frightened. She takes out a silk handkerchief and wipes her hands, her movements elegant and her posture leisurely. But the next moment, she takes out a spirit fruit from her space and boldly gnaws on it. Even if there's no delicious food, gnawing on a fruit is also good. She can't afford to be hungry. Sixth sister. Luo Yu lets out an earth-shattering cry, and suddenly rushes to hug her. Boo-hoo, sixth sister, you're finally awake. I thought you wouldn't wake up. Mayan almost loses her balance from the hug, and directly falls to the ground. But the spirit fruit in her hand still rolls far away, covered with grass, and can't be eaten anymore. She grimaces in pain, wanting to teach this impetuous Xiaoqi a lesson. But when she looks up, she finds that everyone in the Xiaoyao school has a very strange expression. Even Yun Ruhan, who had always been steady, had tears in his eyes, but his expression was wild with joy. Mayan belatedly responds, I slept for a long time? It's more than a long time. Ling Yuma said with lingering fear, Junior sister, you've already slept for 7 days and 7 nights. During that period of time, his heartbeat and breathing completely stopped, and the spiritual power in his body also overflowed. Xiaobao was almost scared to death. Little treasure. Mayan's complexion greatly changes. Where's Xiaobao? Don't worry, Yun Ruhan said gently. Third brother used a spell to make Xiaobao sleep for 7 days. Otherwise, he's too young, and if his emotions fluctuate too much, I'm afraid he won't be able to handle it. Mu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Where's Xiaobao? I want to see him. Ling Yuxing smiled and said, I'll go carry the little guy out. Junior sister, don't move. Why don't you continue to absorb the essence of the sun and moon here? Mu Yan stares blankly, only then does she realize that this is still the seaside of the Bohai Sea. The only difference was that there was a courtyard not far from the beach. Inside, there were pavilions, terraces, and pavilions, with trees providing shade. It was very comfortable and elegant. However, Mu Yan recognized at a glance that it was transformed from a Sumeru mustard seed magic treasure. But Xiaobao is lying in a mustard seed magic treasure. Why is she lying on the beach, exposed to the wind and the sun? Third brother said that you need to absorb the essence of the sun and moon to restore your body's vitality. Otherwise, even if you can survive, your realm will fall a lot. Absorb the essence of the sun and moon? Mu Yan's mouth twitches. Third brother, that pervert, wouldn't be deliberately messing with her. After all, it's not the first time she's offended him, and her third brother is gentle and weak on the surface, but he's actually a black-bellied viper, narrow-minded and vengeful. But after using her divine sense to investigate the condition of her body, Mu Yan is suddenly stunned. In order to save youngest martial uncle, she had unreservedly used the Saint of Benevolence. It's reasonable to say that even if she could survive, she would certainly lose a lot of her lifespan. Lifespan is something closely related to a person's cultivation, root bone, and soul source. Once her lifespan is consumed too much, it's natural for her realm to fall. But now, not only has her lifespan not been consumed. Among the Shin musician skills, there's even one more, Nirvana of the Stars. What is this? There's clearly no such skill in the Shin musician inheritance that she received. Moreover, Mu Yan tries to touch it with her divine sense, but there's no response. Mu Yan frowns, temporarily throwing it to the back of her mind. How are youngest martial uncle and Chiwen? Luoyu is about to answer. Suddenly, the faces of several people change. Because not far away from them, the sea has begun to roll up turbulent waves. Then, space twists and overlaps. Dozens of figures fall from the sky, landing on the surface of the sea. Almost the moment she sees these people, Mu Yan's pupils suddenly shrink. The joy that the Saint of Benevolence didn't bring about any after-effects disappears in an instant. Sure Baiyong, are you sure that His Highness came to this shitty floating island? TSK, without a teleportation treasure, he's so badly injured, and he even fell into the river of forgetfulness. If he really passed through the barrier of space, I'm afraid he would have died long ago, right? Idiot, is this the first time you know who His Highness is? If he would die so easily, how could the domain master? As soon as the few people who appeared out of thin air land on the sea, most of them begin to close their eyes and adjust their breathing. Only the 2 old men who lead them talk as if there's no one else around. Sure Baiyong, clean your mouth, who are you calling an idiot? The one called Sure Baiyong looks to be around 50 years old, slightly plump, and kind-looking. The person beside him was tall and thin. He also looked to be in his 50s, but his facial features were much more sinister and ruthless. Shi Baiyong said coldly, "Stop fooling around. Our top priority right now is to find the First Highness and complete the mission given by the Domain Lord. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't have a good time in the future." Humph. The floating island isn't big, but it's not small either. The region lord only gave us a month's time. Isn't it like looking for a needle in a haystack? Shi Baiyong shook his head and looked at his companion as if he was looking at an idiot. Don't you know that the restriction placed on the first prince by the territorial lord can not only restrict the first prince's cultivation and strength, but it can also help us locate the first prince? As he spoke, he looked around. Since we've appeared on the floating island, Her Highness must be nearby. It just so happens that there are a few little guys over there. Let's go ask them. After saying that, without waiting for the people around him to react, his figure swayed and disappeared on the spot. As soon as the two of them landed on the beach, Mu Yan and the others immediately stood up, ready for battle. Shi Baiyong hurriedly said, "Little friends, don't panic. We don't have any bad intentions. We're just here to ask you about a piece of information. In the past few days, have you seen an injured magical beast in the vicinity? There might also be a similarly injured person next to the magical beast." Mu Yan said lightly, "Never seen them." "Little girl, you didn't even think about it before blurting it out. Are you trying to trick us?" The lanky man who came ashore with Shi Baiyong opened his eyes wide and looked fiercely at these kids. His eyes widened, and he couldn't help but exchange a glance with Shi Baiyong. Judging from their bone structure, these little fellows were no more than 20 years old. But their cultivation had reached the peak of golden immortal. Even in the Xianxia continent, there weren't many such geniuses. They had encountered one on a mere floating island. And there were 4 of them at once. Yun Ruhan stepped forward and bowed. "May I know the identity of the seniors?" Shi Baiyong stroked his beard and said lightly, "You don't need to know who we are. Just answer our questions." Yun Ruhan smiled. "We're disciples of Floating Island's carefree school. We've been here for 7 days now, and we've been chased by our enemies. That's why we're a bit wary of you too. But we really haven't seen the magical beasts you mentioned." Shi Baiyong couldn't help but frown. The lanky man next to him couldn't help but laugh. "Shi Baiyong, didn't you say that the domain master would never find the wrong place with the restriction? You heard it just now, His Highness isn't nearby at all. I think it's because you're not proficient in the transposition spell, so you made a mistake." "Guan Santong, shut up!" Shi Baiyong shouted angrily, his face unsightly. At this time, the people who were resting on the sea surface had recovered from the discomfort of passing through the spatial barrier, and they all flew over. Shi Baiyong ordered, "Search the area within a radius of several kilometers, especially the forest ahead." "Yes." The people behind him scattered. Shi Baiyong smiled and looked at the courtyard not far away. "We've come a long way and are a little thirsty. I wonder if you can invite us in to sit." Yun Ruhan's heart skipped a beat, but her face was calm, "Of course. Please, seniors. I only hope you won't mind our crude mustard seed magic weapons." Shi Baiyong saw that these people were so calm even when facing him and Guan Santong, and he couldn't help but have a higher opinion of them. Such outstanding young talents, if he could wait for them to ascend and recruit them to the nether realm, it would not be bad. Guan Santong, who was a step behind Shi Baiyong, couldn't help but glance at Mu Yan, his eyes revealing a look of astonishment and greed. The group soon arrived at the courtyard. "Mother!" As soon as they entered, Xiaobao threw himself into Mu Yan's embrace. His little hands hugged her tightly, and his little body couldn't stop trembling. Mu Yan's heart aches terribly, and she can't stop feeling guilty. No matter how reasonable she was, it was a fact that she had caused Xiaobao to be on tenterhooks so many times in the past few days. He thought of Xiaobao's anxiety, fear, and sadness when he saw that he wasn't breathing and had a heartbeat. Mu Yan couldn't help but want to ruthlessly slap herself. But at this moment, she couldn't show it. She took a deep breath and held back the tears in her eyes. Then, she picked him up and kissed his little face. She smiled and said, "Mother only went out for a while and you're already crying? Xiaobao is already 6 years old. He's a man, how can he cry so easily?" Xiaobao's little hand squeezed Mu Yan's fingers tightly, as if he was afraid that she would run away. Xiao Bao, don't leave mommy's side. Don't. The delicate baby wouldn't stop crying, and it wasn't annoying at all. Instead, it was enough to melt a person's heart. Mu Yan said gently, I'm sorry. My son is naughty and mischievous. Please don't laugh at me. Guan Santong licked his lips and looked at Mu Yan, then at the cute Xiao Bao in her arms. The greedy light in his eyes grew brighter. He chuckled, stepped forward, and reached out to touch Xiao Bao's face. You're so cute. Let me hug you, and I'll give you something nice. How about that? Mayan calmly takes a step back, avoiding Guan Santong's touch. A bone-piercing chill flashes through her eyes. Heh, little girl, if you won't let me hug your son, why don't you let me hug him? Treat me well and you'll be rewarded in the future. This time, it was Xiao Bao's turn to be cold, and he almost couldn't control his childish demeanor anymore. He rubbed the warding evil sword that had shrunk to the size of a palm at his waist. He heard Bai Xia's exasperated voice. Damn it. You old pervert. You're a sucker for both men and women, young and old. Why is everyone in the netherworld like this? Young master, let me chop him into 8 or 10 pieces later. Not only did he covet Boss June, he even coveted his young master. He must be tired of living. Xiao Bao tightened his grip on the warding evil sword and didn't say anything. Guan Santong saw that Mu Yan was looking at him indifferently, and there was even a hint of coldness in her eyes. He was displeased and his face darkened. You're just a few golden immortals from the mortal world. I advise you to behave yourself. It's your honor that I like you. Guan Santong. He was about to step forward when Shi Baiyong came out of the room and snapped at him. Don't forget what we're here for. Think about what will happen to you if you ruin the master's plan. Guan Santong snorted coldly, but still retreated. It's just that his pair of sinister eyes can't help but glance at Mu Yan and Xiao Bao. Behind Shi Baiyong were Chu Moli and Ling Yuxing, who were sitting in a wheelchair. Obviously, Shi Baiyong did not find Qi Wen and little martial uncle. How could Yin Ruhan be so at ease to bring people into the spatial treasure? It was precisely because Chu Moli was here. He knew that as long as Old Third noticed that something was amiss, he would react accordingly and make preparations. At this moment, Chu Moli's complexion was even paler. It seemed as if he couldn't walk properly. He looked weak and harmless. Even Shi Baiyong noticed Ling Yuxing's talent. He sighed with emotion at how a small sect on the floating island could produce so many geniuses, yet he didn't notice Chu Moli's uniqueness. Chu Moli coughed lightly a few times. Only then did he reveal a weak smile. I've embarrassed myself in front of the 2 seniors. My junior and junior brothers came to this northern territory in order to find a good cure for my illness. I wonder if the 2 seniors have a specific appearance of the person and magical beast you are looking for. If there is a portrait, it might be more convenient for us to help you find them. Shi Baiyong shook his head. That won't be necessary. Although finding Luo Yunxiao didn't have to be done in secret, it couldn't be done with too much fanfare either. It was even more impossible for him to leave behind a portrait. Since that's the case, we'll take our leave first. Thank you for your hospitality, little friends. If you encounter any difficulties in ascending to the Xiaoxian continent in the future, you can come to the netherworld to look for this old man. With that, Shi Baiyong threw a jade slip to Yun Ruhan. The cultivation levels of these little guys were about the same. But judging from their appearance and behavior, Yun Ruhan should be the leader among them. And the ice soul sword at his waist made Shi Baiyong even more certain of this fact. Although it was only a heavenly god artifact, even the scabbard could not withstand its cold qi. Even in the Xiaoxian continent, it was a rare magic treasure, let alone on this floating island. To have such a treasure, Yun Ruhan was obviously the strongest among the 7. Shi Baiyong and Guan Santong walked out of the courtyard, but did not go far. They waited for the results of the search. This time, the 2 of them brought more than 10 Xian immortals with them. Half of them were good at stealth and tracking. As long as Luo Yunxiao was nearby, they did not believe that they could not find her. However, these 20 Xian immortals searched from dawn to dusk. In the end, they found nothing. This is impossible. Shi Baiyong's face was full of disbelief. My transfiguration technique can't be wrong. Could it be that the first prince has escaped? But he is clearly so seriously injured, Where can he escape to? Moreover, he was very familiar with the aura of this man and beast when they used their divine powers. If the two of them used their divine powers or devil chi to escape, he would definitely be able to sense it. Guan Santong, what do you think? Shi Baiyong was stunned. He did not see his companions. Then, he thought of something and furrowed his brows. This useless trash who can't do anything right. How can he only think of women at this time? He glanced at the courtyard behind him and finally shook his head in disgust. Guan Santong's cultivation level was the same as his, first level immortal king. Perhaps in terms of divine powers, he was slightly better. But if the two of them wanted to determine a winner, both of them would definitely be injured. Shi Baiyong did not want to fight to the death with Guan Santong for a few little guys he did not know. It was just a pity that the cold dishmayu would be wasted. If you want to blame something, blame your bad luck. Of all the places to appear, you had to appear here. The small courtyard was quiet, as if the people inside had fallen into a deep sleep. Only the two lanterns at the door swayed gently. They cast mottled shadows on the ground. Guan Santong's heart was burning. He pressed his hand on the closed door and gently pushed. The door was sturdy and did not budge at all. Guan Santong only curled his lips in disdain. The immortal energy in his body surged. With a bang, the lock fell off and the wooden door creaked open slowly. The sound was ear-piercing and loud in the silent darkness. However, Guan Santong did not take it to heart. It wasn't as if he snuck in. It would be fine if the little girl was obedient. If they refused to listen, then he didn't mind killing them. He wanted to let these fledgling brats know what it meant to be helpless and helpless. However, the door was pushed hard by Guan Santong again, making a loud bang. It was still quiet inside. Guan Santong chuckled as he entered the room. The room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. With Guan Santong's cultivation, how could he not sense that there was someone in the room? He strode forward and approached the figure hidden in the darkness. He reached out his hand to grab her. Little girl, since you're obedient to me today, I'll treat you well. Ah. Suddenly, there was a burning pain in his abdomen, causing Guan Santong to scream in pain. With a sudden wave of his hand, a powerful wave of immortal energy surged out. With a loud bang, the wall was broken by him. The light from the next door shines through, illuminating Guan Santong's shocked and angry face. Guan Santong looks down and sees that a huge bloody hole has been burned in his abdomen. The flesh around the bloody hole is still making a sizzling sound. And the golden armor that he's wearing has also been burned with a big hole. The ashes of the armor even stick to the wound, and as the flesh squirms, it keeps drilling into the wound, making him want to die. Guan Santong suddenly raises his head and looks ahead. He sees that the beautiful girl who has captivated his dreams this afternoon is looking at him with a smile that isn't a smile, without a trace of warmth in her eyes. Slut, what did you do to me? Guan Santong quickly takes out an elixir and swallows it. His eyes are filled with resentment as he looks at the woman in front of him. He didn't expect that he would be pecked in the eye by a goose. How could a little golden immortal have the ability to burn through his armor and even hurt him? Mayan raises her hand, and a golden red fireball appears in her palm, gently pulsating. The huge eye in the center of the fireball is staring at Guan Santong maliciously, revealing a greedy and longing light. Guan Santong cultivates a fire attribute cultivation method. His cultivation level, physique, and immortal power were the best supplements for the golden crows. The corner of Guan Santong's eye fiercely jumps. Golden crow fire essence? You actually have the golden crow fire essence. After the shock, his heart is filled with ecstasy. For the golden crow, the whole body of a fire attribute cultivation method cultivator is a treasure. For a fire attribute spirit cultivator, the golden crow is also a rare treasure in the world. If it can be cultivated into Dan fire and absorbed into the body, whether it is cultivation or magical power, it will immediately increase by several times. At this time, Guan Santong doesn't even care about the burning pain on his body. He steps in front of Mayan and reaches out to grab her palm. Is the golden crow something that a little girl who is still wet behind her ears like you can use? Give me the golden crow, and I'll spare your life today. Mayan stands in the same place with a smile, not dodging or evading, her demeanor leisurely. In the quiet darkness, there is a faint melodious sound of a zither in his ears. Guan Santong knows that it's a trap, but he doesn't care at all. He was an immortal king, 2 whole realms higher than a golden immortal. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and plots were nothing more than insignificant tricks. How could he possibly be interested in them, just as Guan Santong's hand is about to latch onto Mayan's neck and take the golden crow away? His body suddenly froze, and the expression on his face froze. The 4th layer of absolute space domain, time and space stop, it was only for a moment, but it was enough. The originally melodious sound of the zither suddenly became impassioned. Yun Ruhan, Qin Jiao, Ling Yuma, and Luo Yu, who were hidden in the darkness, all appeared. Countless attacks landed mercilessly on Guan Santong. Boom! With a loud explosion, the entire interstitial space was almost blown up. Guan Santong was directly smashed face first into the ground by Qin Jiao's fist. His reaction was extremely fast. The time that time stopped was very short, only about 1 breath. By the time he realized that something was wrong, the immortal energy in his body was already circulating rapidly. Therefore, although he was in a sorry state, his injuries were not serious. But the anger in his heart had already reached the peak of an eruption. Insignificant little bastards from the floating island, how dare they humiliate him like this? Guan Santong bellowed, and a pair of heavenly fire dragon hammers appeared in his hands. Immortal energy poured into the hammers, and they fiercely hit each other. With a loud bang, the entire house began to collapse. Cracks appeared on the ground. At the same time, a ball of flame bursts out from the lightning caused by the collision of the 2 hammers. It turns into a huge beast face and rushes straight towards Mayan. Guan Santong's face revealed a ferocious expression. He wanted to let these little brats that didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth know what the immortal king realm was. It was indeed a pity that such a beautiful woman was disfigured. But he just had to find more beauties. And Guan Santong's dignity could not be disrespected. However, just as the beast's face is about to engulf Mayan, a mud wall rose from the ground, blocking the path of the flame beast. There was a tall and burly figure in front of the mud wall. It was an ordinary-looking man who also held a pair of hammers in his hands. He raised his hands high and swung them down. A ferocious wave collided with the flame beast. Guan Santong's face revealed a mocking expression. The pair of hammers were also good items. They were at least at the heavenly divine artifact level. But so what, could a mere golden immortal really control a heavenly divine weapon? Just as Guan Santong expected, the energy of both sides collided. Without any suspense, the flaming beast broke through the airwaves and directly opened its bloody mouth, swallowing the young man's figure into its stomach. Guan Santong had just smiled when his eyes suddenly widened. 4th tier power domain, Vajra body? How is this possible? Guan Santong was so conceited that he didn't take these kids seriously at all. When he attacked Mu Yan just now, time and space suddenly stopped, he didn't even notice it. As a result, he didn't know that Ling Yuxing had already displayed the absolute space field, time and space freeze. Otherwise, he wouldn't just be shocked right now, he would be aghast and on guard. He no longer dared to underestimate these golden immortals. However, there were no ifs in this world. It was precisely because of this contempt, and the shock brought about by the Vajra invincible body, that Qin Jiao displayed. Guan Santong had missed his best opportunity. He didn't even notice that a few pieces of paper had been placed around where he was standing. The drawings on the paper were messy and broken. When the wind blew in from outside, the drawings would curl up gently. But it was never blown away from its original position. As time passed, the papers began to spontaneously combust. The burning flames were neither red nor orange, but a black that almost blended into the night. When all the shredded paper had been burned, the black flames had intertwined, forming a circle that surrounded Guan Santong. At this time, Guan Santong was still unaware. After the shock of Qin Jiao, he immediately calmed down. It was truly shocking for a golden immortal to reach the 4th level of the domain and be able to activate the invincible Vajra body at the 4th level of the domain. But that was all. In the face of absolute power, no matter how good one's talent was, it was just talent. It was potential, and it could not be turned into life-saving strength. Didn't you see that the blockhead was already on the verge of collapse after blocking the flame beast once? His face was deathly pale. He could block it once, but could he block it a second and a third time? Guan Santong hid the horror on his face and sneered. He raised his heavenly fire dragon hammers again. At this moment, he felt that something was amiss. His body could not move. The immortal energy in his body seemed to be restrained by something. He didn't know when, but the music in his ears had become more and more urgent. On the collapsed roof, 7 glittering and translucent swords hung high, forming a sword net, emitting a cold light. Ah! Shrill screams pierced through the sky. And this familiar sound made Shi Baiyong, who was frowning and waiting by the beach, change his expression. Because this was clearly Guan Santong's voice, although he disdained Guan Santong's behavior, as an elder of the Nether Realm, he recognized Guan Santong's strength. Guan Santong wanted to make a move on the little girl, and he had already determined that the little girl would not be able to escape Guan Santong's evil clutches. And the little girl's fellow disciples, as long as they had the slightest bit of backbone, would definitely resist. The final outcome would most likely be the slaughter of their entire clan. Shi Baiyong sighed and felt disgusted, but he agreed with this approach. If the roots were not removed when weeds were cut, they would grow again when the spring wind blows. Since he had already made his move, he naturally had to kill them all to avoid future troubles. So when he heard the sounds coming from the courtyard, he did not pay any attention to it. But Shi Baiyong did not expect that. The first scream was not from the little guys, but from Guan Santong. Shi Baiyong could no longer sit still. He quickly rose into the air and flew toward the small courtyard. His subordinates followed behind him. But when he was about to reach the top of the small courtyard, Shi Baiyong's movements suddenly stopped, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw a figure covered in blood floating above the small courtyard. Who else could it be but Guan Santong? At this moment, his hands, feet, and head seemed to be bound by something, and then pulled fiercely on both sides. With the pull, the skin on his neck, shoulders, chest, and thighs were torn apart inch by inch. The immortal bones that had long been forged were also making bursts of cracking sounds, as if they would break at any time. This was simply like the torture of a mortal being torn apart by 5 horses, but what kind of power could tear an immortal king's body apart by 5 horses? Shi Baiyong's eyelids kept twitching, and his gaze turned to Guan Santong's surroundings. 6 figures, facing them from a distance. The night wind fluttered their clothes, revealing ordinary, or handsome, or peerlessly beautiful faces. They were all youths in their early 20s. At most, they were only at the peak of the golden immortal level, but at this moment, these 6 people surrounded Guan Santong, who was screaming miserably. They looked at him calmly, neither servile nor overbearing, but it made Shi Baiyong feel a chill from the bottom of his heart. No. Not just 6 people. Shi Baiyong suddenly sensed something in his heart, and he quickly looked down. In the collapsed courtyard below, the thin and elegant young man was still sitting quietly in his wheelchair. His complexion was paler than the others, and his figure was so thin that it seemed like he would be blown away by a gust of wind. But he could see it with his eyes. There was a black energy line that seemed to have merged with the darkness of the night. It flew out from his fingertip and turned into a force that made Guan Santong feel so much pain that he wanted to die. This energy fluctuation seemed very familiar, but also very strange, but no matter what, how did a golden immortal trap an immortal king? Who were these 7 people? What are you doing? Release our elder Guan. Some of the Xian immortals behind Shi Baiyong were Guan Santong's direct subordinates. When they saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. They cursed and rushed over to help. However, just as they rushed to Guan Santong's side, their limbs became extremely heavy. The immortal energy in his body seemed to have been sealed by something, and he was unable to use it. Not long after, their limbs and heads were also pulled apart, and they let out miserable screams. Below, Chumoli was still sitting quietly in his wheelchair, the corners of his mouth hooked into a gentle smile. Chumoli was still sitting quietly in his wheelchair with a gentle smile on his face. But no one noticed that his hand on the wheelchair's armrest had suddenly tightened. A fishy sweetness surged up his throat, but he forcefully swallowed it back down. Almost at the same time, the melodious sound of a zither rang out in the dark night. It was like flowing water, combing through Chumoli's soul and body. The smile on his face deepened as he looked at the trapped Guan Santong and the others with a smile that wasn't a smile. Shi Baiyong's expression was one of extreme fear. He stared fixedly at the frail young man below him while his emotions surged and roiled, He ceaselessly guessed who this person was and what sort of methods he used. He didn't even notice the sound of the zither lingering in the night. All of you, calm down. Bayong stopped his subordinates from rushing forward and looked at them with a complicated gaze. He said slowly, my friends, what is the meaning of this? Yun Ruhan said coldly, shouldn't we be asking you that? This old thing broke into our courtyard in the middle of the night and wanted to attack my junior sister. What is he trying to do? Bayong glared at Guan Santong and said in a gentle voice, I'm afraid there's some misunderstanding here. Why don't you give me some face and let my friend go first? I'll definitely compensate you tenfold for your losses. Guan Santong was in so much pain that he almost fainted. The sound of bones cracking was like thunder in his ears, making it so that he couldn't hear anything else. But now that he had recovered, he finally realized that Bayong had come. He had never been on good terms with Bayong. But the two of them were on a mission together, so Bayong couldn't ignore him no matter what. Delighted, Guan Santong immediately yelled, let me go. I promise I won't attack that girl again. Whatever compensation you want, I can give it to you. Let me go, let me go. I can't take it anymore, Bayong looked at Yun Ruhan with a sincere expression, my friend, why don't you give me some face and let this matter go? Yun Ruhan's face darkened and she didn't say anything. However, Bayong knew that his heart was beginning to waver. He smiled lightly and said, little friend, you should be very clear that you were able to trap my friend because of luck. I won't hide it from you. We come from the netherworld region of the Xianxia continent. If you have the ambition to ascend, you should understand what will happen to you if you offend the netherworld region in the Xianxia continent. On the contrary, if we were to form good karma this time, it would definitely be beneficial to the few of you. Yun Ruhan pondered for a moment, then said indifferently, since he offended our junior sister, then we'll let her decide. Bayong looks at Mayan. At this moment, the moonlight shone on the young girl. Her eyes were bright, her teeth were white, and her skin was as white as snow. Her long eyelashes were sprinkled with silver radiance. As they trembled slightly, her peach blossom eyes glowed with a brilliant luster. She was so beautiful that one's heart skipped a beat. Bayong thought to himself, no wonder Guan Santong was so infatuated with her. But this kind of little girl was also the easiest to control. With just a few words, he would be able to make her listen obediently. Bayong smiled faintly and said, may I know the little girl's name? This old man feels like an old friend at first sight, so I want to take you as my adopted daughter. Once you become my adopted daughter, you can rest assured that no one will dare to bully you again. What do you think? Mayan's long eyelashes fluttered. She took a step forward and arrived in front of Guan Santong. The transparent sword in her hand gently moved, and the black threads, or black flames, that were originally entangled in the surroundings automatically moved away. Bayong and Guan Santong were delighted. It seemed that the little girl was really afraid. Such a delicate and timid little girl could reach this level of cultivation by relying on the protection of her fellow apprentices. She was almost bullied by Guan Santong, so she must be afraid and resentful. But such a little girl was soft-hearted and inexperienced. What she was most afraid of was bringing trouble to her sect. How could she be willing to put her fellow apprentices in danger for her own sake? The 7 absolute swords in her slender, jade-like hand emitted a dazzling light. The next moment, Bayong heard a soft, sweet whisper. Indiscriminate destruction. Boom. The dazzling white light soared into the sky, accompanied by Guan Santong's incredulous scream. No, impossible. My immortal bone, how could my immortal bone? I can't be killed. Ah, Bayong, save me, save me. I don't want to die, I don't want. The white light dissipated, and the 7 absolute swords dimmed, slightly drooping. The girl holding the 7 absolute swords was pale, but the corners of her mouth were slightly raised. A pair of peach blossom eyes reflected the bright moon and stars, appearing so clear and cold. She stared straight at Bayong, her voice careless and slightly hoarse. What did you just say? You want to adopt me as your daughter? Bayong's lips trembled. He wanted to say something, but he felt something blocking his throat. He couldn't utter a single syllable. She killed Guan Santong, a little golden immortal girl from the floating island, unexpectedly, so easily killed Guan Santong, who had a mortal bone. How was this possible? That was an immortal king. In the immortal king realm, no matter how much damage the body suffered, they could be reborn. As long as their primordial spirit was not destroyed, they would not die easily. Even in the Xiaoxian continent, immortal king-level powerhouses are very rare. But at this moment, he actually watched helplessly as a celestial king was killed. Even in the Great War with the Polar Domain, when facing the Polar Domain's sovereign emperor, Shi Baiyong had never lost his composure like this, never felt so shocked. "You, who the hell are you?" Mu Yan did not pay attention to him, but slowly retreated. The moment she retreated, Ling Yuma and the rest quickly moved forward. Boom boom boom. Ice Frost Sword, Raging Flame Blade, Divine Beast by Fong, Cloud Silk Broken Bone, 10,000 Catty Heavy Hammer, overwhelming attacks fell on those Xian immortals who were also trapped. No. Shi Baiyong let out a scream and was about to rush forward. However, he was still a step too late. Every single one of these fellows appeared to be gentle and quiet. When Zhang Xian first met them, he felt that there was nothing special about them other than their high cultivation bases and talent. He felt that they were safe and harmless. But when the attack landed, Shi Baiyong realized how wrong he was. Was that strange and mysterious sickly young man the only scary one? Was the beautiful sword-wielding girl the only scary one? No, every single one of them was ridiculously strong, so strong that they surpassed the realm of gold immortals. Moreover, each one was more cruel and merciless than the other. Were they really not afraid of the forces of the nether realm at all? Did they really not put an immortal king in their eyes at all? The fire and the dust dissipated. The corpses of Guan Santong and several Xian immortals fell straight to the ground, making a series of banging sounds. The subordinates behind Shi Baiyong were so frightened by this scene that they lost their ability to speak. Someone couldn't help but repeat Shi Baiyong's question with a trembling voice. "You, who are you?" Mu Yan and the others landed on the ground. They looked calm and relaxed on the surface, but their faces were a little pale. But in fact, they were all seriously injured. Even if they caught them off guard and set up a lot of traps, the 7 people still paid a big price. After all, they were immortal kings and Xian immortals. They weren't cats and dogs that they could casually beat on the floating island. And if it weren't for Chumoli, even if they risked their lives, they wouldn't necessarily be able to kill an immortal king. But Chumoli's cultivation method was special, and every time he used it, he had to pay a heavy price. If it weren't for Mu Yan using the Shin musician's skill to heal him, he probably would have fallen down by now. And now, they had to face another immortal king and more than a dozen Xian immortals. They paid such a big price, but only killed one immortal king and several Xian immortals. And let themselves fall into such a desperate situation. Was it worth it? Of course it was worth it. Mu Yan looked at Shi Baiyong and the others, and said slowly, "Didn't I say it before? We are from the Xiaoyao school." Xiaoyao school? Shi Baiyong frowned tightly. He knew about the Lan family of the floating island and the Ning family, but he had never heard of the Xiaoyao school before. Could it be that the intelligence of the nether realm was lagging behind? Just as he was puzzled, he heard Mu Yan continue, "I should let you know the purpose of my Xiaoyao school." After a pause, she said word by word, "If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll cut the weeds, and remove the roots." What a big tone. Shi Baiyong almost laughed when he heard this, cut the weeds and remove the roots? Do you want to get rid of me too? Huh. A few inexperienced little guys who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? He said with a cold face, "I admit that Guan Santong's behavior was inappropriate, but I also apologized to you in a kind voice and proposed a way to compensate you." "You're so arrogant, daring to kill an elder of my nether domain, have you not thought of the consequences?" Mu Yan says indifferently, "I've thought about it, but I still have to kill." As soon as she finished speaking, a golden-red fireball rose from her left shoulder, emitting scorching heat. Golden Crow Fire Essence? Shi Baiyong's expression changed again. How much more shock did these little fellows want to give him? However, he did not know that this was just the beginning. Yun Ruhan took a step forward and said coldly, "As long as someone harms someone from the Carefree sect, we will seek justice. Even if my body and soul perish, I won't hesitate. The ice soul sword pierced into the ground, and a cracking sound came from the tip of the sword. The sandy ground began to turn into a layer of ice, and it quickly spread in all directions. There are 5 elements in heaven and earth: water, fire, metal, wood, and earth. Through time and space, 10,000 things are formed. The fusion of divine energy, all natural laws, is the clouds and rain, is the mountains and seas. Sea of Mountains domain, 4th layer. Ling Yuma slowly raised the red lotus multi-soul saber. The patterns on the saber began to burn bit by bit. The golden red light was dazzling, like boiling lava. Inextinguishable flame spell. Shi Baiyong's eyes widened, and his heart was like a raging storm. These people killed Guan Santong, the immortal king, and they still didn't have all their cards. How much potential did they have? What other tricks did they have? Roar. An earth-shattering roar resounded, causing the entire floating island to tremble. Shi Baiyong raised his head in horror and met a pair of calm, indifferent and superior beast eyes. Divine Beast Bays. Shi Baiyong's sea of consciousness could not help but tremble as he looked at Luoyu in shock. This was not Baize's shadow, but the real divine beast Baize. Could this little fellow be the descendant of the beast god Lan Xiaozi who founded the floating island? But even the people of the Lan family empire had never heard of anyone being able to summon Baize's physical body. Damn it, who were these little guys? Why were they all more abnormal than the other? Shi Baiyong's breathing quickened. While he was shocked, a thick killing intent surged from the bottom of his heart. There was no way to resolve this matter peacefully today. Then these 7 people must be killed, especially the young man in the wheelchair. Even Guan Santong had no way of fighting back against such a strange technique. What were his chances of winning if he were to encounter him? Fortunately, the youth looked like an arrow at the end of its flight. At the very least, he would not be able to use such a strange method a second time in a short period of time. Shi Baiyong waved his hand, and the 2 subordinates behind him immediately understood. His body turned into a streak of sword light and charged towards Chumoli without the slightest hesitation. And Shi Baiyong doesn't give Mu Yan and the others the slightest chance to return. Long swords appear in their hands. With a command, they immediately attack Mu Yan and the others. In an instant, the 2 sides were locked in battle. As soon as they exchanged blows, Shi Baiyong felt more at ease. Because he realized that although these little fellows had made a fierce noise, they were still not strong enough. In reality, he didn't even have the ability to fight against a true Xian immortal, let alone an immortal king. Come to think of it, that makes sense. The difference between a golden immortal and a mystic immortal was an entire realm. On the floating island, there was a world of difference between mysterious life tier and shattering heaven tier golden immortals. From this, one could imagine the difference between a golden immortal and a mysterious immortal. Not to mention the immortal kings who could do whatever they wanted in the Shoshan continent. In less than 10 minutes, the members of the Xiaoyao sect were covered with wounds of various sizes. Even if he didn't look at his spiritual power consumption and injuries. However, if the blood that flowed out of these wounds was not treated as soon as possible, they would not be able to hold on and die of blood loss. However, Shi Baiyong's side had more people and was stronger than them. Under the siege, how could they have the time to take medicinal pills and flirt? It was only a matter of time before Yun Ruhan and the others collapsed. Shi Baiyong gradually relaxed and casually waved away Yun Ruhan's sword. He still had the energy to spare to look at the 2 subordinates who had gone to attack Chumoli. With a glance, he couldn't help but be taken aback. That was because these 2 subordinates were actually unable to deal with a cripple who had no power to resist. It was only because there was a little child standing in front of Chumoli. The little boy who was crying and acting like a spoiled child could actually block the attacks of 2 Xian immortals. Shi Baiyong felt that everything he had encountered on the floating island today was so incredible that he wondered if he was dreaming. Since when could a 7-year-old boy have the cultivation of a peak-level golden immortal? Furthermore, upon closer inspection, it was not because he had cultivated a special cultivation technique that made him look young, but because he was really only 6 or 7 years old. What kind of monsters were in the Xiaoyao sect? While he was overwhelmed with shock, Shi Baiyong heard the sound of a zither, which was getting more and more urgent. No, the sound of the zither had actually been playing since Guan Santong was hung in midair. In fact, the sound of the zither has been ringing since Guan Santong was hung in midair. It's just that no one had noticed it before, even Shi Baiyong had subconsciously ignored it. Why did he notice it at this time? Because Shi Baiyong is shocked to find that the immortal power surging in his body has begun to become in tune with the sound of the zither, and is even faintly guided. What's going on? Shi Baiyong uses his divine sense to explore his body. Apart from the circulation of the immortal power and the sound of the zither, there is nothing unusual. But Shi Baiyong has a bad premonition in his heart. He says loudly, "Close your ears, don't listen to the sound of the zither." Several Xian immortal subordinates stare blankly, only now noticing that there is a melodious and sweet sound of the zither echoing between heaven and earth. And they didn't even notice it. Just as they are about to do so, the sound of the zither suddenly rises. Then, they see a figure flying out of the ruins and hovering beside Mu Yan. Two identical girls, their clothes fluttering under the moonlight. One is holding the seven absolute sword, proud as frost. The other is plucking the strings of the zither, floating like an immortal. The sword-wielding girl slowly hooks up the corner of her mouth, her voice cold and sweet. "It's too late to close your ears now." Between heaven and earth, a net weaved from the sound of music falls, covering everyone present. Big Dipper, graceful feather, prison of drawing ground, inescapable net, realm of stars. The Shin musician skills that have been prepared for a long time come crashing down one after another. At this moment, the people of the Xiaoyao sect, who have been showing signs of fatigue, suddenly become full of spiritual power, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. On the contrary, except for Shi Baiyong, everyone else has become clumsy and slow, and even the circulation of their immortal power seems to be bound by something. What's going on? Elder Shi, what kind of demonic technique does this zither sound have? Elder Shi. The frightened voice of his subordinate rings in his ears, but Shi Baiyong can no longer hear it clearly. He looks at the girl playing the zither in horror, his lips trembling for a long time before he can make a trembling sound. Tian Mo Qin, how could it be? Tian Mo Qin? You are a Shin musician? As soon as Shi Baiyong's voice fell, the attack of the seven absolute swords was already close at hand. His mind was shaken, and for a moment, he didn't notice the thunderous strike approaching, and could only instinctively block it with his sword. However, this sword was only a feint. The moment Shi Baiyong blocked the attack, the tip of the sword suddenly changed direction and pierced through the throat of a Xian immortal. Poochie, fresh blood splattered all over Shi Baiyong's face. Almost at the same time, he heard the screams of his subordinates. The various skills of a Shin musician can be superimposed with infinite power. But Mu Yan and these people are, after all, at different realms. Thus, even though she had exhausted almost all of her spiritual power and immortal power, she could only fight for a few breaths of time for her senior and junior brothers to win. But it was enough. Yun Ruhan and the others, who had been biding their time since the beginning of the battle, seized this opportunity without hesitation. Kill as many as you can. If he could kill a pair, he would kill a pair. In just a few breaths of time, 8 Xian immortals beside Shi Baiyong were killed. Shi Baiyong's lips moved, and the pungent stench seeped into every corner of his body from the tip of his tongue. He suddenly sobered up, and his eyes turned crimson in a flash. The immortal power within his body suddenly erupted. Boom! The powerful impact sent Mu Yan and the others flying, and they fell to the ground. Blood mixed with the melted ice, slowly seeping into the sand. Shi Baiyong gasps for breath, looking at the few people who want to get up but eventually helplessly fall to the ground. His hands can't help but gently tremble. His eyes pass over the few men whose throats have been cut and hearts pierced, and he can't stop the fear from lingering in his heart. Almost like Guan Santong, he would have capsized in the gutter and died in the hands of these little guys. No, these aren't ordinary little guys, but the remnants of the Shin musicians. Shi Baiyong wipes the blood from his face and steps towards Mu Yan, his eyes gloomy. What is your relationship with the Shin music sect? Where did you get the Tian Mo Qin in your hand? Mu Yan's face is pale at this time, and a drop of blood is splashed on her forehead, slowly dripping down the bridge of her nose. Her originally beautiful complexion seems to be tainted with a bit of coquettish charm. Hearing Shi Baiyong's words, Mu Yan slowly raises her head and looks at him with a smile that isn't a smile. Why should I tell you? Shi Baiyong frowns. The Xian immortal behind him roars, the elder is asking you a question. Still not answering. With that, he swings the 9-segmented whip in his hand towards Muyan's face. But before the 9-segmented whip falls, a little chick flies out of Muyan's arms, making a Ada cry and flapping its little wings. Oh woo! The little chick immediately lets out a pitiful cry, crying and throwing itself into Muyan's arms. Oh woo, mama hurts so much. Huang Huang is going to go bald. How could the Xian immortal put a weak chicken in his eyes? The 9-segmented whip in his hand shakes and lashes towards Muyan again. However, at this moment, an insect flies out of nowhere and bites his wrist. The Xian immortal feels pain in his wrist and can't help but shake it. The 9-segmented whip turns and lashes at Shirbayong. Shirbayong quickly retreats, and then he sees the 9-segmented whip make a turn and fall directly on the Xian immortal's body, wrapping around his neck. Damn it, The Xian immortal wants to take back the whip, but when he exerts force, he can't retract the whip. Instead, he directly knocks himself unconscious and falls straight to the ground. Shirbayong is shocked and angry, and a faint fear rises in his heart. There are too many unimaginable things about these people. He couldn't hesitate any longer, he had to get rid of him immediately. Shirbayong's eyes were cold as he suddenly waved his palm. A bone-chilling wind assaults Mayan. Just as she was about to defend herself, she realized that Shirbayong wasn't going to attack her, but the little chick. The cold air wrapped around the little chick, turning it into a block of ice. Mayan's complexion greatly changes. Huang Huang. Mom. I'm frozen. Mom, help. It's cold, but it's quite comfortable. Oh, I'm so sleepy. Mommy, I'm going to sleep first. A young and crisp voice rang out in his mind. Muyan breathed a sigh of relief and put the frozen little chick back into her space. Shirbayong's attacks did not stop there. He waved his hand and said, "Go, and kill the others. Except for that child, don't let any of them go. You must ensure that their souls are destroyed." Yes. Shirbayong poured his immortal force into the longsword in his hand and slowly walked towards Muyan. He sneered and said, "I want to see what kind of ability you have to resist now. If other people see a Shin musician who hasn't grown up yet, they will certainly bring him back. But I don't think so." His voice revealed a sense of fear. Back then, I saw with my own eyes the Shin musicians move mountains and fill the seas, reversing the power of life and death. Even if there's only a slim chance of survival, you can still make a comeback. Since I've offended you today, I'll have to eliminate you completely. I will take the Tian Mo Chin with me, but the inheritance of the Shin musicians will forever disappear from this world. The longsword slowly points towards Mayan's heart. Shirbayong coldly says, "Thinking about it, Guan Santong's death can be exchanged for the Shin musicians' lives. It can be considered a worthy death." Little girl, do you have anything else to say? Yes. Shirbayong thought that he would see fear or a face that was unafraid of death. However, when a voice as sweet as the sounds of nature accompanied by a faint smile came over, what he met was a pair of clear and beautiful eyes that contained a cold smile. What a pity. I originally wanted to personally seek justice for youngest martial uncle, but our strength seems to be a little lacking. Luo Yu, who was at the side, echoed, "We are indeed still too weak." Ling Yuma laughed, "Actually, this is also quite good. A tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Since it's young martial uncle's revenge, of course it's better for him to avenge it himself." Although it's only a part of it. Shirbayong was stunned. He subconsciously thought to himself, death is at hand. Have these little guys finally gone crazy? However, in the next moment, the expressions of Shirbayong and his men froze. They saw an unforgettable scene. This was also the last scene they would see in their lives. In the half-abandoned courtyard, there was only one side room that was still intact. At this moment, a figure dressed in white slowly walked out. The night slowly faded, and the light of dawn shone from the eastern sky, dyeing everything between heaven and earth with a trace of golden red. As for the man walking over, he had an appearance that was even more dazzling than the sun. An orchid, a jade tree, a peerless elegance. But just a few days ago, this person had been trampled into the mud and blood in front of Shirbayong, as if he would never be able to rise again. Your Highness. A terrified scream came from behind. Shi Baiyong felt his heart clench tightly along with this scream. At this moment, there were only two thoughts in his mind. Why was the first prince unharmed? Also, he was finished. The 11 swords whizzed back to Luo Yunxia's side, and the darking holy flame above them slowly extinguished. Luo Yunxia's frail figure swayed. She could no longer support herself. Young martial uncle. Mu Yan and the others cried out in alarm and wanted to rush over. However, they had already used up all of their spiritual power. Their limbs were sore and weak, and they didn't have any strength left. Chiwen was still the fastest. She transformed into a huge figure and rushed over to catch the fallen Luo Yunxiao. Little martial uncle, you're too reckless. Mu Yan said with a sullen face, you were injured so badly that even if I used the saint's benevolence technique to save your life, your injuries would only heal by 50 to 60%. Even if you want to kill someone, you don't have to use your full cultivation. Luo Yu and the others nodded their heads. We've made many plans and calculated every step of the way. Do you think it's easy to weaken their strength to this extent? Isn't he working so hard so that you, young martial uncle, can use less strength in your final attack? That's right. Little martial uncle, you're too disobedient. Hearing the chatter around her, Luo Yunxiao didn't feel annoyed at all. Instead, she felt an indescribable warmth and peace in her heart. He said in a hoarse voice, I'm sorry, I was impulsive before. In Wuji and Fu Yushu's actions. And that, formless karma cauldron, in the end, it still affected his temperament. Luo Yunxiao slowly spreads out his hands, looking at his palms. He doesn't care if he's stained with darkness and blood, if he'll become a monster that's neither human nor ghost. He's only afraid that one day, he'll hurt the only people he cares about in this world. Suddenly, a head comes over. Young martial uncle, what are you looking at? Admiring your beautiful hands? Luo Yu asks curiously, damn. It's really beautiful. Slender and well-proportioned, as if carved from jade. Young martial uncle, you're a man, why do you have such beautiful hands? Ling Yuma looks at her calloused hands and says gloomily, where can I, a girl, put my face? Girl? Luo Yu asks doubtfully, what does a girl have to do with you, fourth senior sister? Bastard Xiaoqi, you're courting death. The sound of laughter echoes in his ears, like the sound of flowing water after the snow melts in early spring. It's also like the gentle sound of the wind amidst the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers. That kind of warmth, that kind of contentment, that kind of peace, it makes the pain, despair, and resentment he's experienced before fade away little by little. Chiwen can't help but rub herself against Luo Yunxia's side, her big bell-like eyes revealing a happy expression. His body is still in pain at this time. The fear and injury of having his abdomen cut open can't be healed in a short period of time. But he's very happy now. At least, he survived with his master. They're back home, back to the Xiaoyao sect. Luo Yunxiao suddenly says, you still don't know my identity and origin, and, after a pause, he continues, why even my biological parents don't allow me to live in this world. Because I am. Young martial uncle, if you don't want to talk about it, if you don't want to remember the past, you don't have to say it. Mayan interrupts him with a smile, the ends of her peach blossom eyes slightly hooked up, but it's not flirtatious, but sincere concern and frankness, your identity and origin are not important to us. You're just some demonic possession, the reincarnation of the god of misfortune. Otherwise, why would anyone predict that you'll destroy the world? Pfft. Luo Yu burst out laughing. Isn't this the villain boss that Bai Xia was talking about? Then our Xiaoyao sect will be able to hug the thighs of the leader of the righteous path, Instructor Mo, and also hug the thighs of the villain, Big Boss. Won't we be invincible in both the righteous path and the righteous path? Luo Yunxiao stared blankly for a moment, a rare expression of confusion and astonishment appearing on her face. Mu Yan continued, Junior martial uncle, think about it carefully. Who in our Xiaoyao sect has a pure and unblemished background? Xiaoqi and eldest senior brother were orphans from the previous dynasty of the Lan family empire, second senior brother was half a puppet, fourth senior sister had almost personally killed her scumbag father, and fifth senior brother liked men. What about me? What does it mean for me, a remnant of the Shin musicians? Could it be that junior martial uncle doesn't know about it? The number of people in this world who hate me and want to kill me is probably no less than you, young martial uncle. Not to mention third senior brother. Mayan gives Chumoli a sidelong glance. Until now, he still refuses to reveal even the slightest bit of his identity. Perhaps, he's the real great devil that will destroy the world. Chumoli, who is sitting in a wheelchair, is taking the elixir that Mayan gave him and swallowing it from time to time. Hearing this, he chuckles softly and gives her a meaningful look. Mayan is disinclined to pay attention to him. She looks straight at Luo Yunxiao and enunciates each word, but what does that matter? Martial brothers are just martial brothers, and junior martial uncle is just junior martial uncle. It has nothing to do with your identity and background. Yes. Yun Ruhan nodded. Junior martial uncle, the Xiaoyao sect's motto is to accept disciples without asking about their background. We only care about whether they are destined to be with us. If not, Master wouldn't have brought so many homeless people back to the sect. Luo Yunxiao lowered her long eyelashes and didn't speak for a long time. Luo, you called out anxiously, junior martial uncle? I see. When he raised his head again, the haze in Luo Yunxiao's eyes had mostly dispersed. His clear and gentle face held a moving smile. I've made you worry. From now on, he had nothing to do with the Nether Realm, Yin Wuji, and Fu Yushu. He was just Luo Yunxiao, the Xiaoyao sect's Luo Yunxiao. Chumoli suddenly stopped swallowing the medicine and let out a soft sound of doubt. Then Luo Yunxiao, Mu Yan, and Ling Yusheng followed. Ling Yusheng frowned slightly and reached out his hand. The fluctuation of space seems a bit strange. As soon as he finished speaking, a vortex of surging spiritual power appeared in front of him. It was like the air was forcibly pulled into a circular door. A tall figure slowly walked out from the door. Swish! 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 The people of the Xiaoyao sect all drew their weapons, and their nerves were extremely tense. Immortal Xingyuan. However, Qi Wen's surprised call instantly dispersed the tense atmosphere. Qi Wen rushed to Lu Xingyuan with her injured body, and kept wagging her tail behind her. Immortal, you finally came out of seclusion? Luo Yunxiao also stood up and said in a low voice, Master. Junior martial uncle's master? That was their martial granduncle? No. Junior martial uncle had a master. Which sect was his master from? What if junior martial uncle ran away with his master? Would he still be a member of the Xiaoyao sect? The people of the Xiaoyao sect all put away their long swords, but they all looked at the person in front of them critically. He looked to be in his 30s. His appearance could only be considered ordinary handsome, but his eyes were gentle and kind. His whole body had a kind of aura that made people feel comfortable and dependent. TSK, I can't seem to hate him, Lu Xingyuan nodded slightly towards the few of them. His voice was magnetic and pleasant to the ears. Everyone, you are the unfettered seven that Yun Xiao often mentions, right? It's an honor to meet you. No, no, no. How can we let you look up to us juniors? We should be looking forward to meeting you. Lu Xingyuan's expression grew softer. He glanced at Luo Yunxiao and said softly, I heard about what happened in the Nether Realm as soon as I came out of seclusion. I thought I wouldn't be able to make it. As he said this, Lu Xingyuan's voice became a little hoarse, and his face revealed a sincere expression of guilt and gratitude. As Yun Zhao's master, it was my dereliction of duty to not be by his side at the most critical moment. Fortunately, you guys saved his life. Xingyuan is very grateful. His tone and expression were so sincere that the people of the Xiaoyao sect felt embarrassed. Yun Ruhan hurriedly said, Immortal, you are too polite. Junior martial uncle is a member of the Xiaoyao sect. He taught us and saved us several times. It's natural for us to do this, and we don't need to thank him. Lu Xingyuan nodded slightly, and showed a bit of hesitation on his face. Do you know about Yun Zhao's situation? Yun Ruhan, we don't care. No. I think it's better for you to understand. Lu Xingyuan said slowly, Yun Xiao, you didn't know much about what happened to you before. I'm sure Fu Yushu and Yin Wuji have already told you. Luo Yunxiao's face was as cold as water. She nodded lightly. Lu Xingyuan didn't wait for Yun Ruhan to object. He told her about Luo Yunxiao's birth, past, and the world-destroying soul sealed in his body. It was fine if it was someone else. When Mu Yan heard about the world-destroying demon, she used all her strength to prevent herself from losing her composure. No wonder Qi Huang and Little Uncle Master always had an extraordinary connection. No wonder Qi Huang said something happened to Little Uncle Master before he fainted. It turned out that the two of them shared the same soul. Lu Xingyuan stopped and looked at the people of the Xiaoyao sect. I'm done. Is there anything else you want to say? Luo Yu frowned. In order to seal the world-destroying demon, Bodhidharma sealed him in a special host body. But how innocent are the hosts? Why must they bear such a calamity? Lu Xingyuan sighed. When two benefits are balanced, choose the greater one. When two evils are weighed, choose the lesser one. The hosts involved in the worldly plunder are innocent, but without their sacrifice, all living beings would be doomed eternally. Bodhidharma had no choice but to make such a decision. There was an indescribable silence. Lu Xingyuan looked compassionate. He looked at Luo Yunxiao and said softly, Yunxiao, follow me back to Xingyuan dock. I know they treat you with sincerity, but if you stay in the Xiaoyao sect, you'll harm them. Luo Yunxiao clenched her fists. But before she could speak, Mu Yan said in a low voice, Immortal Xingyuan, forgive me for being presumptuous. What do you want to do with our little Uncle Master? Do you want him to take on the worldly plunder to benefit all living beings? Or do you want him to be locked in a place isolated from the world for the rest of his life so he won't take on the worldly plunder? She paused. Her eyes darkened, and her voice was sweet but cold. No matter which option you choose, we don't agree. We won't agree to let little Uncle Master suffer for the rest of his life. You can call us selfish or heartless, but we, the people of the Xiaoyao sect, always protect our own people. Lu Xingyuan looked at the beautiful girl in front of him in astonishment. Talent and cultivation aside. That pair of clear eyes that seemed to be able to see through the mortal world caused Lu Xingyuan's heart to tremble uncontrollably. This little girl was not simple. Lu Xingyuan's gaze swept over the pale-faced Chu Moli sitting in the wheelchair. His eyelids couldn't help but twitch. No, the entire Xiaoyao sect was far more complicated than he had imagined. They were obviously so young and frivolous, but their minds were actually more determined than the last. Towards Mu Yan's words, no one expressed the slightest objection, not even the slightest bit of hesitation. Lu Xingyuan looked at Luo Yunxiao. He slowly loosened his clenched fists. The viciousness and indifference between his brows dissipated, leaving behind a clear and unswerving determination. It was like a pine tree standing proudly in the middle of a snowstorm. No matter how much it was destroyed, its foundation could not be shaken. Lu Xingyuan sighed softly. Yunxiao, you've also decided? Luo Yunxiao slowly nodded. This disciple wants to stay in the Xiaoyao sect. I hope Master can fulfill my wish. Lu Xingyuan nodded. His fierce brows softened again. He kindly looks at Luo Yunxiao and beckons him, since it's your wish, Master will not force you. Come here, Master has something to give you. Luo Yunxiao steps forward and respectfully takes it with both hands. Lu Xingyuan holds something in his hand and sends it to Luo Yunxiao. He gently says, if you regret it in the future, you can find Master with this. A sudden change happens at this moment. Lu Xingyuan opens his hand and a golden light flies out. As soon as the golden light touches the skin of Luo Yunxiao's wrist, it immediately breaks through the skin like a poisonous snake. Luo Yunxiao only has time to let out a muffled groan before he falls straight down. Young martial uncle. Master. The people of the Xiaoyao sect rush over and find that a small golden cauldron has appeared on top of Luo Yunxiao's head. The golden light emitted by the small cauldron forms a light shield that envelopes Luo Yunxiao. It also keeps Mayan and the others outside the light shield, making them unable to approach. As it gently shakes, the sound of wooden fish and Sanskrit comes from the small cauldron. But it's that peaceful and Buddha-like voice that makes Luo Yunxiao's whole body curl up in pain. His body that has just been healed by Mayan starts to crack inch by inch. Blood instantly stains his snow-white clothes. Formless karma cauldron. Chiwen screams and stares at Lu Xingyuan with her bell-like eyes. Why is the formless karma cauldron in your hands? Lu Xingyuan lightly says, I originally gave the formless karma cauldron to Yin Wuji and Fu Yushu. Isn't it natural for me to take it back? I originally gave the formless karma cauldron to Yin Wuji and Fu Yushu. Even in the midst of the heart-wrenching pain, Luo Yunxiao still heard these words. His bloodshot eyes suddenly widened as he stared fixedly at Lu Xingyuan. A hoarse and broken voice slowly spilled out from between his cracked and blood-stained lips and teeth, "Why?" Lu Xingyuan avoids his gaze. Suddenly, he puts his palms together and says ba. The next moment, his clothes are torn apart and replaced with a red cassock with golden patterns. This poor monk is the second disciple of Bodhidharma, Wu Che. I've been following you all these years to keep an eye on the world annihilation spirit. Because Yun Shao, you are likely to be the last host of the mortal tribulation. After 100,000 years, the catastrophe of the human world is near. Master will never allow any accident to happen to the mortal tribulation. So everything was fake. Luo Yunxiao's face was covered in blood. Her face, which was originally distorted by pain, suddenly became incomparably calm and sorrowful. Then, she couldn't help but laugh softly. My parents, my brothers, and even my most respected master, all wanted me to die, waited for me to die. What is the meaning of my existence in this world? Just so you can watch me struggle in pain like a joke, and then say that I'm pitiful? His voice was suddenly raised, with a sorrowful smile, as if all dreams had been shattered. The sounds of laughter, mixed with blood and tears, were heartbreaking. The eyes of the people of the Xiaoyao sect turned red. Their young martial uncle, they were like the clear moon and cool breeze, the high and mighty youngest martial uncle. No matter how badly he was injured, no matter how much he suffered, he never cried. Unexpectedly, he was forced into such a situation. Chiwen suddenly roared and pounced forward, biting Lu Xingyuan's arm. Bastard! 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 Go to hell! How can you do this to my master? You are all cold-blooded and selfish monsters. Cough. A slender and slightly old hand grabbed Chiwen's neck, forcing her to open her mouth as she was lifted up high. Lu Xingyuan's eyes were merciful, and his voice was neither fast nor slow. Chiwen, have you forgotten that you are my demonic beast? I was the one who gave you to Yun Shao. I am your true master. Bah, you are not. Chiwen spat on Lu Xingyuan's face. I only have one master, and that is Luo Yunxiao. You are a selfish, righteous, and virtuous bald donkey. You are not worthy. Since you are so great, why don't you sacrifice yourself to seal the world destroyer demon? Why sacrifice an innocent person like my master? What did my master do wrong to be tortured and despised by you for hundreds of years? Debi Temple. Debi Temple is nothing to me, and Bodhidharma is nothing to me. What right do you have to decide my master's life and death? Lu Xingyuan's eyes were a bit sad, and he said softly, do you think my master didn't pay a price to seal the world destroyer demon and let the last mortal tribulation go smoothly? If I don't go to hell, who will? Debi Temple has survived from the catastrophe 100,000 years ago, and we have never fought for power. All we have done is to fight for a chance of survival for the people in the world. 1,000 years ago, my master was seriously injured in order to seal the world destroyer half-soul, and he still hasn't recovered. Chiwen, you can scold me, but you can't scold my master. Chiwen opened her mouth to scold again. The 5 fingers on her throat suddenly tightened. Lu Xingyuan's calm and indifferent voice came into her ears, since you are so loyal to Yun Shao, you must have a high position in his heart. Then, you can go to hell. Chiwen. Stop. Chiwen heard a cracking sound in her ears. But it wasn't her neck that was broken, but the magic core in her body. In an instant, all the vitality and power quickly flowed out of her body. Was she going to die? She escaped from the nether realm with great difficulty. But in the end, he died at the hands of his master's master. Master must be so sad. Chiwen struggled to turn her head to look at Luo Yunxiao, who was trapped in the phaseless karma cauldron. His eyes were unfocused, and the voice in his ears had become distant. He could no longer see his master. He could no longer stay by his master's side. Master. I'm sorry that Chiwen wasn't able to stay by your side. Its mouth moved, wanting to speak, but found that not a single sound came out. Turbid tears slowly rolled down from its eyes and fell to the ground silently. Lu Xingyuan threw Chiwen's corpse to the side. He placed his palms together and looked at Luo Yunxiao. Luo Yunxiao had a pair of extremely beautiful hands. It was as translucent as cold jade, as if it had been chiseled and polished, but it did not give off a feminine feeling at all. Instead, it was slender and powerful, with distinct joints. Even the most miraculous craftsman could not carve such a perfect work. However, at this very moment, his fingernails were peeled off and dripping with blood as they clasped onto the defensive barrier of the phaseless karma cauldron. Qi-wen! 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 He wanted to rush out and save Qi-wen. He wanted to save the only spirit pet that had accompanied him all these years. But he couldn't do anything. He could only watch as Qi-wen's magic core shattered. Just like that, she died in front of him. Lu Xingyuan can't bear it anymore. He lowers his eyes, his lips open and close as he recites a series of Buddhist scriptures. The formless karma cauldron, hanging above Luo Yunxiao, emits a dazzling light. He utters a shrill scream and slowly falls down. The harsh sound of the wooden fish and the Sanskrit sound entangle his brain and soul like a curse, bit by bit, making him unbearable. And the hatred and darkness that slowly grows in his heart makes him unable to suppress something in his body, wanting to rush out. The sound of the zither rings out at this time. It was very light and weak, but strands of it persevered and drilled into his brain. His heart that was about to be infected by darkness is torn back from hell. Luo Yunxiao struggles to open his eyes, his mind is clear for a moment. But he doesn't have the slightest joy. Seeing the scene outside the golden shield, he only feels that the sky is falling and the earth is cracking, his liver and intestines are breaking. The moment the sound of the zither rings out, Lu Xingyuan's face changes. He suddenly looks at the girl playing the zither, his pupils violently shrinking. The hoarse voice is shocked and clear, "You are the successor of the Shin musician. So that's how it is, you are the person related to Yunxia's fate in the divination. No wonder you could help him find the yin and yang twin hearts, the 12 evils of Dutian, and the 36 stars." The girl playing the zither is expressionless, just constantly plucking the strings. As the sound of the zither lingers, another figure that looks exactly like her appears. Holding the 7 absolute sword, a cold light radiates from his eyes, neither afraid nor retreating. Lu Xingyuan is startled. "The phantom doppelganger, you have actually cultivated the phantom doppelganger, that can only be activated by a level 7 Shin musician. At such a young age, with the cultivation of a golden immortal, you can actually achieve such a level. Ba. In terms of talent, you are not inferior to Bailey Yin Lu in the past. This poor monk should be glad to meet you here, otherwise if you were given a little more time to grow, I'm afraid that the entire Shoshan continent will suffer another catastrophe." Mu Yan sneers, "I find you people from Dabai Temple really funny. Your words are compassionate, but your actions are all dirty and cruel. You said that I am the successor of the Shin musician, that I will bring a catastrophe to the Shoshan continent, so you must kill me. You're talking as if you'd let us go if I weren't the successor of the Shin musician." Lu Xingyuan was stunned for a moment, then laughed bitterly, "You're right, benefactor. This poor monk has been oversensitive. Although I had no choice, this penniless monk still has to apologize to you. In order to successfully complete the red dust ambush, you have no choice but to die in my hands." When he said this, he expected to see the 7 little fellows' frightened and angry expressions. However, unexpectedly, the 7 people on the other side were very calm. He was calm to the point of indifference, and there was a hint of mockery in his indifference. That kind of blatant mockery made Lu Xingyuan, who had a firm heart towards Buddhism, feel ashamed. He subconsciously wanted to avoid their gazes. He said in a low and magnetic voice, "The mortal ambush is to save the common people of the world, but it is also incomparably cruel. This poor monk only hopes that this cruelty can be put to an end by Yunxiao. The purer his original temperament was, the greater the impact on his world-destroying half-soul when he was infected by the darkness. The more thorough his resentment before his death, the more the world-destroying half-soul will be worn down." At this point, he finally slowly raised his head, his eyes clear and firm as he looked at the several people. "There are too few people and things that Yunxiao cares about in this world. Qi-wen is one, and you are the other. Only by killing you in front of him can the mortal ambush completely end. From then on, there will no longer be an innocent host like Yunxiao in this world." In this short moment, Lu Xingyuan had convinced himself and strengthened his belief. His eyes were clear and his face did not have the slightest trace of guilt or retreat. There was only the compassion and resoluteness to save all living beings. If you say that killing you is a sin and torturing Xianxia is a sin, then this poor monk is willing to bear the sin of karma in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, a wooden fish suddenly appeared in his hand. The wooden fish was blood red, and even the mallet was red. Lu Xingyuan raised the mallet and knocked it lightly. With a bang, all the spiritual power and immortal energy in the world vibrated. Mu Yan's face changed. Her fingers that were already playing the zither quickly became faster, so fast that she could almost see its afterimage. Star field, divine hand weaves the sky, a protective shield made of sound walls shielded the unfettered seven suns. However, the impact of the wooden fish hitting the stars only lightly hit the shield. Mu Yan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The sound wall also broke. An immortal prime, that was an existence that they couldn't fight against even if they risked their lives. Lu Xingyuan, stop. Luo Yunxiao's hoarse, pleading voice came from the non-phase golden shield. Don't hurt them. If you want me to hate, I will hate. If you want me to die, I will die. I only beg you not to hurt them, Lu Xingyuan, master. I beg you. I don't want anything, family, warmth, humanity, kindness. I can give up everything, as long as you let them go. The eyes of the Xiaoyao sect people turned red. Luo Yu choked, little martial uncle, don't beg him. They don't have a heart. The Xiaoyao sect will live together, and we will die together, okay? Even if we go underground, Master will be waiting for us. None of us will be lonely. However, Luo Yunxiao suddenly looked at the seven and hissed, as the little martial uncle of the Xiaoyao sect, I order you to run. Run as far as you can. Do you hear me? From now on, I, Luo Yunxiao, have nothing to do with the carefree sect. I'm not your junior uncle, I don't need you to meddle in my business. Get lost. Get lost. The members of the Xiaoyao sect couldn't hold back their tears anymore. Even Chu Moli, who had always been cold-hearted and unfathomable, suddenly tightened his grip on the armrest of his wheelchair. His eyes were dyed red like blood. Yun Ruhan, Qin Jiao, Chu Moli, Ling Yuma, Ling Yuxing, Lan Luoyu. Jun Mayan. Did you all hear that? Don't worry about me anymore. Don't die in front of me. I don't want anything. I only hope that you don't die in front of me. The cries were hoarse and sorrowful, like nightingales crying blood. The people of the Xiaoyao sect felt as if their hearts were being crushed by the roars. They cried silently, and their hearts were broken. How could their little martial uncle, who was like an immortal crane in the clouds, show such a desperate expression and say such humble words? However, they could not retreat, there was no way out. Lu Xingyuan would not allow them to escape. As long as they turned around, what awaited them was only a broken, cowardly, and embarrassing death. If it's still death, why don't they die in a dignified manner? At least they can't disgrace the name of the Xiaoyao sect. Lu Xingyuan glances at Luo Yunxiao. Seeing the bloody tears flowing from his eyes, the desperate and painful look on his face, he tightens his grip on the Makujio. But he quickly hardens his heart and walks towards the people of the Xiaoyao sect. As he gets closer, the Makujio sounds again and again. Every time it hits, it shatters the sound wall that Mu Yan painstakingly weaves. The front part of her clothes was already soaked in blood. Her fingers on the Tian and Mochin are riddled with holes and blood drips down. Nyangqin. Nyangqin. Let me go out and help you. Nyangqin, don't help me in there. Nyangqin, I beg you. Xiaobao's mournful cries resound in her ears again and again. Mu Yan turns a deaf ear. Her spiritual power had already been depleted in the battle with Shi Baiyong and Guan Santong. Now she can withstand Lu Xingyuan's seemingly careless attacks. She was overdrafting her life, overdrafting her soul essence, inch by inch. But at this moment, she can't care about anything else. The same goes for the people of the Xiaoyao sect. They don't want to die, but they will never allow someone to torture their little martial uncle to death in front of them. Xiaobao, you must listen carefully to what Nyangqin is going to say next. In the midst of Xiaobao's heart-wrenching cries, Mu Yan uses her last bit of strength to transmit her voice. Xiaobao, do you remember what Nyangqin said? Also, Bai Xia, Fat Rabbit, Qiu Qiu, Jinwu, Huang Huang, do you hear me? You must. Please protect Xiaobao for me. Then, what does Xiaobao say and what does Bai Xia and the others reply? Mu Yan can't hear it clearly anymore. She had no other choice but to take a gamble regardless of everything. If she wins, everyone will have a chance to live. If she loses, she will live and die with the Xiaoyao sect. But before she dies, she must at least arrange a way out for Xiaobao. Di Mingju, if you were by my side at this moment, it would be great. Dong, another sound of the Makujio is heard, accompanied by a powerful shock wave. Mu Yan fiercely spits out a mouthful of blood, her chest burning with anger. Her blood-stained fingers were cold and numb, as if they no longer belonged to her. However, it was still not enough, it was not time yet, she had to hold on a little longer. She wanted to fight for that last chance. Mother ****. I'll chop you up, you bald donkey. Ling Yuma suddenly clenched her teeth, raised the red lotus soul-stealing blade, and soared into the sky. Fourth senior sister, no. Mayan lets out a heart-wrenching scream, her injured fingers strumming the strings with all her might. The phantom doppelganger also summoned the 7 despair swords to stop Ling Yuma. But he was still a step too late. Ling Yuma rushed out of the range of the sound wall. The red lotus soul-stealing blade turned into a monstrous flame and slashed towards Lu Xingyuan. Her face was filled with an indomitable will to fight. There was no retreat, no fear. Doesn't she know that rushing out like this is a dead end? Of course I know, but how could she watch as little martial uncle begged with tears of blood? How could she watch as little martial sister overdrew her soul essence in order to protect everyone? She knew that junior sister was waiting for that opportunity, but she was the senior sister. How could she let junior sister risk her life to protect her again and again, while she enjoyed it with a clear conscience? If there really was a chance, then she would use her life to exchange for it. Little monk, I'm sorry, I might not be able to wait for you to return to the secular world and marry me. Boom, the rolling flames engulfed Lu Xingyuan. However, no one thought that such an attack could kill an immortal lord. When the flames dissipated, the faces of the Xiaoyao sect members were pale, and they couldn't stop shaking. They saw that Lu Xingyuan was holding a Buddhist staff in his hand. One end of the staff pierced through Ling Yuma's body. Blood flowed down the cold Buddhist staff, dripping like the tears of the Grim Reaper. Fourth sister. Bastard, I'll kill you. With a roar, the divine beast bays rose to the sky. The absolute space realm was activated, layers of ice froze the ground and Lu Xingyuan's feet. The giant 1,000-ton hammer fell from the sky like a small mountain. The 7 absolute swords buzzed under the sunlight and reflected a dazzling light. At this moment, everyone from the Xiaoyao sect was ready to risk everything. Fight to the death, however, in the face of absolute power, all the tragedy and determination seemed so pathetic and laughable. An immortal lord. Even in the Xiaoxian continent, he was a top existence. Lu Xingyuan was a disciple of the Debiai Temple's Bodhidharma and was even more powerful than the Nether region's lord, Yin Wuji. How could a few fledgling golden immortals like them contend against it? The beach seemed to have been stained with layer after layer of blood. This time, the blood was especially cold and desolate. Lu Xingyuan stood in the pool of blood, put his palms together and softly chanted, Ba. It was already commendable that 6 golden immortals could last so long in his hands. Such talent was rare in the world. He wasn't inferior to them at all. But today, he had to kill them. He had to use their lives and blood to complete the last completion of the mortal ambush. Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but look up at Luo Yunxiao. After hundreds of years of living together, it was impossible to say that he had no feelings for this disciple. If there really was a heaven-defying array in this world, he could find another way to destroy the world destroyer half-soul. Even if he had to go against his master's orders, he was willing to try. However, there was no other way, apart from the red dust ambush, there was no other way to destroy the world-destroying half-soul, and there was nothing that could stop the 100,000-year samsara catastrophe. Therefore, Luo Yunxiao, his only disciple, must die. Moreover, he had to die in endless pain and hatred. Lu Xingyuan blinked his eyes to get rid of the moisture in them. He walked step by step to the side of the Xiaoyao sect. Every time he passed by someone, he would gently knock the wooden fish in his hand. His face was filled with endless compassion. However, when the wooden fish was knocked down, it would be a fatal blow that would pierce through the heart. Lu Xingyuan had always been known to be gentle and meticulous in Debi Temple. Since he had made his move, he wouldn't give the Xiaoyao school any chance to fight back. Make sure that the little guy on the ground is dead. He chanted Ba and moved on to the next one. A light drizzle had begun to fall from the sky. The rain washed the blood-stained sand. It was also washing away the corpses that had already lost their vitality. Far away, the waves rolled and curled. It was as if a mournful melody was being played, breaking one's heart. Lu Xingyuan finally stops in front of Mu Yan. Half of the girl's body is soaked in sand and blood. But the half of her face that is exposed is still so holy and flawless, bright and moving. Lu Xingyuan's mind unconsciously emerges the scene from 1,000 years ago. The red-clothed youngster burned by the raging fire. And the sorrowful, regretful and desperate cry of the master of the god music sect, Bailey Lu. The god musicians and the demon of destruction, these two sides always seem to be entangled, bound by cause and effect. 1,000 years ago, to destroy the demon of destruction, Qi Huang, the god music sect must be eliminated first. It is still the same today. Lu Xingyuan raises the staff in his hand, looks up at Luo Yunxiao, and says in a hoarse voice, "Yunxiao, you told your master that you liked a woman. Presumably, she is the successor of the god musicians. In that case, you can watch carefully now. Watch how I kill her and end your karma." Lu Xingyuan's voice comes to an abrupt stop, staring at the person in the golden light shield in a daze. Luo Yunxiao has stopped crying at some point. Even when he took away the last trace of the Xiaoyao sect people, he didn't make the slightest sound. At that time, Lu Xingyuan was led by a kind of sad and desolate emotion, so much so that he didn't notice this abnormality. At this moment, Luo Yunxiao's skin has long been broken beyond recognition. Every inch is stained with blood, revealing the eerie white bones. His mind is riddled with holes, and will be annihilated at any time. The non-phase cauldron above his head is still flashing with golden light, and the sound of the wooden fish and Buddhist chants enter his ears. Every sound is painful and torturous, every sound is the abyss of hell. But Luo Yunxiao doesn't seem to hear or feel anything. He just stares at Lu Xingyuan with his red and cold eyes. As if he wants to deeply engrave his appearance into his soul, bring him into reincarnation, and never forget. If he still has reincarnation, Lu Xingyuan's heart beats uncontrollably. He has seen too many mortal tribulations and the appearance of his victims before they die. But there has never been a host that makes him as frightened as Luo Yunxiao, giving birth to an indescribable fear in his heart. Lu Xingyuan composes himself and softly says Ba. Then, he raised the mallet in his hand and knocked it down slowly. However, at this moment, the sound of an arrow piercing through the air could be heard. Lu Xingyuan suddenly stopped knocking on the wooden fish. A dazzling golden light shot out from his eyes. The mallet in his hand had already disappeared. He raised his slightly wrinkled hand in midair and gently caught it. In the next moment, a pure black arrow was caught between his fingers. Lu Xingyuan looked at the arrow in his hand with a rare look of surprise on his face. "It's the arrow of curse." His figure disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, the 5 fingers of his right hand were already firmly wrapped around Chumoli's neck. He slowly lifted him up from the wheelchair. Ba, even I didn't expect that there would be so many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the Xiaoyao sect. It's fine to have a Shen musician successor. There's actually someone who can master the curse art to such a level? Lu Xingyuan looks at the frail young man in front of him, who looks as if he will break at any moment, and gently shakes his head. The Shen musician is certainly terrible, but the successor of the curse is an even more terrible existence. Even Master hasn't been able to figure out the identity and origin of your curse clan. The curse art you've displayed is the most exquisite I've ever seen in my life. Chumoli, right? Fortunately, I met you when you were at your weakest. Only in this way could he eliminate the root of the problem without any future trouble. It would also reduce the possibility of a calamity descending upon the world. Lu Xingyuan's fingers were about to exert force. But he saw the pale youth slowly raise his eyelids and meet his gaze. His black and white eyes were calm and gentle, even carrying a trace of an indecipherable smile. "Master Xingyuan, right?" I don't know if you noticed, but I shot 2 arrows. Lu Xingyuan was startled and he quickly turned his head to look. When he saw that the formless karma cauldron didn't cause any accident, and that Luo Yunxiao was trapped inside, he was relieved. Then, he heard the youth's low and hoarse voice with a hint of a smile. You looked in the wrong direction. It wasn't easy for me to shoot those 2 arrows. I prepared them for so long, how could there be a slight deviation? Buddha said, if I don't go to hell, who will? Since Master wants our Xiaoyao school to go to hell, why don't you accompany us? Lu Xingyuan's complexion changed greatly and he suddenly turned his head to look. The scene that entered his eyes caused his pupils to suddenly contract. Not far away, he saw a young girl in snow-white clothes slowly walking out of the forest covered by tall trees. A group of beauties are hard to chase, the heavenly fragrance of beauty. Her beauty could topple a city, and her elegance was unparalleled. It was June Mayan, but how could it be June Mayan? Her doppelganger had clearly been destroyed by him, and even her original body was on the verge of death. Could it be that the 2 he killed were only phantom doppelgangers? Lu Xingyuan looked over in shock. He saw the young girl's corpse, which he thought was the original body, slowly dissipating. That was actually only a phantom doppelganger. June Mayan, who was in her early 20s and had the cultivation of a small golden immortal, had actually cultivated 3 phantom doppelgangers. The most frightening thing was that it was hard to distinguish the real from the fake. Even he didn't notice it, so that the 2 doppelgangers that were seen by his eyes were dumbfounded. Chu Moli's low and joyful voice once again came to his ears, Master Xingyuan, our Xiaoyao school has always been hospitable. Next, my junior sister will properly entertain you. We will be waiting for you in hell. Lu Xingyuan softly chanted Ba, then suddenly exerted force with his fingers, snapping Chu Moli's throat, and threw his corpse to one side. Benefactor Chu seems to be a little too arrogant. He actually thinks that you can fight against me. Lu Xingyuan conjured a golden Buddha's light that enveloped his hands, slowly expelling the contamination of the curse technique. His gaze fell on Mu Yan without blinking, and there was some curiosity on his face. Benefactor June, even this poor monk is very curious now. Even if you have a 3rd avatar, what can you do to me? With just a golden immortal and a little girl, would she be able to survive a moment in the hands of an immortal venerable like him? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xingyuan suddenly disappeared. In midair, he made a grabbing motion and a golden staff appeared in his hand. He smashed it towards Mu Yan. Then, Lu Xingyuan saw a scene that shook him to the core. At some point in time, a black aura began to swirl around the girl's chest, condensing into an arrow. That was the cursed arrow that Chu Moli had shot out. But it was very clear that this arrow was completely different from the one that attacked Lu Xingyuan. Its goal wasn't to injure or kill. It was to break. At some point, a blue halo appeared around the girl's body, firmly blocking the cursed arrow. But in this world, there is no energy more powerful than the corruption of the curse. As time goes by, a small black hole gradually appears on the blue halo. The blue halo keeps shaking, and mottled cracks begin to appear behind it. There is a loud bang. The blue halo and the arrow of curse disappear at the same time. Mu Yan slowly raises the 7 absolute sword in her hand, her face as cold as frost, her eyes like stars. A gust of wind suddenly rises, sweeping up the gravel on the ground. The trees in the jungle behind her are blown askew, making a rustling sound. The sea roars, rolling up monstrous waves. Between heaven and earth, spiritual power and immortal energy begin to form huge whirlpools and hurricanes, wrapping around Lu Xingyuan. Heaven and earth give birth to the 5 elements. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, complement each other, but cannot coexist. Once they coexist, it becomes barren, unable to cultivate. But the moon spirit root is different. It is like the ancestor of all things, with its light, with its dust, all-encompassing, without beginning or end. When the 5 spirits gather, the primal chaos is formed. Only a true moon spirit root can master the unique power of the world, the power of the 5 elements. Under the power of the 5 elements, I am the only king. Only my command is the truth. Disobey, die, rebel, die. The world is vast, all spirits obey. Lu Xingyuan, who was not shocked when he learned of Chu Moli's identity, is now completely shocked. The power of the 5 elements, she has mastered the power of the 5 elements. How can someone at this age, with this cultivation, master the power of the 5 elements? A creepy feeling runs up his spine, and his whole body is covered in a thin layer of sweat. Above the sky, countless dark clouds begin to gather. That represents the deterrence and fear of the heavenly way. The power of the 5 elements, that is a power that can go against the heavenly way. Swish, Mu Yan swings her sword, shaking the world. Lu Xingyuan immediately shakes his robe and sets up a shield around himself. However, not long after the protective barrier was set up, an invisible force forcefully tore the protective barrier apart. Boom, the sharp sword light hits his chest, causing his face to pale. A fishy taste rises in his throat, and he forcibly swallows it back down. So this is the power of the 5 elements. On the shore of the Bohai Sea, there were floating islands, mountains, rivers, and seas, and all living beings. At this moment, he had become the little girl's combat power, a hand that wanted to crush his life. Lu Xingyuan's figure kept retreating towards the direction of the sea. At the same time, his hands quickly formed hand seals. With a speed that could only be seen by the naked eye, he set up layer after layer of barriers around his body. Mu Yan doesn't chase after him right away. Instead, he raises his hand, and collects the corpses of his senior and junior brothers and Qi went into the Tian Emochin space. He then raised his sword and slashed at the formless karma cauldron that was trapping Luo Yunxiao. Boom! The phaseless karma cauldron swayed, but the barrier of light did not dissipate. Mu Yan clenched her teeth and swung her sword again. The phaseless karma cauldron emitted a teeth-numbing cracking sound, but it still failed. Why? Mu Yan's eyes are completely red. They had given everything they had, but why couldn't they save little martial uncle? She was indignant. How could she accept this? The sky that had been clear just a moment ago was now covered by dark clouds, and the night was dark. The rumbling thunder was like the final talisman of death, ringing in his ears over and over again. There's no time. Mu Yan, listen to me. A hoarse male voice resounds in her ears, causing Mu Yan's hands to tremble and stop her slashing motion. She lifted her eyes and looked at little martial uncle. She didn't know if it was because the sky was too dark, or because the smell of blood was too heavy, but her vision was blurred. However, that familiar voice was still so bone-chilling and gentle. It was as if at this moment, all his kindness and gentleness were used up. In this life, I will never regret being a member of the Xiaoyao sect. In this life, I will never regret falling in love with you. If there is no next life, then remember what I'm saying now. If there is a next life, I hope you can call me little martial uncle again. Mu Yan, let's go and find the one you should find. At least one person of the Xiaoyao sect should survive, at least one person should be happy. Mu Yan's eyes widened. She heard herself screaming at the top of her lungs, broken, messy, crazy. She couldn't even hear the words little martial uncle. She had a lot of things to say. She wanted to tell little martial uncle that big martial brother and the others were not dead. Before the battle, she used the skill, Nirvana of Stars, to give them a chance to live. She wanted to tell little martial uncle that the Xiaoyao sect only had one little martial uncle. She wanted to protect him even at the cost of her own life. How could she watch him be tortured to death? She wanted to tell little martial uncle that no matter what he had experienced, no matter what kind of suffering he had suffered, as long as he returned to the Xiaoyao sect, everything would be over. They would use the warmth of home to make little martial uncle forget his suffering. From then on, he would live a peaceful and happy life. No one could bully or hurt him anymore. She was the king of the 5 elements. But at this moment, she could do nothing. She could only watch little martial uncle shatter his heart, lose his vitality and die under the torture of the formless karma cauldron. Mu Yan walked towards Luo Yunxiao step by step. As soon as she got close to the formless karma cauldron, the light shield was bounced off and her body was burned. She approached again and again, but was bounced off and burned again and again. Tears blurred her vision, but it couldn't blur her clear and desperate mind. Little martial uncle was dead. The Xiaoyao 7 lost their master on the Cultivation continent. And they lost little martial uncle on the floating island. From then on, they were orphans. May we live forever in this life and night, free and unfettered forever. That night, the moon shone brightly in the starry school and the stars shone brightly. The melodious music of the guqin mixed with the sounds of laughter still lingered in their ears. They clinked glasses with each other and said the warmest and most sincere wishes. Back then, Mu Yan had thought that with a moon like this, with the sounds of laughter and the aroma of wine, she would have no regrets in the future, no matter what dangers she faced in the hell of Mahanata. But how could she have thought of that at that time? In this life, this night is not long. That night is eternal. Eternity was like a shooting star. It only lasted for a short period of time, but it was deeply engraved in one's heart and could never be recovered. Rumble. The thunder that had been hovering in the sky for a long time finally fell. The 7 absolute sword in Mu Yan's hand was struck by the lightning, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Her internal organs felt like they were being overturned, and the pain from the scorching flames gradually made her mind clear. Her eyes were dyed even redder by the blood. He suddenly turned his head to look at Lu Xingyuan, who was on the surface of the sea, and his figure turned into a bolt of lightning as he charged over. It was this person who killed young martial uncle. It was him who sent young martial uncle from the human world to hell again and again. It was him who mercifully dominated young martial uncle's miserable life. She could no longer avoid the divine punishment thunder. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Boom, a sword slashes out, moving mountains and overturning seas. The barrier that Lu Xingyuan has just laid down is instantly destroyed. But there's not much fear on his face. Because he knows very well that the power of the 5 elements is too much for the current Mayan. She simply can't hold on for too long. Lu Xingyuan doesn't even need to expend too much energy, he just needs to watch quietly from the side. He can watch Mayan's body collapse on its own because it can't bear the power of the law. This is also good. Killing the ruler of the 5 elements, he will also suffer the backlash of the 5 elements. Next, he has more important things to do. There's no need to hurt himself to deal with the puny golden immortal. Ding-ling, just as he's thinking this, a melodious sound of a zither reaches his ears. Then Lu Xingyuan finds that the tip of the sword that was close at hand has disappeared. On the contrary, a white and ice-cold hand suddenly clasps his shoulder. Prison drawing. A low, hoarse female voice rings in his ears. Immediately after, a ray of light shrouds the surroundings along with the sound of the zither. Lu Xingyuan finds that his body can't move for a while. He looks up at the girl close at hand, and gently shakes his head. Do you think you can kill me like this? Benefactor June, you underestimate the strength of a venerable immortal. The power of the 5 elements is powerful. But no matter how powerful a heavenly sacred artifact is, in the hands of a tender child, it's just a pile of scrap iron. Mayan grins, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. The girl's smile is bright and moving, her peach blossom eyes rippling with light, but for no reason, it exudes a bit of bone-piercing chill. Old bald donkey, go to hell. Lu Xingyuan's complexion suddenly changes. The robe he's wearing suddenly swells up. The golden pattern above emits a dazzling light. He wanted to use the fastest speed to escape from the drawing ground imprisonment's restraints. He wants to stay far away from this crazy little girl in front of him. But it's still too late. The sky is densely covered with dark clouds. It's pitch black everywhere. There's the rumbling of thunder everywhere, intertwining with the lightning tearing through the sky. So much so that Lu Xingyuan doesn't notice. Unknowingly, most of the heavenly punishment thunder and the purple lightning have already appeared around the 2. Lu Xingyuan looked at the little girl as if he was looking at a monster. She actually controlled all the 5 elements and brought them to her side. But it wasn't to attack. Instead, it was to draw all the divine punishment heavenly lightning to himself. From the moment Luo Yunxiao committed suicide to the moment she rushed to the Bohai Sea, she was already prepared to die with him. Lu Xingyuan had to admit that this was indeed the most effective way to kill him. But in this way, June Mayan herself would undoubtedly die. Lu Xingyuan opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. But in the next moment, a loud clap of thunder drowned out his voice. Rumble. 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 Dense lightning fell from the sky. The 7 absolute swords trembled and wailed as if they were crying. At some point, the sound of the zither had also dissipated between heaven and earth. The thick clouds in the sky were torn apart, leaving huge cracks one after another. Through the crack, one could see the Milky Way and the sea. It was boiling, the stars moving, and 1,000 years passing in an instant. Mu Yan slowly closed her eyes, allowing the heavenly lightning to penetrate her body and tear her soul apart. Tears slowly fell from the corners of her eyes, but before they could drip into the sea, they had already been blown away by the strong wind. The heavenly thunder came so quickly and fiercely that Mu Yan didn't even have the time to review half of her life. She didn't even have the time to say goodbye to Xiao Bao and Di Jun in her heart before she was completely taken away by the intense pain. Therefore, she didn't notice that the void spirit ring on the ring finger of her left hand suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. The concentrated thunder lasted for 2 hours before it slowly stopped. The huge tsunami engulfed the beach and the jungle not far away. All the living beings on the floating island who did not see the battle trembled in fear. Finally, the dark clouds dissipated, and the blue sky reappeared. The tumbling sea calmed down and became quiet and peaceful, as if nothing had ever happened. On the surface of the sea, the two figures fighting with their lives on the line were long gone. Another quarter of an hour passed. More than half of the forest had been washed away by the huge waves. Fierce beasts poked their heads out and approached hesitantly, as if they wanted to see what was happening here. However, at the next moment, a figure darted out of the Bohai Sea. The ferocious beasts paused for a moment before fleeing for their lives. Lu Xingyuan struggled to climb to the shore, gasping for air. Looking at his current sorry state, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. The shining golden robe had become tattered at this time. Large and small burn scars crisscrossed on his body. The power of the godly punishment heavenly thunder was simply too terrifying. He had to use 100% of his power in order to withstand it. Even so, he still suffered serious injuries, and even the robe his master gave him was completely destroyed. Lu Xingyuan could not help but turn his head to look at the calm sea. He was only affected by the divine punishment heavenly thunder, yet he was already in such a sorry state. That little girl had withstood almost all the heavenly lightning. She was probably dead for sure. This was good as well. The Shin musicians should not exist in this world. The inheritor of spell should not exist in this world. Heaven and earth had a vast righteousness, it should be merciful to the world, it should deliver all living beings from suffering, and it should slay the devils. For them to die on this floating island, it could be said that they died a worthy death, it was karma. Lu Xingyuan put his palms together and chanted Amitabha in a low voice. Then, he began to chant the rebirth mantra. Buddha is merciful. Even the most heinous criminals would try their best to redeem themselves. This life of sin, I hope that my little friends can bear good karma in their next lives, and live a peaceful life. After chanting the rebirth mantra, Lu Xingyuan continued forward. Most of the beach was submerged. The place where Luo Yunxiao's corpse was lying was now covered by seawater. However, the phaseless karma cauldron hovering above him was still dutifully emitting a faint golden light. Mu Yan did not know what was so special about the mortal plunder and kill. When she saw Luo Yunxiao commit suicide and shatter his heart meridian, she thought that youngest martial uncle was already dead. However, Lu Xingyuan knew that the host of the world-exterminating half-soul would not die so easily. If it was so easy to kill someone, Yin Wuji, who had been on tenterhooks for hundreds of years, would have long disregarded the agreement with Debiai Temple and made his move. There was only one way to kill Luo Yunxiao. That was to make his heart completely black with hatred, resentment, violence, and other dark emotions, resonating with the world-destroying half-soul. Only then would the world-destroying half-soul leave this body, and this round of mortal tribulation would be over. Only then could Luo Yunxiao, who was the host, be killed. Lu Xingyuan formed a seal with both of his hands and chanted. The phaseless karma cauldron, which had dimmed a little, suddenly shone brightly. The sound of the wooden fish and the Sanskrit chants suddenly became louder, lingering between heaven and earth. Painful moans came from the murky seawater. Lu Xingyuan was shocked. Through the phaseless karma cauldron, he could already feel that the resonance between the world-destroying half-soul and Luo Yunxiao's divine soul was getting more and more synchronized. Just a little bit more, and he would succeed. Could the world-destroying half-soul he took out this time be killed? Could he finally complete the task his master entrusted to him? Dang, dang, dang. The heavy and vigorous sound of a bell rang in Lu Xingyuan's ears, causing him to suddenly stop his hand seals and chanting. The first reaction in his mind was, what is this sound? It's so familiar, yet so strange. It was as if he had heard it once, 1,000 years ago. Lu Xingyuan's pupil shrank and he looked down in disbelief. He saw the murky seawater bubbling gently. Then, he saw a blood-stained figure slowly stand up from the seawater. His hair and clothes were stained with mud. Blood soaked through every inch of his skin. The tall figure swayed slightly, thin and weak, dirty and miserable. But under the messy wet hair, there was a pair of blood-red eyes, staring unblinkingly at Lu Xingyuan. Lu Xingyuan staggered and almost fell to the ground. A bone-piercing chill rose from every inch of his bones, draining all the blood from his face. At this moment, he finally understood why the sound of the bell was so familiar. The bell of heaven and earth, the cry of the 9 souls. That was the death knell for all living beings in the world and all living beings in the 3 realms. That was the bell of the world-destroying demon, the ghost bell. Opposite him, Luo Yunxiao took a step forward. The mud and blood around him dissipated, revealing a peerless face that could turn all living beings upside down. However, her hair, which was as black as a waterfall, had already turned as white as blood. One night of heartbreak, one night of sorrow, one night of white hair. His long hair hung down, seeming to merge with his white clothes that fluttered in the wind. It was as bright as the moon, without a speck of dust. However, there was a pair of crimson, cold, and blood-red pupils, mixed in with a pure, spotless whiteness. It was so dazzling, so breathtaking. Lu Xingyuan suddenly used his left hand to grab his right hand, stopping his body from trembling uncontrollably. It wasn't that he was a coward, but his instincts made him feel an unparalleled and irresistible fear from the bottom of his heart. Was this the endless world-destroying demon that had reincarnated for 100,000 years? Was this an existence that even Master was afraid of? But how could this be? Luo Yunxiao did not produce resonance with the world-destroying half-soul. He had completely absorbed the world-destroying half-soul and fused his soul with the world-destroying half-soul. Lu Xingyuan couldn't imagine what would happen next. But he was very clear about one thing. He screwed up. Under his coercion and torture, Luo Yunxiao had not been able to complete the mortal tribulation. Instead, she had become a true world-destroying demon. If he was allowed to leave alive, what kind of catastrophe would befall the 3,000 living beings? How could he have the face to return to Debai Temple to see his master? Master, haven't you always hoped that my soul would be tainted by the darkness and filth so that I could synchronize with the world-destroying half-soul? The young man's voice was still cold and indifferent, but it was like jade rubbing against each other, indescribably attractive. As he walked forward, he carefully tidied up his clothes. After wrapping his sleeves and buttoning his clothes, he looked at Lu Xingyuan and slowly said, "Now that I've done it, aren't you happy for me, master?" Lu Xingyuan's lips trembled, and he subconsciously stepped back, splashing water. He tried his best to stabilize his body and hoarsely said, "Yunxiao, you shouldn't have done that. Fusing with the world-destroying half-soul, your consciousness and soul will gradually be swallowed up, and you will no longer be you. What's the point of living like that?" There was no expression on Luo Yunxiao's face, and his voice was indifferent. "There's no point. But master, have you forgotten? Just now, the meaning of my life has completely disappeared. Xiaoyao School, Jun Mayan. Since they've all disappeared, why are you still alive, master? Why do all the people in this world still want to live?" Sunlight fell on the young man's face, making his skin as translucent and white as snow. He clearly had a pair of bewitching blood-red eyes, but his temperament was still like blood from heaven, holy, pure, and inviolable. However, his words were so ruthless and cold that Lu Xingyuan couldn't help but tremble. "Since the Xiaoyao sect is gone, I'll make the world disappear too. I'll go join them. Ba." Lu Xingyuan put his palms together and slowly chanted the name of Buddha. His eyes emitted a resolute light. "Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I'll definitely stop you." 6 hours later. The night sky was dyed red, and the bright moonlight once again sprinkled on the earth. Luo Yunxiao looked at Lu Xingyuan, who had fallen in front of him. His eyes were deep and blood-red, without the slightest reflection of starlight. Lu Xingyuan slightly opened his mouth, gasping for breath. Looking at that pair of eyes, a trace of pain and regret welled up in his heart. 1 thought to become a Buddha, 1 year to become a demon. He was the one who forced his only disciple to become a world-destroying demon. Was he wrong? For the world's common people, for his master's entrustment, he was duty-bound without hesitation. But, did he really do the right thing? Yunxiao, stop, turn back, it's too late. A ball of black flame sprang up from his chest and burned Lu Xingyuan's body completely in the blink of an eye. Luo Yunxiao looked at the empty beach, and his lips slightly moved. He seemed to want to laugh. But that beautiful face was so stiff, unable to make any expression. From the moment the Xiaoyao sect disappeared, he had lost the ability to smile. Master, you said repent and be saved. Luo Yunxiao slowly enunciated each word, but I've already lost my only shore, my only home. I can no longer return. If this night does not last, where will I see the bright moon next year? He would never be able to find that carefree, warm and happy long night again. Clang clang clang. The deep and distant sound of the bell rang in his ears again and again. Along with it was a low chant that came from the distant horizon. The gods had disappeared, the devils had perished, and the tens of thousands of bones in the vast Dongming Sea had withered. The heavenly Tao was in chaos, the end of life, the 9 underworlds' yellow springs tribulation. 3,000 worlds lingering in the clouds, 10,000 years of the mortal world passing by. The heavens have forsaken me, and the heavens can also be deceived. If the world forgets me, the world shall destroy me. Gods and Buddhas, listen to my words. Since ancient times, karma and evil fate. In the cycle of reincarnation, this hatred would never be extinguished. Luo Yunxiao didn't seem to hear the song echoing in his ears. He just stared blankly at the rolling waves, as if he was possessed. From dark to daybreak, and from daybreak to dark again. His divine sense spread out endlessly, searching the entire sea inch by inch. Every 2 hours, Luo Yunxiao would ask softly. Jun Mayan, are you still alive? As long as you're alive, will you answer me? Yun Ruhan, Qingjiu, Chu Moli, Ling Yuma, Ling Yuxing, Lan Luayu. Have you all returned? Again and again, again and again. Until his voice was hoarse and his blood ran cold. The ringing of the spirit bell grew more and more urgent, and the heavenly lightning began to gather above his head once more. Luo Yunxiao finally realized. No one answered him. No one would call him little martial uncle anymore. No one would risk their lives to protect him, no matter if he was a human or a demon, no matter how strong or weak he was. There was no Xiaoyao school in the world anymore. The last bit of light in his heart, the last piece of pure land, finally disappeared completely at this moment. Luo Yunxiao closed her eyes. A trace of coldness rolled down from the corner of his eye. The moonlight shone on this glimmer of crystal, like the last ray of light between heaven and earth. From then on, there was only endless darkness. From then on, there was no more warmth or laughter. How about the 3,000 worlds? So what if they were all living beings? If the Xiaoyao sect can no longer exist in this world, then what right do you have to live on? Luo Yunxiao's figure disappeared. At the same time, in another small world. He thought that Mu Yan's soul had already flown away and scattered by the divine lightning, but he was actually experiencing the pain of his flesh and bones being crushed and recombined. 8 hours ago in the Shoshan continent. The great war between the polar domain, the demon race, and the nether realm was originally on the verge of breaking out, but in the end, it ended in an inexplicable manner. After the nether realm army retreated and Di Mingju left. Elder Cheng was certain that the demons no longer had the will to wage war with the polar domain, so he quickly ordered the troops to withdraw. During this period of time, the upper echelons of the polar domain stayed up all night to guard the universe mirror and defeating Army's soul lamp. Day after day passed. Defeating Army's soul lamp flickered from time to time, dimmed from time to time, and was almost extinguished. Moreover, Han Yi and the others, who have entered into a master-servant contract with Di Mingju, feel their hearts palpitate even more. This is a situation that will only occur when Di Mingju encounters a life-and-death crisis. Elder Chang and the others felt as if their hearts were in their throats. Every minute and every second was torture. Just when Xing Lang and the others couldn't help but want to rush to the Yanwu continent, the Qianquan mirror that has been quiet all this time finally shines with a dazzling light. Then, 2 figures stepped out of the mirror. Jun Shang. Elder Chang and the others almost cried tears of joy. During this period of time when there was no news from Di Mingju, every day felt like a year for them. Without Xianxia's polar domain, it's like it doesn't have its backbone, and it could fall apart at any time. Fortunately, Xianxia is back now. Moreover, he even saved defeating armies. Truly worthy of being their Xianxia, no matter what kind of danger it was, it couldn't stop him. Just as Elder Cheng was thinking about this, he suddenly heard the Star Wolf scream, "Juansheng, what's wrong?" "Shut up." Di Mingju coldly scolds, and uses his Qi Jing to push away Xing Lang's outstretched hand. Soon after, he pushes defeating armies away. His voice was hoarse and cold, "Go get the King of Medicine immediately." Defeating armies staggered from the push and almost fell to the ground. He didn't even bother to adjust his awkward posture, as he abruptly turns to look at Elder Cheng. "Did you hear that? Quickly go get the King of Medicine. Xianxia won't be able to hold on much longer." Defeating armies' temperament has always been cold and indifferent. Even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him, he wouldn't change his expression. But right now, his face is full of anxiety, and he even roars at Elder Cheng. Seeing that Xing Lang wanted to help Di Mingju, defeating armies hurriedly said, "Don't get close to Xianxia, don't touch him, Xianxia he." After a pause, defeating armies struggled to finish his words. "Xianxia's godhead is on the verge of collapse, you must not touch him, and you must not cause any energy fluctuations. Guard Lingxiao Hall, no one is allowed to get close to Xianxia before the King of Medicine arrives." Elder Cheng and the others were shocked when they heard this. Godhead is about to collapse? How is this possible? Elder Cheng no longer questioned defeating armies. He quickly took out a talisman and burned it. In the dazzling fire, Han Shujiu's slightly unhappy baby face appeared. "Brother, what are you doing?" "I was preparing teaching materials for my baby disciple. You suddenly sent me a message, making my hand shake and the fire increase by 3 parts. The result is not over. Little Jiu, come to Lingxiao Hall. Xianxia has an accident." Han Shujiu was stunned. He sat up slightly, but said, "Accident? He's an immortal emperor with a domineering attitude. Who could make him?" "Little Jiu." Elder Cheng's voice suddenly rose. Han Shujiu's eyes sank. He finally realized that Elder Cheng was not joking with him. Something really happened to Di Mingju. Han Shujiu threw away the herbs in his hand, stood up abruptly, and shouted, "Wait, Laozi will be there right away. Before I arrive, no one can touch him." As soon as Han Shujiu entered the door, Elder Cheng immediately activated the mechanism of Lingxiao Hall, closed all the entrances and exits, and opened the protective enchantment. "Little Jiu, Xianxia's body is collapsing. Quickly see if there is a way to stop it." Han Shujiu was shocked. He had already prepared for the worst, but he didn't expect the situation to be worse than he had imagined. Godhead collapse? That is a real fatal injury. When a cultivator reaches the immortal king realm, there is a certain chance that they will be reborn and transform their mortal body into an immortal godhead. Once the godhead is molded, it can transform the spiritual power and immortal power between heaven and earth into divine power through the Dantian. The magical power performed by divine power is 100 times more powerful than immortal power. As for cultivators who were both celestial kings and celestial venerables, it would not be an exaggeration to say that there was a world of difference between the abilities of cultivators who could use divine power and those who could not. In the entire Xianxia continent, there were no more than 1,000 cultivators who possessed divine power. Among them, Di Mingju is the most special existence. Because he'd already condensed half of his godhood when he was at the peak of the mysterious immortal realm. Invincible under the same level, this was the evaluation everyone in the Xianxia continent gave to this new emperor of the polar domain. It is also because of Di Mingju's astonishing talent and awe-inspiring innate talent. The godhood he had condensed was the most stable. Even if he was covered in cuts and bruises, as long as he survived, he would be able to recover quickly, and his strength would even rise to the next level. His powerful self-healing ability, as well as his confidence in turning the tables against the strong, came from his stable and powerful godhead. But now, Di Mingju's godhead has begun to collapse. Once his godhead collapsed, his cultivation would fall. Even their lifespan would be greatly shortened. From then on, they would be plagued with all sorts of illnesses, and even the celestial decay stage 5 would occur prematurely. At that time, the polar domain would be finished. Han Shujiu suppressed the shock in his heart, and quickly formed a seal with his hands. Under the brilliant light, the heaven-void cauldron, which has shrunk by dozens of times, floated in the air. If someone saw this scene, they would be so shocked that their eyes would pop out. Because the things that Han Shujiu lost were all priceless treasures. Among them were even the phoenix grass and kunlun wood that he got from Di Mingju in exchange for saving his life. Either of these two treasures would take 1,000 years to mature. And they could only grow in the heavenly Wu Mountain, which was covered with black ice all year round. For thousands of years, 9 out of 10 people who entered the heavenly Wu Mountain would die. Only the immortal emperor could come and go safely. At that time, Di Mingju was poisoned by a mutated nightmare ghost. It was Han Shujiu who combined the Shen musician skill, Summer Bug's language of ice, provided by Mu Yan with the golden silkworm insect, that detoxified the poison of the Chonggui. At that time, Di Mingju promised to bring him the phoenix grass and kunlun wood within a year. Less than half a year later, when Di Mingju's immortal emperor realm was stable, he went deep into the heavenly Wu Mountain and picked up the two treasures. Han Shujiu was ecstatic when he got the phoenix grass and kunlun wood. He was afraid of dropping them in his hands, and afraid of melting them in his mouth. He even slept with these two treasures every day, thinking about how to treat them in his dreams. Later, he kept saying that he would keep these two treasures. When his baby disciple came up, he would show them off in front of her. But at this moment, he did not hesitate to throw these two treasures into the heavenly void cauldron like garbage. He met the shocked eyes of Elder Chang and the others. Han Shujiu widened his eyes and said, "What are you looking at? Di Mingju owes me all the treasures in this cauldron. When he wakes up, I will make him work like an ox and a horse, and pay me back 100 times. Elder Chang couldn't help but laugh. After laughing, his nose was a little sour, and his eyes were a little red. Because of the curse, little Joe's appearance looked like a young teenager, and his temperament was getting more childish every year. But he also watched Jun Shang grow up with him. At that time, Jun Shang, with a cold face, would call him Grandpa Chang and little Joe Gij. Han Shujiu, who was already 1,000 years old, had a black face on the spot, but he still carefully treated Xiaoju and Shang's wound. Little Joe had never changed, he was just a hard mouth and a soft heart. "Pejuan, tell me, what's going on? Why did Jun Shang suffer such a heavy injury? Where have you been all this time?" Elder Chang was comforting him when Star Wolf's low and angry voice suddenly came from behind him. At this moment, he was grabbing Defeating Armies' lapel with one hand and his other hand was clenched into a fist. The anger in his eyes was about to materialize and spit out. If this was not the critical moment for Han Shujiu to treat Jun Shang, Chang Lao has no doubt that Xing Lang will directly punch him. Among the 4 great imperial guards, Defeating Armies, Frosty Knight, Ingmei, and Star Wolf, Defeating Armies has the highest cultivation. He was also the only one among the 4 who had condensed a godhead and could use divine power. Normally, Han Yi and Star Wolf are very apprehensive of Defeating Armies, not daring to rashly provoke him. But right now, seeing Di Mingju so heavily injured, the string of reason in Star Wolf's brain completely snapped. He would rather Pejuan die outside like that than to see his revered Jun Shang suffer such a heavy injury. Defeating Armies closes his eyes, grabs Star Wolf's wrist, and forcibly pulls down the hand that was clasping his lapel. Only then does he look at Elder Chang, and says in a hoarse voice, "I left Jun Shang with the motherly seal, did Jun Shang receive it? Old lady seal? What Laupa seal?" Han Yi and Ingmei don't know about this matter, and they reveal curious expressions when they hear this. Star Wolf had seen the old granny seal left behind by Defeating Armies. However, he didn't know exactly what message was left behind in the matron seal. Now that he heard Defeating Armies mention it, he couldn't be bothered to be angry anymore. He hurriedly asked, "What message did you leave for Jun Shang? What are you doing in that damned Yanwu continent? Do you know that because of your recklessness, Jun Shang has fallen into danger time and time again?" Among them, Elder Chang was the only one who did not speak. Instead, he looked at Defeating Armies quietly. Defeating Armies clenched his hands into fists, then slowly loosened them. After a long while, he said in a slightly hoarse voice, 12 years ago, Jun Shang was seriously injured because of a tribal riot at the border of the polar domain. He went into closed-door training for 5 years before coming out again. You should all still remember this matter, right? Han Yi knits his brows, "Of course I remember. But what does this have to do with Junshang's injury today, and the Laopa seal you left behind? That was Di Mingju's heaviest injury. They almost thought that Junshang wouldn't be able to hold on. For nearly 5 years, Di Mingju has been in seclusion in the forbidden area of the polar domain. It's unknown whether he's alive or dead. Because there had been no news of the sovereign for a long time, the people of the polar domain were anxious, and the nether domain was ready to make trouble. As one of the 4 great emperor's guardians, the 4 of them did not have a good time during that period. Naturally, it left a deep impression on him. Defeating armies continued. You all thought that during those 5 years, Junshang stayed in the polar domain's forbidden area and didn't go out, right? Han Yi and the other 2 look at each other, their faces revealing doubt. Isn't that the case? Defeating army slowly shook his head. That's not the case. In the last year of Junshang's seclusion, I stood guard outside the forbidden area as usual, but I suddenly felt a strange energy fluctuation coming from inside. The barrier that prevented people from entering dissipated on its own. After I entered, I discovered. He paused before continuing, Junshang has disappeared. What? Han Yi and the others cry out in alarm. Junshang disappeared in the polar domain's forbidden area? How is this possible? Star Wolf angrily grabbed Defeating Armies' collar and angrily said, why did you only say such an important thing today? Don't think that just because you're an old man by Junshang's side, I won't dare to beat you up. Star Wolf. Elder Chan berated in a deep voice, let Defeating Armies finish his words first. Only then did Star Wolf angrily let go. Defeating Armies continued, after I entered the forbidden area, I didn't see Junshang's figure. I wanted to go out, but I found that the barrier had closed again. I was trapped in the forbidden area. I was trapped for a few months. Suddenly, one day, the strange energy fluctuation appeared again. His lordship returned to the forbidden area, but he was severely injured. His godhead was on the verge of collapse, and it was even more serious than it is now. Starwolf fiercely clenched his fists, seeming to want to curse something, but he forcefully endured it in the end. Han Yi says in a low voice, but when Junshang came out of seclusion, not only was he unscathed, his cultivation had also advanced. What happened after that? Defeating Armies laughed bitterly and shook his head lightly. In fact, I'm not sure what exactly happened. Because at that time, Junshang only appeared for a moment and then disappeared again. It's as if it's being pulled away by some kind of power. At that time, I was very scared. I always felt that if I let Junshang be pulled away, perhaps Junshang would die. I only touched a little bit of the damage caused by that energy fluctuation, and I felt as if my 3 souls and 7 mortal forms were being torn apart, and my godhead was on the verge of collapse. And Junshang was in the center of that energy fluctuation. End of chapter 3970. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.